Chapter 1. The Arrival of Marvel, a Cataclysm of Power. Marvel Universe. Earth. Above the Pacific Ocean. A figure suddenly materialized in midair. Ha ha ha, cockroach. Zeno, bring it on. Boom, boom, boom. This figure, brimming with combat spirit Broly, one of the mightiest Saiyans from the Dragon Ball universe. His emergence resembled the detonation of a 1,000-ton nuclear bomb in the skies over the Pacific, transforming the very fabric of heaven and earth. The sun and moon were shrouded in darkness. The atmosphere above the Pacific was brutally torn asunder by an unfathomable force. Satellites in the expanse of space were instantly shattered by this overwhelming power. On the surface of the Pacific Ocean, a vast crater spanning hundreds of miles emerged, as billions of tons of seawater were suppressed by an unknown force, frantically seeking to escape its confines. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then the entire planet trembled, quaked, and rippled. The earth seemed to emit a mournful lament. All of humanity and creatures alike felt a heavy weight upon their hearts, as if an immensely terrifying entity were pressing down upon them. Their breaths became erratic, their chests constricted. Hud, hud, hud. Countless individuals buckled under the immense and oppressive pressure, falling to their knees. In Asgard, the realm of the gods, Odin, the All-Father, suddenly stood up, alarm bells ringing in his mind. For he sensed a tremendous wave of power emanating from that position on Earth, a force so formidable it sent shivers down his spine. Whose power is that on Earth? In the sanctum sanctorum of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One's expression shifted dramatically, rising to her feet. Yet she was immediately met with a powerful oppressive force that bent her spine. Who is this? Is it an incursion of Dormammu's power? No, Dormammu does not possess such strength. What an incredible force! The Ancient One clenched her teeth, her limbs trembling, her body chilled. The entire sanctum sanctorum, along with various other magical sanctuaries around the world, was creaking and cracking, as if it might shatter at any moment from that mysterious power. The earth could scarcely endure any longer. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, at Kunlun, the Jade Emperor, Thunder God, and other unparalleled beings also sensed this overwhelming force. Their once upright forms now bent under its weight. Who is this? How terrifying! Their hearts were filled with dread. In the shield monitoring center, alarms blared as an intense, shrill sound erupted, and the lights turned red. Warning. A colossal power has been detected above the Pacific Ocean. Precise measurements cannot be calculated, vastly exceeding monitoring limits. Earth destruction imminent. Warning. Above the Pacific Ocean. Panic ensued throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, the one-eyed leader, was momentarily rendered speechless. Elsewhere, at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters in New York, Professor X's face turned pale, blood oozing from his nostrils, as he was gripped by a profound sense of horror, as if his life was flickering like a dying candle. Moments later, above the Pacific Ocean, where is this? Broly, having awaited the assault from Goku Kakarot and Zeno for quite some time, felt somewhat bewildered. Then he realized something was amiss. The environment was not right. After all, his battle with Kakarot and Zeno had taken place in the cosmic expanse. Yet now, how had he ended up on Earth? Possessing terrifying power and a remarkable mastery over Ki, Broly could sense the entirety of the universe. And now, he discovered that this universe was not the one he had known. Where's this? Have I crossed over again? Broly restrained his aura, withdrawing from his Super Saiyan form and returning to his ordinary Saiyan state. In that instant, people worldwide felt a sudden lift in their spirits, as the immense invisible pressure dissipated entirely. The Ancient One let out a sigh of relief. The Jade Emperor, Thunder God, and others wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Who could this be? The Ancient One promptly opened a mystical portal, appearing above the Pacific Ocean in the next moment, only to find no trace of anyone. Gazing down at the receding waters of the Pacific, she felt a pang of concern. If left unchecked, this vast volume of water would undoubtedly trigger a cataclysmic tsunami, capable of submerging and annihilating all coastal nations around the Pacific Rim. The Ancient One hastily cast a powerful spell to quell the surging waters. But upon completing the task, she felt utterly drained. Who is this person, truly? As the Ancient One labored as a reluctant water mover, Broly's figure had already materialized in New York. Broly, or rather, his name was Roly, a celestial being hailing from Earth. Roly. This marked Roly's second crossing over. In his first crossing, he had arrived in the Dragon Ball world, becoming Broly of the desolate planet, experiencing the saga of Dragon Ball Super, Broly. Then, with Kakarot's assistance, he trained for over a decade, surpassing the power of the Omni King, reaching an even more profound realm. And now it was his second crossing, and it appeared that he had crossed over with Broly's body. What is this world? Before long, Broly's gaze fixed upon a towering skyscraper in New York, adorned with ostentatious design. The building bore the name Stark. Broly wore a peculiar expression. Such an extravagant edifice wasn't that the throne of the illustrious Iron Man Stark? So this is Marvel? Broly chuckled. This should be quite the spectacle. 3. Invincibility is loneliness. The Multiverse chat group emerges. Kingpin was a man devoid of sanity. Broly harbored a deep-seated disdain for such individuals. I have a question for you, Broly said with a smile. Please ask away, my lord, Kingpin replied, bowing his head respectfully. Between the numbers 1 and 2, which do you prefer? Neither 1 nor 2. Kingpin swallowed hard, weakly offering a response, sensing the question was a trap. He figured any answer would be wrong, thus opting for a third alternative. You're too clever, thinking along the same lines as me. Broly sneered, pressing down on Kingpin's head. A gentle yet forceful push. Crack. Kingpin's head was forcibly pressed into his chest. After all, this world can only have one clever person. Broly chuckled softly, casually discarding Kingpin's lifeless body onto the ground. Next, it was time to seek out the vault. As the head of the New York Mafia, Kingpin must have had quite the stash. After interrogating a few of his henchmen, Broly uncovered the vault's location. Then with a single punch, he shattered the vault door, claiming to be the world's most resilient alloy, over a meter thick. With a bag taller than a man, he stuffed it with countless stacks of cash, gold bars, and diamonds. Then departed from the Kingpin Tower. Shortly after, Kingpin's underlings discovered his demise and the breached vault, igniting a fierce struggle for assets and power. The entire Hell's Kitchen district plunged into chaos. 8 kilometers away, in an enormous restaurant, Broly entered through the restaurant's grand doors, dragging the massive bag behind him. He found a spot, and with a thud, dropped the bag to the ground, producing a dull sound. Waiter, I'd like to place an order. Sir, what would you like? The entire menu. I want 10 of everything, and don't forget, 100 portions of steak. What are you waiting for? I have money. Hurry up and place the order. I'm starving. Broly opened his bag, revealing stacks upon stacks of US dollars, resembling a small mountain. A truly spectacular sight, amounting to millions, even tens of millions. Surrounding patrons gasped in hushed awe, their eyes glinting with greed. Broly paid little mind to the others, for he was captivated by the news broadcast on the wall-mounted television, reporting on the global earthquake. Half an hour ago, a mysterious earthquake struck across the globe, affecting a vast area. The quake registered between levels 1 and 2. According to scientists, this earthquake was triggered by a mysterious explosion in the Pacific, possibly linked to nuclear testing by that eastern nation. According to the latest information from the U.S. Department of Defense, all satellites above the Pacific have been obliterated by a mysterious force, and we cannot rule out the involvement of the East. As Broly listened to the female anchor's confident delivery, he realized that it was his own excessive display of power upon arriving in the Marvel Universe that had caused the Earth to tremble and triggered the global earthquake. However, Broly couldn't help but notice the anchor's incessant focus on the Eastern nation. The true culprit is none other than me. If you have the guts, come and catch me. At that moment, a server placed a steaming, succulent steak before him. Its appearance was tantalizingly tender, and the aroma wafting through the air intensified his already ravenous hunger. As his stomach protested with growls, he promptly tossed a whole piece into his mouth. Delicious. Broly's eyes sparkled, and within moments, he devoured the meal. Soon, the restaurant was bustling with dishes being served, and Raleigh swiftly consumed them, accumulating a towering stack of plates on the table. 20 minutes later, the stack of bowls and dishes had reached a height of half a meter. Surrounding patrons gasped in disbelief, exclaiming monster in their minds. After indulging in a feast for over an hour, Raleigh finally satiated his hunger, feeling considerably more at ease. Having filled his belly, Raleigh settled the bill and departed, having spent over $20,000 on this meal. This appetite could only be described as a gold-devouring beast. Upon exiting the restaurant, Raleigh sensed several shadows trailing behind him, likely with the intent to rob him. With a light chuckle, Raleigh slipped into a narrow alleyway. Before long, 4 tattooed thugs armed with clubs followed him inside. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, hand over the cash in your pockets. Raleigh's expression turned icy. Yellow-skinned monkey? And what are you, a bunch of white-skinned pigs? Go to hell. Raleigh's hand struck one of the thugs across the head. Crack. The thug's skull was obliterated in an instant. Raleigh frowned, disdainfully shaking off the blood that stained his hand. A minute later, Raleigh emerged from the alley, a stack of cash in his hand, $2,000. He couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly one could make money in America. Not long after, the 4 corpses in the alley were discovered, prompting a police report. Shortly thereafter, police cars screeched to the scene, and the officers were left trembling in shock at the gruesome sight. In the following days, Raleigh transformed into a super-rich tycoon. He procured a genuine identification card under the name Boo Raleigh. In the heart of New York City, he purchased a villa complete with a spacious yard and a large swimming pool. He then acquired a sports car to take leisurely drives. Employing 7 or 8 chefs, he ensured a daily supply of exquisite dishes, encompassing both Chinese and Western cuisine. With a car, a house, and ample wealth, all his needs were met. Raleigh had officially settled in this world, becoming a bona fide inhabitant of the Marvel Universe. These invincible days were utterly delightful. Raleigh lounged on a sunbed by the pool, basking in the sun while sipping an elegantly crafted iced fruit tea prepared by a beautiful chef, relishing the moment. Ding dong, the Multiverse Avenue invites you to join the Celestial chat group. A voice echoed in his mind, and a floating window appeared before him. Puffed. Raleigh's eyes widened, and he sprayed water. Vang Diffa. What on earth? The Celestial chat group? What sort of bizarre phenomenon is this? Confirm. I must see what this chat group is all about. Fearless and audacious, Raleigh was unperturbed by any potential traps. In the next instant, a group chat resembling a QQ group materialized before him, identical to the one on Earth, with the interface unchanged. Shown by LV2. Welcome, newcomer. Hurry and pay your respects to me. Bagu. Hands on hips, big shot. Ubuchu in LV1. Welcome to the group, newcomer. Funnich. Loki LV23. Newcomer, show us your photo. Reveal your measurements. Funnich. Batman LV1. Newcomer, remember to send a red envelope upon joining, or your life may be in jeopardy. I pay my respects to the level 10 Supreme Big Shot. Tony Stark LV0. What? Level 10 Supreme Big Shot. Wow, I pay my respects. Cling to the big shot, can cook, do laundry, and keep warm. Hashirama LV3. Level 10 Supreme Big Shot. Wow, wow, wow. I thought you were the strongest. Shockage. System. Xiongba has retracted a message. System. Loki has retracted a message. Xiongba. Trembling with fear. Loki. Trembling with fear. Tony Stark. He. Retracting his feudal. I've taken a screenshot. Big shot. I'm going to spill the beans. Xiongba. Trembling with fear. Loki. Trembling with fear. Raleigh glanced at the member list of the group. Raleigh, LV10. The strongest among them was merely Loki at LV32. Raleigh gazed skyward. Indeed, am I invincible? Tony Stark trembled. Excited, Raleigh examined the chat group and discovered it was still a newcomer group, with only 6 members, all of whom were familiar to him. Xiongba, likely the notorious villain from the Feng Yun series Ubuchuan, presumably from Xiao Ao, Jianghu Loki, the one from the Marvel Universe, or the true Norse mythological trickster. Batman, a character from DC Comics Madara, undoubtedly the tragic figure from Naruto and Tony Stark. Holy moly, what a colossal surprise. Raleigh was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the Marvel superhero, Iron Man? Raleigh opened Stark's group avatar, discovering it was indeed the powerful hero, but he appeared quite youthful, leaving Raleigh uncertain if he had already become Iron Man. Wait, could this Stark exist in the same universe and timeline as I do? Raleigh gazed at the iconic Stark Tower in the distance of New York. If Stark shared the same world as him, it could lead to some amusing developments. Raleigh then inspected Loki's group avatar, confirming it was the Marvel Loki, the weak god who was repeatedly smashed by the Hulk. Raleigh typed in the chat group, "Greetings, fellow misfits. Good afternoon. Big shot with hands on hips. Send." Instantly, the chat group buzzed with activity. Xiongba, I pay my respects, big shot. I am Xiao Ba, and if you need anything, just command me. Sycophancy. Tony Stark, I pay my respects, big shot. I am Xiao Ba, and if you need anything, just command me. Sycophancy. Loki, I pay my respects, big shot. I am Xiao GG, and if you need anything, just command me. Sycophancy. Batman, I pay my respects, big shot. I am Xiao Bian, and if you need anything, just command me. Sycophancy. Madara, I pay my respects, big shot. I am Madara. Raleigh couldn't help but roll his eyes. Indeed, humanity are mere echo chambers, even inflating their word count. Only Madara seemed to possess a shred of dignity. Ubuchuan, I pay my respects, big shot. I am Xiao Yu, and I vow to follow you, serving you faithfully through thick and thin, navigating through fire and water, omitting 82 idioms. Raleigh, Ubuchuan, you are indeed different from the other flamboyant sycophants. Well done. Thumbs up. Others were envious, their faces twisted with jealousy upon receiving praise from a master of the 10th level. At that moment, a red envelope appeared in the group. Xiongba exclaimed, "Esteemed master, this is a humble token for you, a small gesture of my respect. Raleigh instinctively seized the red envelope with lightning speed. The group system announced, "You have received a personal red envelope from Xiongba, obtaining 20 blood bodhi seeds." Xiongba remarked, "In my realm, these blood bodhi seeds are considered rare treasures for cultivation. However, with your formidable prowess, these treasures may merely seem like ordinary fruits. Nevertheless, they excel in freshness and flavor, providing an exquisite experience when consumed. With each bite, one may even sense the illusion of flames. Truly a remarkable delicacy. I invite you to savor them." Raleigh gazed at the blood-red bodhi fruit in his hand, which was roughly the size of a dove's egg, radiating a vibrant crimson glow as if it were aflame within. Upon taking a bite, an intense liquid, reminiscent of searing flames, filled his mouth with an exquisite fragrance that enveloped his senses. Raleigh's eyes sparkled with delight. "Delicious. Quite impressive." Raleigh in the group. "Xiongba, this fruit is quite delightful." Xiongba, overjoyed, "I am glad the esteemed one enjoys it. I shall cultivate more in the future, striving to provide a continuous supply for you." Raleigh nodded, expressing his appreciation. "With intention and time, I shall visit your realm." Xiongba rejoiced at the prospect, exclaiming that a top-tier level 10 master would be gracing them with his presence. Truly splendid. The other members of the group, upon witnessing this exchange, were consumed with jealousy. How could we forget to send red envelopes to curry favor with the master? They lamented, hastily preparing their offerings. Surely, a level 10 master would find little value in the cultivation techniques, weapons, items, and wealth of these lesser disciples. Perhaps fruits or even pets would be more befitting gifts. Thus, a flurry of red envelopes began to appear in the chat. Raleigh opened it, and then reaped a bountiful harvest of fruits. Raleigh graciously accepted, particularly regarding the, which was not merely fruit but rather a spiritual fruit, each exuding a rich aura of vitality, offering an exquisite taste. "Uchiha Abido, my apologies, esteemed one. But my soul is currently ensconced in the realm of the dead, immobile and devoid of sustenance, rendering me unable to send you a red envelope. Group friend, my friend. Even in death, one can still engage in conversation. Uchiha Abido, 222 is utterly meaningless. It is indeed quite tedious. Were it not for this group, I would be driven to the brink of madness from sheer boredom." Raleigh gazed at Uchiha Madara, who, by all accounts, should have perished long ago and had yet to be resurrected through the technique of impure world reincarnation. At that moment, Raleigh recalled a certain matter. "Raleigh, Tony Stark. In my world, there happens to be a Tony Stark. I wonder if it is you." Stark, astonished. "JPG, is there truly a Tony Stark in your realm as well?" Raleigh, "There is indeed one, and it is particularly ostentatious. Allow me to take a photograph for you. Perhaps it will seem familiar." Utilizing the group photo function, Luo aimed at the distant Stark Industries building and captured an image, sending it to the chat group. "Stark, what the hell? ISNT this my building? Could it be that the big shot and I inhabit the same world?" Astonished. JPG at that moment, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Earth, 111111. Tony Stark was absently surveying various departments within Stark Industries' weapons division, occasionally glancing at the celestial chat group. Suddenly, he halted, a look of sheer shock etched across his face. How is this possible? We are indeed in the same world. Beside him, Obadiah stared at Tony in bewilderment. "Tony, what is happening?" Tony Stark ignored him and hastily departed, leaving a group of department heads exchanging perplexed glances, alongside a visibly pale Obadiah. Before long, Tony returned to his office. JARVIS. Display a 3D map of New York, immediately. Of course, sir. In moments. A virtual 3D map encompassing the entirety of New York appeared within the office, meticulously simulating each building. As Tony scrutinized the image from the chat, he cross-referenced it with the 3D map. Soon, he pinpointed the perspective from which the photo was taken. JARVIS. Zoom in on this location. Yes, right here. Is this a villa? Indeed. Retrieve the owner's information for this villa. Found it. The owner is Bud Raleigh, who checked in 3 days ago. Bud Raleigh. Tony Stark's hand trembled slightly, his heartbeat accelerating nearly to double its usual rate, his mind swirling with disbelief. This is unbelievable. We are in the same world. A top-tier magnate. In reality, Stark's visit to flatter, 5th update. JARVIS. Would you like me to look into this individual's background? Tony Stark hastily interjected, absolutely not. What kind of joke is this? Dare to investigate a top-tier magnate? Do you wish to forfeit your life? Tony Stark asserted firmly, JARVIS. Place an order immediately for the finest fruits and beverages the world has to offer. I want them as gifts. To be delivered by tomorrow. Money is no object. I only seek the best. Understood, sir. Sir, it seems you hold Bud Raleigh in considerable regard. Is there truly someone whose status can command your attention so deeply? Tony Stark replied gravely, JARVIS. No one in this world can earn the respect of the genius Tony Stark, regardless of their rank or prestige. However, this Mr. Bud Raleigh is an immensely powerful and significant entity. I need to cultivate a good relationship with him. Perhaps he can assist me in transcending this universe. Tony Stark's gaze was filled with determination. JARVIS. R.V.I.S. Somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Tony Stark's intentions. The following day, the weather in New York was clear and sunny. Raleigh swam in the villa's pool, a splendid exercise that proved beneficial even for him. Amidst the chaos, he needed to settle down and digest the turmoil surrounding him. Beside the pool, several chefs, both Western and Chinese, busily prepared lunch for Raleigh with the assistance of servants. These culinary experts, along with the housekeeper and attendants, had become acutely aware of Raleigh's formidable appetite. He could consume an entire cow in a single meal. Thus, each day they exerted tremendous effort to fulfill his breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late-night snack requirements, exhausted yet compensated generously with a salary of 100,000 per month. Soon, 10 exquisite roasted geese were presented before Raleigh. The enticing aroma elicited a rumble from his stomach, a hunger-fueled cry for sustenance. Let us begin. Eat. After consuming the 10 roasted geese, Raleigh felt somewhat satisfied. At that moment, the beautiful housekeeper approached him. Sir, there is a visitor outside. It's Tony Stark. Let him in. Raleigh replied. The housekeeper was taken aback. After all, it was Tony Stark. Shouldn't she go out to greet him? No need. Raleigh waved his hand, pondering the necessity of a different housekeeper, as this one seemed inadequate. Moments later, Tony Stark strode into the villa, and upon seeing Raleigh clad in a bathrobe, he approached with a look of delight, bowing respectfully. Greetings, esteemed one. This was a unique address from the chat group of the Multiverse, and Stark had evidently embraced it wholeheartedly. Please, have a seat. Raleigh nodded slightly. Stark glanced at the chefs and surmised that Raleigh was indeed a person of great culinary inclination, which thrilled him. Esteemed one, I have gathered fruits and beverages from around the globe for you, Stark proclaimed, presenting his offerings. This beer is brewed from pure glacial water. Melted from a millennia-old iceberg, there are only 8 bottles in the world, and its flavor is exceptional. Additionally, this is fish roe harvested from the depths of 3,000 meters in the ocean. Upon hearing this, Raleigh nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Meanwhile, the surrounding chefs, servants, and butlers were left utterly astounded, their jaws agape. Good heavens! Is this truly the audacious Tony Stark, the one who fears neither heaven nor earth, who even dares to confront the president? What on earth is he doing? Is he attempting to curry favor with our boss? That fervor is unmistakably an effort to ingratiate himself. After all, this is Tony Stark. So, the question arises, what manner of person is our boss that he elicits such obsequiousness from Stark? The chefs and servants were left in a state of disbelief, their perspective shattered. Stark, at this moment, felt a surge of excitement. He was truly in the same realm as a magnate, which meant he could potentially be the most favored subordinate. The other lesser beings in the group must be consumed with envy and jealousy. With this thought, Stark began to boast in the group chat. Ha ha ha. I find myself in the same world as the magnate. What an extraordinary coincidence. The reactions were immediate. Xiongba, Yabuchuan, Loki, Batman, Uchiha Madara, all echoed back. Jealousy transforms one's very nature. I long to traverse worlds and deliver a sound thrashing to that insufferable Stark. Raleigh cast a glance at Stark's chest and noticed the absence of the arc reactor, indicating that the Iron Man narrative had yet to unfold. Stark remained the unreliable playboy he had always been, not yet transformed into the formidable superhero, Iron Man. It was no wonder he was still at level 1. Outshone even by Batman. Given that he had already acknowledged Stark as his junior, should I, as the elder, forewarn him of the impending crisis that awaited him? Ultimately, Raleigh shook his head, dismissing the thought. That particular incident, while a life-threatening crisis for Tony Stark, served as the catalyst for his rebirth. Without that event, Iron Man, as we know him, might not have come to fruition. Let things unfold naturally. Days later, Carter arrived, spinning tales with her eyes wide open. In the ensuing days, Tony Stark visited almost daily, each time bearing a plethora of delicacies airlifted from around the globe to delight Raleigh. The two engaged in leisurely conversations, growing increasingly familiar with one another. However, during this time, peculiar figures began to appear outside the villa, and Raleigh could sense numerous probing gazes and surveillance. Who could they be? This situation was not lost on Stark, equipped with Jarvis. Stark was no law-abiding citizen. Hacking was part of his daily routine. It didn't take long for Jarvis to uncover the identities of these individuals. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? What kind of department was that? Stark looked perplexed. Upon hearing the name, Raleigh realized it was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. Raleigh contemplated the one-eyed dragon of a marinated egg, pondering whether it was now in power. And what of the former director? It seemed he had ties to Hydra. Yet, he dismissed these thoughts. After all, they were of no concern to him, and it was better to watch the spectacle unfold. Just as Raleigh was leisurely enjoying his daily life, occasionally teasing the newcomers in the group, S.H.I.E.L.D. could no longer remain idle and decided to pay him a visit a few days later. The agent who arrived was the striking Agent Carter, one of the most attractive members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon her arrival, she caught sight of Raleigh devouring a massive roasted leg of lamb, consuming it in a manner that left a mountain of bones scattered around him. Carter couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. According to recent surveillance intel, This mysterious individual named B. Raleigh had an insatiable appetite, capable of consuming nearly a ton of food in a single day. Initially, she thought the intelligence agents must have lost their wits. But it seemed they were right after all. Good day, Mr. Raleigh. Which department did you say you belong to? Raleigh inquired between bites. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Attack and Logistics, she replied. Homeland what? Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Defense against what? Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Carter clenched her teeth. Attack against what? Your department's name is utterly ridiculous. It pales in comparison to the Dragon Group of Washia. Raleigh chuckled. He recalled how every protagonist traversing into the Marvel Universe would tease S-H-I-E-L-D about its full name. He decided to give it a go. And indeed, it proved quite amusing. Carter struggled to suppress her rising irritation, thinking to herself that she must request a name change from her superiors upon returning. Soon, she managed to regain her composure. Mr. Raleigh, the situation is as follows. We wish to understand your true identity. While you possess an identification card, albeit a fraudulent one, your sudden appearance in the United States has left us with no prior information about you. It is imperative for us to know about all unfamiliar individuals entering the country. Oh, my true identity? I don't mind revealing it. I am Stark's distant cousin. And Stark can vouch for me, Raleigh stated with a straight face. Carter felt an overwhelming urge to spray soda all over Raleigh's head. What utter nonsense. Stark's distant cousin? Stark is a primary target for us in S-H-I-E-L-D, with a well-documented lineage that does not include any Asian distant cousins like you. Carter took a few deep breaths to quell her agitation. Please, sir, do not jest. Stark has no such distant cousin. Raleigh widened his eyes. You don't believe me? I'll call Stark over to attest to my words. Kate responded promptly. And soon Stark arrived by plane. Upon seeing Raleigh, he displayed a demeanor of utmost respect, saying, Boss, please clarify to her whether I am indeed your distant cousin. Stark glanced at Kate, then at Raleigh, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, The boss is not merely my distant cousin. Rather, he is my distant uncle. It is not prudent to acknowledge him as a cousin. For a level 10 boss, recognizing a cousin could be overwhelming. Thus, it is preferable to acknowledge him as an uncle. Rohanna inquired, Is he a distant cousin? Stark nodded earnestly. Indeed, he is a distant cousin. Raleigh Dahu. It appears I was mistaken. It is not my cousin, but rather my uncle. Stark greets. Uncle, greetings to you. Rory replied. Ah. Kat observed the entire paternity recognition process, feeling utterly powerless to critique it. When you speak such blatant falsehoods, could you perhaps engage with a semblance of sincerity? Stark turned to Kat and said, This lovely lady, this Mr. Broly, happens to be my distant cousin. Behold, here is a certificate issued by the New York Police Department, which I have brought forth. Stark presented the document. Kat cast a glance at it. Indeed, it was a certificate from the New York Police Department, replete with the scent of fresh ink, newly printed and warm to the touch. It must have been freshly acquired from the precinct, or rather, it was personally delivered to Stark by the New York Police Department. The mere thought of this made Kat seethe with the desire to admonish those treacherous miscreants at the precinct. Taking several deep breaths, she managed to quell her inner turmoil. Mr. Broly, let us now discuss another matter concerning your illicit income. Broly raised an eyebrow. Wait, what illicit income are you referring to? Kate replied, Naturally. It's the money you used to purchase your house and car, which, to my knowledge, was pilfered from the coffers of Hell's Kitchen. At that moment, Stark interjected. How can you tarnish someone's reputation without evidence? This money was a gift from my distant uncle. I have given several hundred million to him. Kate nodded. Indeed. You must provide proof for such claims, or I shall accuse you of defamation. Stark followed up. I have a legal team that will undoubtedly assist my uncle in winning the lawsuit. Kate spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. With an invitation from Uchiha Obito to witness the final battle in the ninja realm, Kate glared at Stark, wanting to inform him. Do you not realize that your father is one of the founders of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? You are a potential ally of that very department, yet you persist in opposing it. What nonsense is this? A rebel. Kate was somewhat exasperated by his ignorance. At that moment, Stark's eyes lit up as he suddenly recognized that Kate was indeed a striking beauty. He immediately adopted a charming demeanor. Beautiful lady. Would you care to join me for an evening rendezvous? Kate spat in disdain. Kat. She turned away in anger, casting a fierce glare at Raleigh and Stark before departing. Once Kate had left, Stark's expression turned serious. Boss, should we not warn this department about what just transpired? Stark believed he had the audacity to do so. He feared neither the mistreatment of pets nor the FBI or CIA, and certainly did not fear a seemingly obscure department that had emerged from the shadows. Raleigh chuckled lightly. It seems we ought to teach them a lesson. Stark patted his chest with confidence, declaring, I will undoubtedly ensure your satisfaction. I have already conceived of no less than 10 methods to trouble this so-called Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Raleigh smiled inwardly, knowing that Stark was causing trouble for S-H-I-E-L-D, which would surely give Egghead a headache. At that moment, the group chat vibrated with activity. Uchiha Madara announced, Raleigh, esteemed members, my friends, I have been resurrected through the reanimation jutsu. After over 80 years of planning for world peace, I am finally ready to take the final step. In the coming days, I will orchestrate a grand spectacle, unleashing infinite Tsukuyami to envelop the entire world in a dream. Achieving universal peace, banishing strife and conflict, and allowing all to live in happiness. Today marks the final battle. Dear friends, would you be interested in witnessing my confrontation against the world? Xiongba exclaimed, goodness, Madara has truly risen from the dead. Yubuchuan remarked, to oppose the entire world? I must concede, Madara. Loki cheered, Madara, I give you 222. Batman pondered, is there truly such a thing as world peace? I am eager to learn about your plan. Madara. Tony Stark interjected, a utopian world? I believe such a thing should not exist. Through the words spoken by Madara, Raleigh gained insight into the timeline of the Naruto world. If the narrative unfolds as expected, Madara will soon engage in a monumental battle against the entire shinobi realm. Following this, Obito Uchiha will transcend to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, only to be vanquished. Madara will seize the Rinnegan, elevate himself to the same transcendent tier, and dominate the battlefield, yet he will ultimately be pummeled into a state of disarray by Might Guy. In the end, he will absorb the God Tree, only to be outmaneuvered by Black Zetsu, culminating in a transformation that alters his gender, resulting in his metamorphosis into Kagaya Otsutsuki. Reflecting on this sequence of events, Raleigh felt a fleeting moment of sympathy for Madara. No, wait, he is now my subordinate, I must lend him a helping hand. Raleigh, esteemed members, I believe none of us have encountered each other in reality. Let us seize this opportunity to meet in person. Xiongba, agreed. It's my first time meeting the esteemed one in reality, and I feel a tad exhilarated. Yubuchuan, agreed. It's my first time meeting the esteemed one in reality, and I feel a tad exhilarated. Loki agreed. It's my first time meeting the esteemed one in reality, and I feel a tad exhilarated. Batman agreed. It's my first time meeting the esteemed one in reality, and I feel a tad exhilarated. Tony Stark agreed. It's my first time meeting the esteemed one in reality, and I feel a tad exhilarated. Thus, it seems humanity is but a parrot, echoing the same sentiments. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Madara gazed at the messages in the group chat, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. This was the first occasion since the group's inception that members would meet in reality, and more importantly, the level 10 powerhouse would also be present. Standing atop a towering rock, Uchiha Madara was accompanied by a bandaged man, while below him, an army of over 100,000 shinobi stood densely packed. Humph. When you get the chance to meet the esteemed one, consider it a remarkable honor bestowed upon you, Madara thought with a sense of pride. At that moment, the vast army of shinobi looked up at the figure clad in the armor of the Warring States period, a mixture of terror and awe washing over them. Could it truly be Uchiha Madara? The third Sachikage, Inoki, gritted his teeth, his heart filled with trepidation. Has Madara truly returned? Can we possibly triumph over his formidable might? In that instant, uncertainty began to creep into Inoki's heart. The other ordinary shinobi could not recognize the figure on the rock as Uchiha Madara, yet the sheer, terrifying aura that radiated from him was akin to a tsunami, a harbinger of doom, overwhelming their senses with dread. Who is this? Such a powerful presence. Each of them turned pale, trembling in fear as they beheld Madara's imposing silhouette, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Uchiha Madara surveyed the shinobi army below, a look of disdain crossing his face. You pitiful creatures! Once I have welcomed the esteemed one and my fellow comrades, I shall cleanse you of your existence. A notification appeared in the group. Uchiha Madara has invited you to enter the shinobi world. Do you accept? 8 members collectively entered Naruto, ready to make a grand entrance. Whoosh. One by one, figures materialized beside Uchiha Madara in the shinobi world. Xiongba, a towering figure exuding an overwhelming air of dominance. Tony Stark, donned in a sharp suit, wore a mischievous smile. Though lacking in strength, his confidence was unparalleled. Loki, clad in an unusual green battle robe adorned with horns. Yubuchuan, a humble master dressed rather plainly, yet his charming demeanor and scholarly aura endeared him to others. Batman, enveloped in a black bat suit, was even more imposing than Xiongba, radiating an aura of darkness, yet embodying a striking contrast of righteousness that drew attention. And lastly, making his entrance into this realm, was the most formidable powerhouse, Raleigh. Raleigh, the esteemed level 10 figure within the group, appeared clad in a carefree bath towel, his feet adorned with imposing flip-flops. Despite his languid demeanor, he exuded an air of mystery and grandeur. Salutations to the esteemed one. The 6 individuals promptly bowed in reverence, their respect palpable, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Raleigh nodded in acknowledgement, casting a fleeting glance at the bandaged man, known as Do. At that moment, Do was filled with dread at the sudden appearance of 6 individuals before him. Who are these people? Why have they materialized so abruptly? Particularly concerning was the man in the towel, Raleigh. The deference shown towards him by Ban was striking. Who is this man? Why does Ben hold him in such high regard? Meanwhile, Loki, Gyubu, and the others turned their attention toward Do, pondering his identity. He must not belong to their group, as they had never encountered him before. Ban, is this person your acquaintance? Ban replied with a sardonic smile. This individual is merely a jester, having summoned me through impure reincarnation, naively believing he could control me. How laughable. Raleigh waved his hand, signaling to send him on his way, lest he disturb our enjoyment of the performance. Uchiha Madara replied, "It is easy to eliminate this man. However, he is merely a puppet. In reality, there is someone pulling the strings from a distant location." The bandaged man, Toby, looked at Uchiha Madara, brimming with confidence, and declared, "Madara, although I am unaware of where your companions hail from, the Edo Tensei technique has been modified by me, and you cannot escape my control." Control? Uchiha Madara laughed heartily at this assertion. "You believe a mere Edo Tensei can control me? You are utterly ignorant of my power." With that, Uchiha Madara made his move. Sealing Jutsu. He struck the bandaged man with his palm. The Edo Tensei technique possesses numerous advantages, yet it is particularly vulnerable to sealing techniques. Uchiha Madara had mastered many sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. The bandaged man, Toby, whose body belonged to the second Tsuchikage, possessed the bloodline limit for Dust Release. However, when he attempted to utilize Dust Release, he found himself failing, only then recalling that this was a split body, with the other half sealed away, rendering his Dust Release abilities completely unusable. At that moment, Madara's sealing technique transformed into countless runes that entwined the entire form of the bandaged man, ultimately compressing him into a small sphere, vanishing from sight. In that instant, Raleigh's sharp gaze fixed upon the eastern horizon. He had found him. He had been overly complacent, believing that remote manipulation could go unnoticed. With a cold smirk, Raleigh conjured a sphere of purple-black energy, crackling with lightning at his fingertips. 50 kilometers away, in a cavern, a figure known as Jinjing Do suddenly opened his eyes wide, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. How intriguing, indeed. These individuals possess an air of profound mystery. They may very well not belong to this world. Perhaps I can unearth valuable research material from them. He was a mad scientist, perpetually driven by the allure of the novel, eager to explore the unknown. His gaze fixated on Raleigh and his companions, an instinct stirring within him. If he could eliminate one of them or extract vital information, he anticipated a lifetime of benefits. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a paralyzing sense of imminent danger surged through him. Having mastered the Serpent Immortal technique, his sensitivity to such threats had significantly heightened. This is bad. A catastrophe looms. As he prepared to retreat, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated his entire world, engulfing everything in a blinding haze. Then, an explosion erupted, and he felt an overwhelming force of terrifying energy tearing at his very being. In a mere 0.01 seconds, his body twisted amidst the boundless white light, ultimately disintegrating into ashes, meeting his demise. Moments later, the once flat expanse transformed into a colossal pit, spanning 7 or 8 kilometers. On the massive rock, onlookers beheld Raleigh casting a luminous sphere, which then ignited a fierce explosion in the distance, giving rise to a mushroom cloud of the same immense size. Such grandeur, boundless admiration. Raleigh sighed, expressing his concern about the formidable power he wielded, fearing that a moment's lapse could reduce everything around him to rubble. Dominus, Master, please pass the tea. Ubuchuan, Master, please pass the tea. Loki, Master, please pass the tea. Batman, Master, please pass the tea. Tony Stark, Master, please pass the tea. 10 days of disruption in the realm of the divine. The essence of divine power? Raleigh harbors a certain fondness for Naruto, this spirited youth and master of words. In contrast, Raleigh initially detested the villainous figure of Uchiha Madara. However, by the end, he came to realize that Uchiha Madara was, in fact, the most captivating individual. He is a steadfast and devoted dreamer, navigating a tumultuous world in search of a path to salvation, possessing profound insights into human nature. Having personally endured the trials of 3 ninja world wars, he even managed to best Hashirama in battle. In summary, ideologically, he embodies a fallen angel, residing in hell yet yearning for the light of idealism, far surpassing Naruto's mere bravado. As Raleigh indulged in his musings, Uchiha Madara's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, casting a disdainful gaze as he effortlessly absorbed the ostentatiously charged Rasengan. What? Absorbed? Naruto was left utterly astonished. Why had his eyes changed to the Rinnegan? Having completed the preliminary exercises, Raleigh expressed gratitude for the warm-up session, which also added a touch of enjoyment for his friends. Uchiha Madara leaped onto a colossal rock, joining his hands in a prayer-like gesture. As a reward for their patience, he declared he would now broaden their horizons. With a series of hand seals, a massive Susanoo erupted from his being. Then, another Susanoo emerged, the two merging to form a dual-faced manifestation. Raleigh smiled gently. Madara, he is about to unleash his ultimate technique. The formidable figures of Dominator, Tony Stark, Batman, and Ubuchuan all felt a surge of energy. At that moment, they beheld the two colossal blue Susanoo manifesting alongside Uchiha Madara as he began to weave intricate hand signs. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. On the battlefield, where countless ninjas lay wounded, a profound sense of dread enveloped them as they looked skyward. The clatter of a fallen ninja's sword echoed as he stared blankly into the heavens. Is this real? What is that? He pondered. Is it a meteor from the heavens? Its diameter must be at least 1 kilometer. Could this be the power of the divine? All the ninjas simultaneously gazed upwards, their eyes wide with astonishment. Above the battlefield, a colossal meteor plummeted with terrifying speed, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Even from 10,000 meters above, an immense pressure began to manifest, weighing heavily upon their hearts. Magnificent. Unrivaled. Dominator. What the hell? Ubuchuan. What the hell? Batman. What the hell? Tony Stark. What the hell? The four stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Uchiha Madara's grand display of power. Was this technique truly on such a grand scale? Is this the strength of a level 3 powerhouse? Raleigh chuckled, declaring, this is merely an appetizer. The crowd was utterly astonished. Just an appetizer? Tears streamed down their faces in despair. Perhaps we truly embody the legendary fifth-rate warriors? Meanwhile, the ninjas on the battlefield were even more disheartened, rendered speechless and devoid of fighting spirit. Just moments ago, they felt they could face Madara, but now? What could they possibly do? A colossal meteor was plummeting from the sky, and they barely knew where to hide. Was this still the familiar realm of ninjas? Was this the power of a deity? The disparity was so immense that any thought of resistance was utterly quashed, unbeknownst to them. Above that immense meteor loomed an even larger one. This was the might of Uchiha Madara. However, the resolute Noki, the will of stone, finally rose to resist, employing the light-heavy rock technique to alleviate much of the meteor's weight. Yet, he failed to notice another colossal meteor descending from the heavens, crashing upon the first. The earth trembled and the winds roared, unleashing a cataclysmic disaster. Below, tens of thousands of ninjas found themselves with nowhere to take refuge. As onlookers, Raleigh and his companions took action. Raleigh conjured a massive aura shield, enveloping his comrades within, rendering them impervious to the chaos unfolding outside. Xiangba gazed at the tumultuous battle below, his expression one of admiration. Madara's aura is truly formidable, single-handedly facing an army of 100,000. How awe-inspiring. Though I, Xiangba, dominate the world and suppress the land, I am dwarfed by Madara's might. Ubuchuan and Stark nodded in agreement, deeply moved by the extraordinary presence. Thus, the clash between Madara and the 5 Kage raged on, from dawn until dusk. A full moon hung high in the sky, marking the official commencement of the finale of the Hokage. The fourth Great Ninja War is divided into numerous battlefields and phases, and currently, Jiangqing and his allies are engaged in the second phase, the 5 Kage versus Madara, first half. Tsunade and Meitarumi, upon learning of Madara's presence, arrived successively at the battlefield, congregating to confront him. Meanwhile, Naruto, Killer Bee, Kakashi, and Guy were contending with Tobi, who began summoning the Outer Path's demonic statue, preparing to transform into the Ten Tails. The battlefield was chaotic, a cacophony of explosions rendering it indistinguishable from a war zone. At this moment, the tech-savvy onlookers, Tony Stark and Batman, had deployed drones to capture the unfolding spectacle, intending to gather material for later. However, the tumultuous nature of the battle left Loki, Xiangba, and their companions bewildered and dazed. Loki exclaimed, "This is too chaotic. We need a commentator." Xiangba concurred, "That is a splendid suggestion." Stark, Batman, and Ubuchuan nodded in agreement. Raleigh pointed towards the east. "There is a command center over there. Surely there must be a chief responsible for intelligence. We should capture him to serve as our interpreter." Loki, with unwavering determination, replied, "I shall go and return shortly." Raleigh could not help but caution, "Be careful. There are formidable experts within." Loki chuckled heartily, "Oh, my friend, do not underestimate me. I am a god." Raleigh, upon contemplating the green giant, could not help but express his disdain, the weakest of the gods. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, Loki arrived, escorting a ninja, Narashikaku, the acting strategist of the allied shinobi forces. Narashikaku found himself engulfed in bewilderment. He had been diligently directing operations at the command center when an enigmatic individual intruded, assaulting him into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself in this unfamiliar setting. He discreetly scrutinized the assembly around him. One man donned a bathrobe and slippers, exuding an air of casualness, yet somehow radiating a central presence among the group. Another was clad in an eccentric costume reminiscent of a bat. A third was a formidable-looking individual. A fourth appeared to be a quintessential good-natured man. And lastly, a seemingly cynical young gentleman. Though situated within enemy lines, Shikaku, as an intelligence officer, instinctively endeavored to deduce the identities of these peculiar figures. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself at a loss. Their outlandish attire starkly contrasted with the customary aesthetics of the shinobi world, amplifying his anxiety. Who were these individuals? Could they truly be affiliated with Uchiha Madara? His apprehension regarding the impending conflict deepened. Xiongba cast a glance at Nara Shikaku and mused, "Will this fellow genuinely provide us with an honest account? I fear he may turn against us at any moment. Perhaps I should employ my soul-shifting technique to ensure his unwavering loyalty." Raleigh shook his head, remarking, "This individual's prowess should not be inferior to yours. Your soul transfer technique may prove ineffective." "Loki, are you not the god of trickery? Surely, you possess some means." Loki nodded in affirmation. I happen to have a method of mental enslavement that can transform him into my loyal servant. Upon overhearing their conversation, Narashikaku was drenched in cold sweat. Mental enslavement? A loyal servant? He bore the weighty responsibility of being the acting advisor for the allied shinobi forces. If he were to be enslaved, he would become a spy for the enemy. Wait, I can't, Narashikaku shouted, but before he could finish, Loki pressed a claw upon his head, invoking the divine power of the god of trickery. Ubuchuin, Stark, and Batman, witnessing the entire ordeal, exclaimed in unison, 222. Subsequently, Narashikaku, now under the influence of enslavement, transformed into a commentator to address the crowd's inquiries. On this battlefield stands Uchiha Madara. Ubuchuin's expression turned serious. Address him as Lord Madara. Narashikaku continued. Currently engaged in battle with Lord Madara are the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages. Stark inquired, what is a Kage? Narashikaku responded, a Kage is the strongest individual within a shinobi village. Seeing that the audience was utterly bewildered by the commentary, Raleigh decisively called upon Narashikaku, why don't you begin with the history of the ninja world and focus on the key points? Narashikaku nodded in agreement, certainly. Before the era of ninjas, there existed the age of samurais, who were the predominant force on this continent. Subsequently, the Sage of Six Paths emerged, establishing the legacy of ninjas, thereby ushering in the era of ninjas. This period is further divided into the Warring States era, characterized by continuous strife among various nations, clans, and regions. Eventually, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, leading the Senju and Uchiha clans, allied with numerous ninja families to establish Konohagakure. Other regions followed suit, creating their own ninja villages, marking the advent of the village era in the ninja world. Narashikaku, being an individual of high intellect with clear and logical reasoning, elaborated on the evolution of the ninja world in a captivating manner. Presently, there exist 5 great nations, namely wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, each ruled by a feudal lord known as a daimyo. Beneath these nations lie formidable ninja villages, collectively recognized as the 5 great ninja villages, Konohagakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure, with their leaders referred to as Kage, typically the most powerful ninjas of their respective villages. At this moment, Batman Wayne curiously inquired, in a nation, is the strength of the daimyo greater, or that of the ninja village? Stark chimed in, I am also keen to understand this. Both individuals, hailing from the modern world, exhibited a keen sensitivity towards political matters. Narashikaku responded, the strength lies with the ninja villages. The daimyo rely on the protection of the ninja villages. Batman asked, so the daimyo governs the ninja village, and in turn, the ninja village protects the daimyo? What an unusual political structure. The conversation continued with references to notable figures such as Xuanzang and Ubuchuin. Narashikaku continued his explanation, detailing the ongoing conflict where Madara faced off against the 5 Kage, comprising Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Gaara, the young and formidable Kazekage, the Raikage renowned for his unparalleled physical prowess, and Noki, the Tsuchikage, a master of earth-release techniques, along with Mei Terumi, the Mizukage. Suddenly, Raleigh interjected, is she still single? How old is she? Narashikaku paused momentarily before replying, yes, she is single, and she appears to be 26 years old. Raleigh nodded, expressing his need for a maid to serve him tea and water. The crowd instantly grasped the implication, their expressions revealing knowing smiles upon hearing that the esteemed individual was solitary, devoid of female companionship. Suddenly, Xiongba recalled his daughter, esteemed one. I have a daughter named Urua, who is just 18 years old. While I cannot claim she possesses the ethereal beauty of a fish that can make the moon hide or flowers that can make the stars weep, she is indeed quite lovely. If you find yourself in need of someone to attend to your daily needs, I would be pleased to offer her services. Ubuchuin smacked his forehead in regret for not having thought of this sooner and hastily added, esteemed one, I too have a daughter, named Yuling Shan, who is 27 years of age. Raleigh rolled her eyes in disbelief. Your daughters, each one a pampered young lady, spoiled and indulged. And yet they are to take care of me? Can they cook? Can they do laundry? Both Xiongba and Ubuchuin, whose own daughters are equally pampered and possess the temperament of entitled young ladies, pondered the potential repercussions should their daughters' whims provoke the ire of a formidable figure. Nevertheless, Xiongba and Ubuchuin were not dissuaded. Instead, they contemplated how to cultivate their daughters' domestic skills, hoping to present them to the esteemed figure in the future. Offering one's daughter is not a matter of shame. To serve alongside such a powerful individual would be a privilege for their daughters. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, engaged in battle with Wu Ying, began to grow impatient and unleashed a formidable technique. Would release. Birth of the trees. The ground instantly fractured, countless tender sprouts erupting from the fissures. In mere moments, under the sunlight, a breathtaking scene unfolded within a several-mile radius as colossal trees entwined with the heavens, their lush foliage casting a verdant canopy, while thick vines sprawled across the ground. Xiongba exclaimed, 222. Ubuchuin echoed, 222. Batman joined in, 222. Tony Stark added, 222. The 5 Kages were swiftly subdued. Nara Shikaku gasped in astonishment. Uchiha Madara can actually use wood release? And it is the first Hokage's technique. Birth of the trees. Stark inquired, what is wood release? To which Nara Shikaku replied, wood release is a unique ability possessed by the first Hokage, incredibly powerful. The ensuing battle raged on as Uchiha Madara continued to unleash his devastating techniques, including the floral birth of the trees and an array of Susanoo manifestations, relentlessly assaulting the 5 Kages. Were it not for the intervention of Kakashi, who provided them with a surge of vitality, they might have succumbed long ago. Ubuchuin and the others cried out in despair. So terrifying. So terrifying. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle involving Naruto, Killer Bee, Kakashi, and Guy against the Masked Man drew to a close. Following a joint assault by Naruto and Kakashi, the Masked Man's visage was shattered by Naruto's Rasengan, revealing his true identity, Uchiha Obito. Then, an incomplete Ten Tails emerged. The immense and tumultuous power of the Ten Tails pervaded the world, heralding its arrival, leaving many surviving ninjas on the battlefield paralyzed with fear. The Ten Tails had appeared. Nara Shikaku was filled with trepidation. Raleigh and others shifted their focus towards Obito and the Ten Tails. Raleigh sensed the power of the Ten Tails, according to the calculations from Dragon Ball. It should be around 1,000 or several thousand in magnitude. Overall, it could be deemed insignificant. However, Xianba and his companions felt an oppressive weight in their hearts, their bodies trembling under the immense pressure. How formidable! While they were astonished, they couldn't help but glance at Raleigh, realizing that a true powerhouse remains unfazed. Upon reflection, for a being of level 10, this modest display of power likely didn't even scratch the surface of what a true giant could wield. Loki observed the incomplete form of the Ten Tails from a distance with keen interest. This power, though somewhat lacking, already bore the semblance of a higher form of strength, piquing his curiosity. As one of the Norse gods, Loki, despite being relatively weak with a combat power of merely levels 2 to 3, inferior even to Ban, possessed a more profound and clearer understanding of the hierarchy of power. Thus, he immediately recognized that the energy emanating from the Ten Tails was distinct from that currently employed by Ban. Raleigh chuckled, remarking that this must pertain to the pinnacle of power within the ninja realm, namely the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of the ninja world. It could be said that the current Madara, at the level of 6 paths, remains at a stage that surpasses the Kage tier, yet has not yet ascended to the realm of 6 paths. Loki, in admiration, concurred with the esteemed figure's words. Nara Shikaku, in a state of bewilderment, murmured to himself, 6 paths level. Raleigh is aware that once Obito absorbs the Ten Tails, he will officially ascend to the 6 paths level. He wonders how the chat group will assess Obito's strength at that time. Will it be rated as level 2, or will it still remain at level 3? Raleigh pondered that perhaps a level 3, a 6 paths tier, was indeed considered elite within the ninja realm, yet he feared it fell short of a level 2. Suddenly, a smile crept across his face as he sensed an immense power approaching swiftly from afar, rivaling that of Uchiha Madara. In the span of mere minutes, this force had subdued the 5 Kage. Madara, too, felt this power, strangely familiar, resonating within his very soul. Hashirama, you have finally arrived. Uchiha Madara trembled with excitement, laughter escaping his lips as he welcomed his lifelong friend and rival. 20 kilometers away, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, and Sasuke were racing toward the source. It was Madara's power. Hashirama's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, while Tobirama's were filled with disdain. Wait, there are 2 additional formidable forces. Hashirama suddenly wore a grave expression. The presence of those 2 powers was deeply concealed, yet he realized that their might surpassed his expectations. Who could they be? When did such figures emerge in the ninja world? Sasuke, standing nearby, scoffed. No matter how powerful they are, I will exact my revenge this time. Hashirama responded. To offend the dignity of the Great Ones means death for Sasuke, and the Sage of 6 Paths will emerge. Madara withdrew, leaping back onto a massive rock. Gazing into the distance, nostalgia and satisfaction reflected in his eyes. For him, the so-called 5 Kage were merely insignificant beings. Their lives held no impact on his grand design. Though Hashirama's arrival was neither grand nor boisterous, his radiant strength emanated across the battlefield. Upon learning that Hashirama had come, all the ninjas erupted in cheers, their spirits uplifted. Madara, we meet again, Hashirama proclaimed, standing atop a colossal rock, his gaze fixed upon Madara, who reciprocated the look. Their eyes clashed in the air, igniting sparks of fierce intensity. A bond of mutual respect? A dance of love and conflict? In the heart of Raleigh, as well as among the likes of Su-Ba and others, the tales of Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama's tumultuous relationship, as recounted by Nara Shikaku, had altered their perceptions of both figures. The atmosphere was imbued with a peculiar scent of love and camaraderie. Su-Ba mused, despite the ethical dilemmas. What is it about the bond between these 2 that resonates so profoundly within me? Stark replied, truly admirable. Batman remarked, I suddenly find that such a friendship is indeed quite splendid. Ubuchuin added, the intricacies of human relationships. At that moment, Senju Tobirama, envious of the camaraderie displayed by Hashirama and Obito, let out a cold snort. interrupting their tender exchange. Brother, a man like Obito is a calamity waiting to unfold. In the past, your compassion spared him, but look at the chaos he now brings upon the ninja world. This time, you must eliminate him. Obito, displeased by the interruption, cast a disdainful glance at Tobirama. This young man had always relished prattling on before him. Perhaps it was time to silence him for good. Senju Hashirama urged, Obito, come forth and show me the extent of your current power. Obito retorted, you best be cautious. I am no longer the person I once was. Without further ado, they engaged in battle, their intentions clear as they charged at one another. Meanwhile, Tobirama turned his gaze towards Raleigh and the others on the massive rock, inquiring, so, you are the allies of Obito? It seems you are not virtuous individuals. Stark, taken aback, responded with confusion. Suba chuckled, you, my friend, are clearly narrow-minded to suggest that we are not good people. How amusing. Batman and Yu Buchuan felt unjustly accused, for they considered themselves champions of justice, having performed numerous noble deeds. Particularly Batman, who had always held himself to heroic standards, now found himself labeled as a villain. What an injustice. With a cold smirk, Sasuke declared, since they are all Obito's minions, let us eliminate them all. With that, he swiftly moved towards the towering rock. Yu Buchuan, Suba, Batman, Raleigh cast a glance at Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra. This individual is undoubtedly a crucial piece in the impending final battle of the ninja world, harboring within him the remnants of the Sage of Six Paths. I wonder, if I were to eliminate this person, would the Sage of Six Paths manifest? Would this be considered a disruption of the game? As soon as Broly contemplated this, he could not help but feel an insatiable urge to test his mettle. The Sage of Six Paths, that cunning old fox, had perpetually lurked in the shadows, manipulating everything within the ninja realm. His malevolence surpassed even that of the legendary Black Zetsu, a true paragon of treachery. Overturning his chessboard would undoubtedly be an exhilarating endeavor. At that moment, Sasuke had already leapt onto a colossal boulder, charging directly towards Broly, who sat at the forefront, with a fierce intent to strike. Perish, you scum! He shouted. At this juncture, Broly had long since dispelled his energy shield, and his aura was meticulously restrained. Furthermore, due to the transformation inherent to his Saiyan heritage, his combat power had escalated exponentially. Consequently, when not transformed, his displayed strength appeared deceptively low, rendering him seemingly an ordinary individual. Only the likes of Hashirama Senju could faintly sense the overwhelming power emanating from Broly and his companions. Sasuke, on the other hand, was a brash and impulsive youth, overly confident in his own prowess. Even in the presence of Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, he maintained an air of arrogant defiance, exuding a demeanor of I am formidable. Stop! Hashirama exclaimed, alarmed to see the Uchiha boy recklessly provoking those enigmatic figures. He attempted to intervene, only to have his arm severed by Madara Uchiha. Seizing the opportunity, Hashirama, focus on our battle. Do not be distracted. Yukihira, Yu Buchuan, and others watched as Sasuke swung his blade towards the esteemed Broly, their faces contorted with disdainful amusement. That little brat truly possesses audacity, daring to affront the authority of our esteemed ally. The blade descended with lightning speed, yet in Broly's eyes, it appeared agonizingly slow. If you seek death, do not be so hasty, he mused. Broly let out a cold laugh, and with a flick of his fingertip, a beam of light pierced through Sasuke's heart, creating a gaping void the size of a fist. Sasuke, in a daze, looked down at his chest. I fell to the ground, utterly lifeless, marking the end of a legendary era. Sasuke, Orochimaru exclaimed, having always regarded Sasuke as a prized possession. Meanwhile, on the battlefield with the Ten Tails, Naruto suddenly trembled, sensing the loss of something profoundly significant. Tears streamed down his face, yet he was oblivious to what he had lost. In the realm of the dead, the Sage of Six Paths abruptly opened his eyes. Sasuke? Dead? How can that be? He possesses the power of Indra's fate. Who could possibly slay him? Uchiha Madara shouldn't have such power, should he? Who is responsible? The Sage of Six Paths remained unaware of the external entities like Raleigh, as he was separated from the ninja world by a barrier. However, Sasuke's demise would undoubtedly alter the course of his plans, prompting him to venture into the ninja realm. As the formidable powers clashed, silence enveloped the battlefield. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura appeared from an unknown corner, rushing to Sasuke's lifeless body as it fell from the massive rock. Weeping bitterly, Sasuke. Naruto, hearing her cries, abandoned his battle with the Ten Tails and sprinted over. Upon seeing Sasuke's corpse, he was overwhelmed with grief, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Their bond was profound, intertwined not only as comrades but also as the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. With Sasuke's death, Naruto felt an indescribable pain coursing through him. Who killed him? He roared in fury, instantly transforming into a berserk state, 9 crimson tails erupting from his back. It was them who killed Sasuke. Sakura pointed at Raleigh and his companions atop the rock, her eyes brimming with anguish and hatred. It is you. You are in league with Uchiha Madara. Naruto's roar reverberated as he entered the Nine Tails chakra mode, darting towards the massive rock. Loki stepped forward, declaring, no need for you to intervene. I shall handle this. As the third strongest in their ranks, Loki believed that as a god, he could not be bested by a mere mortal. Standing boldly before the others, he confronted Naruto. Go, Loki. cheered the others, their voices a chorus of support. Loki, brimming with confidence, taunted the ascending Naruto. Pathetic human, how dare you challenge a god? In an instant, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to Loki's face, deforming it and sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. The cheers from the onlookers abruptly halted, their hands frozen mid-air, and a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Raleigh's lips quivered, truly deserving of the title of a weakling deity. At that moment, Naruto charged directly towards Raleigh, his visage particularly fierce against the backdrop of the crimson aura of the Nine-Tails chakra. Has he been provoked? Raleigh distinctly recalls that in the original narrative, during the confrontation between Naruto and Pain, Hinata's grievous defeat ignited Naruto's fury. Ultimately, however, Naruto reconciled with Pain, to which Raleigh exclaimed, "Impressive." This time, having taken Sasuke's life. The significance of Sasuke, his bond and companionship, far surpasses that of Hinata, who was merely a regular teammate. It remains uncertain whether Naruto would still be able to let bygones be bygones with a smile. Raleigh eagerly anticipated the moment. However, at this instant, Naruto's assault was already imminent. Rasengan. He unleashed the technique he mastered most skillfully, the Rasengan, in an oversized version at that. Humph. Raleigh let out a soft hum. And the force was so immense that it caused the void to shudder. Naruto was directly propelled backward, landing several hundred meters away before finally coming to a halt. Damn it. Wind release. Great ball spiraling shuriken. Filled with rage and hatred, Naruto charged forward once more, brandishing a colossal spiraling shuriken that sliced through the air with fierce winds directed at Raleigh. You're still too weak. Raleigh's power surged forth with a ferocious intensity. Excluding those who received special treatment, such as Anoki and Stark, the entire battlefield, riddled with wounds, emitted anguished, distorted sounds as the ground sank 3 feet deep. Space-time fissures flickered incessantly, seemingly unable to withstand this overwhelming force. The spiral shuriken in Naruto's hand and the tailed beast cloak enveloping him disintegrated instantaneously. The battle between Obito and Hashirama was similarly crushed, coming to an abrupt halt. In the distance, the formidable Ten Tails, once rampaging through the ninja army, now wilted on the spot, as if subjected to the oppressive presence of a superior being, shuddering from its lineage. Throughout the battlefield, all ninjas were compelled to kneel, unable to rise under the weight of this immense power. A profound silence enveloped the scene, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The stillness was terrifying. Uchiha Obito's complexion paled, his body trembling as he gasped. What is this power? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Raleigh shook his head, admitting that he had momentarily failed to contain his strength, exerting a bit too much force. The likes of Kage, Stark, and others murmured in astonishment, while Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama stood astounded. The collective ninjas gasped in disbelief. The Ten Tails. Is this overwhelming power truly necessary to suppress? Who on earth are you? Raleigh withdrew his energy, once again transforming back into an ordinary person. Instantly, everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of relief, succumbing to exhaustion as they collapsed to the ground. Drenched in perspiration, Raleigh made a gesture, and an invisible force lifted Naruto, placing him atop a massive rock where he knelt before Raleigh. Do you wish to kill me? Naruto seethed. You have slain Sasuke. Naturally, I yearn to take your life. Despite being subdued, Naruto glared fiercely at Raleigh, his eyes brimming with animosity. Senior, I implore you to show mercy. Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared on the giant rock, trembling as he bowed to Raleigh. The sheer magnitude of Raleigh's power had left Minato drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Naruto's impudence might provoke Raleigh's wrath and lead to his demise. Raleigh cast a sidelong glance at him, and in that instant, the overwhelming terror of life and death descended upon Minato Namikaze, causing his reanimated body to teeter on the brink of collapse. Raleigh, do not interrupt me while I am speaking. With a firm press of his palm, he swiftly pinned Naruto and the Nine Tails to the ground, rendering them immobile. Then, the Sage of Six Paths made his grand entrance, only to be swiftly subdued. Raleigh pressed Naruto beneath his foot, gazing down with a condescending stare. You just said you wished to kill me, did you not? Naruto stared back at Raleigh with wide eyes. You killed Sasuke, so naturally, I must kill you. Raleigh chuckled. Indeed, before an adversary, one may feel an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Yet, you must realize that if you were to slay me to fulfill your retribution, would you still be the same Naruto who once vowed to resolve the world's conflicts through mutual understanding? In a moment of fury, Naruto found himself momentarily stunned. Those words resonated deeply within him. They mirrored a time long past when the village of Konoha was laid to waste. It was Nagato who had spoken thus to Naruto then, and in that moment, Naruto chose to forgive Nagato, dissolving the enmity that had threatened to consume them both. With a playful smile, Raleigh was curious about Naruto's choice this time. After a long silence, Naruto finally spoke. I don't know. He had believed that after his previous choice, he could approach this one with calmness and unwavering resolve, opting for reconciliation, forgiveness, and tolerance. Yet now, he found himself unable to do so. Within him simmered a tumult of anger, frustration, and hatred that he could not shake off. Sasuke was his dearest friend. Despite Sasuke's betrayal of Konoha, Naruto remained steadfast in his belief that Sasuke was still his closest ally. Raleigh chuckled lightly. Last time, you were able to forgive Nagato. So why is it that you cannot forgive me this time? Is it that the people of Konoha are insignificant? Or perhaps Hinata holds no value? You could extend your forgiveness to Nagato. Yet now, Sasuke is of such paramount importance that his demise renders me unforgivable in your eyes. In a moment of confusion, Naruto pondered deeply, are Konoha and Hinata truly inconsequential? Does Sasuke hold more significance than Konoha and Hinata? Observing Naruto's turmoil, Minato Namikaze could no longer remain silent. Senpai. Silence. As the oppressive aura of Raleigh descended, Naruto's father, Minato, found himself kneeling before him. Witnessing his father brought to such a humiliating position ignited a fierce wrath within Naruto, causing the chakra of the Nine Tails to surge once more. What? Has your desire to kill me intensified? Raleigh chuckled. Why must you make things difficult for a mere child? Hashirama Senju attempted to intervene on Naruto's behalf. But Madara Uchiha interposed himself, stating with a sneer, your opponent is me. That child bears a striking resemblance to you. And I too am curious about his answer, whether he can truly relinquish his hatred when confronted with enmity. I recall, your brother was responsible for my brother's death. I wonder, had it been my brother who killed yours, would you have granted me forgiveness? Hashirama found himself momentarily speechless. This was a question he had never contemplated. The memory of Izuna Uchiha flooded his mind, filling him with remorse as he addressed Madara. I am truly sorry, Madara. I never considered this aspect at the time. Madara scoffed. I was foolish too, to have forgiven you and to have allied with you in founding Konoha. This only deepened Hashirama's sense of guilt. From the sidelines, Tobirama Senju, upon hearing their exchange, let out a scornful huff, internally cursing, all Uchiha should perish. Meanwhile, on the colossal rock, Naruto, pinned to the ground by Raleigh's overwhelming presence, clenched his fists tightly. His thoughts were a tumultuous struggle, and he ground his teeth at Raleigh. You killed Sasuke, and I can never forgive you. The impulse to avenge burned fiercely within him. The wise sage of Mount Myaboku had once proclaimed that a time would come when true understanding among people would be achievable. Yet, I have come to realize that if one can so easily let go, then such feelings cannot be deemed human. Raleigh nodded. Indeed, the enmity of life and death. If one can simply forget, then you truly do not deserve to be Sasuke's friend. Naruto fell silent. Yes, if vengeance is to be sought, then it would be a betrayal to Master Jiraiya. Conversely, if revenge is forsaken, it would be a disservice to Sasuke. He felt, for the first time, that making a choice was exceedingly difficult, even more so than during the previous encounter with Pain. Raleigh, well, let us speak of Sasuke. This individual, upon his arrival, immediately called for violence against us, for we are allies of Madara. Consequently, he sought to take our lives, and thus, I ended his. Do you believe I was in the wrong? Naruto fell into complete silence. Raleigh continued to inquire. He wishes to kill me, and I wish to kill him. Do you find this problematic? Naruto, in anguish, shook his head, tears welling in his eyes. I can comprehend all that you feel, yet despite this understanding, I am unable to forgive you, unable to refrain from harboring hatred towards you. Raleigh smiled, returning to the initial question, will you kill me? Naruto remained silent for a long while. All eyes around him were fixed upon him. Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and numerous ninjas. Each of them pondered this question. If their dearest, beloved, or closest friend were to die, could they relinquish their hatred? The answer was a resounding no. It was utterly impossible to let go of such animosity. They could not attain such a lofty state of thought. They only desired vengeance for vengeance, grievances for grievances. There was nothing perplexing about this. Kill, kill, kill. Revenge. Figures such as Batman, Ubuchuan, and Stark harbored similar sentiments, utterly devoid of any saintly notions. Yet at this moment, Naruto lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. I will not kill you. I once told my senior brother, since the perverted sage believes in me and entrusted his hope to me, I must strive for what he believes in. This is my answer. Once again, I respond to you with these words. I will not kill you. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was taken aback. Naruto had made such a choice. He had actually relinquished his hatred, opted for mutual understanding. Many found themselves shaken, questioning whether they too could, when faced with their enemies, choose to forgive as Naruto had. However, the ultimate answer remained. No, they could not forgive their foes. They still sought retribution. At this moment, Uchiha Obito recalled Rin, who had been slain by Kakashi. And he momentarily lost himself, his heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno cried out from below, Naruto, I will never forgive you. Never. Sasuke will also die with his eyes closed. Naruto's expression grew increasingly pained. Just then, Raleigh gazed toward the eastern sky, revealing a profound smile. Is the Sage of Six Paths not coming out? I have awaited you for quite some time. The entire battlefield erupted in commotion. The Sage of Six Paths? The progenitor of the ninja world? He is not dead? A sigh resonated from the eastern sky. And an elder with 2 horns and a 6-pointed star necklace descended from the air. Upon the sage's arrival, he seemed to transform into a formidable force, exuding an overwhelming presence that weighed heavily upon the hearts of all in the ninja world. A figure treading upon the void, gazing down upon the world, exuding an unparalleled aura. He was leagues stronger than Madara. If Madara was the bright moon in the sky, the Sage of Six Paths was the blazing sun, so powerful that it rendered resistance futile. The Sage of Six Paths. How powerful. My heavens. The battlefield erupted in fervor. With ninjas weeping tears of joy, the progenitor of the ninja world has arrived. We are saved. Madara is doomed. The Sage of Six Paths, in an invincible stance, instantaneously captivated the entirety of the battlefield. His cold gaze settled upon Raleigh, the intruder from another realm, as he uttered, "You are too, Raleigh." Upon hearing this, were a smile that was neither here nor there. "Oh, you, Sage of Six Paths, what are you?" The Sage of Six Paths sneered coldly. "I am the progenitor of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths." Boom. The sage's words remained unfinished. Raleigh's figure suddenly appeared beside him. With a single punch, he struck the Sage of Six Paths squarely in the face. Blood spurted forth from the sage, leaving the entire arena in stunned silence. Everyone was on the brink of madness. The Sage of Six Paths, so easily defeated. The sage, who had once stood as a pillar of the ninja world, was now trampled underfoot. The ninjas were nearly driven to insanity. The Sage of Six Paths. Another punch. The progenitor of the ninja realm. Yet another blow. Raleigh struck the Sage of Six Paths as though he were merely pummeling a sandbag. The sage, in a state of sheer terror, realized that he lacked even the strength to resist. Each of Raleigh's punches was extraordinarily formidable, causing his bones to creak painfully. Soon, the sage was left battered and bruised. Yet Raleigh intentionally refrained from delivering a fatal blow, wary of extinguishing the sage's life. With a foot planted disdainfully upon the sage's head, Raleigh spat contemptuously and surveyed the multitude of ninjas present, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. "Is this the progenitor of your ninja world? Huh, utter rubbish." The legion of ninjas fell into a collective silence, paralyzed by fear. This was the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary ancestor of ninjas, the most exalted entity in the ninja realm. When he had first appeared, his chakra had been unparalleled, utterly overwhelming, rendering those before him as insignificant as ants. Yet, the sage had now been thoroughly bested and reduced to a mere footstool. Their pride, their invincibility, all had been transformed into the state of a defeated dog. It was maddening. The likes of Orochimaru and others lay prostrate, like limp fish, as Raleigh kicked the sage back to the feet of Hashirama Senju and his companions, restoring him to the massive rock. He reverted to the guise of an ordinary young man, clad in a casual bathrobe. However, the entire battleground had irrevocably etched the image of his previous invincibility and grandeur into their minds. Could we truly emerge victorious? Their confidence had crumbled to dust. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Naruto Uzumaki all hastily gathered around the Sage of Six Paths. Tsunade swiftly summoned a slug to tend to the sage's wounds, while the Nine Tails and Eight Tails rushed to his side, casting wary, hostile glances in Raleigh's direction. Raleigh, feeling somewhat bored, turned to Uchiha Madara and inquired, "Madara, it appears we must expedite our progress. What is your plan?" Uchiha Madara responded, "First, I must resurrect myself. I am currently in a state of impure world reincarnation. I require that individual, Obito, to utilize the Rinnegan's technique. Moreover, I need to absorb the Ten Tails and transform into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." Raleigh smiled gently. "Do you need my assistance?" Obito replied, "Not for the first one." After speaking, he immediately began to hand sign. While in the distance, Obito suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart, causing him to lose control. He recalled that in the past, his heart had been tampered with by Kaguya, who had cast a sealing technique on him. "Obito!" Minato Namikaze and Kakashi shouted, attempting to rush forward to intervene, only to be swept away by a dismissive motion from Obito. Obito smirked coldly and formed the signs. Rebirth of the Samsara. Following this, Obito found himself compelled to replicate the same signs. Rebirth of the Samsara. In the next moment, a cascade of blue lights rained down from the heavens, entering Obito's being. Boom, 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 boom. The lifeless body of Obito began to resonate with a rhythmic beating, the sound of a heart pulsating strong, filled with vitality. Uchiha Obito displayed a satisfied smile. "Now this is more like it. This is the fervor I crave. Only then can battle be truly exhilarating." Senju Hashirama observed this scene, letting out a sigh. "Obito." In an instant, Obito appeared beside him. "Obito, as my successor, should you not return the Rinnegan to me? You must be dreaming." Obito realized at that moment that everything he had done was merely to serve Obito's ambitions, and he glared at him with fury. Yet, his body remained utterly incapacitated, completely under control, unable to move even an inch. Obito chuckled derisively, struggling is futile. "I have implanted a curse upon your heart. You cannot break free." He reached toward Obito's left eye socket, which housed the Rinnegan. "Stop." Senju Hashirama dashed forward in haste. "Return it to me." Raleigh swept his palm toward the void, akin to striking the distant figure of Senju Hashirama, who was sent hurtling backward as if struck by an unseen force, crashing through the ground for dozens of meters. "Brother." Senju Tobirama rushed over to extract Hashirama from the earth. Meanwhile, in the distance, Madara reached toward Obito's left eye, acquiring the Rinnegan and installing it into his eye socket. The scene left Stark and the others in a state of shock. Was it really that simple and brutish? At that moment, White Zetsu emerged from the ground, presenting a Rinnegan in his palm. "Is it finally complete?" Madara installed the Rinnegan into his right eye, now possessing a complete pair. This sensation. He could finally experience the thrill of battle. Madara laughed heartily, casting a glance at the Sage of Six Paths and the others before shifting his focus to the incomplete Ten Tails Jinchuriki in the distance, who still lacked the 8 tails and 9 tails, rendering him grotesque. In a flash, Madara landed atop the 10 tails. Sage Art, 10 tails coffin seal. Instantly, the 10 tails, like dough, was absorbed into Madara's body, a process that lasted half a minute. During this time, no one dared to move, as a palpable aura of danger enveloped them, suggesting that any movement could lead to their annihilation. The Sage of Six Paths, pale and trembling, realized that Raleigh's power surpassed his imagination, even transcending his own abilities. His initial belief that he could defeat Raleigh had turned into a dire predicament. He feared for his life. Madara spoke to Hashirama with newfound patience. Hashirama, I now understand that the concept of feudal lords contributes nothing to the shinobi world. They are greedy and immoral. Thus, feudal lords must be abolished, and the shinobi villages, mere constructs of slaughter, should also be dismantled. Hashirama replied in disappointment. Madara, you have truly lost your mind. Madara shook his head. No, I am not mad. I see further than you. I wish to create a centralized nation where the ruler exists to enhance the happiness of the people, not to exploit them. Shinobi should not engage in the conflicts of various villages, but instead focus on infrastructure, building irrigation systems, roads, and farming. I refer to these shinobi as constructive ninjas, not murderous ninjas. This should be the future direction of the shinobi world. At this moment, Tobirama scoffed. You talk of rulers existing for the happiness of the people. I do not believe that for a second. If you, Uchiha Madara, truly became a ruler, you would likely be a cruel tyrant. Inoki shouted angrily. Madara, cease your deceptive rhetoric. We absolutely cannot allow this. The third Raikage mocked coldly. Uchiha Madara, all that you say is mere fantasy, impossible to realize. You only wish to deceive us into abandoning our resistance. Mizukage Terumi may remained expressionless, stating, Madara, stop your nonsensical chatter. We will not agree to such madness. Madara laughed maniacally, a terrifying aura emanating from him as his chakra surged. Do you fools think I came here to negotiate? No, I am here to inform you. Those who oppose me shall perish. In that moment, Raleigh chuckled. Madara was aligning with his ideals. The once unassertive Madara was shedding his previous demeanor, regaining his personal charisma. Suddenly, Raleigh glanced at the spot where the Sage of Six Paths had just stood, only to discover the sage had fled, likely sensing the shifting tides. He had slipped away. Unbeknownst to him, the sage was filled with fear and panic regarding Raleigh, seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was on Madara. In the shinobi world, a new battle commenced once more. Uchiha Madara versus countless foes. This battle was even more exaggerated than the previous confrontations. Having absorbed the 10 tails and comprehended the power of the sage, Madara's might had reached unprecedented heights. The Kage, who once could contend with him, were now utterly crushed, either facing death or severe injury at his hands. Wherever Madara went, mountains crumbled and volcanoes erupted, resulting in devastating casualties among the shinobi. Transform into the Buddha, Hashirama shouted, unleashing one of his most powerful techniques, yet it proved utterly futile against Madara's truth-seeking orb. Hashirama, you are too weak. The Uchiha had attained a level of power beyond the reach of Senja Hashirama, and moreover, Hashirama's Edo Tensei body could not regenerate once touched by Madara's sage power. Soon, Hashirama was left in tatters, his Senjutsu chakra siphoned away, further augmenting Madara's strength. As for Tobirama, Madara, irritated by his incessant prattle, swiftly silenced him with a black rod, pinning him to the ground. Kakashi, Naruto, and Minato were no match for Madara, who was far more experienced than Obito. After discerning Kakashi's Sharingan abilities, he effortlessly incapacitated all three. At that moment, Guy finally opened the 8th gate, igniting the climax of the battle, severely wounding Madara. But at the cost of his own life, Madara quickly recovered using the power of the sage, and the remaining shinobi were mere trifles to him, easily swept aside. Ultimately, Madara absorbed Naruto's 9 tails and the 8 tails, elevating his power to even greater heights. Glancing over the battlefield and noting the absence of the sage, he couldn't help but snort. I will eventually settle the score with him. Raleigh gazed upon the utterly defeated Ninja Alliance on the Hokage's side. It seemed that a chapter had finally come to a close. However, there remained an impending threat. Raleigh gazed up at the moon. Located hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the vast expanse of space, there remains an unresolved issue. However, allow me to address it, for it is ultimately a lingering threat. As he spoke, a basketball-sized orb of purplish-black energy, crackling with lightning, materialized at his fingertips. The moment the energy orb appeared, an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone present. The ground beneath them buckled, and the very fabric of space trembled as if on the verge of fracturing. An inexplicable wave surged across the battlefield, causing tremors throughout a 100-mile radius, as mountains and rivers alike quaked, reminiscent of an impending cataclysm. Raleigh shook his head and chuckled. This planet is still too fragile. It cannot withstand this amount of energy. With a flick of his finger, the energy transformed into a tempest, surging into the cosmos and continually expanding throughout its course. Moments later, a blinding flash of white light erupted from the moon in space. A glare 100 times more piercing than the sun, illuminating the entire shinobi world in a blinding white haze. Instinctively, everyone closed their eyes. When the brilliance finally faded and all gazes turned toward the moon, they were met with an astonishing sight. The moon had vanished. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Every stare was fixed upon the figure atop the massive rock, resembling a deity or a demon, indelibly etched in their minds and souls, a sight they would never forget. The effortless obliteration of the moon would soon become a legend throughout the shinobi realm, surpassing even the mystique and might of the Sage of Six Paths. Batman, Yabuchuan, Xiong-Ba, Stark, and others felt their hearts skip a beat, their spirits shaken. This was the power of a true master, perhaps even less than a fraction of it. Black Zetsu, having witnessed the demise of his mother, felt utterly soulless, as if the very meaning of existence had dissipated. Revenge? He glanced at Raleigh and conceded that hope for vengeance was futile. At that very moment, across the various regions of the shinobi world, peaceful Konoha, the storm-laden Kumogakure, the desert-bound Sunagakure, and the island-dwelling Kirigakure, people gazed upward in a state of stupor. The moon seemed to have vanished. Meanwhile, the culprit Raleigh rose from the giant rock, brushing off non-existent dust. All done. Time to go home for dinner, he waved, tossing Black Zetsu to Madara. In an instant, the individuals atop the rock disappeared without a trace. As the tale unfolded, Iron Man encountered Doctor Strange, and after a failed attempt to recruit the Nine Tails, Stark found himself in a rather comical predicament. After being soundly thrashed by Kurama, his mood lightened considerably, the weight of his earlier frustrations dissipating. Raleigh gazed at the forlorn Stark, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Suddenly, the thought of magic crossed his mind. Doctor Strange, no, the Sorcerer Supreme. Once a physician, his extraordinary talents led him to become the disciple of the Ancient One, ultimately inheriting the mantle of the new Sorcerer Supreme. Raleigh proposed, perhaps you might venture to the Himalayas, to Kamartaj. There, you will find the presence of sorcerers. Sorcerers? Stark's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If I were to master magic, could I not approach the conundrum of energy from a magical perspective? But how should I seek them out? Simply go, Raleigh replied. This is the sanctuary of sorcerers, presided over by the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. There is no need for you to embark on a search, if you are deemed worthy. She will undoubtedly take you under her wing. And what if she cannot find me? Raleigh chuckled. You need not worry about that. His power is beyond your imagination. He possesses knowledge of both the past and the future, and wields an extraordinarily potent mental capability that allows him to read the thoughts of any human or implant memories at will. Moreover, his abilities are unaffected by distance. Essentially, the entire Earth falls within the scope of his influence. To a certain extent, he is akin to one of the deities of this planet, and he can surely perceive your existence. Stark, taken aback, exclaimed, is it truly that exaggerated? However, he quickly pondered another question. I wonder, how does your strength compare to that of the so-called Ancient One? Raleigh chuckled, considering her current strength, which should be classified as either level 4 or 5. As for her future potential, it is difficult to predict. Perhaps she could ascend to levels 8 or 9. Stark fell silent, realizing the vast disparity in their abilities. While she might be at level 2 or 8, the true powerhouse was at level 10. The chasm between them was indeed immense. Stark felt a pang of fear at Raleigh's terrifying prowess, which was beyond the realm of his limited imagination. Even a godlike entity capable of enveloping an entire planet was merely at level 2. He wondered just how formidable the true extent of her power could be. Stark was tempted to inquire, but ultimately refrained, fearing he might be overwhelmed by the answer. All right, upon my return from the Middle East, I shall make a detour to Kamartaj. If I can master some magic, it would alleviate a portion of the challenges posed by my iron armor. Raleigh paused in surprise. The Middle East? Stark nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we're supplying arms to those individuals in the region, Jericho missiles, a type of powerful cluster munition. Raleigh's gaze suddenly took on an odd expression. Wasn't this reminiscent of the beginning of Iron Man 1? However, this could serve as a pivotal moment for Stark's transformation. Once he surmounts this tribulation, he shall indeed become Iron Man. By the way, the esteemed Stark suddenly recalled a matter of interest. Recently, the government and military organized a gala, coinciding with the presentation of awards, featuring an abundance of beautiful women. He wondered if the esteemed gentleman might have any interest. Stark remembered that the gentleman had previously mentioned a desire to recruit the Mizukage as a maid, indicating a potential need for companionship. Perhaps the presence of numerous lovely ladies at the gala could serve to endear him to the esteemed gentleman. A gala indeed. Although Raleigh is considered one of the pinnacle figures of strength in the Dragon Ball universe, he has consistently engaged in battles and training, never truly partaking in any social gatherings. I have yet to attend such an event, which presents a perfect opportunity for me to indulge in the experience. I assure you, it will be a delightful affair, filled with numerous enchanting ladies. Stark revealed a knowing smile that any man would understand. Raleigh gazed at Stark as he departed, contemplating that this gathering was likely the very same soiree featured at the beginning of the original plot of Iron Man 1. If a system were in place, he imagined there would be a notification stating, "Ding. You have participated in history. Reward, XXX. This thought deepened his immersion in the moment. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the gathering arrived. Raleigh drove his sports car to an exclusive luxury club hotel, a private establishment catering specifically to the affluent. Its high level of privacy and service rendered even the so-called top hotels outside to pale in comparison. As Raleigh just alighted from the vehicle, Stark joyfully approached him, exclaiming, "Boss, you have arrived." He then beheld the Ninetales Kaibai, still in its adorable miniaturized form. As Raleigh extended his hand, the Ninetales leaped into his embrace. "You have arrived as well." Stark instinctively shielded his face, recalling vividly how his handsome visage had been transformed into a swollen mess by the Ninetales just a few days prior. The memory lingered, and he still felt a twinge of pain. "You fish-lipped human." The Ninetales huffed disdainfully, delivering a playful thump to his head. "Raleigh, who is foolish?" The nine-tailed fox instantly ingratiates itself, exclaiming, "It is I, the fish-lipped one. That is more like it." Raleigh caressed the soft fur of the nine-tailed fox as he followed Stark into the club hotel. Many onlookers were taken aback by the scene. Who is that dashing figure in casual attire? Who is this person? Tony Stark is treating him with such courtesy? Stark is notorious for his arrogance, always looking down on others. What extraordinary abilities does this individual possess? Hiss, look quickly, his pet. My heavens, Ninetales. What manner of creature is this? Raleigh strode forward, igniting a flurry of discussions, particularly regarding Stark's respectful demeanor and the peculiar form of the Ninetales. Furthermore, Raleigh's languid, yet charismatic presence captivated considerable attention. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, and soon the awards ceremony commenced. This soiree was orchestrated by the government and military, predominantly attended by titans of politics and business, with a significant emphasis on those affluent individuals well connected to the armed forces. The essence of the awards was straightforward. It served as a retrospective acknowledgement of contributions to the government and military. Honorees were celebrated with accolades such as the Person of the Year Award, the Charity Award, and the Corporate Contribution Award, each representing a stance of gratitude from the government and military. Observing the expressions of the recipients revealed their joy, reminiscent of exuberant canines. Stark regarded those receiving awards with a look of disdain. "Boss, shall we venture to the casino below for some amusement?" At that moment, Raleigh's gaze fell upon an individual, momentarily taken aback by the unmistakable visage, a distinctive large face. Was this not Doctor Strange? No, at this point, he was still known as Doctor Strange. Raleigh said to Stark, "You may go ahead, I shall follow shortly." Did the big shot have his eye on a beautiful woman? Stark revealed a lewd grin and replied, "Then I shall not intrude." The two then parted ways. Rory made his way toward the individual in the corner of the awards ceremony, where the renowned Black Widow, Natasha, was present. It struck him as odd that Doctor Strange, an illustrious surgeon, had received an invitation to this award gala. Unbeknownst to Rory, the vocation of a physician in American society is regarded as a prestigious one, and Doctor Strange is celebrated as one of the world's foremost surgeons, sought after by the military for his exceptional skills, thus earning him a nomination for this very accolade. "Hello, Rory," he said, as he settled beside Strange, cradling the diminutive Ninetales. "Are you the friend of that pompous king?" Strange inquired, casting a curious glance at the creature in Rory's arms. "If by pompous king you mean Stark, then indeed, I am," Rory replied. "Pleased to meet you. I am Rory." "I am Strange," he introduced himself, pointing at the Ninetales. "I find myself intrigued. Are those 9 tails of yours a result of transplantation? It is remarkable that such technology exists." The Ninetales glared at Strange, baring its teeth in indignation. "Foolish human, my tails are entirely natural. My word, it can speak." Strange exclaimed, astonished. "If you intend to mock me, be wary, or I shall turn you into a pig's head." The Ninetales had gradually acclimatized to this world over recent days and had become enamored with the internet, aware that social elites often dread the prospect of being humiliated in such a manner. What a delightful little creature, Strange mused, mistaking the Ninetales' threat for jest. His curiosity, fueled by his professional inclination, intensified, even provoking a fleeting impulse to examine the Ninetales further. At that moment, Raleigh inquired, "How did you come to be here?" Strange replied, "I was invited. A project of mine was selected. However, it seems I have little hope of winning now." Raleigh, "Why?" Strange, with a sardonic smile, replied, "Have you seen those soldiers? I am merely a doctor saving lives, yet in their eyes, those arms dealers are far more favored." Raleigh, in a moment of realization, thought it indeed seemed to be the case. However, he detected a hint of bitterness in Strange's words, suggesting an undercurrent of envy and jealousy. This might elucidate why. In the latter stages of Marvel, Strange harbored a certain disdain for Iron Man. It appeared that their animosity had its roots here. To be precise, it was merely Strange's perception, for at that moment, Stark hardly regarded Strange with any significance. At last, the moment of utmost honor had arrived, the pinnacle of the evening's accolades. A video played on stage, showcasing Tony Stark, a dreamer, a genius, a patriot. From his youth, as the son of the legendary weapons developer Howard Stark, he had garnered attention for his exceptional intellect, His illustrious or some was a testament to his status as a quintessential victor, born of eminent lineage, endowed with extraordinary talent, and achieving feats that left countless admirers in awe. Then, Raleigh observed a black soldier ascend the podium, holding the very trophy of the highest honor, the Crystal Award. If Raleigh remembered correctly, this individual was Colonel Rhodes, the second person to don the Mark suit and a close associate of Stark. As the military liaison for Stark Industries, I have the privilege of collaborating with this true patriot. He is both my mentor and friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present this highest accolade to Mr. Tony Stark. Colonel Rhodes appeared somewhat embarrassed, for Stark's seat remained unoccupied during the presentation of the highest honor. The recipient of the illustrious trophy was, astonishingly, absent. An unexpected silence enveloped the atmosphere. Fortunately, Colonel Rhodes, being a man of color, ensured that the awkwardness went unnoticed by others. The venue was rife with a cacophony of suppressed laughter, yet to the relief of all, Obadiah swiftly ascended the stage to accept the accolade. Colonel Rhodes' expression finally brightened a bit. Wow, what a magnificent trophy. Thank you, Colonel, and thank you all. This is truly splendid. Of course, I am not Tony Stark. He is not as old as I am, Obadiah jested, eliciting a wave of laughter from the crowd. If I were Tony Stark, I would tell you that I feel immensely honored and genuinely delighted to receive such an accolade. As we all know, Tony's greatest virtue is also his most significant flaw, his relentless dedication to work. Strange scoffed repeatedly, visibly dissatisfied. Raleigh scoffed at the notion of working tirelessly. It seemed that Stark was currently engaged in gambling and mingling with beautiful women at the casino below. At that moment, Raleigh's attention was captured by a stunning woman with fiery red hair, her evening gown revealing an alluring décolletage as she sashayed towards him. What a magnificent beauty! Raleigh instantly recognized the woman before him. She was none other than the most exquisite and alluring flower of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Widow, Natasha. Hello. Sir, may I take a seat here? The auburn-haired beauty approached Raleigh, her figure elegantly poised, revealing a breathtaking silhouette. Raleigh instantly grasped Natasha's intentions, a smirk gracing his lips. Was she here to gather intelligence? Natasha, the Black Widow, undoubtedly stands as one of the most captivating characters within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, enjoying immense popularity. Her portrayal by Scarlett Johansson catapulted her into the realm of A-list stardom. To what extent did her fame reach? At the 2011 Golden Globe Awards, when Scarlett Johansson graced the red carpet, one of the NBA's finest players, Durant, could not contain himself and tweeted, "Scarlett, I want to drink your bathwater," showcasing her alluring charm. Raleigh's most vivid memory of her was from the film Lost in Translation, where the opening scene featured a captivating shot of her reclining on a bed, stirring one's imagination. Regrettably, by the time of Avengers Endgame, Scarlett had begun to show the inevitable passage of youth. Lost in thought, Raleigh's gaze lingered on the Black Widow, somewhat entranced. "Sir, is everything all right?" Natasha inquired, secretly reveling in her own allure, pleased to see that even Raleigh could not resist her charm. This time, Natasha had disguised herself as a guest, deliberately approaching Raleigh to glean information, particularly since Stark had been getting rather close to him lately. Moreover, Raleigh had recently acquired an unusual pet, a nine-tailed fox, which certainly raised eyebrows. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched the most enchanting Natasha to engage with Raleigh. And what did Natasha take pride in? Her beauty. Raleigh chuckled. "It's nothing. I simply did not expect to encounter a beauty as ethereal as a celestial being at this soiree. It is indeed a great honor." "A fairy?" Natasha inquired. The term fairy is a designation from the East, referring to an exceptionally beautiful woman. "You are quite humorous, sir," Natasha responded, her laughter causing her to sway captivatingly. "I wonder if I might have the pleasure of becoming your friend?" "Certainly," Raleigh replied with delight. "When an opportunity presents itself, one must seize it. I am Natasha Romanoff." "I am Boo Raleigh." Strange, observing the interaction, found it somewhat unbearable and hastily excused himself. With Strange gone, Raleigh and Scarlett found their conversation to flow more harmoniously. "Wow, Mr. Raleigh, is this pet of yours a fox?" "Indeed, isn't it adorable? It's so cute. May I hold it?" "That might not be possible. She is female and does not enjoy being held by women." The nine-tailed fox playfully bared its teeth, giving Natasha a mock snarl. "What a pity. It truly is delightful." Natasha feigned disappointment and then asked, "Mr. Raleigh, I am genuinely fond of it. May I inquire where you acquired such a treasure?" "I found it while scavenging," Raleigh replied whimsically. "Scavenging? Please, when you fabricate a tale, could you not choose a more credible one?" Natasha thought with gritted teeth, her expression turning fierce. At that moment, Stark returned to the hall, each arm draped with a stunning lady. "Oh my, what exquisite beauties. My friend, you are truly fortunate tonight." "Raleigh, just as the award was bestowed upon you, you dashed off to indulge in gambling." Stark shrugs. "Such trivial matters are far less enjoyable than seeking the company of a few lovely ladies. I shall not disturb the esteemed, so off I go." Stark, with an arm around two enchanting women, departed. Natasha gazed at Raleigh with admiration. "My goodness. You actually know Tony Stark, and he refers to you as esteemed. What is the nature of your relationship?" Raleigh smiled enigmatically. "Would you like to know?" Natasha nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Raleigh, there are rooms upstairs. Shall we have a candid conversation? Natasha was taken aback by his eagerness. Had he truly been so impatient? She had yet to extract any information. However, in her quest to uncover Raleigh's secrets, Natasha resolved to take a risk. Soon enough, amidst a sea of suggestive glances, they ascended to the upper level of the establishment, locating an unoccupied room into which they swiftly entered. Mr. Raleigh, I am quite curious about your relationship with Tony Stark. Could you enlighten me? Before she could finish her sentence, Raleigh pressed her against the wall with a sudden motion, closing in on her. Raleigh appeared exceedingly exhilarated and proactive, stating, "No rush, I shall inform you shortly." Natasha furrowed her brow, questioning, "You have not divulged any intelligence, yet you wish to take advantage of me? Do you think I, Natasha, am easily trifled with?" As a formidable agent renowned for her combat prowess, Natasha began to resist. To her astonishment, she soon realized that Raleigh's strength far surpassed her own, rendering her utterly incapable of countering his immense power as she was pinned against the wall, immobile. Raleigh's movements became increasingly aggressive. Natasha's expression turned icy as she clenched her fist, releasing a slender needle, less than 2 millimeters in length, from the ring in her hand. She swiftly plunged it into Raleigh's back, injecting a carefully stored anesthetic into his body. What was that? Raleigh feigned surprise, twisting his back. Natasha exhaled in relief, then smirked. This anesthetic was specially formulated. Though it weighed merely 1 milligram, it possessed the potency to sedate an elephant. Once injected, it would take effect within a minute and last a full day. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Natasha's smile blossomed. Yet at that moment, Raleigh resumed his relentless advance. Natasha's demeanor began to stiffen. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. He was systematically stripping her of her defenses, and still, Raleigh exhibited no signs of sedation. He remained as forceful and brutal as ever. Quickly, Natasha found herself pinned against the desk, immobile. Time passed relentlessly, day and night. Despite her fervent struggles, they proved futile. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Natasha felt tears welling up. This was entirely contrary to her plans. She had gathered no intelligence whatsoever. The birth of Iron Man. The arrival of Uchiha Madara in the Marvel Universe. Natasha's spirit crumbled. She had believed in her formidable abilities, bolstered by an array of specialized equipment, sufficient to safeguard herself against Raleigh's advances. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The strength of Raleigh surpassed her imagination, as her formidable power directly subdued her. Thud. The table trembled. Thud thud. The ground shook. Thud thud thud. The entire floor quivered. Raleigh immersed himself in his toil, while Natasha, realizing her inability to resist, resolved to savor every moment. Thus, she was propelled to the pinnacle of her existence, only for Raleigh to relentlessly pursue her time and again, elevating Natasha to euphoric heights. She reveled in the ecstasy, yet found herself utterly depleted, devoid of even the strength to move her fingers. When Natasha finally awoke once more, it was already the following afternoon, and 12 hours had elapsed. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld, "Where's Raleigh? Why has he disappeared? Did he play with me and then run away?" At that moment, Natasha noticed a stack of cash on the bedside, accompanied by a note that read, "Ms. Natasha, you performed admirably last night. Thank you for your efforts. Hence, I have generously added to your remuneration." Natasha's face contorted with rage. Her hands clenched so tightly that they turned pale. How dare that scoundrel presume she was a mere service provider of the third industry, and to offer her money? How infuriating. Just then, her phone began to vibrate incessantly. Natasha struggled to rise, her body still weak, and upon grabbing her phone, she discovered she had more than 20 missed calls. The caller, Fury, the director of SHIELD. Upon answering, Natasha's voice was devoid of energy. "It's Fury." He immediately detected the oddity in her tone. "I'll return shortly," Natasha replied, speaking in veiled terms, but conveying her meaning clearly. An hour later, Natasha arrived at SHIELD and entered Nick Fury's office. Fury was taken aback by Natasha's pale complexion. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just a bit drained," Natasha replied weakly. Having been pushed to her limits last night, her complexion was hardly favorable. "How did the interaction go?" Nick Fury inquired. "That individual was cunning. I extracted no useful intelligence. However, it was evident that he possessed a deep understanding of Chinese culture. He must be of Chinese descent." Rather than Korean or Japanese, Natasha spoke through clenched teeth. This was the greatest humiliation she had endured since entering the Black Widow program, a true disgrace. Fury felt a twinge of sarcasm rising within him. What kind of outcome was this? "Shall I assign someone else to follow up on this?" he suggested. "Absolutely not," Natasha retorted fiercely, resembling a cat with its fur bristled. "The loss I incurred must be avenged. I refuse to believe I cannot handle this situation." Raleigh Villa. This delightful feast is simply exquisite. Raleigh, comfortably reclining with a toothpick in hand and legs crossed, relished the delightful memories of the previous night. The experience with Natasha was truly exquisite. Her presence was intoxicating, the flavors lingering delightfully, with a crisp exterior and tender interior. Raleigh felt thoroughly satisfied, even leaving a note that surely vexed Natasha, which brought him immense joy. Suddenly, a group chat notification chimed in. Tony Stark, boss. That girl from last night was something else, truly the finest I've ever encountered. Was it not exhilarating? Raleigh. Absolutely exhilarating. Yubuchuan? Xiongba. I sense you are engaging in banter, and I already possess evidence of it. Raleigh, I perceive that this woman is not ordinary. She is likely an operative, deliberately approaching me in an attempt to extract my intelligence. Xiongba, why doesn't such a woman simply eliminate her target? Raleigh. Tony Stark. Thanos, you are exceedingly brutal. Women are meant to be cherished. Thanos, are women not mere vessels for release? Must they also be cherished? Batman. Yubuchuan. Raleigh. Tony Stark. Uchiha Madara. Women are merely a burden, thus I choose not to seek companionship. Topic concluded. Raleigh inquired of Tony, where are you now? Tony replied, I am in the Middle East, where the heat is quite intense. Fortunately, I have chilled beverages and air conditioning. Otherwise, I would surely perish from the heat. Raleigh, are you in the car? Tony, indeed. I just tested my Jericho missile. Its power is quite impressive. The client has expressed interest in procuring 100 units, which will yield a substantial profit. Tony, video file dash. Avi. In the footage, a missile ascends into the sky, then splits into countless submunitions, striking the opposing mountain with a thunderous barrage, creating a tumultuous explosion that sends dust swirling into the air. Tony, I am currently in the car. I will send you a photograph. Image file dash. PNG. In this image, Tony is posing alongside two soldiers. Raleigh exhaled sharply, sensing an imminent missile attack. Indeed. 10 seconds later, Tony exclaimed, oh no, I've been hit. Boss, save me. He continued, good heavens, those soldiers are all dead. And then added, I've been blasted. Boss. I think I'm going to die. Following this cascade of messages, Tony fell silent. The chat erupted in chaos. Loki inquired, is Tony really dead? Xiongba lamented, such a pity. He was the first to fall in the group. Yubuchuan suggested, let us observe a moment of silence for our fallen comrade, Tony. Raleigh, do not speak nonsense. I'm not dead. The group avatar is still lit. Man, I spent some time in hell, and I was just fine. So everyone, please rest assured. Raleigh, my friend. I have been occupied with unifying the major factions of the ninja world, and it has proven to be quite overwhelming. Regarding your previous suggestion of pursuing further studies in your realm, I would like to inquire if I may proceed with that now. Raleigh, come over here. Obito, I'm on my way. In a narrow alleyway on the streets of New York, a sudden distortion in space materialized a figure clad in divine robes, emanating an indescribable aura of dominance. Upon his arrival in this world, Obito gazed around with intrigue, taking in the towering skyscrapers, the vehicles traversing the roads, and the street screens incessantly streaming various videos. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, hand over your money, or we won't hesitate to show no mercy. Four scruffy punks entered the alley, brandishing clubs as a means of intimidation. Uchiha Obito. Threatening me? It has been 6 or 7 decades since anyone dared to threaten me, and now I find myself confronted by two feeble individuals. How refreshing. A sinister grin spread across Uchiha Obito's face, glinting with a sanguineous chill. In the alleys of New York, if one does not encounter thugs, it signifies they have never set foot in the city. Such is the portrayal in countless films, depicting thugs robbing in the shadowy recesses of the streets. This time, however, these miscreants were most unfortunate to cross paths with the merciless Uchiha Obito, whose hands have been stained with the blood of thousands, a true harbinger of death. Consequently, the thugs met a tragic end. When the sirens wailed and the police arrived at the scene, they were greeted by the sight of a head forcibly embedded into a chest. The police documented, this marks the second instance of utter depravity. Raleigh. Obito shouted in the group. Raleigh, my esteemed ally, I have arrived in your world, though it appears my location is somewhat amiss. Raleigh, wait a moment. Let me take a look. In the villa, Broly sensed a powerful energy permeating throughout New York City. According to the energy system of Dragon Ball, every individual emanates a unique aura, a manifestation of the vital essence within their being. Uchiha Obito's strength was undoubtedly formidable, hence his aura radiated with exceptional potency, akin to a colossal beacon in the darkness, allowing Broly to effortlessly pinpoint his location. With a finger pressed against his forehead, he executed an instantaneous movement, a technique learned from Sun Wukong, reserved only for those with a pure heart. Fortuitously, in Dragon Ball Super, Broly's character embodies innocence and kindness, enabling him to master this skill. In the next moment, Broly vanished from the villa, reappearing on the bustling streets of New York. Obito felt a hand firmly grasp his shoulder, and in an instant, he was transported to another location. Welcome to my domain. You shall reside here for the time being. Broly informed him. It took Obito a moment to comprehend that he had been brought here by the formidable Broly. What an astonishing ability. He felt a pang of envy, wishing that Broly would impart his knowledge to him. Suddenly, Obito's gaze sharpened. Is that the Ninetales? Why does it seem plumper? At that moment, the Ninetales lounged nonchalantly, clutching a game controller while engrossed in a fighting game displayed on a large screen. Beside the Ninetales, a servant girl affectionately offered fruits and grilled meats, her eyes sparkling with adoration, clearly smitten. As the Ninetales indulged in gaming and delectable treats, it reveled in its blissful existence. As long as it performed well in front of Broly, embracing its role as a charming pet, it had ample time for entertaining games, captivating films, and delightful culinary experiences, all while being pampered by lovely maidens. The Ninetales had completely forgotten the grim memories of the ninja world, where it faced constant ceiling and relentless persecution. It pinched its own belly, contemplating its newfound indulgence. I've gained some weight. What a decline suddenly. A chill ran down its spine, causing its fur to bristle. Turning around, it was startled to see Obito, the infamous harbinger of death, standing there. What the heck? How did you get here? The Ninetales exclaimed, baring its teeth in a mock ferocity. Obito replied, it seems you've been living quite well. You should thank me. The Ninetales, momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledged the truth in Obito's statement. After touring the villa, Obito officially settled in, with the maid gradually instructing him on how to navigate the modern world. At that moment, a second agent named Traitor arrived at the villa, Mr. Broly. I bear unfortunate news. Your nephew has gone missing. Raleigh, with a perplexed expression, inquired, when did I acquire a nephew? K.T. responded, her thoughts in turmoil. Tony Stark has gone missing. Raleigh waved his hand dismissively and said, oh, you mean Tony? It's nothing. He will return shortly. K.T. pressed further. How can you be so certain that he will come back? Raleigh, with an exuberant demeanor, formally introduces himself. I am a disciple of the 18th generation of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Tianxia lineage from the Celestial Empire. I excel as a geomancer, adept in observing winds and determining waters, delineating mountains and channeling energies, a celestial observer, a master of ingenious calculations, and an oracle of unwavering certainty. I specialize in the restoration of nuclear submarines, reactor refurbishment, nuclear warhead renovation, polishing, waxing, and the recycling of second-hand aircraft carriers. I provide services for cleaning aircraft carrier fuel tanks, maintenance of space shuttles including filter replacements, high-altitude operations for dust removal from satellite surfaces, wholesale of bombers and various nuclear warheads, with generous discounts for bulk orders, accompanied by invoices, and delivery within 3 months, which includes 2 years of complimentary maintenance and rear-view mirrors for aircraft. Additionally, I undertake train tire repairs. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury instructs his subordinates, immediately investigate Dragon and Tiger Mountain tincture and also look into the source of Raleigh's statement. Shortly thereafter, his aides return with a report. The lineage of Dragon and Tiger Mountain tianxia in Huaxia is notoriously enigmatic. No critical information could be found online. However, that phrase is widely circulated in Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury surmises that Raleigh must indeed be of Huaxia descent, and there is a considerable likelihood that he is a spy dispatched from Huaxia. It seems Natasha must expedite her actions. Meanwhile, at the villa, Raleigh observed the departing figure of Carter, his mind whirling with thoughts. The incessant presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. before him was nothing short of a nuisance that needed to be addressed. Annihilation? That would be simple enough. However, the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D. would render the ensuing Marvel events rather lackluster. Perhaps, it would be better to exert control instead. Raleigh, ban. I have heard that the Uchiha clan possesses a unique ocular ability known as Kodo Amatsukami. I wonder if you're familiar with it? Ben nodded. I happen to have one in my possession, acquired from White Zetsu. Do you desire it, esteemed one? Raleigh, how often can it be controlled? Ban, given my current strength, once a year is not a problem. Raleigh chuckled heartily. Very well. Assist me in subjugating an individual, compelling them to heed our commands. Ban inquired, whom shall we target? Raleigh revealed a sinister smile. The president of the Black Palace. Ban replied, all right. In Washington, the president, engrossed in his work within the Black Palace, shivered unexpectedly. Am I still Iron Man, or is it just a dream? As Tony Stark awakened from the depths of darkness, he found himself lying in an ominous cave. Don't move. Your body has yet to recover. Who are you? I am Ethan. At this moment, Tony recalled the explosion that had befallen him and attempted to rise, only to discover something adhering to his chest. Instinctively, he reached to remove it. Ethan quickly interjected, don't. You've been injured by shrapnel. Numerous tiny metallic fragments have entered your bloodstream. You are currently held captive in a terrorist base. Tony Stark remained unfazed. It's all right. Someone will come to rescue me soon. Ethan replied, your associates may not locate this place as swiftly as you hope. Tony Stark smiled confidently. My boss can. Tony accessed his QQ group. Raleigh, boss, help me. I've been captured by terrorists. Yubuchuan exclaimed, wow, Tony, you're alive. You had me worried for nothing. Xiongba added, little you, you've deceived us again. It seemed you were the most gleeful yesterday. At that moment, Raleigh appeared. Send me your location. Tony replied. Sending location information. Raleigh, your energy is too feeble. Then, in the blink of an eye, Tony Stark perceived the emergence of a figure within the cave. No, 2 figures. Madara? Tony Stark glanced at the individual clad in a contemporary suit and trousers, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Who else could it be but Uchiha Madara? Raleigh surveyed the cave, damp and uninviting, while Ethan stood beside him, utterly flabbergasted, his jaw practically dropping to the ground. Where did these two individuals emerge from? A tunnel? Ethan meticulously scanned the ground, yet found no sign of a hole, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. Raleigh cast a glance at Tony, and indeed, it mirrored the original narrative, shrapnel lodged in his chest. It seems you have sustained severe injuries. Allow me to administer treatment, stated Obito, placing his hand against Tony Stark's chest. A white entity surged into Stark's body, bizarrely absorbing the metallic fragments while simultaneously infusing him with a tremendous vitality. Gradually, the wounds on Stark's chest healed, forming scabs. Obito withdrew his hand, declaring, all done. Tony Stark had grown accustomed to Obito's methods, especially after witnessing the relentless and destructive techniques during the Shinobi World War. Healing a single individual seemed trivial in comparison. However, Ethan was thoroughly taken aback, his expression one of sheer disbelief. All right, let's go, Raleigh said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tony Stark, elated, remarked, I can no longer bear to stay in this place. By the way, can we take Ethan with us? Raleigh, let us depart. In an instant, Raleigh and Uchiha Madara vanished from the cave. Stark, glancing left and right, and then up and down, he exclaimed in disbelief. How is it that I remain in the cave? Where have the esteemed ones and Madara gone? A myriad of frustrations swirled in Tony Stark's mind. He swiftly opened a group chat. Esteemed one, did you forget about me upon your departure? Raleigh, huh? I lack sufficient energy, so I can only carry Ban. Tony, in disbelief, what do you mean you lack energy? You effortlessly obliterated the moon. Can you really be short on energy? Raleigh, I tell you. A Tony Stark who has not endured the forging process is a soulless Stark. Tony, I do not comprehend what you mean. Raleigh, you will understand in due time. Keep going. We shall await the day you emerge. Tony, just a single bark, and tears began to flow. Raleigh smiled inwardly. Can one truly be Iron Man without enduring the trials of forging like Tony Stark? It is noteworthy that in Avengers Endgame, there exists a post-credits scene featuring merely the sound of metal being forged in a cavern, devoid of any imagery. Yet it captivated countless Marvel enthusiasts who waited in anticipation for this auditory experience. Perhaps this sound symbolizes Tony Stark's transformation from a self-absorbed playboy into the Iron Man, a figure endowed with a warm heart. Thus, Stark, do immerse yourself in your craft, lest you disappoint the devoted fans of Marvel. In years past, Raleigh too was an admirer of Tony. He was an ordinary individual, lacking the formidable physique of the Hulk or the mutations of Spider-Man, yet with his mortal frame, he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with deities. He donned the mask and ignited his eyes, stirring the passions of all around him. But what of the man within the armor? Tony Stark, Iron Man, a flamboyant genius, a compassionate philanthropist, and a billionaire, was ultimately a solitary soul, ensnared in loneliness. However, that was not the case for long. Eventually, he found Pepper Potts and forged numerous friendships. He was elated, yet he expressed his devotion quietly, dedicating considerable effort to crafting gear for each new companion. In the Avengers, Captain America remarked that he could never comprehend the concept of sacrificing for others, to which Stark stubbornly replied in affirmation, turning away to embrace a nuclear missile and soar into the depths of space. Raleigh, filled with nostalgia, then appeared above the Black Palace alongside Uchiha Obito. Utilizing his ninjutsu, Obito concealed the two of them. This time, their objective was to manipulate the highest leader of the United States, preparing for future tumultuous endeavors. One must possess a plethora of trump cards to truly relish the game. Outside the cave, a terrorist named Morahin was observing the surveillance footage, convinced that his eyes were deceiving him. He had just witnessed two individuals materialize within the cavern where Stark was imprisoned. Rubbing his eyes, he rewound the video, only for the entire surveillance room to erupt in sparks as the circuit exploded, rendering the footage utterly irretrievable. Not daring to delay, he promptly reported to his superiors. Before long, the terrorist leaders stormed into the cave, only to find Tony Stark and Ethan unharmed within, with no one else in sight. With a resounding slap, the terrorist leader struck Morahin across the face, swelling it to the size of a balloon. If you dare report such nonsense again, I'll send you to meet your maker. Tears welled in Morahin's eyes. He was certain of what he had seen. Could there be a hidden passage? He searched the cave in frustration, yet found not a trace. Time passed swiftly, and a week went by. Tony Stark, in the cave, finally grasped the true meaning of Raleigh's words about forging iron. He was indeed forging iron. Meanwhile, the chat group had officially reached a month since its inception. On this day, a new message suddenly appeared in the group chat. Group message. The Multiverse chat group has been established for 1 month. All members may now nominate a member as an administrator to oversee future management of the chat. Each member has 1 vote, and the individual with the most votes shall ascend to the role of administrator. Xiong Ba, administrator? It goes without saying, it must be Raleigh. Tony Stark, I'm busy forging iron, please do not disturb me. My progress on the Mark suit is somewhat sluggish. Loki, I vote for Raleigh. Batman, only Raleigh can command respect. Uchiha Obito, I am a staunch supporter of Raleigh. Yubuchuan, I support Raleigh. Raleigh, alas, I find Tony utterly exhausted. I shall cast my vote for him as a token of consolation. Group friends, Tony Stark. A picture of a lifeless figure shedding tears. Should I express my gratitude or remain silent? Group message. Ding. Following the group election, member Raleigh has officially been promoted to administrator. For specific privileges, please refer to the group information. Raleigh cast a glance at the group information, gaining a general understanding of the powers vested in the group management, which bore a striking resemblance to the privileges found in QQ groups. Group message. Ding. Group management has arrived, and new features have been unlocked, allowing the invitation of new members, granting you 5 opportunities to invite fresh participants. Group message. Group manager Raleigh, you have 5 chances to invite new members. Please cherish this opportunity. Raleigh's eyes lit up. Can we invite members to the group now? This is wonderful, with just a handful of people in the group. The incessant chatter has lost its charm. At this moment, the other group members became excited as well. Xiangba exclaimed, "Wow, are we finally going to welcome new members? It seems my esteemed self must put on quite a show." Yubuchuan added, "I hope we get a novice member whom I can easily dominate." Batman remarked, Uchiha Madara. Recently, I have been engrossed in reading Marx's Principles and Das Kapital, and it dawned on me that I had been mistaken all along, lost in the depths of literature. Tony Stark quipped, "I am a blacksmith. I fear no one." Upon witnessing the enthusiastic activity of the group members, Raleigh promptly activated the invitation feature. Ding. You have enabled the group member invitation function. You have consumed 1 invitation opportunity. Searching for dimensions. Success. You have located Shiji Xian, hailing from the legendary tale of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, possessing a strength of level 2. Would you like to send an invitation? Raleigh was taken aback. Shiji Xuan? The infamous evil king? This is an individual of considerable merit, one not to be overlooked. Raleigh promptly noted in the group message, group management has invited Shiji Xuan to join this group. Loki, a newcomer has arrived. Everyone, please remain quiet. Yubuchuan, woe is me. Yet another level 2, another formidable individual. Why can't we have a weakling for once? At that moment, in the world of the Tang dynasty, Shiji Xuan sat in a meditation room, his expression one of astonishment. His mind was inundated with peculiar information. He had been invited into something called a group. Shiji Xuan's eyes turned icy. Could it be the monks from the Buddhist sect playing tricks? Or perhaps Zihong Jingzhai? Or even the enigmatic Zhu Yuyan from the Yin Kuwei faction? With a cold snort, Shiji Xuan regarded the group with disdain. Shiji Xuan. Shiji Xuan, the evil king of the holy sect, will not tolerate the insolence of you lowly beings before me. Seeing such audacity from a newcomer, Xiongba felt compelled to intervene. He sent a message, Shiji Xuan, lowly being? Shiji Xuan, if you possess any courage, come forth. I, Xiongba, will let you live for 5 breaths if I lose. Shiji Xuan replied, Xiongba? Who are you? Nevertheless, I, Shiji Xuan, the master of the evil sect, with unmatched martial prowess and wisdom that eclipses all, am determined to unify the divided factions and revive the holy sect. Yet I have never heard of your name. Xiongba, you must be a mere lackey. However, your audacity is commendable. You have successfully captured my attention. Xiongba, damn, your words have quite the flair. No way can I, Xiongba, lose to this newcomer. I must showcase my might. Xiongba, listen well, Shiji Xuan. I, Xiongba, the mightiest in the land, the leader of the greatest gang, command an army of 800,000. The golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. When storms arise, they transform into dragons. None dare defy my command. You, Shiji Xuan, whatever so-called evil king you claim to be, in my eyes, are but a trifling nuisance. Shiji Xuan, you insolent fool, you shall surely regret your words today. Within the meditation room, Shiji Xuan sat like a venerable monk, yet his eyes glinted with a murderous intent as frigid as ice. How can such arrogance exist in this world? I, the evil king Shiji Xuan, fear no one but Ning Daoqi. This name, Xiongba, is utterly unfamiliar to me. How dare you be so brazen? I shall kill you. At that moment, an invitation appeared suddenly. Group message, Xiongba wishes to challenge you to a duel. Do you accept? As the duel is initiated by the opponent, you may choose the location. Upon hearing this, Shiji Xuan, though unclear of the implications, felt an insatiable urge for bloodshed and immediately clicked yes. Select duel location, Chang'an City. Shiji Xuan chuckled coldly. Xiongba, you shall surely perish. Unbeknownst to him, Xiongba from the Fengmen world also chuckled coldly. Shiji Xuan, how dare you provoke my brother Ba? Just watch as I beat you to a pulp. In the Tang dynasty, there are always fools seeking their own demise. You Buchuan, duel. This is going to be entertaining. Ban, strive to learn socialism. Loki, Xiongba, how is this duel feature triggered? Xiongba, I have no idea. I just felt the urge to teach this Shiji Xuan a lesson. And then this pop-up appeared. Raleigh, I examined the group details. The duel feature activates only when both parties wish to engage in battle. Everyone suddenly understood. Raleigh, since we are all bored, why not take the opportunity to explore Shiji Xian's world while he duels with Xiaba? Yubuchuan, I concur, let us proceed. Loki, I am in agreement, let us embark. Batman, I echo that sentiment, let us go. Uchiha Madara, I prefer to read. Raleigh, merely indulging in books is futile. One must traverse myriad paths after reading countless volumes. The world of Shiji Xian holds unique treasures, and when theory intertwines with practice, there may indeed be new discoveries. Ban, this suggestion seems rather appealing. I shall partake in it. Tony Stark, I feel like crying. At this moment, Shiji Xian found himself rather bewildered. What does this mean? Enter my world? However, he soon scoffed. Humph, these bald-headed fellows appear to have uncovered my psychological vulnerabilities. Their illusions are commendable, but who am I, Shiji Xian? Such trivial illusions cannot daunt me. Unbeknownst to Shiji Xian, the individuals in the group had swiftly entered the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, arriving directly at the location of their duel in Chang'an. Chang'an, a land stretching 1,000 miles, with 9 gates to its city walls. Without witnessing the grandeur of the imperial capital, how can one comprehend the emperor's exalted status? A repository of cultural treasures. The ancient capital of Chang'an lies on the southern banks of the Wei River within the Guangzhong Plain, renowned for the 800 miles of the Qin Xuan. Dynasties such as Zhou, Qin, Han, Western Qin, former Zhao, former Qin, later Qin, Western Wei, Northern Zhou, Sui, and Tang all established their capitals here. To the south lies the Zhongnan mountain range, with the majestic Mount Zhongnan serving as a natural barrier. Its towering peaks rise steeply, casting a grand silhouette against the sky. To the north, the Yao, Huanglong, Quocha, and Liang mountains form a continuous range, standing in distant opposition to the Qinling mountains. Within the fertile plains delineated by these mountains, the city of Chang'an proudly stands. Rivers such as the Jing, Wei, Guai, Ba, Li, and Lao meander like glistening pearls, creating the exquisite tableau known as 8 waters surrounding Chang'an. These waterways serve as vital arteries, supplying abundant resources and infusing life into the city. Chang'an has long been revered as the imperial capital, owing to its strategic and economic advantages that have attracted the favor of monarchs throughout history. Today, it welcomes several visitors from other realms. As Raleigh gazed upon the bustling and lively streets of Chang'an, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if he had returned to the splendid Tang dynasty. As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, he could not help but harbor complex emotions towards this place. Uchiha Ban was equally astonished by the vibrancy of the locale. What is this place? How can it be so prosperous even in ancient times? In Ban's era, the population was sparse. It was likely that the entire ninja world did not boast a populace as considerable as that of Chang'an. It is no wonder he appeared utterly astounded by such a grand city. At this juncture, Yu Buchuan began to enlighten others with his extensive knowledge, recounting historical tales with great enthusiasm, swiftly introducing Chang'an to Uchiha Ban. Upon hearing of the myriad nations converging, Uchiha Ban was momentarily taken aback, truly astonishing. The more he read, the more he recognized his past ignorance, fostering a deep reverence for knowledge. Regarding the magnificent Chang'an, a colossal entity embodying culture, economy, and politics, he felt an overwhelming sense of respect. Raleigh paid no heed to the astonishment of the spot and began to explore Chang'an, immersing himself in the splendor of this ancient metropolis, renowned as the most prosperous in the world. Soon, he found himself indulging in an array of delectable delicacies. At that moment, a female voice chimed in, "Senior sister, look quickly. That man has an impressive appetite." He. Raleigh glanced over, and his eyes brightened. There, he beheld a figure clad in white, barefoot, with bells adorning their ankles, exuding an enchanting and whimsical charm that captivated the heart. At first glance, Raleigh found her more beautiful than most women he had encountered. Was she the enchanting Wanjun, dressed in white and barefoot? Just then, a furious snort echoed beside him. "What are you staring at? Be careful or I shall gouge out your eyes." Raleigh glanced over and caught sight of a young man with a sinister visage staring intently at him, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. Raleigh chuckled, amused by the threats directed at him. Indeed, his recent training had proven effective, as he had managed to contain his energy within his body, resembling an ordinary person. Raleigh gazed at the sinister youth with a playful expression, exclaiming, "What I choose to observe is none of your concern. Be gone." Enraged, the malevolent youth retorted, "You seek death, boy." With that, he lunged forward, trailing an illusory gray shadow behind him, moving with astonishing speed. This sinister youth was none other than the formidable demon sect master, Bien Buffet. By nature wicked, he relished in the company of women. Although he ranked higher than Wanwan in lineage, he had long coveted Wanjuan's beauty, which fueled his disdain for anyone who dared to admire her allure. Why provoke anyone else when you can provoke me, Bien Buffet? Meet your demise. As Bien Buffet lunged towards Raleigh, his right hand transformed into a ghostly claw, exuding a chilling aura as he aimed to tear Raleigh apart. "Utter garbage," he scoffed. Raleigh shook his head, a finger darting forth to touch the body of Bien Buffet. In an instant, Bien Buffet transformed into countless particles of dust, dispersing into the air. 30 attendants gathered, a convergence of the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Wanfang found herself in a state of bewilderment, akin to a fruit on a perplexed tree. She had merely been strolling through the bustling streets of Chang'an, not provoking anyone, when her master uncle approached a man, only for that man to erase her uncle from existence, as if by illusion. Subsequently, she was seized by that very man. What? You want me to be your attendant? Absolutely not. Wan Fong, the future leader of the Inkuei sect and the most talented and beautiful girl of the demonic path, would never stoop to being your servant, she exclaimed, fuming with indignation. Wan Fong unleashed her celestial techniques, her divine powers, and her magical force, yet each attempt met with futility, vanishing into thin air as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Ultimately, her resistance was crushed. After teasing the whimsical little witch, Raleigh felt quite elated. However, behind him, Bai Qinger was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. On one hand, she secretly rejoiced at Wan Wan's capture, certain it would lead to an unfortunate fate for her. Yet, on the other hand, she felt humiliated, despite her own striking beauty. The man had not cast a single glance in her direction. What could this mean? Did he find her unattractive? Regardless, she decided to inform her master first, postponing the revelation for later. Excitement surged within Bai Qing'o. Now the position of the future leader of the Inkuei sect was rightfully hers. Raleigh continued to lead Wan forward, indulging in whatever caught his fancy and then compelling Wan to pay for it. Each time she attempted to flee, inexplicably, Raleigh would materialize before her, administering a playful smack to her rear as a lesson, all while under the gaze of onlookers. After all, she was the next leader of the Inkuei sect. To be publicly chastised was utterly humiliating. If that woman from the Compassionate Voyage Sanctuary were to witness this, she would likely mock her for eternity. Consequently, Wan was entirely dissuaded from resisting. If strength could not secure her escape, then perhaps innocence could provide a way out. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her most endearing demeanor, only to fail yet again. After Raleigh had meandered for over 20 minutes, Xiangba finally concluded his affairs across the stormy realm and made his way to Chang'an. Shiji Xian, come forth. His voice, imbued with genuine energy, reverberated throughout the entirety of Chang'an, shaking the ground beneath as if the earth itself quivered in response to his declaration. All inhabitants of the city, whether ordinary folk or those of lesser prowess, felt a sharp pain in their ears, as if a singular sound were ricocheting within their eardrums. Those of greater strength turned pale, for the more powerful one was, the more palpable Xiangba's overwhelming might became. Wan was no exception. Her heart raced in astonishment at the emergence of such a formidable figure in Chang'an. Moreover, it was evident that his target was none other than the most fearsome warrior of the holy sect, Shiji Xian. Who was this person? What grievance did he harbor against Shiji Xian? At last, Raleigh diverted his attention from a roasted leg of lamb, a smile gracing his features. At last, Wan's eyes darted with intrigue. Could this individual be connected to Shiji Xian? It appeared that trouble was brewing for Shiji Xian, but alas, she had no means to inform her master. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to eliminate him. Raleigh rose to leave the lamb restaurant. Wait, you haven't settled the bill. The waiter rushed out, glancing at the table strewn with bones and wiping the sweat from his brow. This is my maid. Let her take care of the payment. Raleigh pointed at Wan. I have no money. Wan gritted her teeth, raising her exceptionally beautiful face in a mock pout. Oh, then you shall be kept here to wash dishes and clean until your debt is repaid, Raleigh remarked nonchalantly, chuckling. Wash dishes? Clean? Wan's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Wan, a dignified beauty, and to be reduced to washing dishes? Fuming, she nevertheless paid the bill and obediently followed Raleigh, knowing that if she lagged behind, he would surely find her in the next moment and deliver another public smack to her rear. Before long, Raleigh arrived at the grand entrance of the royal palace in Chang'an, where the space was vast, at least the size of a football field, akin to an arena perfectly suited for duels. In the center of the plaza stood a towering figure, Xiangba, clad in a purple-black dragon robe, exuding the aura of an unparalleled sovereign. His presence was both commanding and overwhelming, instilling a sense of awe in Wan. Raleigh grasped Wan's arm and leaped onto the pinnacle of the city gate tower, the highest point surrounding the square, offering a perfect vantage to overlook the entire plaza, thus providing an unparalleled location for enjoying the performance. Raleigh, from an unknown corner, produced a large bag of sunflower seeds and began to crack them open. Tony exclaimed, I can't make it. Could you all assist me in starting a live broadcast? Raleigh, oh, I almost forgot about you. Let me set it up quickly. In the cave, the sound of clanging iron resonated as Tony, through the group video call, spotted the formidable presence in the square. Forging iron is simply not feasible. I might as well just call out 222 for Brother Ba. Shortly after Raleigh's arrival, Ban and Ubuchuan soon followed. Upon seeing Raleigh, they ascended to the top of the city gate tower, where Ban gazed at Wanju in astonishment and inquired, Who is this woman? Raleigh, upon seeing me. This woman was profoundly captivated by my charm. She must become my maid. Wan, spotting head. To serve as the maid of a great figure is indeed her honor. Ubuchuan sighed. Alas, my daughter is inherently mischievous. I truly hesitate to recommend her to such a distinguished personage, thus losing a significant opportunity. Wan. She gazed at these two individuals as if they were mad. Raleigh, Ban, what is your impression of this place? Ban, it is a thriving locale, truly astonishing. Yet it is not without its myriad of issues. Given the opportunity, I shall return for further exploration. In that moment, a wisp of smoke materialized atop the roof, and Loki appeared stealthily, landing gracefully. Shortly thereafter, Batman Wayne ascended to the rooftop, utilizing his bat suit. However, he was not the formidable Batman who battled alongside Superman. His prowess had diminished to a mere level 2, struggling even to breach the city gates. At this juncture, a succession of skilled individuals began to arrive. A mysterious figure confronted Shi Xian, engaging in a battle of the highest caliber reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, an event not to be missed by martial artists. From the Buddhist order, the 4 eminent monks, Jia Xiang, Ji Hui, Dao Xian, and Liao Kong, made their entrance. Furthermore, Ci Heng Jing Zhai's Shi Fei Xian also arrived, along with Ning Dao Qi. Lastly, Yu Chu Hong from the Dugu clan made her appearance as well. Raleigh also beheld the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty and the enchanting Zhu Yuyan of the demon sect. Raleigh was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the duel between Xiongba and Shi Xian would attract such a multitude of formidable masters from the Tang dynasty. However, Raleigh also keenly sensed that his group was being scrutinized by countless gazes. As practitioners of martial arts, they were naturally proud and ambitious. And the rooftop they occupied at the city gate had undoubtedly become the focus of many. Raleigh chuckled softly. The Buddhist sect requires the indestructible to vanquish evil. Master, that individual has captured my senior sister. On the rooftop east of the square, a formidable expert from the Yin Kuei sect has taken control of that area. Bai Qing stated to Zhu Yuyan, "Are you certain that individual killed Bian Bufan with a single strike?" Zhu Yuyan's eyes glimmered with suspicion. To be precise, he reduced Master Bian to mere dust. I am unsure how he accomplished that. It seems we must not underestimate this group of mysterious individuals. Zhu Yuyan suppressed her urge to rescue her beloved disciple. At that moment, she noticed Shi Feishuan approaching the mysterious group, accompanied by the 4 eminent masters of the Buddhist sect. Her eyes lit up. It was an opportune moment to let these bothersome Buddhists test the depths of their opponents. Zhu Yuyan calculated her next move in her mind. On this side of Raleigh, it was also observed that Shi Feishuan and others were approaching. Raleigh, it seems these individuals are seeking trouble. Ban, it appears you will need to take action shortly. Xiangba must conserve his strength for the upcoming confrontation with Shi Xian and cannot afford to expend energy here. Ben smiled confidently. A mere handful of level 2s is no challenge at all. Wan, standing nearby, felt a tumult of emotions. Is that person named Xiangba? Is he allied with this group? The individual known as Ban seems exceedingly confident. Could he be formidable indeed? At that moment, Loki stepped forward, eager to volunteer. I am also at level 3. I can assist in dealing with one of them as well. Raleigh cast a glance at Loki and remarked, "Are you not aware of your own strength? In countless battles, have you ever emerged victorious?" Loki, already sensing Raleigh's disdain, felt a sense of injustice as he crouched in a corner. At that moment, Shi Feishuan, accompanied by the 4 great monks, arrived at the city gates, leaping gracefully to land a few meters away on the rooftop. The two parties faced each other, and Yu Buchuan's eyes shone with excitement. These individuals seemed formidable. After Ban Yu incapacitated them, he would interrogate them to extract their cultivation secrets. Shi Feishuan subtly glanced at Wan, her mind racing with speculation about the mysterious connection between Wan and these enigmatic figures. Esteemed guests, Shi Feishuan inquired, "Might I ask what relation you have with the Yin Kuei sect?" Raleigh, it matters not. Master Shi Feishuan, but why is this enchantress from the Yin Kuei sect accompanying you? Of course, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely express concern, for the Yin Kuei sect is notorious for its treachery and cunning. I fear that you may inadvertently fall victim to their deceit. Raleigh cast a fleeting glance at Shi Feishuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. From this day forth, she shall be my maid. Shi Feishuan was momentarily taken aback. Maid? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced at her rival, Wan. Ever proud and exceptionally talented, would never willingly become another's servant. Surely, this person must be lying. Thus, it was certain that the Yin Kuei sect was indeed linked to several enigmatic individuals. At that moment, the 4 great holy monks began to exhibit signs of impatience. Amiba. The Dao Xian monk intoned, his expression one of profound compassion. Esteemed patrons, this young lady is a demoness of the Yin Kuei sect, a fiend of the demonic realm. I implore you to distance yourselves from her, lay down your weapons, and attain Buddhahood. Yu Buchuan, Wei An, and Wan felt as though their minds were in turmoil. For each word spoken by Dao Xian bore the weight of sacred truth, infused with the essence of Buddhist enlightenment and formidable demon-slaying power. Each syllable seemed to collide within their minds and bodies, creating a tumultuous sensation that left them feeling nauseated and utterly distressed. Humph, what a despicable monk. Ban snorted coldly, a thunderous sound instantly overpowering Dao Xian's voice, liberating Wan, Yu Buchuan, and Wei An from their torment. Shi Feishuan and the 4 great holy monks exchanged wary glances, their expressions shifting in response to Ban's presence. Raleigh, quickly, let us resolve this matter, lest we disturb the duel between Xiongba and Shi Xian. Ban clasped his hands together. Very well. Rinnegan, activate. The 4 great holy monks observed the transformation in Ban's eyes, their hearts gripped by an unsettling intuition, while Shimi Xian's compassionate sword technique began to resonate with chaos. Be cautious, this individual poses a threat. Lycon spoke up, his voice laced with concern. His eyes are problematic. Jiaxiang's complexion turned pale, declaring, "Indeed, he is a demon. Today, I shall unleash my wrath upon him." With wisdom, he intoned a Buddhist chant, "Lay down your weapon and attain enlightenment." With the activation of the Rinnegan, Ban regained his former majesty. His gaze lofty as he surveyed these insignificant beings. The harbinger of death in the ninja world has returned. You should feel honored. To minimize disturbances, I shall employ a greater force against you. With a mere motion, he invoked the Wheel of Fate. Originally a technique accessible only after entering the Six Paths mode, Ban's extensive study and absorption of knowledge from other realms had amplified his strength, allowing him to wield this power without the need for the Six Paths transformation. Daoxin brandished his staff, unleashing a magical exorcism that emanated a profound Zen essence, directed at Uchiha Ban, while the other three holy monks leaped into action. Unexpectedly charging towards Raleigh, they discerned that Raleigh was the linchpin of this enigmatic group, seemingly weak in power, thus designating him as their prime target. Capture the leader first. Once they seized Raleigh, they would leverage his life to threaten Uchiha Ban, the source of their peril. Uchiha Ban's expression shifted, fury igniting within him. How dare they disturb the esteemed one? This is an affront to my dignity. Ban's furious exclamation only reinforced the holy monk's resolve, prompting them to accelerate their assault on Raleigh. Daoxin laughed heartily. Think you can save him? It is too late. He swung his staff towards Uchiha Ban. He need not defeat Ban. He merely had to impede him until Lycong secured Raleigh, at which point Uchiha Ban would cease to be a threat. With this thought, Daoxin revealed a sinister grin. Save him. Ban scoffed, a mocking expression crossing his face. Does the esteemed one require my assistance? Have you misjudged the situation? Shimi Xian, upon hearing this, glanced at Wanwan's treacherous smile and suddenly realized something, shouting urgently, "Be careful. He is a threat." Yet, it was already too late. Alas. Why do you always come forth to deliver yourselves so willingly? The voice of Raleigh reverberated in the ears of the crowd. Jiaxiang, wisdom. And Liu Kong's expressions shifted dramatically as the Alea consciousness erupted, unable to withstand the overwhelming sense of impending crisis. The indestructible body of the Vajra, the Buddhist golden bell shield. Golden light manifested upon their bodies, while a golden bell appeared above, enveloping and protecting them. Then, they beheld a transparent fist gradually enlarging. What is this? The term fist wind flashed through the minds of Jiaxiang, wisdom, and Liu Kong. In the next moment, the golden bell shattered. Pain erupted in their waists. Bang! The three sounds merged into one, strikingly harsh. The three holy monks, akin to torn rags, were struck by the solidified fist wind, creating a massive gaping wound. Cough. Spit. The three holy monks coughed up blood, collapsing onto the rooftop, blood gushing forth. How could this be so powerful? Their consciousness gradually faded, eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. The 32nd disciple, the female servant of Feishuan, Ning Daoqi, had arrived. Daoxin was swinging his staff to strike Uchiha Madara's head when he heard the commotion and turned to see his three companions, nearly frightened to death, hastily fleeing, not daring to entertain thoughts of vengeance. The Sumer's step allowed them to soar swiftly through the air. Could they escape? Madara snorted coldly, his anger palpable, striking without mercy. The two shadowy figures of Uchiha Madara struck Daoxin hundreds of times in an instant. When Madara ceased his assault, Daoxin had been reduced to mere pulp. Silence. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. All the martial artists were utterly astonished. Those were the four great holy monks. They were the highest cultivators of the Buddhist order. They ranked among the top 10 martial artists in the Tang dynasty. And they perished just like that? Zhu Yuyan was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out. She was relieved she had not rashly rushed in to reclaim her beloved disciple, for otherwise, it would not have been the four great holy monks who died, but herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling were equally shocked. Ling Xiao. Who on earth is that person? How can he be so formidable? Has the world not heard of such a powerful being? Could he be on the same level as Master Ning Daoqi? Though the two, as twin dragons, had made significant advancements in strength, they had yet to touch upon the caliber of Ning Daoqi, thus misjudging Raleigh, Madara, and others as being on the same level. On another rooftop, over 30 meters away from the twin dragons, Li Shimin, accompanied by his Tian Semantian, occupied a position. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of the four great holy monks, he snapped his paper fan in half. Li Shimin understood that the Buddhist order was an ally of his faction. With the death of the four great holy monks, the strength of his side would significantly diminish. On the side of the Dugu clan, Yu Chuhong's face was tense, filled with horror, her hands trembling. Such immense power. Raleigh cast a sidelong glance at Shi Feishuan, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Wanon, I presume this individual is your adversary? Wanon suppressed the tumult of astonishment within her, responding with cunning reverence, Master, her name is Shi Feishuan, a representative of the Tsihong Jingzhai, my sworn nemesis. You may not be aware, but the Tsihong Jingzhai is utterly repugnant. They claim to be the foremost among righteous sects, yet their numbers are scant, with each generation selecting only the most breathtakingly beautiful disciples, who ensnare the hearts of countless talented individuals, leaving them utterly enchanted. Notable figures such as the Heavenly Blade, Song Ke, and our own wicked sovereign, Shi Xian, have once been under her sway. Shi herself is the current saintess of the Cihang Jingjai, having somehow acquired the Hashirama. Thus, Cihang Jingjai intends to choose an emperor on behalf of the heavens, to appoint the next sovereign for the founding of a new dynasty. Hearing this, Yu Buchuan, the ancient figure, was taken aback. Is it truly possible for them to select the founding emperor? It is indeed a farcical notion. Rory let out a cold laugh, remarking on the insignificance of a nunnery established by a mere nun, who, instead of devoting herself to pious practices, seemed to be engaged in trivial matters. Shifijuan attempted to justify herself, but Wanquan swiftly interrupted her defense. The master is correct. These nuns are indeed lacking in focus, Wanquan asserted. Rory continued. Since you have addressed me as your master, our relationship is thus defined. From this moment forth, you shall officially become my maidservant. Wanquan was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Internally, Rory smirked. I have never wished to impose upon others, yet since you have acknowledged me as your master, I shall assume that role from this day forward. Wanquan felt a pang of despair, pondering how to explain herself. I cannot simply state that I was trying to sow discord, can I? That would surely lead to dire consequences from the 4 great holy monks. At this moment, the whimsical Wanquan found herself at a loss. Her head drooping as she resignedly replied, Yes, master. Rory responded with satisfaction. Since you recognize me as your master, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. A gift? Wanquan's spirits were finally lifted a little. Raleigh pointed at Shifijuan and said, Since you claim she is your rival, why not capture her and make her your female slave? You may humiliate her as you wish. Wanquan's eyes sparkled with delight. This is splendid. Shifijuan has always opposed me, and the Sacred Gate and Cihang Jingjai have historically been at odds. If I could train the saintess of Cihang Jingjai, Shifijuan, to be my own slave, then... Hee. Wanquan's smile gradually took on a sinister quality. At that moment, Shifijuan's expression changed dramatically. Senior, you misunderstand. Cihang Jingjai is not as this which from the demon sect claims. We at Cihang Jingjai have always been devoted to selecting the most suitable ruler. Raleigh scoffed, for he was well aware of the reputation of Cihang Jingjai. Impatience radiated from Raleigh as he reached out into the void. Upon sensing this, Shi expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, she launched herself toward the exit. However, she soon realized something was amiss. Although she aimed to flee, her body was being pulled backward, ensnared by an unseen force that rendered her immobile. With a thud, Shi tumbled to the feet of Wanquan. In a flash, Wanquan sprang into action, deftly tapping several points on Shi body, infusing her with the essence of heavenly demon energy, thereby completely subjugating Shi internal power. Who would have thought you'd fall into my grasp, Shi? From this moment forth, you shall be my female servant, Wanquan proclaimed, hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly. At that instant, a voice resonated like the sound of the cosmos, crashing into Wanquan's consciousness. A Taoist priest materialized abruptly atop the rooftop, Ning Daoqi, the foremost master under heaven. Ning Daoqi bowed respectfully to Raleigh, saying, Esteemed elder, please spare Shi. Suddenly, a slap sent Ning Daoqi flying. Raleigh gazed at Ning Daoqi with intrigue. You wish for me to spare Shi? Why? Ning Daoqi, with a solemn expression, replied, Let it be a favor to me, Ning Daoqi. Raleigh, grant you face? Who do you think you are? Just because you are a Taoist lackey, renowned as the strongest of Taoism, yet perpetually serving Buddhism? Ning Daoqi, however, remains oblivious to Raleigh's thoughts. Indeed, the presence of Shi embodies the compassionate voyage and the Buddhist sect, a force to be reckoned with. Although the elder possesses formidable strength, it is as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Thus, it is prudent to minimize enmity. Ning Daoqi, adopting a tone of concern, earnestly declared. In his perspective, these two were not particularly formidable. Raleigh and Ban's aura was too well concealed. Their ability to vanquish the 4 great holy monks likely stemmed from employing some arcane foreign techniques. He had encountered numerous individuals from distant lands whose martial arts were enigmatic and unpredictable, capable of overcoming the strong through cunning. Consequently, Ning Daoqi believed that his own power was not inferior to that of these two, or perhaps he was even superior. Such was the confidence of the world's foremost expert. What did you just say? Create enmity? 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands? Raleigh chuckled, and behind him, Ban, Ubuchuan, Batman, and Loki all shared in the mirth. Particularly, Ubuchuan and his companions regarded Ning Daoqi with expressions of amusement, as if pitying him for his ignorance of their formidable prowess. Little did he know the extent of their strength. Revealing it might frighten him to death. Ning Daoqi's expression darkened. What did this mockery imply? Were they belittling him? The world's foremost master? Did they think his respectful address of senior indicated a gentle disposition? With a face ashen with fury, he huffed. It seems you are unwilling to show any respect. Ban scoffed dismissively. Who do you think you are? Ning Daoqi coldly retorted. It appears you are woefully uninformed. Listen well. I am Sanra Ning Daoqi, the undisputed master of the world, the supreme of the martial arts. You, foreign interlopers, should not presume that your cunning tricks render you invincible. The might of Sanra Ning Daoqi is beyond your comprehension. Before he could finish, Raleigh grew impatient and delivered a swift slap through the air, striking Ning Daoqi's face. All the martial masters present watched in disbelief as Ning Daoqi's visage contorted and then caved in under the blow. With a whoosh, Ning Daoqi transformed into a whirlwind, sent hurtling 100 meters away into a tavern. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, whether from Yu Chuhong, Zhu Yuyan of the Inkue sect, or Ko Zhang and Su Xiling of the Demon sect, as well as Li Shimin of the Tiansa mansion. They were all utterly astonished. How could Ning Daoqi, the world's foremost master, be so effortlessly dispatched? Meanwhile, Raleigh continued to leisurely crack sunflower seeds, as though he had not just engaged in combat. Impatient now, Raleigh called out to Xiong Ba on the ground. Xiong Ba, since Shi Zhishuan hasn't arrived yet, just summon him here. Yes, esteemed one. Xiong Ba replied with a respectful bow before activating the dual summoning function. This feature of group dueling allowed one to forcibly summon anyone unwilling to engage in battle. The onlookers were completely stunned. The formidable opponent facing Shi Zhishuan was allied with the figure atop the roof. Moreover, he spoke of him with such deference. Su Xiling remarked. Zhong Xiao, it seems we cannot save Master Xinzi. Ko Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ling Xiao, we could become his disciples. Meanwhile, at the Dajin Monastery, the evil king, the great Saint Monk Shi Zhishuan, was engrossed in his studies of spiritual techniques. An elusive illusion plagued his mind, filling him with vexation. One day, he vowed, he would make these bald monks pay. At that moment, an unseen force pulled at him, and before he could react, he was abruptly transported to a vast plaza. Isn't this Chang'an? Shi Zhishuan stood dumbfounded, incredulous. As he gazed around, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Shi Zhishuan, is it truly him? But wait, he is clad in monk's robes? A monk? Who in the martial world was unaware of Shi Zhishuan's illustrious reputation? He was the foremost master of the demon sect, renowned for his exceptional talent and fearsome reputation. Yet here he was, dressed as a monk. Shi Zhishuan. Zhu Yuyan recognized him instantly, her hatred surging forth as her fist clenched, turning purple with rage. Xiong Ba looked at Shi Zhishuan with disdain, sneering, Shi Zhishuan, I never expected you to be such a coward, too fearful to even engage in a duel. Where has your audacity gone? Shi Zhishuan was taken aback. You are Xiong Ba? Xiong Ba stood tall and imposing. Indeed, I am Xiong Ba. Shi Zhishuan, quick-witted and astute, pieced together the situation. The group was indeed real. And so was Xiong Ba, and now he had unwittingly agreed to this duel. Xiong Ba declared, Shi Zhishuan, do you recall your words? You called me a mere lackey and claimed I had caught your attention. Huh, just for that, I shall not let you escape. His laughter resonated with a deep, potent energy that reverberated through the crowd, causing martial artists to stagger as they absorbed the weight of his power. Shi Zhishuan was equally astounded. He considered himself one of the rare masters in the world, yet this man was not his inferior. Listen well, Shi Zhishuan, were it not for the group's prohibition against mutual slaughter, you would already be dead. However, while death may be avoided, you will still face punishment. After I finish with you, you will renounce your so-called title of evil king and obediently become my subordinate. Do you understand? Shi Zhishuan retorted with a cold smirk. If I win, you shall lick my shoes and change your name from Xiong Ba to Shi Zhishuan's son. Son? Xiong Ba exploded with fury. You seek death. Without further ado, they launched into battle. Skyfrost Fist. Xiong Ba unleashed a tempest, the winds swirling and frosty gales rushing toward Shi Zhishuan. Undying Seal Technique. Shi Zhishuan stood his ground, summoning a unique force that intertwined yin and yang, sweeping toward Xiong Ba. Raleigh stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat bored. His gaze drifted towards Ning Daoqi, only to discover that Ning Daoqi had vanished without a trace, having stealthily slipped away at some point. Meanwhile, the formidable Xiong Ba was mercilessly thrashing Shi Zhishuan, obliterating the Jing Yanzhen sect. In the bustling square of Chang'an, a spectacle was unfolding that would forever be etched in the memories of all martial artists. The illustrious evil king, Shi Zhishuan, was being brutally beaten. Lo and behold, the robust Xiong Ba was atop Shi Zhishuan, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his face. Still daring to be arrogant, are you? He taunted. What say you? Call me father. He continued to rain down blows, each one echoing with the weight of humiliation. Just 2 minutes prior, their duel had commenced, and Xiong Ba had displayed his overwhelming might. Using the esteemed evil king as a mere punching bag, Shi Zhishuan, in his pitiful state, was battered back and forth, struggling to mount any form of resistance. The disparity between the realms of the Wind and Cloud world and the Tang dynasty was evident, justifying Xiong Ba's superior strength. With a grin plastered across his face, Xiong Ba reveled in the exhilaration of the moment. Weren't you the one boasting earlier? Didn't you call me a mere child? You wanted me to address you as father? Well, where's your bravado now? Defeat me if you can. I've decided, you are now my son. Hurry, call me father. Witnessing the bruised and battered visage of the evil king brought Xiong Ba immense satisfaction, akin to sipping ice-cold watermelon juice on a scorching summer day. Yet, Shi Zhishuan remained proud and defiant, gritting his teeth and refusing to yield. I, Shi Zhishuan, the evil king, would never address you as father. As the duel concluded, 3 notifications emerged in the group chat. Xiong Ba defeated Shi Zhishuan. Xiong Ba earned the title Shi Zhishuan's father for 3 months. Shi Zhishuan received the title Xiong Ba's son for 3 months. Xiangba was elated, while Shi Jixuan nearly exploded with indignation, contemplating leaving the group in a fit of rage. Upon finishing the battle, Xiangba rose from Shi Jixuan, laughing heartily, basking in the thrill of victory. "Get up, son," he bellowed, eyes narrowing. Shi Jixuan seethed with fury, wishing he could slay Xiangba on the spot, yet he recognized the futility of such a confrontation, knowing full well that antagonizing Xiangba would lead to another merciless beating. However, a vengeful resolve stirred within Shi Jixuan. One day, when he had grown stronger, he would exact his revenge and slay Xiangba. Xiangba, growing impatient, urged, "Aren't you going to pay your respects? The esteemed figure has been waiting for quite some time." Only then did Shi Jixuan recall the presence of a level 10 expert in the group, while he himself was merely at level 2. The thought of Xiangba, at level 2, overpowering him so effortlessly made him ponder the sheer prowess of a level 10. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Jixuan composed himself. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. A true man knows when to be flexible. As a member of the demonic sect, he was not lacking in such adaptability. Xiangba brought Shi Jixuan to the top of the city gate tower. Shi Jixuan bowed deeply to Raleigh, saying, "I, Shi Jixuan, humbly greet the esteemed one." Raleigh nodded slightly, "Since you were able to join this group, it is indeed a stroke of good fortune for you. I understand that you harbor deep resentment towards Xiangba. However, you must remember that even if you seek vengeance against him in the future, it is imperative that there be no acts of mutual destruction. This is precisely why Xiangba did not take your life. Do you comprehend? This serves as a warning." Raleigh could not possibly be oblivious to the animosity harbored by Shi Jixuan. Thus, he deemed it prudent to issue a forewarning. Should Shi Jixuan prove disobedient later on, he would be left to his fate. Bowing his head in resignation, Shi Jixuan acquiesced. "As you command, boss." At this juncture, the martial artists in the vicinity were utterly astounded. The evil king had allied with that enigmatic group. Who were these individuals, and why did they exude such formidable strength? Zhu Yuyan clenched her fists tightly, realizing that her chances of vengeance had grown increasingly bleak. Yet, there was a silver lining. Her disciple had been captured as a maid by the opposing faction, along with the holy maiden of the despicable Ci, Hang Jingjai. This brought a certain satisfaction to Zhu Yuyan's heart. Li Shimin, along with other concerned factions such as the Dugu clan and the demonic sect, were apprehensive about the arrival of these mysterious individuals and the transformations they might bring to the world. Particularly for Li Shimin, the absence of support from Ci Hang Jingjai, the Buddhist sect, and Ning Daoqi had significantly diminished his power. 2 days later, the events that transpired in Chang'an swept across the land like a tempest. The assassination of the 4 great Buddhist monks, the defeat of the unrivaled Ning Daoqi, the subjugation of the evil king Shi Jixuan, and the capture of the holy maiden Shifijuan as a slave. Each of these occurrences was enough to instill terror within the hearts of countless martial artists, let alone all 5. The martial world was in uproar. In Luoyang, at the Jingyan Zen sect, the news of the demise of the 4 great monks sent shockwaves throughout the temple, provoking a tempest of anger, hatred, fury, and exhilaration. Liao Kong, the Zen master of Jingyan, had perished, necessitating the election of a new abbot. However, Jingyan was not a temple devoid of desires. Each monk was rife with greed, anger, and delusion. Thus, selecting a new leader was no simple task. Numerous venerable monks coveted the position. Had the other 3 monks survived, they would have had no opportunity, but with their demise, every esteemed monk was presented with a chance. Debates over who should assume the role of Zen master grew increasingly fervent. Soon, a proposal garnered widespread support among the monks. Whoever could exact vengeance upon the 4 great monks and restore the prestige of Jingyan Zen would be deemed worthy to assume the title of Zen master. This proposal was met with much endorsement. At this moment, the information regarding the deaths of the 4 great monks was still incomplete. They only knew that a group had slain Liao Kong and the others, but the details of the incident remained shrouded in mystery, as only the 4 monks had been present, with no other Buddhists around. Ci Hang Jingjai was eager for the Buddhists to charge forth and rescue Shifijuan, and Li Shimin harbored similar thoughts, which led to the lack of detailed intelligence being communicated. Consequently, the Jingyan Zen sect believed that their adversaries were not particularly formidable, and with so many masters among them, they were confident in their ability to seek retribution. Whoever could vanquish that enigmatic group would ascend to the role of Zen master. Vengeance. The monks of the temple were invigorated, shouting fervently. If the heavenly monk, the first patriarch, were aware of this, one could only wonder if he would rise in fury from his grave. At that moment, Raleigh and his group had already arrived at the gates of the Jingyan Zen sect, intent on annihilating it and plundering its treasures, seeking to copy all the sect's cultivation techniques. Though their highest rank was merely level 2, it was sufficient for novice practitioners like Yu Buchuan and others to cultivate, and it could also benefit level 2 experts like Xiongba and Shi Jixuan. The Jingyan Zen sect, the very temple where the 4 great monks resided, was located in the southern outskirts of Sui Luoyang. With over 1,000 buildings, it resembled a small city, featuring 7 grand halls and a small copper hall that stood 3 zhang deep and 1.5 zhang high, once used to house the Hashirama. Aside from the copper hall, all buildings were adorned with tricolored glazed tiles, gleaming as if newly crafted. In front of the copper hall lay a vast platform, constructed of white stone, enclosed by white stone railings, at the center of which stood a bronze statue of Manjushri riding a golden lion, flanked by colorful gilded sculptures of the three Buddhas, Medicine Master, Shakyamuni, and Amitabha, exuding a magnificent aura. Beyond the 4 stone staircases, 500 arhats, cast in gold and bronze, stood in lifelike poses, each exuding a sense of vitality. 2 words, wealthy. 4 words, rich beyond measure. Raleigh, Ban, Loki, Xiongba, Shirji Xian, Yabukun, Wayne, along with the maid Wan, and the female servant Shifei Xian, stood outside the mountain gate, gazing in astonishment at the sprawling complex of buildings and the opulent Buddhist statues. Even Xiongba, the leader of the underworld, was rendered speechless. A place dedicated to vegetarianism and Buddhist practice is more extravagant than my own dominion. Are these monks truly what they claim to be? Yubu-kun's face contorted with disdain. These monks, devoid of any productive labor, merely indulge in their piety, contributing nothing to the populace, yet they possess such wealth. It seems the ancient texts were correct in equating Buddha with a demon. After enduring a beating from Xiongba, Shirji Xian's malevolent persona suppressed his holy monk identity, fostering a profound aversion towards Buddhism. Loki and Batman, 2 foreigners, lacked a deep understanding of the Buddhist faith but, having overheard the conversations, harbored no fondness for the pure mind Zen sect. Shifei Xian, her complexion pale and pitiful, implored, "Please, esteemed elders, show mercy. The Buddhist community emphasizes the cultivation of virtue and compassion." Virtue and compassion? Wan's sarcasm was unmistakable as she retorted to Raleigh, "Master, the monks feast and chant daily without concerns for their livelihood. The lands of the temple are tended by novice monks, and being a secluded domain, they never pay taxes. The offerings from visitors merely serve to create a fade of compassion, akin to the hypocrisy of the compassionate voyage quiet abode." Shifei Xian interjected defensively. "Our compassionate voyage quiet abode is not hypocritical. It exists for the welfare of all living beings." Before she could finish, Raleigh, in a fit of impatience, swatted her aside, exclaiming, "Hypocritical saints, how revolting." Raleigh commanded, "Loki, Xiongba, Shirji Xian, Wayne, you shall proceed," while Ben stands by to provide support. Loki, dissatisfied, retorted, "I am capable of leading as well. After all, I am a god." Ben candidly replied, "I believe you are somewhat lacking." Loki lamented, "That struck a nerve, Ben." What struck deeper was the plight of Yubuchuan, who, in this battle, was deemed unworthy to even participate. Wan, brimming with excitement, raised her hand. "I want to join. I've longed to vanquish those foul monks. Let the battle commence." With Raleigh's command, Xiongba charged ahead, rushing towards the mountain gate. Cloud-splitting palm. A resounding crash ensued as the massive gate collapsed. "I, Xiongba, have arrived. You wretched minions of the Pure Thought Zen sect. Come forth and meet your demise." His voice reverberated across the land, causing leaves to tremble and fall in a cascade. Soon, the Pure Thought Zen sect was thrown into chaos, with countless monks wielding hefty bronze staffs rushing forth, numbering at least 2,000. The sight was truly magnificent. Yubuchuan looked on, his lips twitching in dismay. In comparison to the Pure Thought Zen sect, his own world's premier sect, the Shaolin Temple, seemed but a mere junior, or perhaps more aptly, a grandson. Raleigh let out a cold snort, declaring, "The Pure Thought Zen is nothing but a malignant tumor." His resolve to eradicate the Pure Thought Zen grew ever stronger. Who dares to wreak havoc upon the Pure Thought Zen? A robust monk, wielding a Zen staff with an imposing aura and fierce countenance, stood before the 2,000 warrior monks, confronting the formidable Xiongba, a disciple of Liao Kong. "Remember my name. I am Xiongba. Call me Brother Ba, and I may spare your insignificant life." With a display of formidable prowess, Xiongba unleashed his most potent technique, the 3 returns to origin. A colossal orb surged forward with tremendous force, crashing into the high monk Liao Qi, shattering the ground beneath it and sending gusts of wind swirling. In a mere 0.8 seconds, Liao Qi was reduced to a bloody mess. As the orb continued its relentless path through the ranks of warrior monks, blood rained down, and limbs flew in every direction. Shirji Xian's lips twitched. He had never witnessed such a technique before. It was evident that Xiongba had not exerted his full strength during their duel. An hour later, the Pure Thought Zen had transformed into a battlefield of carnage, with rivers of blood flowing throughout the temple. All but a few hundred monks who had fled in terror were annihilated. Those who managed to escape were utterly demoralized, their spirits shattered, let alone the thought of seeking revenge. It was laughably naive to have once thought of avenging the holy monk Kong. Next came the moment of harvest. Yubuchuan eagerly pushed open the scripture pavilion, revealing shelves brimming with countless tomes, an estimated 10,000 volumes. Group message. Unclaimed martial arts manuals detected. Shall we upload them to the group space? Raleigh, upload it quickly. In no time, the group space has suddenly amassed over 12,000 secret manuals. With the teachings of Buddhism, Yubuchuan is drooling in ecstasy. Now he has struck gold. He can discard the likes of the Purple Mist Divine Skill and the Huashan Sword Art. Any one of these tomes could surpass those inferior martial arts manuals of the Huashan sect. Moreover, there's the Hashirama. Raleigh flickered into existence. landing in the very heart of the bronze hall. The hall boasted 2 towering bronze gates, each standing 3 meters high and weighing several tons. It goes without saying that the hall housed the coveted Hashirama. For the relentless slaughter carried out by the likes of Xiongba and Shi Xian rendered any attempt to seize the Hashirama futile. Raleigh pushed open the bronze giant door and beheld the Hashirama within. If Raleigh remembered correctly, this Hashirama possessed extraordinary powers capable of influencing both the mind and body. According to the lore of the DTing Shuing Eling Zhuan, such an artifact could cleanse and refine one's essence. Reaching out, he grasped the Hashirama, which radiated a crystalline brilliance. A surge of foreign energy attempted to penetrate Raleigh's being, yet alas, his skin was too resilient to allow such intrusion. To Raleigh's formidable strength, these foreign powers were mere rudimentary energies, laden with impurities. The imperial seal of the nation was nothing more than trifling refuse to him, yet for others, particularly those of lesser cultivation like Yubuchuan, Wanan, and Shizhishuan, it would indeed be a prized possession. Raleigh cast the imperial seal to them, bestowing it upon you. After 5 days, the imperial peak was utterly transformed into a desolate wasteland, and the compassionate navigation sanctuary was completely obliterated. Raleigh stood upon the ruins, reflecting on his prolonged sojourn in this place. Let us return, he suggested. Xiongba replied, though this world may be feeble, many techniques prove invaluable to me. I shall retreat for seclusion to refine my 3 parts returning essence. Yubuchuan added, indeed, I have been away for quite some time. I wonder how the Huashan sect has fared in my absence. Among us, it is Yubuchuan who has reaped the greatest rewards. Having absorbed 1/3 of the extraordinary power from the Hashirama, cleansing his sinews and marrow, he has also perused numerous scriptures and sought counsel from Xiongba and Shi Xian, significantly enhancing his own prowess. Ban clasped his hands in respect and declared, Esteemed one, I shall return directly to the shinobi world. This journey has been immensely fruitful. Perhaps I have discovered the path to transform the shinobi world. Rory nodded, then vanished with one on into the Imperial Summit. One by one, the others also disappeared from their locations, returning to their original worlds. Finally, only Xiongba remained. Gazing at Shi Xian, my son, I must take my leave. Devote yourself to your training, and after 3 months, we shall duel again. I still wish to be your father. Shi Xian's countenance turned ashen. Xiongba laughed heartily, disappearing from the Imperial Summit. Ah, Xiongba, your demise is inevitable. In the Marvel Universe, Wanwan expressed her curiosity as she arrived in this world. She gazed in wonder at the luxurious villa and the towering skyscrapers of New York outside. A plane soaring overhead, leaving her utterly astonished. Despite her mental preparations, the reality of this world surpassed her expectations, akin to the legendary realms of celestial beings. However, her whimsical nature allowed her to swiftly embrace new knowledge, which is precisely why Rory had chosen her as his personal maid. Once you become accustomed to it, I will find a maid to teach you for a while. Once you are familiar, you may come to serve me. Yes, master. Wanwan completely relinquished the pride of the holy maiden of the demon sect, wholeheartedly accepting her role as Rory's devoted maid. At that moment, Rory reached out into the void, capturing the 9-tailed fox that had been playing a game in the hall, bringing it into his grasp. He gently stroked the silky fur of the 9-tailed fox, enjoying the moment. Raleigh has recently developed a penchant for indulging in feline companionship. Although this cat boasts 9 tails, Wanwan's eyes are now sparkling with wonder. Wow, is this a fox? A 9-tailed fox? Roly, a 9-tailed fox? Perhaps. The irate and adorably fierce QB protested, let go of me. I'm on the verge of completing my game. Struggling with all its might, it added, wait a moment. Did anything occur while I was away? Roly inquired. A few petty thieves attempted to pilfer some items, but I dealt with them and sent them packing, QB retorted disdainfully. It must have been S-H-I-E-L-D, Roly surmised. You seem to have gained some weight, Roly remarked, lifting QB by the scruff of its neck and poking its protruding belly. Too much food, not enough exercise, QB admitted. Seizing an opportune moment when Roly was distracted, it slipped from his grasp and swiftly darted into the hall, resuming its gaming fervor. Raleigh's gaze towards Wanwan was entirely captivated by the 9-tailed fox. It is understandable, for Wanwan was likely only 17 or 18 years old, perhaps even younger, retaining some of the innocence of youth. Thus, it is only natural that she would find it difficult to resist the charm of such an adorable creature, Raleigh remarked. You might think of her as merely a small pet, yet her prowess is indeed formidable. Wanwan inquired, just how formidable? Raleigh, much stronger than the overlord. Is it possible that he surpasses Brother Ba? Wanwan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, completely convinced in her heart. Upon returning to the villa, Nick Fury of S-H-I-E-L-D was immediately informed of Raleigh's arrival. During this period, S-H-I-E-L-D had dispatched agents to infiltrate Raleigh's villa in search of intelligence. However, they were surprisingly thwarted by a fox's paw. What on earth? Each agent is a highly skilled individual, painstakingly trained by S-H-I-E-L-D, and yet they were rendered helpless by a mere fox. Who is this creature? How can even a pet possess such formidable prowess? Regaining his composure, Nick Fury summoned Natasha once more. Raleigh has returned. Remember your mission, and give it your all. Natasha responded with a confident smile. Rest assured, this time I will succeed. She had a secret weapon up her sleeve. Natasha gently caressed her belly. Half an hour later, she arrived at the villa's entrance, first applying a flawless makeup, then cultivating the right emotions. After pressing the doorbell, she finally came face to face with Raleigh. Watch my performance unfold. Upon seeing Raleigh, Natasha feigned distress, bursting into tears. You irresponsible man, you heartless scoundrel. Tears streamed down her cheeks, sincere and heartfelt, evoking a sense of profound emotion. Natasha mentally applauded herself. I, Natasha, am an Oscar-worthy actress, truly remarkable. Surely, any man would be moved by such tears, wouldn't they? To her surprise, Raleigh remained unmoved. His expression one of disdain. Haven't I already given you money? Is it not enough? Natasha gritted her teeth. I don't want money. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, she resorted to another approach. Natasha cradled her belly, pretending to be pregnant, weeping bitterly. Oh, my poor little baby, yet to be born. And your father has abandoned you. How cruel he is. Her performance was heart-wrenching and deeply poignant. I, Natasha, am an Oscar-worthy actress, truly remarkable. Even if he is a scoundrel, surely he must soften in the face of an innocent life? Raleigh is bewildered. What? Pregnant? Luo utilized gas to explore within Natasha's body. The formidable power of Raleigh is evident. With a mere sweep of his aura, Natasha's entire condition became apparent to him. Indeed, Natasha is pregnant, harboring a nascent life within her, a fetal embryo. However, this is not of his lineage. It is the seed of an ordinary human. His own essence is that of a Saiyan, distinctly disparate from that of a typical human. Moreover, the follicle does not belong to Natasha either, implying that this is a case of artificial insemination and not with his genetic material. The Black Widow displays remarkable ruthlessness for the sake of a sliver of intelligence. She is willing to compromise her own reproductive capabilities. Truly impressive. Raleigh can only deal a double blow of 222 to Black Widow, the birth of Iron Man 37. Raleigh scoffed coldly. Pregnant? Humph. Do you think you can deceive me? If you don't leave, I shall resort to force. Natasha, indignant, retorted, I will not leave. This is your child, and I refuse to believe you could be so heartless. Raleigh, Wanjing, throw her out. No matter how formidable Natasha may be, she is merely an ordinary person, incapable of contending with the esteemed Wanjing of the Tang dynasty. In just a few swift moves, Wanjing subdued her effortlessly and cast Black Widow out of the villa. Wanjing, intrigued, inquired, Master, what if this woman truly is with child? Raleigh smirked. She is, of course, pregnant. Wanwan gazed at Raleigh in astonishment. Master, you. Raleigh, do not overthink it. The seed of pregnancy does not belong to me, but to another. And the mother is not her, but someone else. Wanwan was left in a state of bewilderment. What does this mean? Raleigh's words had left her in a daze. After Natasha was cast out of the villa, she was seething with anger, her teeth clenched as she touched her belly. Her plans thwarted. She reflected on the sacrifices she had made, feeling a tinge of disappointment that she had failed to ensnare Raleigh. Should I terminate this pregnancy? Natasha pondered, her hand resting on her abdomen, engulfed in uncertainty. She faced a dilemma, either to terminate now and sever ties with Raleigh, or to bear the child and become entangled with him irrevocably. Natasha was deeply conflicted. At that moment, her phone chimed with a message. I want the child. Give birth to it, and I shall provide for it. Raleigh. Upon reading this, Natasha burst into triumphant laughter. Ha! Even a cunning fox like Raleigh must drink from my waters. Meanwhile, Raleigh, after sending the message, wore a sly grin. Natasha. Once you bring forth the child, I shall abandon wife and child, driving you to despair. The mere thought of Natasha laboring to deliver the child only to come seeking him, only for him to expose her, made Raleigh chuckle uncontrollably. Despite his immense power, capable of annihilating the universe effortlessly, he found the machinations of ordinary mortals to be quite entertaining. Rory felt a notable enhancement in his spiritual essence, his mastery over physical strength becoming increasingly formidable. Ever since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, it appeared that his power had surged at an accelerated pace. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that his previous battles had taken their toll, and now, in this tranquil state, he was undergoing a profound spiritual transformation? This notion indeed resonated with the concept of the power of the mind as articulated by Angel Vis. As time swiftly passed, another month had elapsed, and Rory sensed that he had overlooked something important, though he dismissed the thought. In the Middle East, the terrorist stronghold had finally been dealt with. Stark, with his characteristic clanging and clattering, had successfully forged the first generation of the Mark suit. The next step was to assemble and don it. Once clad in the armor, he would be able to break free from the rebel base. Stark had grown weary of his prolonged confinement and was eager to escape. However, this crisis had catalyzed a remarkable transformation within him. He was no longer the frivolous playboy devoid of substance beyond his intellect. The new Tony Stark had emerged from the flames of adversity. At that moment, the terrorists had begun to sense something amiss with Tony Stark. They demanded that he construct Jericho missiles, but instead, he was busily hammering away at iron. Infuriated, the terrorist leader stormed towards the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned, accompanied by a group of henchmen. Ethan had been vigilantly watching for Stark, and through a narrow opening, he caught sight of the terrorists approaching with fierce intent, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Stark, hurry. They seem to have discovered us. Damn it, I'm almost there. Tony Stark struggled to fit into the armor. The first generation of the Mark suit was rudimentary, and many aspects remained unrefined, making it feel cumbersome and unwieldy. Suddenly, the door was violently smashed open by the terrorist leader, who peered into the dark cave, seeing nothing. Tony Stark, come out now, or you'll face dire consequences. In a corner among the discarded debris, Stark held his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. He was only halfway suited up, and the Mark suit was still unusable. He hastily called out to his allies, Rory, my friend, hurry and come to my rescue. I'm in dire straits. Raleigh, where's your Mark suit? Tony Stark lamented, there is no time to put it on properly. Obito, Tony Stark, do not fear. I have left a contingency within you. Just shout, Obito is awesome. And it will come to your aid. In a state of panic, Tony Stark shouted, Obito is awesome. The terrorists, bewildered by the utterance, were left in confusion. What does Obito is awesome mean? Nevertheless, they pinpointed Stark's location and cautiously approached, weapons drawn. At that moment, Tony Stark finally beheld the manifestation of Obito's contingency, a pale, ghostly figure emerged from his body, coalescing into a humanoid form. It was White Zetsu, a unique entity from the world of shinobi. Obito had previously implanted spores of White Zetsu within Stark, both to stabilize his injuries and as a safeguard for dire situations. What on earth is this? Stark was astonished to discover the terrifying presence within him. Meanwhile, Ethan stood in shock, staring at the creature that had detached from Stark. As a weapon of war, White Zetsu was ruthlessly efficient. Upon taking human form, its arms transformed into razor-sharp blades, swiftly darting into the darkness toward the terrorists. The sudden assault sent the terrorists into a panic. What is this creature? Oh my god, a demon! The terrorists, gripped by fear, opened fire, bullets spraying wildly. Yet White Zetsu moved with the swiftness of a phantom. One by one, the terrorists fell, their throats sliced open, blood gushing forth, leading to their demise. The terrorist leader, though formidable, was no match for White Zetsu, who effortlessly dispatched him in mere moments. The cave was cleared in less than 10 seconds. Tony Stark exclaimed, Obito is awesome. Ethan remained dumbfounded. Seizing the opportunity, Stark hurriedly donned the Mark suit. Activate. The energy core on his chest illuminated. Mark I, the first generation, deployed. Iron Man was officially born. Tony Stark leveled up, achieving level 1. At the moment Stark activated the Mark I, the group chat buzzed with activity. Group message. Congratulations. Tony Stark, on your successful upgrade to level 1. Group message. Tony Stark has earned the new title of Iron Man. The previously quiet group chat erupted with excitement, and everyone began to chime in. Stark, haha, I've finally leveled up. I now understand the words of the greats. I have found my own path. Xiong Ba, congratulations. Brother Tony, on your upgrade. You Buchuan, you've caught up to my pace. It seems I must work harder. Loki, Iron Man? Is this title born from the act of forging iron? Shizhuan, what the hell, forging iron? Shizhuan had completely integrated into the group, as this realm offered far greater opportunities than the Tang dynasty. Being an ambitious individual, he had already reached the pinnacle in the small pond of the Tang dynasty and now sought to leap into a broader world. With a mindset of learning and humility, he engaged well with the other members, inevitably picking up some of their banter. Stark, for some reason, I feel this title of Iron Man was meant for me. I truly adore it. From now on, I shall be called Iron Man. At this moment, Raleigh floated above the terrorist base, cradling the Nine Tails in his arms, occasionally giving it a gentle stroke. The Nine Tails, displaying a pleasing demeanor, had grown fond of this world, which offered play and sustenance far superior to the tumultuous realm of shinobi. Thus, it had abandoned its arrogance, striving to please Raleigh to avoid being sent back to the shinobi world. Raleigh observed the group while simultaneously watching below, where Stark remained immersed in the water, exhibiting no intention of emerging. Raleigh was filled with a sense of foreboding. Do you not fear that terrorists might detonate explosives in the cave, entombing you within? Raleigh, Tony Stark, stop dawdling and come out immediately, or you'll have to swim back to New York by yourself. Stark, startled, shouted back, oh no, please wait. I'm coming out right now. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed through the base as Tony Stark emerged in his Mark suit. Bullets whizzing past and debris scattering. The Mark I's defenses proved remarkably resilient, with bullets striking it without causing any damage. Stark's counterattack was swift and lethal. As one by one, the terrorists met their demise. With Stark eliminating the assailants, chaos ensued among the remaining terrorists. Some fled in panic, while others charged recklessly, and many hesitated, resulting in utter disarray. After a tumultuous 20 minutes, the terrorist base finally fell silent. The few who had escaped were the only ones left, while the rest had been vanquished by Stark. Observing the reactor in his chest, Stark noticed that his energy reserves were critically low, and a wave of relief washed over him. Raleigh descended from the sky, landing beside him. Boss. Upon seeing Raleigh, Tony Stark immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This life had, at last, been salvaged. Raleigh placed his hand on Stark's shoulder and said, "Let's go. It's time to return." Stark exclaimed urgently, "Wait, my friend. There is still one more person." "Raleigh?" Stark, having discarded the nearly obsolete Mark I, re-entered the cave and shortly emerged with an individual in tow. "Esteemed one, this is Ethan. He has been assisting me in completing the Mark project during this time. I kindly ask you to escort him back to New York." Stark jested. Ethan, having previously encountered Raleigh and aware of his enigmatic nature, did not dare to be remiss and promptly bowed respectfully to Raleigh. Rory waved dismissively, indifferent. "I'm off." In the blink of an eye, he whisked Tony Stark and Ethan back to the rooftop of Stark Tower. "As for what comes next, you can handle it on your own." "I'm taking my leave," Rory said, waving his hand. "Thanks, big guy. Next time, I'll throw a party and invite you." Tony Stark responded with a grin, his expression reminiscent of an old hand at this. "Get lost. Am I really that kind of person?" Rory shot back, his face darkening with annoyance. Raleigh vanished from the rooftop, and Stark's expression immediately turned cold. "Next, I must uncover who betrayed me." He was a clever man. Both the ambush he had encountered and the previous explosion of Stark Industries' missile indicated to him that there was a mole within Stark Industries. Unfortunately, the terrorist leader had been slain by White, leaving no opportunity for interrogation. Stark descended from the rooftop to his office, where the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, promptly responded, "Sir, you're back." The voice trembled slightly, echoing human emotions, a testament to Jarvis's advanced intelligence. "Jarvis, long time no see." Tony Stark smiled. "Sir, it seems you are not in good condition. You need a shower and some rest. Please summon Pepper, and do not let anyone else know. Also, arrange an identity for Ethan so he can work at Stark Industries moving forward," Tony instructed. "Understood, sir." In just 10 minutes, Pepper Potts arrived in a hurry, her eyes wide with surprise upon seeing Stark. "What happened? Your eyes are red. Were you worried about me?" Stark teased. Pepper, with reddened eyes, replied, "I just didn't want to change jobs. Now that I'm back, you can rest easy." The two embraced, leaving Ethan feeling quite overwhelmed. Meanwhile, in a twist of fate, Batman and Ubuchi don the Iron Man suit. "Tony, you've returned," Obadiah Stane exclaimed, astonished to see Tony Stark standing before him. His eyes were filled with uncertainty, but he quickly masked it with feigned excitement. "This is wonderful. Stark Industries stock is saved." Tony Stark chuckled bitterly. "If it weren't for the big guy, I might have perished there." He held no suspicions about Obadiah, who had been a stalwart from his father's era and had always treated him with utmost care. Obadiah's interest was piqued. "The big guy? Is it that Raleigh whom Tony often visits?" Naturally, Obadiah was familiar with Raleigh, having meticulously investigated everyone close to Tony Stark. "Did that Mr. Raleigh save you? If so, we must express our gratitude. I shall pay him a visit personally." Tony hesitated. He probably prefers solitude. Obadiah shook his head. "It is a must. You are the pillar of Stark Industries. He saved you, and I must convey my thanks." Faced with Obadiah's enthusiasm, Tony Stark found it hard to refuse, feeling a twinge of warmth in his heart. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Obadiah's eyes flashed with shadows and malice, his mind concocting various plans to eliminate Raleigh, armed with several hidden cards up his sleeve. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. received news of Stark's return. Bewildered by how he had made it back. Was it by plane? Why had S.H.I.E.L.D. received no notification? Nick Fury found himself entangled in various conspiracy theories, sensing a hidden puppet master at play. Tony Stark's reputation in America was undeniable. The day after his return, journalists flocked to Stark Tower, eager to interview him. Soon, Tony Stark held a press conference, announcing a significant revelation before the gathered crowd of reporters. This recent ordeal in the Middle East has prompted much reflection. Was I truly in the right? I hereby declare, Stark Industries will close its weapons research department, Stark stated with resolute determination. Instantly, the press conference fell into stunned silence, followed by an uproar. Stark Industries was a military contractor. Closing the weapons division meant the very core of Stark Industries would cease to exist. Was Tony Stark out of his mind? Was he not sealing the fate of Stark Industries? Without the weapons division, could Stark Industries even remain as it was? This was monumental news. Obadiah's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the stage. Stark lamented, "After this incident, I have come to realize the grave errors of my past actions. Thus, I am serious. In 1 week, the weapons department will completely vanish from Stark Industries." Wait. Obadiah seized the microphone. "Do not pay too much heed to that. What we need to focus on is that Tony has returned." However, the journalists ignored him entirely. Obadiah? Who was that? They only recognized Tony Stark. True to form, Obadiah, despite harboring a whirlwind of anger and resentment, maintained a genial facade towards the reporters. "As you can see, Tony is in good health. It was just a fleeting moment of confusion. I believe he will soon contribute his remarkable scientific talents to Stark Industries once again." Unfortunately, the reporters were not interested in him. Their focus remained fixed on the departing Tony Stark, and soon the press conference venue was eerily empty. Obadiah surveyed the vacant hall, feeling a void within. Was the company he had devoted his life to destined to be destroyed by that detestable Tony Stark? No, he would not allow it. Tony Stark must die. And what of Raleigh? He too must perish. But wait, Tony still held value for him and could not be eliminated yet. Therefore, he would eliminate that meddling Raleigh. Obadiah's face darkened, his intentions chilling. Once back home, he opened a long-unused phone and dialed a number. Raleigh sneezed while petting the cat. Lately, he has been plagued by the nagging feeling that there are tasks left undone, yet the specifics elude him, which is quite vexing. On the other hand, has been diligently absorbing various modern knowledge with remarkable speed, living up to her title as the saintess of the Inkuwe sect. Her intellect is indeed quite agile. However, when it comes to subjects like mathematics and physics, she finds herself in a bit of a quandary. At this moment, she is grappling with a middle school math textbook, her brow furrowed in concentration, clearly stumped, which is rather endearing. Wan, please slice a watermelon for me. Of course, master. With that, Wan tossed the math book aside, exclaiming in delight, and swiftly darted into the kitchen. After cutting the watermelon into artistic slices, she returned to Raleigh's side, presenting the beautifully arranged fruit. Master, please enjoy. Raleigh bit into a chilled watermelon, savoring the delightful sensation from his mouth to his stomach, glancing at the chat group. The conversation was vibrant and lively. Tony remarked, I have shut down my company's weapons division. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to the development of my mark suit. Batman interjected, I am quite curious about how you plan to address the energy source. Tony replied, I have constructed a miniature arc reactor using 2 grams of palladium, capable of outputting an astounding 3 billion joules per second. Batman expressed, that is remarkably powerful. Might I request a copy of the technical documentation? With this, I could enhance my batsuit. Aware of his own limitations, Batman recognized that his abilities were rather insufficient, had it not been for his superior intellect, far exceeding that of his adversaries, and his meticulous planning before confrontations, he would have long since been rendered powerless. With the arc reactor, however, his combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise. Tony stated, I do not sell technology, but I can certainly create a customized suit for you. My mark suit is indeed formidable. Batman replied, thank you very much. Grasping onto the esteemed ally for support, Raleigh's lips twitched as he envisioned Batman relinquishing the Batmobile and the Batsuit to don Iron Man's armor. Wasn't that image reminiscent of another Iron Man? Batman's moniker seemed utterly absurd. Ubuchuan timidly inquired, might I also receive a suit? Tony replied, absolutely. Raleigh wore a grim expression. Ubuchuan, what do you intend to do with Mark? Do you wish to challenge the Shaolin and Wudong like Iron Man? This is not the right approach. Meanwhile, the Ten Commandments gang prepared for their assassination under the cover of darkness. 3 large black sedans glided silently toward Raleigh's villa. Inside, a dozen burly men sat with stern faces, resembling cold-blooded soldiers returning from battle. They were a group of terrorists, the Ten Commandments gang, notorious for their collaboration with Obadiah, whose leader, the formidable Masterman, was a powerful human. Their target was a man named Raleigh, the one responsible for saving Tony Stark, thus making him a prime target for elimination. Obadiah's cold voice resonated through the phone. Rest assured, you are aware of the capabilities of the Ten Commandments gang. We will not disappoint you. The gang leader smirked confidently, his scarred visage rendering his smile particularly menacing. As one of Master Man's most vital combat squads, enhanced by his power, we possess formidable combat abilities and unparalleled experience. We could take down 10 enemies with ease. I await your good news, Obadiah responded, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he savored the wine in his glass. Tony Stark had just returned from the Middle East, attracting the scrutiny of the military, government, and the public. Obadiah found it inconvenient to act against him directly, but Raleigh, being a mere phantom, would attract little attention should he be eliminated. Tonight marks your demise. In the shroud of night, the black vehicles came to a halt outside Raleigh's villa, their arrival silent enough to rouse no one. The doors swung open, and the robust soldiers disembarked quietly, without a sound. There were no cameras, no alarms. After a technician fiddled with a computer, he reported back to the gang leader. It's all clear. Too easy, the gang leader sneered, gesturing lightly. One of his men swiftly employed a technique to unlock the villa's door. Let us deal with him while he sleeps. Suddenly, the leader pondered the number of men he had brought along. Was it overkill? Meanwhile, 300 meters away, a nondescript residential house housed SHIELD agents who had been monitoring Raleigh's villa for 22 hours. They quickly sprang into action upon spotting the Ten Commandments gang. Some manipulated computers, others peered through binoculars, while a few made phone calls. Who are they? One agent wondered, unable to discern their identities due to their masks. They don't appear to be military. Rather, they resemble trained gang members. Are they here to kill Raleigh? Should we alert him? Let us refrain from alerting him for now. We must report the situation and seek guidance on our next steps. Ringing echoed in SHIELD headquarters as Nick Fury received the intel regarding the assassination plot against Raleigh. He promptly issued directives, do not alert him, continue monitoring and document everything. Upon concluding his orders, a sly smile crept across Nick Fury's face. He had long sought an opportunity to test Raleigh, and now fortune had presented itself without requiring his intervention. Let me see what cards you hold. Within the villa, Raleigh opened his eyes, revealing a bemused expression. This is amusing. It has finally added some excitement to my life. In another room, Wanon had also awakened. As a martial arts master, she was acutely aware of her surroundings, particularly sensitive to the bloodthirsty aura emanating from the individuals nearby. Barefoot, she descended from her bed, draping a sheer shawl over her shoulders, and stealthily exited her bedroom. Meanwhile, in the grand hall downstairs, the large 20-inch television screen flickered with the exhilarating battles of League of Legends. Death is like the wind, always by my side. The internet-addicted youth, Giolama, was skillfully controlling the character Uchiha Madara, mercilessly claiming the heads of his enemies. Brother Gio is magnificent. Brother Gio, 222. Brother Gio, I want to bear your children. Let us meet in reality. Brother Gio, the god of Soren. The cheers of his teammates filled the air as the game progressed toward a decisive victory. With the enemy's last tower on the verge of collapse, suddenly, a figure clad in black combat attire emerged, a dark gun barrel aimed directly at Giolama. Momentarily stunned, Giolama stared at the member of the Ten Commandments gang, who, in turn, was equally bewildered. Who is this guy? Giolama wondered. While the gang member contemplated, what in the world is this? Both were caught in a moment of confusion. At that instant, a notification popped up on the screen. I am King Arthur, having slain Uchiha Madara's nine-tailed father. Giolama was taken aback. I was killed? I was killed. I was killed. A surge of rage ignited within him. The Nine Tails unleashed a slaughter, obliterating the Ten Commandments squad. Eguna, a bewildered soldier of the Ten Commandments, was the first to enter the villa, only to find someone hidden behind a tall sofa, engrossed in the game. What a perfect opportunity. Elated, Eguna thought he could quietly flank the player and eliminate him with ease. Headshot 1. Contribution 1. What a windfall. With excitement, he stealthily circled around. He had made it. He spotted the player and exclaimed, ha ha ha. But then, confusion struck again. What the heck? What is that? Eaguna's eyes nearly popped out as he beheld a fox playing League of Legends with a keyboard. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Then, the fox bristled and let out a low growl directed at him. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine as the sense of danger enveloped him. In a flash, the fox lunged at him, crashing into his embrace, shattering his ribcage. How could this happen? His body, reinforced by Master Man, was supposed to be several times stronger than an ordinary person's. Eaguna let out a piercing scream as he collided with the villa's load-bearing wall. The villa trembled, and his bones cracked as if they were about to explode, blood gushing from every pore. His eyes remained wide open, seemingly narrating his tragic despair. This is outrageous. How can a fox be this powerful? The leader of the Ten Commandments, oblivious to the situation inside, knew that stealth was no longer an option upon hearing the massive crash. If that is the case, let us proceed with open aggression. Kill them, he commanded, waving his hand as the soldiers surged in. Then, a flash of red light burst forth, accompanied by furious roars and a thick scent of blood. An overwhelming pressure that caused pain. These soldiers were elite, seasoned in battle and enhanced by Master Man, possessing a far sharper sense of danger than ordinary folk. Yet, no matter how acute their instincts, they could not match the speed of slaughter. The red figure darted like lightning, its claws extending several centimeters long, tearing the Ten Commandments soldiers into countless pieces with each swipe. 1, 2, 3. It was utterly brutal. Dodge. Dodge. Oh my god, what is that thing? In a frenzied panic, they discovered to their horror that their bullets had no effect on the crimson creature, failing to inflict any harm. In mere moments, 6 or 7 soldiers lay lifeless, their remains scattered across the ground. Monster! Monster! They cried. Oh god, help us! The surviving soldiers, paralyzed with fear, retreated outside the villa, finally catching sight of the creature. Standing a meter tall, it was a fox with 7 or 8 tails, a demon. The Ten Commandments soldiers screamed in terror. Meanwhile, in the distance, S-H-I-E-L-D, agents monitoring the scene swallowed hard. Is that the one that attacked me last time? Indeed it is. The marks on my face are its doing. Why is it so much larger than before? What sort of monstrosity is this? They hastily recorded everything from afar. Inside the villa, Giolama expanded his form, the vibrant red chakra swirling around him, bubbling with fury. He bared his teeth, filled with immense anger towards those who had interrupted his game and caused his demise. You dare disturb my game? Unforgivable. Kill. The leader of the Ten Commandments shouted, rallying his men to charge at Giolama. Unfortunately, the very existence of Giolama was beyond their comprehension. The bullets disintegrated before they could even approach him. With a swift motion, his tails elongated, transforming into spears that pierced through the bodies of the soldiers, emerging from their backs. All kill. All slain. What a load of rubbish. This so-called enhancement is nothing but trash. Raleigh gazed at the chaotic villa, shaking his head with a sigh. It seemed he would need to leave for a while. He dialed Stark's number, requesting him to come and tidy up, while also taking care of the villa. Where should he reside next? Raleigh pondered for a moment and concluded that Stark's seaside cliff villa in Los Angeles would be a splendid choice. Thus, he decided to reside there. In no time, Raleigh, accompanied by Wan and Giolama, teleported to Stark's coastal abode, where Stark was currently engaged in research on the Mark II. Welcome, Mr. Raleigh, Jarvis's voice resonated, having long anticipated his arrival. It is a pleasure to finally meet you today. Hello, Jarvis. Raleigh expressed his fondness for the artificial intelligence steward. Just then, Tony Stark emerged briskly, a mix of surprise and enthusiasm lighting up his face. Welcome, esteemed guest. I have arranged accommodations for you. Please feel free to stay here at your leisure. Do not hesitate, One-On and Julama, Stark added, his demeanor warm and inviting. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts observed Raleigh, One-On, and Julama with keen curiosity, particularly drawn to the adorable yet fierce Julama. She had long been aware of Tony's association with a remarkable friend, and witnessing such deference from Stark, known for his pride, only deepened her intrigue. Today, she finally had the opportunity to behold the true nature of this enigmatic figure. Raleigh said to Tony, "Investigate the whereabouts of the leader of the Ten Commandments gang, Master Man. I may not be inclined to take action against the lesser ones, but I certainly harbor an interest in teaching him a lesson." Tony replied, "So it is the Ten Commandments gang that will act tonight? I have discovered that the kidnapping in the Middle East was orchestrated by them. Raleigh, you must exercise caution." Raleigh is undoubtedly aware of Obadiah's collusion with the Ten Rings. Yet Obadiah stands as the inaugural adversary on Tony Stark's illustrious journey as Iron Man. Without Obadiah, the iconic declaration "I am Iron Man" would never have emerged. Thus, let us leave Obadiah to Tony Stark. However, Raleigh's fury cannot be easily appeased. He seeks out the formidable leader of the Ten Rings, the Mandarin. The Mandarin is not the lackluster puppet from Iron Man 3, but rather a truly formidable supervillain of immense power. This character from Marvel Comics is Iron Man's greatest nemesis and claims descent from Genghis Khan. His abilities are predominantly derived from the 10 rings adorning his fingers, from which the name 10 rings is derived. Each of these rings possesses a unique power, such as gravitational manipulation, molecular reconfiguration, and dark energy fields. In summary, his capabilities are extraordinarily formidable. The Mark 42 armor has now manifested, and the time has come to confront the Mandarin. Raleigh's villa, belonging to Nick Fury, resembled a scene from a nightmare, utterly ravaged with corpses strewn across the floor and dried pools of blood. The New York Police Department's efforts were swiftly supplanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Was this the doing of Raleigh's pet? Nick Fury found himself somewhat astonished. While he understood Raleigh was no ordinary individual, the prowess of his pet was quite extraordinary. "Director, we have conducted an investigation. These individuals are members of the Ten Commandments gang." The Ten Commandments? The one associated with Mandarin? Indeed, they all bear tattoos of the Ten Commandments gang on their arms. Moreover, we have discovered that these individuals are not mere fighters, but rather enhanced special operatives. The agent responsible for examining the scene exhibited a wealth of experience. Upon inspecting the bodies, he sensed something amiss. Why would the Ten Commandments gang target Raleigh? Nick Fury began to piece together various events, surmising that Tony Stark's sudden return home must somehow be linked to Raleigh. It seemed imperative to dispatch someone else to probe Raleigh, as Natasha's approach had evidently proven ineffective. In another city, Natasha sneezed and, pale-faced, trembled as she exited the hospital's miscarriage ward. It dawned on her that the child had nothing to do with Raleigh. Even if she were to give birth, a paternity test would leave her at a loss, burdened with an unexpected son while failing to entrap the wolf. Having resolved her thoughts, Natasha promptly returned to the hospital to terminate the embryo that had existed for just over a month. Reflecting on her foolishness over the past month, she felt a surge of indignation. In the underground workshop of Stark Tower, Raleigh observed as Tony Stark tirelessly advanced his research on the Mark II. Drawing from his experiences in the cave, Tony had amassed a plethora of ideas to refine the Mark II. With ample equipment and materials at his disposal, he confidently asserted that the Mark II's combat capabilities would surpass those of the Mark I by a factor of 10. Finally, it is complete. Now, it's time for the test flight, Tony exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Jarvis, initiate the sequence." "Yes, sir." Standing at the center, Tony felt the immense mechanical arms disengage from their confines, commencing the assembly of the armor onto his form. Starting from his feet, the suit enveloped his torso and culminated with the helmet, the silver armor, under Jarvis's control, assembling seamlessly, exuding a captivating sci-fi aesthetic. Next came the fine-tuning of the flight data for the apparatus. Testing commencing, power level at 2.8. "Sir, we must proceed step by step." "Jarvis, your caution is excessive." 3, 2, 1, initiate. As Tony counted down, the palm pulses ignited, unleashing a torrent of plasma flames, followed by a deafening crash as he collided with the wall. Ouch. This test reduced the power level to 2. 0, 3, 2, 1, initiate. This time, the Mark II ascended slowly. Tony stabilized his body, but soon grew impatient, increasing the power. With a roar, the Mark II shattered glass and soared outside, embarking on a journey of unrestrained flight. "Hooray!" Tony cheered, reveling in the exhilaration of soaring through the skies. Raleigh chuckled lightly. He recalled the exhilaration he felt when he first mastered the art of aerial maneuvering. He soared through the skies for an entire day, circling the desolate star hundreds of times, reveling in the sheer joy of flight. At that moment, Tony Stark's adventurous spirit resurfaced, leading him to ascend to an altitude exceeding 20,000 meters, eager to test the limits of the Mark II suit. Warning! Warning! Altitude. 28. 200 meters. Speed. 2. 33 Mach. Initial signs of ice formation detected on the exterior, which may jeopardize the integrity of the armor. Immediate descent is advised. Undeterred, Tony Stark continued to ascend. Alas, his recklessness led to his downfall. The Mark II sustained damage and plummeted from the sky. Someone save me. Tony Stark cried out in desperation. Raleigh harbored no intentions of rescuing anyone. You can control it. You must believe in yourself. Ultimately, Tony Stark managed to tame the Mark II, which returned in a rather unsteady manner. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought I was done for, Tony remarked. His heart still racing as he cast a lingering, resentful glance at Raleigh. Yet, it was exhilarating, wasn't it? Raleigh replied with a smile. Indeed, it was quite entertaining. Tony's essence was still imbued with the spirit of adventure. In the ensuing days, Tony Stark devoted himself to enhancing the Mark II, subsequently branding it as the Mark III. He resolved the issue of ice formation and refined various driving components. Simultaneously, Tony Stark's inherent flair for innovation shone through as he adorned the silvery Mark III with alternating shades of gold and red, rendering it even more striking than its predecessor. After a successful test flight, he declared, "My friend, let us celebrate with a drink." With a triumphant stride, he made his way to procure some beverages. At that moment, Jarvis's voice interrupted, "Mr. Raleigh, we have located the whereabouts of Master Mal." "Where is he?" "In North Siberia. Please send the coordinates." Raleigh let out a cold laugh. "Finally having found you." In the frigid winds of northern Siberia, Master Man suddenly sensed a profound malevolence, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. "Look quickly. The big shot is about to show off." "Master Man? Is he found?" At this moment, Tony Stark also diverted his attention from the dazzling Mark III, Master Man. The Ten Rings Gang, through JARVISS investigation, has been confirmed as the organization that kidnapped me, nearly costing me my life. Thus, upon hearing the name Master Man, Tony's hatred was instantly ignited. "Are you planning to teach this Master Man a lesson? Take me along." Tony looked at Raleigh, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Raleigh did not refuse. At this moment, Tony Stark, equipped with the Mark III, possessed a certain level of self-defense capability. Although Master Man was formidable, he was also sufficiently capable of withstanding Master Man's attacks. Raleigh possesses scant knowledge regarding the character known as Mandarin. His familiarity is limited to the cinematic portrayal in Iron Man 3, where Mandarin is depicted as a comedic actor, likely a puppet rather than the genuine article. Thus, Raleigh remains oblivious to the extent of Mandarin's abilities, only aware that his prowess derives from the 10 rings he wields. As for the specific names and effects of each ring, Raleigh can only recall 2 or 3, gleaned from discussions among film enthusiasts. But he did not make a concerted effort to remember them. Nonetheless, regardless of Mandarin's formidable capabilities, which surpass those of most villains on Earth, Raleigh perceives him as inconsequential in the face of his own power to obliterate the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. However, from another perspective, Mandarin embodies the quintessential boss in an online game. Vanquishing him would yield 10 legendary artifacts, the 10 rings. Surely, the individuals in the group would find these rings immensely intriguing. As a figure of authority, Raleigh feels a responsibility to bestow benefits upon his subordinates, who incessantly chant his name. Onward, Raleigh randomly sensed the Siberian region and then, donning the Mark III suit, vanished within the villa. In the next moment, they found themselves amidst a frigid expanse of ice and snow, North Siberia, a land perpetually enveloped in frost and snowfall, characterized by its harsh environment and sparse human presence, where even wildlife is a rarity. This was Jarvis's first experience of Raleigh's instantaneous transportation, nearly overwhelming it. The computational demand far exceeded its knowledge base. Where did Master Man finally appear? Raleigh inquired, unfamiliar with Master Man's essence, rendering precise localization impossible. Thus, he had to rely on Jarvis's intelligence. As snowflakes gently descended, Raleigh felt a chill enveloping him. When Broly is not unleashing his formidable combat prowess, he experiences sensations of cold, warmth, and pain. However, once he taps into his fighting power, even bathing in the sun becomes a trivial matter. This transformation is attributed to Broly's profound mastery over his energy, tightly restraining the cataclysmic forces capable of annihilating the universe within himself. Similarly, characters like Kakarot and Vegeta exhibit this phenomenon. Master Roshi's final location is denoted by coordinates XXX, and before Broly, he projected an image displaying the entirety of northern Siberia's map along with the positions of both Broly and himself. Raleigh closed his eyes, seeking out that particular presence. Soon, he discerned an aura far more potent than that of an ordinary individual. It must be him. Whoosh. Raleigh and Tony vanished from their location, only to reappear above a towering snow-capped mountain. This majestic peak, soaring over 1,000 meters high, was adorned with glaciers, deep ravines, and undulating ridges, all shrouded in a tempest of wind and snow. At the base of the mountain, an expanse of snow-covered firs formed a dense forest that stretched halfway up the slope. Is he truly here? Tony Stark lamented, his brow furrowed in despair. Yet this mountain is so vast, how shall we ever find him? Indeed, the mountain was immense, its rolling contours resembling a small mountain range. Raleigh, step back a bit. Tony Stark, aware that Raleigh is about to unleash a formidable move, hastily piloted his Mark III suit away. Further back. He flew 1 kilometer away. Further back. He soared 2 kilometers away. Further back. He ventured 3 kilometers away. Raleigh was utterly exasperated, pondering whether he could fly a bit farther away. Nonetheless, he decided to let it go, thinking that soon enough, he would have his moment of reckoning. At that very moment, Tony Stark had already initiated a group video call. Tony exclaimed, "All right, my friends, wake up. It's time to get hyped. The Master is about to showcase his extraordinary skills, so don't blink, my comrades." The chat group erupted with excitement. Loki remarked, "I eagerly await the grand display of prowess." Ubuchuan added, "Though I may be a slacker, my ability to rally the troops with a shout of 222 is quite remarkable." Xiongba called out, "Shi Xian, come forth, my son." Shi Xian retorted, "Xiongba, you impudent rascal." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Xiongba, brimming with pride, responded, "Just take a look at the group name." The chat was in utter disarray. Yet the majority of the participants' attention was fixated on the live video stream, where Raleigh stood resolute atop the snow-capped peak. Raleigh was exerting every ounce of restraint. It was a matter of holding back, not an explosion. He feared that the power he might unleash could obliterate the Earth, which would indeed be quite awkward. Especially since this world lacks the magical Dragon Balls of legend, making the restoration of the planet an impossible feat. How embarrassing would it be for Earth to lose its integrity? A mere sliver of his energy surged forth, erupting from his being, with a thunderous roar. An invisible aura expanded dramatically, enveloping the snowy peaks as if a colossal weight were pressing down upon them. The entire mountain trembled violently, shaking with a profound intensity. The snow-capped summit commenced a catastrophic collapse, with enormous fissures spreading like shattered glass across its surface. The energy waves swirling around Raleigh intensified, and half of the mountain was reduced to rubble, encircling him in a chaotic ring of debris. In that moment, Raleigh, standing at the heart of this tumultuous vortex, resembled a deity of unparalleled power. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, clad in his Mark III armor and overwhelmed by Raleigh's residual energy, was hurled several kilometers away. The formidable defenses of the Mark III proved utterly ineffective against the onslaught. "I am a true powerhouse." Tony Stark fully grasped the reality of his predicament and decided to align himself with the formidable forces of Ubuchuan. At that same moment, within a cavern nestled in the snowy mountains, Master Man, who was diligently cultivating the 10 rings, was suddenly struck by the dawning realization that the world had changed. He looked up in bewilderment, only to find the mountain had vanished. "Where has the mountain gone?" he lamented, tears streaming down his face in profound sorrow. Master Man, who believed that acquiring the 10 rings would render him invincible and allow him to dominate the world, was abruptly met with an overwhelming force that pressed him flat against the ground, rendering him motionless. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" The bewildered Master Man, having consumed the fruit of confusion, found himself in a perplexing state of utter disarray. Raleigh witnessed the Master Man being subdued to the ground by his own overwhelming power, and could not help but twitch his lips in a mixture of amusement and frustration. It was evident that his temper was difficult to restrain. Indeed, mastering one's strength remained a primary focus in his external cultivation. Such immense power, while formidable, posed its own challenges. Raleigh sighed contemplatively, regaining his composure and appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary person. He descended beside Master Man, not directing his gaze towards him, but rather fixating on the 10 rings adorning Master Man's hands. Each ring possessed its own extraordinary power. Raleigh extended his hand, lifting the hand of the esteemed Master Man. Master Man, bewildered, gazed at Raleigh and wondered, "Who is this person? Is he attempting to raise me? To curry favor?" Then, he noticed that the individual seeking to lift him had only managed to pull him halfway, leaving him in a half-kneeling position, while reaching for the ring adorning his finger. What was he doing? Master Man was momentarily dazed, and it took him a second to realize that this person intended to seize his ring. "How dare you attempt to take my ring?" A mixture of shock and fury coursed through him. These 10 rings, known as the Rings of Power, were artifacts of the dragon race Axon Carmacluans, which Master Man had discovered and learned to wield on the planet Maclafor. These rings were the very source of Master Man's strength, treasured beyond measure, even more precious than life itself. Yet, this audacious individual dared to covet his rings. "I, Master Man, am the protagonist. I shall undoubtedly become the ultimate villain who rules the world." Consumed by rage, Master Man extended his right hand, and the ring on his right ring finger unleashed a slicing beam of energy directed at the intruder's formidable physique. This was an energy beam capable of dismantling all matter, severing the bonds between molecules and elements. Should it strike the chest of this person, he would surely meet his demise. Master Man revealed a cruel smile. But to his astonishment, the energy beam merely struck Raleigh's robust form, producing a faint wisp of blue smoke before dissipating entirely. Master Man's eyes widened in disbelief. "How intriguing. What is this ability?" A curious voice echoed. This so-called destructive energy beam was utterly harmless to Raleigh, for the aura within him instinctively reacted to the threat, neutralizing any lethal damage. In the face of Raleigh's vast, cosmic energy, this so-called annihilating beam was nothing more than a trivial tadpole. This beam is quite fascinating. In a tone imbued with curiosity, Raleigh's words transformed into mockery in the ears of Master Man. How infuriating. Since the laser beams proved ineffective, it was time to employ a different power. With a flick of his left middle finger, a crackling sound erupted, followed by a resounding boom as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the heavens, striking towards Raleigh's crown. Yet, before it could make contact, a transparent shield, reacting instinctively, protected Raleigh. The electric force was deflected outward, turning the surrounding area within a kilometer into a tempestuous prison of thunder. Raleigh silently noted, the middle finger of his left hand possesses formidable lightning abilities, though he is uncertain how it compares to Thor's powers. Master Man's sanity teetered on the brink of collapse. The index finger of his left hand unleashed an explosive inferno. Flames engulfed Raleigh, yet moments later, he emerged from the blaze, striding forth with an air of resilience. Raleigh silently noted, the index finger of his left hand, the ability of flames, vortex. A storm swept through, unleashing a cataclysmic disaster within a 2-kilometer radius, an icy tempest. The temperature within a 1-kilometer expanse plummeted, madness ensued, and blinding light erupted. A force equivalent to 5 times Earth's gravity crashed down, resulting in a reconfiguration of matter. Surrounding objects began to rearrange their atomic and molecular structures. A rock transformed into a beetle, and a lifeless creature became a stone. Hallucinations. Countless illusions swirled around Raleigh. The great figure, now unrecognizable within a 3-kilometer radius, was akin to a calamity unleashed. Yet, astonishingly, not a single hair on Raleigh was harmed, nor was his coiffure disturbed. The great figure's composure shattered. He sensed an overwhelming malice emanating from the world. Wasn't he supposed to be the protagonist? Wasn't he a promise that the 10 rings would render me invincible? How is it that a seemingly youthful individual stands motionless, allowing me to strike without breaching his defenses? Who are you truly? The great figure, filled with fury and resentment, gritted his teeth and glared at Raleigh. Raleigh rolled his eyes. Do you not know who I am? Was it not you who sent someone to assassinate me? Master Man nearly burst into tears. I did not. I had been in seclusion for several months, hardly stepping outside. He had come to the realization that it must be his subordinates who had provoked this harbinger of death. How unjust it felt. He had been diligently practicing in solitude, without antagonizing anyone, yet his subordinates had chosen to disturb a killer. What was he to do now? The illustrious Master Man, the formidable figure, was in tears, weeping profusely. Overwhelmed with distress, in a state of panic, he felt utterly helpless. With a mere snap of his fingers, destruction ensued. The arrival of Ancient One loomed. Esteemed Senior, it is all a misunderstanding. Master Man endeavored to muster a friendly smile. Yet as a quintessential villain, his attempt at warmth appeared as repulsive and malevolent. After all, how could he embody the essence of a villain without such an intimidating demeanor? Do you dare to threaten me? Raleigh found it amusing. Raleigh struck Master Man with a resounding slap, causing his face to contort grotesquely. Then, spinning like a whirlwind, he was propelled away, crashing against the ice mountain. Fortunately, Master Man's body had been reinforced by the 10 Commandments, rendering him no weaker than the abominations. Otherwise, Raleigh's blow could have proven fatal. Lying on the ground, Master Man was engulfed in despair, weeping like a 200-pound behemoth. So formidable, he lamented, I am utterly incapable of resistance. Cursed Batara, how could you summon such a powerful adversary? Raleigh fell beside him. I shall take your 10 rings. Raleigh aimed his finger at Master Man's forehead and flicked it with a swift motion. With a resounding blast, a massive crater formed within an 800-meter radius. As for Master Man, he was shattered into countless fragments. Oh, it seems I inadvertently exerted too much force once again. Raleigh shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing with his hand as 10 rings soared into his grasp. Indeed, these 10 rings were worthy of their legendary status. Not even the explosive force of such energy could tarnish their integrity in the slightest. Raleigh's psychic prowess penetrated the depths of the 10 rings, swiftly unveiling their myriad capabilities. The left pinky, Ice Storm, possessing a temperature akin to absolute zero, is adorned with a sky blue gem carved into multiple capsule-shaped cylinders. The right pinky, Black Body Radiation, capable of creating a region that absorbs all light, features a gem engraved with 4 blue-black dots arranged in a square formation. The left ring finger, Mind Amplifier, enhances the psychological energy of its bearer, compelling individuals or groups to heed his commands or perceive his thoughts as reality, embellished with a blue gem. The right ring finger, Light Beam Cutter, emits a destructive energy beam that dismantles the bonds between all matter, molecules, and elements, featuring a gem shaped like a golden square. The left middle finger, Lightning Storm, can summon thunder and lightning, adorned with a green zigzag gem. The right middle finger, Vortex, capable of manipulating air to create a high-speed rotating whirlwind, displays a blue circular gem. The left index finger, Flame Explosion, with a gem resembling dry ice ejection rings, is red in hue. The right index finger, Energy Beam, capable of projecting various forms of energy, has a gem shaped like a star, rendered in purple. The left thumb, White Light, Force Field, with a gem resembling a pair of eyes. The right thumb, Matter Reorganization, can rearrange the atoms and molecules of substances, transforming matter. characterized by a small purple circular gem. This master man is truly formidable. He has inscribed his psychic imprint upon these rings. Surely, after spending an extensive period with the 10 rings, Master Man has embedded his essence within each one. As long as these objects remain within 100 miles of him, he can sense their location through psychic resonance and exert remote control. Should anyone unwittingly acquire one of these rings, they might easily fall victim to Master Man's sinister intentions. Raleigh unleashed his mental prowess, effectively erasing the spiritual imprint of the Master of the 10 Rings, rendering it a mere object devoid of purpose. At that moment, Tony Stark arrived in a somewhat haphazard manner, his highly anticipated Mark III somewhat crippled by the shockwave. Hey, are you done? Tony surveyed the scene of utter devastation, reminiscent of cataclysmic events that could reshape the very landscape, and could not help but express his astonishment, looking at his formidable companion, who appeared utterly unchanged despite the chaos. He marveled at the resilience. Incredible, truly a legend. Tony Stark found himself once again reduced to a mere bystander. It is worth noting that he once commanded attention as a powerhouse, his every entrance eliciting fervent cheers of 222 from the masses. Ironically, he now found himself amidst the crowd, shouting 222 for his esteemed ally, his skills in this routine seemingly becoming more refined with each passing day. I cannot allow myself to succumb to mediocrity. I must reclaim my former glory. Tony's inner resolve surged. These 10 rings are intriguing. Take them for research. In a month's time, share your findings with the group. They shall serve as a benefit for you all. Raleigh tossed the 10 rings to Tony Stark, who clumsily caught them in his hands. Jarvis, analyze these 10 rings. Tony commanded. Sir, I have detected that each ring harbors immense power, but a thorough examination is required, Jarvis replied. Let us conduct the analysis later, Tony suggested. Sir, perhaps we could utilize the power of these rings to amplify the Mark's suit, Jarvis proposed. A spark of inspiration lit up Tony's expression. What a splendid idea. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Raleigh grasped Stark's body, and in an instant, they returned to the villa. Shortly after Raleigh's departure, a third of Manda's head emerged from a pile of rubble. Dark energies streamed from the void, continuously feeding into him as he grew mouth, nose, neck, and body. Before long, Manda was resurrected. At that moment, he transformed from a sinister old man into one with smoky eyes, a manifestation of the corruption from dark forces. Thank you, Dormammu, for granting me a second life. Manda reverently proclaimed. Remember, destroy the magical nodes and prepare for my arrival. Dormammu's sinister voice echoed in Manda's ears. Your will is my reason for existence, Manda bowed submissively. After a moment, Dormammu vanished. Manda stood up, feeling the surge of newfound power within him, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. An explosion of dark energy erupted, enveloping a 10-kilometer radius in his shadowy might. Countless small lives quivered in fear as Manda reveled in his newfound strength. I am 10 times more powerful. I, Manda, the protagonist, am magnificent. At that moment, a golden spark formed a circular portal. A bald figure emerged from the other side of the magical gateway. Ancient One, Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One regarded Manda with a piercing gaze. You have made a pact with Dormammu? Manda shot a disdainful look at the Ancient One. And who might you be? With an impassive expression, the Ancient One pointed, and 4 golden chains snaked around Manda, binding him. Boom. Manda, the protagonist, has fallen. Manda? His face a portrait of confusion. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. The Ancient One had come in response to Manda's ostentatious display of power, which had attracted his attention. He had received dark abilities, but had not taken refuge to avoid detection, foolishly expanding his dark influence. How could he escape the keen eyes of the Ancient One? Thus, the Ancient One arrived, and in his moment of bravado, Manda fell. His so-called formidable powers were but trash in the presence of the Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One didn't need to interrogate him. He gleaned Manda's past and future with ease. Then, he noticed Raleigh for the first time. Out of instinct, the Ancient One began to unravel Raleigh's past and future, only to be met with a haze that sent a shiver through him. He sensed that further exploration might lead to his own demise from backlash. A tempest of astonishment swirled within the Ancient One. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even Dormammu could not instill such trepidation in him. Who was this person? After pondering, the Ancient One decided it best to refrain from engagement for now, opting instead to transport Dormammu back to Camartage for magical confinement. Manda, now reduced to a blubbering mess, lamented, I was diligently honing my skills, aspiring to become a superhero who protects world peace, when suddenly a man appeared, killed me, and stole my 10 rings. After being resurrected by the great Dormammu, I encountered yet another pervert who captured me without giving me a chance to fight back. Do I not deserve some dignity? I am a significant figure, after all. Feeling utterly exhausted, he remembered the 10 rings. In truth, Manda had yet to unleash even a fraction of the rings' full potential. If he could summon them back, that bald man would be doomed. I, Manda, am still the protagonist. He hurriedly attempted to establish a connection with the spiritual imprint he had left within the 10 rings. As long as the rings remained on Earth, he would be able to sense and summon them. Minutes passed, 10, 20, 30, but Manda remained ensnared within a labyrinth of magical traps. receiving no response from the Ten Rings. His face streamed with tears, resembling a sorrowful figure. It appeared he was not the protagonist after all. After obtaining the 10 rings, Raleigh finally recalled the tasks he had yet to accomplish, inviting new members to his group. He still had 4 invitations remaining. Following his last invitation to Shiji Xian, a rivalry had ignited between Xiongba and Shiji Xian, leading them to a journey to the Tang dynasty. Upon their return, he had forgotten about the 4 unutilized invitations. No wonder he had been feeling that something was amiss lately. Raleigh opened the group. Raleigh, attention all members, assemble. Raleigh, there are still 4 invitations available for group members. Let us prepare to warmly welcome the new members, ensuring they feel the warmth of our family. If we encounter any obstinate individuals, let us refer to Shiji Xian. Shiji Xian, the son of Xiongba the past, is fraught with sorrow. If I could return to the moment I was invited into this group, I certainly would not have been so arrogant. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Having become another son, I must endure the humiliation of being displayed as a warning for 3 months. Xiongba, flex his muscles, I am ready. Brimming with enthusiasm to greet the newcomers. Shiji Xian, Yubuchuan, diligently practices Loki. I too wish to take on a son. Raleigh has activated the invitation feature. Ding. You have enabled the group member invitation function. You have consumed 1 invitation attempt to successfully search for dimensions, discovering Thor, hailing from 100,000 Ys. Possessing a strength level of 38. Would you like to extend an invitation? Raleigh was taken aback. Thor, the god of thunder? Goodness, that dog. The sound of Raleigh resonated with the presence of Loki's brother, the thunder god Thor. This is indeed intriguing. One cannot help but wonder how Loki would react upon seeing Thor transformed into a canine. Surely, he would hasten to capture the moment with a photograph, only to mercilessly mock his brother Thor thereafter. Raleigh chuckled heartily and immediately clicked on the group message. Group admin invites Thor, the god of thunder, to join this group. Everyone swiftly tapped on Thor's avatar, exclaiming in astonishment, what the heck? Level 38. Even higher than Madara. He is truly a prominent figure. Let us shower him with flattery. Tony, welcome, esteemed one, to our group. Let the flowers bloom. Yu Buchuan, esteemed one, here is a small token from your humble follower, just a modest gesture of respect. Xiongba, esteemed one, I am the little tyrant. Please feel free to command me for anything you wish. Madara, how can there be someone even stronger than I? The atmosphere was vibrant, yet at that moment, the only one who did not send a welcoming message was Loki. Loki, Thor, the god of thunder. Are you that foolish brother of mine? Loki was taken aback. He had joined this group, only to find his elder brother had also joined. Silence ensued as the group processed this monumental revelation. At last, Thor, the god of thunder, spoke. I am Thor. For the glory of the northern gods. 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 The group members? Loki? Confusion reigned. 47 esteemed one. Help. In the realm of 10,000 cold jokes, Thor, the dog, suddenly stood up, its paws clutching a hammer. Its expression grave as it surveyed its surroundings. It was the beloved son of Odin, the king of the northern gods, with unparalleled strength and mastery of hammer techniques. It soared through the cosmos, embodying the essence of thunder, instilling fear in its foes. I am Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof woof. At that moment, Thor unexpectedly saw a group invitation and was drawn into the group. Instinctively perceiving it as a trick of the enemy, it cautiously scanned the desolate universe, seeing nothing amiss. Just then, the group admin sent a message that resonated in its mind, leading Thor to comprehend the nature of this group. The realms? Different dimensions? Good heavens. Thor felt a vast expansion of perspective. I am Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof woof. Glancing at the group, Thor noticed its level, 38. Then, it examined the other members' list. 2 were level 1, and the rest were level 2 or 3, with not a single level 2 among them. Wait, what? Level 10. Thor was taken aback. As a deity, it was merely level 8, and the group admin was level 10. Terrifying. Meanwhile, the group members were bemused by Thor's proclamation, I am Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. What woof. Their expressions were peculiar. Could this level 38 esteemed one actually be a dog? Are we humans inferior to a dog? In the divine realm of Asgard, the celestial palace was bustling with activity as the coronation ceremony for Thor was underway. The grand hall could accommodate hundreds of thousands, filled with nearly all the citizens of Asgard, eagerly awaiting the coronation of their new king, Thor Odinson. Odin, the king, sat upon his throne, prepared to pass on the crown to his most exceptional son, Thor. Loki stood beside Odin, observing the ceremony as if it were a performance. My foolish brother. Today you shall be crowned king. As your brother, I must admit to feeling a tinge of jealousy. As the time for the coronation arrived, Thor approached from the opposite side, brandishing his hammer, exuding the vigor of a roaring lion, continuously calling out and showing off. Indeed, Thor embodied the essence of showmanship. Relishing in the adulation of the crowd, the citizens were filled with warmth and enthusiasm, celebrating the coronation of their new king with resounding cheers. Yet, Loki remained expressionless, secretly yearning for the throne, but it seemed Odin had no intention of bestowing it upon him. Soon, there knelt before Odin, declaring, "Father," as he prepared for the coronation. Odin was quite pleased with Thor. His ambition, kindness, and numerous virtues made him the ideal heir. Taking a deep breath, Odin rose, slamming the scepter Gungnir down with a thud. The applause and cheers in the celestial palace abruptly fell silent. "Thor Odinson, my heir, my firstborn. I granted you the hammer, Mjolnir, forged from the heart of a deceased star. Whether as a weapon of destruction or a tool of construction, its divine power is unmatched. It is a companion suitable for a ruler." Odin's authoritative voice reverberated throughout the palace, commanding the attention of all citizens of the divine realm. At that moment, Loki, feeling bored, opened the group chat and noticed Raleigh was inviting a new member, piquing his interest. The last new member, Shi Xuan, had brought him much amusement. And now 2 more invitations were on the way, promising new surprises. Group message. Group admin invites Thor, the god of thunder, to join this group. Loki instinctively glanced at his foolish brother, Thor. Could Raleigh have invited my brother? The one currently being crowned king? Quickly, Loki discerned something amiss. The invited Thor was not his foolish brother, but a dog. Loki looked at the dog in the group, and then back at his brother undergoing the coronation. The comparison made Loki feel as if his brother, poised to become king, was transforming into a dog, specifically, a mutt. Suppressing laughter, Loki fought to contain himself. "I must hold it in. Absolutely must." But soon, he could no longer contain himself. "Haha." Loki erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. "My foolish brother has turned into a dog. Oh, how unexpected for you, brother. Ha ha, this is too much." Odin, Thor, citizens of the divine realm, all eyes turned toward Loki. The previous solemnity and tranquility made his laughter seem jarring and discordant. Loki felt a chill as countless gazes fell upon him. "Oh no, I've interrupted the grand and solemn coronation ceremony with such a humiliating laugh." Odin, furious, exclaimed, "Loki, what are you laughing at?" Loki, nearly in tears, retorted, "I'm innocent. Let me explain." Odin, coldly, demanded, "Then explain." Loki, on the verge of tears, thought, "How can I explain? Should I admit that I gained a new friend named Thor, who happens to be a dog? If I say that, I'd be doomed." In the realm of myth and legend, a formidable figure known as the mighty Grey Wolf sought assistance from his companions. As they gathered, the valiant warriors of Jotunheim, once subjugated by the overwhelming power of Thor, the god of thunder, were now in awe. Indeed, this was the true Thor, the embodiment of strength. Loki, ever the sycophant, inquired with a hint of mockery, "Brother dog, is this all you can utter?" Thor, with an air of indifference, pressed the first button and proclaimed, "I am Thor, the god of thunder." At that moment, a bewildered figure known as Thor the man returned, confusion etched across his visage. "Are you truly Thor, the god of thunder?" he questioned, a hint of sorrow in his voice, feeling as though he were the imposter in this grand narrative. Curiosity piqued, Thor the man asked, "Do you not possess the ability to converse?" To which Thor replied, "Woof, woof, woof." The assembly erupted in disbelief, such an illustrious god of thunder, reduced to mere barks. Thor the man reveled in a moment of triumph, feeling he had regained some dignity. Suddenly, Loki's keen eye caught sight of a smaller third button adorning Thor the dog's chest. "Brother dog, what does that third button signify?" Upon pressing it, a voice imbued with divine authority resounded, inviting all to partake in the mobile game 10,000 Cold Jokes 2. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What an advertisement! Loki's perception of grandeur crumbled in an instant. At that moment, a new message flickered into the group chat, announcing, "Group admin invites Grey Wolf to join this group." Eagerly, they opened Grey Wolf's profile, revealing his impressive level, LV3, LV3. Loki exclaimed in disbelief, "Incredible!" While Thor the dog barked in excitement, their eyes widening in astonishment. Level 7. Meanwhile, the others in the chat were equally struck with astonishment, Jazagape at the revelation of a level 7 powerhouse. Even the mighty band trembled slightly, having yet to reach even the threshold of level 4. Grey Wolf, perplexed, pondered, "What is this chat group, and how did it suddenly appear before me?" Raleigh, Grey Wolf. Please check the group announcement. After a while, Grey Wolf messaged, "Wow, this chat group is intriguing. It even allows communication with other worlds." At this moment, Yubuchuan and others were caught up in a flurry of flattery, praising the virtues of literary and martial prowess, as well as unmatched charm. However, failing to strike a chord with Grey Wolf, he merely glanced at it before losing interest. "Grey Wolf, I'm not chatting with you anymore. I'm busy catching sheep." Yubuchuan, the boss is actually going after sheep? Shocked. JPG, Grey Wolf, the sheep in Sheep Village are incredibly difficult to catch. I haven't managed to catch a single one yet. The group members were astonished. What kind of sheep could be so hard to catch? A level 7 boss can't even get one? This must be a divine sheep. They debated among themselves like a bunch of idle fish. After a while, Grey Wolf finally replied, "What a pity, I still didn't catch a sheep and got ambushed by that wretched happy sheep." The group members trembled at the thought. They sensed that Grey Wolf's world was perilous, where even the formidable wolf boss could be outsmarted by sheep. "Xiongba, Grey Wolf, I can send you some sheep." "Yubuchuan, I also have some sheep here. I can send red envelopes to the boss." Once the other group members heard this, they eagerly chimed in, claiming to have sheep as well. Grey Wolf was overjoyed. "Sheep? Does that mean I won't get hit by my wife's unbeatable frying pan? Grey Wolf, thank you. My fellow group members. Kisses. JPG, in the world of Fengyun, at the Hall of the Alliance leader, Xiangba bellowed with authority when Cho. A person disguised as a eunuch hurried in, fawning, Master Leader, you summon me. What is your command? Xiangba waved his hand. Issue a decree to all members of the Alliance. Search for the most succulent sheep in the world. This is your most important task at present. Dispatch all members. When Cho, huh? Sheep? Xiangba go. His words thundered with a commanding presence, exuding an overwhelming aura. When Cho, but most of the members are surrounding Wushuang City. Xiangba, are you questioning my decision? Abandon Wushuang City and devote all efforts to search for sheep. I want the most delicious sheep in the world. When Cho bowed, I will issue the order immediately. Soon, over 100,000 disciples of the Alliance surged across the land. Whenever they embarked on a mission, they brought about an eerie silence wherever they went. With children ceasing to cry and adults trembling in fear, destruction of villages and mass slaughter became a commonplace occurrence. Yet this time, the disciples of the Alliance did not kill or set fires. Instead, they sought to capture sheep. The various suppressed forces across the world were utterly baffled. Was Xiangba mad? Why mobilize such forces to catch sheep? This could only mean good fortune. It was said that those who rise too high inevitably fall. Now, with Xiangba at the pinnacle, such absurdity seemed to herald the Alliance's impending doom. A moment of universal celebration. Meanwhile, Wushuang City sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding destruction. Had they been saved by sheep? Hu Jingzun, who had always maintained an unflinching demeanor, was now visibly disturbed by the sheep incident. When Cho, why did the master suddenly decide to catch sheep? When Cho replied, I have no idea. Hu Jingyun took a deep breath. Determined not to let his master fall into such folly, he soon arrived at Xiangba's grand hall. There, he witnessed his once majestic, cold, and domineering master, now cradling a sheep and emitting a nauseating, maternal giggle. Kisses, 03, Hu Jingyun felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, has the master gone mad? He suddenly realized how much he missed the old Xiangba. In another realm, the tale of Thor and the humans mocking of him unfolded. While the group members sought sheep for the level 7 boss Grey Wolf, Thor and the others returned to Asgard via the Rainbow Bridge, only to be met with Odin's wrath. Odin, now in the twilight of his life, feared for the future of Asgard as his powers waned. If war broke out and he could not hold his ground, who would protect Asgard? Odin believed Thor was still too immature to shoulder such responsibilities. Thus, despite Thor's victory over the frost giants, Odin was furious. Your vanity and pride are your downfall, not your leadership qualities. You are a vain, greedy, and heartless child. I cannot believe I thought you were worthy. Odin's voice trembled as he addressed Thor Odinson. You have defied the king's explicit orders. Odin descended from his throne, tearing off Thor's armor and ripping away his cloak. You are unworthy of your kingdom, your title. You are unworthy. You are even unworthy of those dear to you whom you have forsaken. Odin reached for Mjolnir, stripping Thor of his powers. In the name of my ancestors, I, Odin, All-Father, cast you out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, shattering Thor's armor and propelling him through the Rainbow Bridge. In that instant, Odin raised Mjolnir, establishing a divine barrier. Whoever holds this hammer and is truly deserving shall gain the power of the Thunder God. On Earth, in Tony Stark's mansion, Tony was harnessing the power of the Ten Rings to develop a new generation of Mark IV armor, inspired by the power of the Ten Rings. This Mark IV would be even more formidable than its narrative counterpart. Meanwhile, Raleigh sat atop the building, when suddenly he felt a surge of energy. Boom. A brilliant rainbow arched across the sky, descending from the cosmos and ultimately landing in New Mexico. The breeze of Raleigh wafted away, revealing the figure of a man. Could it be Thor, the god of thunder? Rory recalled that Loki had recently accompanied Thor to the lair of the frost giants, further confirming that the Loki in the group belonged to the same space-time continuum as himself. Subsequently, Rory witnessed another rainbow bridge descending to Earth, as a hammer fell into New Mexico. Undoubtedly, it was the hammer of the thunder god. Bored and seeking amusement, Raleigh found himself observing Thor's comical escapades on Earth after losing his divine powers. Initially, upon his descent to Earth, he encountered a mishap, being struck by a vehicle driven by a female motorist. Where's my hammer? Thor exclaimed upon awakening, demanding his weapon. Subsequently, he was transported to a hospital, where, upon regaining consciousness, he struggled to locate his hammer, resulting in a scuffle with the medical staff. How dare you assault the son of Odin? He declared. In response, the doctors summoned a contingent of security guards who rushed in to subdue Thor. Despite his diminished powers, he proved to be more formidable than the guards. With a sense of pride, Thor boasted, "You cannot defeat the mighty." However, before he could finish his proclamation, a doctor administered a sedative, and he promptly succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Raleigh witnessed the scene and erupted into laughter. What is going on? Tony Stark inquired, puzzled. I just saw a deity who, after losing his divine powers, descended to Earth. Raleigh recounted Thor's predicament. Ha ha, that's absolutely hilarious, Tony exclaimed, clutching his belly in amusement. Subsequently, Tony Stark shared the incident with the group. I just witnessed something utterly comical. A god, bereft of his powers, proclaiming himself as the son of Odin, rambling on and on. The group erupted into another round of laughter. Raleigh, Tony, have you seen this? Asgard, Loki is being commended by Odin. This time, you have performed admirably. You are more insightful and composed than I had anticipated. Odin is astonished by Loki's conduct. He has always perceived the son as kind-hearted yet cunning, treacherous, and narrow-minded, prone to straying from the righteous path. Unexpectedly, in this instance, Loki managed to counsel the impulsive Thor instead of provoking him, which has garnered Odin's respect, leading him to ponder whether he had misjudged Loki all along. Could Loki be more suited to inherit the throne of the All-Father? By the way, Loki, has that friend of yours, who calls himself their S-Dog, returned? Yes, father. Well, we can invite him to Asgard someday. Father, are you not curious about his identity? Loki inquired with curiosity. Odin gazed deeply. Time, space, the universe, and countless unknowns elude my comprehension. Perhaps there exists another universe, where deities akin to ours reside, including Thor. Even if he is a mere dog, he may not be inferior to us, or perhaps even possess a nobler essence. Loki nodded. That Thor is indeed a being from another dimension, alongside formidable allies and new members like the Grey Wolf, in a realm of infinite mystery and vastness that beckons exploration. Odin, filled with nostalgia and affection, remarked, Loki, perhaps your accomplishments shall soon eclipse mine. I can sense it. Loki lowered his gaze. My esteemed father. You have always been the greatest of the All-Fathers. Odin shook his head, remaining silent. He too harbors shadows, such as Hela. He buried her exceptional deeds and imprisoned her, partly due to her overwhelming bloodshed, yet also out of fear that she might threaten his sovereignty. At that moment, Loki noticed a conversation in the group. Tony mentioned seeing a self-proclaimed son of Odin, Thor, stripped of his powers and being beaten by humans. Loki was taken aback. Is he not referring to my foolish brother? Loki hastily inquired of Odin. Father, may I ask if the place Thor has gone to is called Earth? Odin replied, I have relegated him to Midgard, which is another name for Earth. With this, Loki was entirely convinced that his foolish brother was indeed in the same realm as Tony. This means that I, Raleigh, and Tony exist in the same universe. In that instant, Loki's heart raced. Challenge. Who can lift the hammer of the thunder god? In the group, Loki declared, Raleigh. Tony, I have confirmed that we share the same world. I shall seek you out to play. Loki, come on. Tony, huh? Loki, the Odin son you just mentioned is my brother. He recently caused quite a stir in the realm of the frost giants. Was stripped of his divine powers by our father Odin, and subsequently cast down to earth. Tony, so that idiot is your brother? Loki, indeed, that fool is my brother. Tony, Thor the dog, that guy is indeed quite foolish. Loki requested Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, to open the Rainbow Bridge, claiming he wished to see his brother Thor. Heimdall did not refuse and promptly opened the bridge. Loki leapt forth. With a resounding crash, a magnificent rainbow surged forth, landing in New Mexico. The brilliance of the rainbow was so intense that even in broad daylight, many residents of New Mexico beheld it. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was once again engulfed in chaos. Where are you, Coulson? Nick Fury inquired over the phone to Agent Coulson, who was en route to New Mexico. I am nearly there, Coulson replied as he disembarked from the plane and drove towards his destination. Another spatial disturbance has just occurred, Nick Fury noted. I saw it too. I'll check it out immediately, Coulson responded, feeling a headache brewing as the occurrences seemed to multiply. Nick Fury stood in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Global Monitoring Center, where enormous screens displayed real-time surveillance from various regions worldwide. At that moment, most of the screens were focused on New Mexico, showcasing images captured by military satellites so precise that even ants were visible. Suddenly, an employee exclaimed, "Look there! Two figures are floating in midair." Nick Fury directed his gaze towards the large screen and observed two individuals. One was Loki, whom he had been closely monitoring, and the other was a figure clad in armor. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence system was remarkably adept, identifying the armored individual as Tony Stark, a prospective key member of S.H.I.E.L.D. How did they end up there? That Loki can remain suspended in the air? Could his powers be related to flight? In a hospital in New Mexico, Thor, the god of thunder, awakened from the effects of a sedative, realizing he was lying on a metal bed with his hands and feet bound. Do they think this feeble restraint can hold me? Thor, the god of thunder? What a joke. He proclaimed dramatically, then began to struggle. This is impossible. I am Thor. Thor was on the verge of tears, lamenting. I have been reduced to a mortal body and rendered weak. Inside the hospital, the doctors were discussing amongst themselves. He must have taken drugs. He has lost his mind. Raleigh, cradling the nine tails, hovered above the hospital where Thor, the god of thunder, resided. Is this truly Loki's brother, Thor? It's utterly ridiculous. Tony Stark wore an expression of disdain. Raleigh chuckled. I find it quite amusing. Jarvis replied, Sir, there are now 7 or 8 military satellites from S.H.I.E.L.D. targeting this location. Tony responded, pay them no mind. Raleigh, let us go and behold the mighty Mjolnir. Tony, you proceed ahead. I shall soar over. Raleigh, cradling the fox, vanished into thin air with a swift motion. In the next moment, he reappeared near Thor's hammer. A wave of astonishment surged through the S.H.I.E.L.D. monitoring center. Director Nick, the individual named Raleigh has disappeared, exclaimed one of the staff. Nick Fury responded urgently, quickly, locate him. Where is he? Before long. An employee reported, Director, we have found him. He is by that hammer. Nick Fury pondered. If memory serves, the distance between them must be at least 30 kilometers. Did he traverse that in the blink of an eye? Fury felt a twinge of frustration as Luo arrived near the hammer of Thor. What was once a desolate expanse of desert had transformed into a bustling scene. The news of a mysterious hammer descending from the heavens, impervious to anyone's attempts to lift it, spread like wildfire across neighboring cities, drawing a multitude of curious Americans from far and wide. A burly man exerted all his strength to pull at the hammer, only to find it utterly immovable, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Let me try, shouted another muscular figure, gulping down a swig of beer before grasping the hammer's handle with determination. Behind him, a line of similarly robust men waited their turn, all eager to test their strength. Onlookers gathered around, many of whom were failed challengers, while a few meters away, someone had set up a grill, roasting skewers and playing rousing music that filled the air with excitement. In a moment of audacity, an individual drove up in a pickup truck, attempting to drag the hammer away with a chain, only to flip the truck bed in the process. Laughter erupted from the crowd, reveling in the spectacle. Raleigh found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Tony Stark descended from the heavens, landing before Raleigh. Allow me to give it a try, Tony exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Having acquired the 10 rings, the capabilities of the Mark IV were nothing short of extraordinary. How could a mere hammer possibly impede him? Everyone, step aside. It's my turn. Clad in the impressive Mark IV, Tony radiated an aura of confidence that compelled many formidable men to retreat. The presence of the Mark IV was indeed quite formidable. At this juncture, Loki had also arrived. Upon spotting Raleigh, he was immediately filled with delight and hurried over to his side. My esteemed colleague. Loki bowed respectfully, his heart racing with excitement. The realization that a figure of such prominence shared his world made him feel as though he had become the second in command to a true titan, the first being Tony. Just imagining the prospects of his newfound status made him giddy with anticipation. By the way, where's Tony? Loki inquired, scanning the surroundings. Over there. Raleigh pointed towards the center of the hammer's impressive display. Is this the mark? How cool. Loki remarked in admiration. Raleigh cast a glance at Loki, seemingly aware that this fellow had indeed faced a reprimand from Iron Man in the original storyline. At that moment, Tony Stark grasped the handle of Thor's hammer, and the power of the Mark IV suit surged, yet the hammer remained immovable. Tony exclaimed, this hammer is incredibly heavy. I cannot lift it at all. Loki replied, in truth, I also cannot lift it. It is not a matter of strength, but rather of worthiness. If it deems you worthy, then you shall lift it. Thus, Loki began to elaborate on the composition of Thor's hammer. It is forged from materials extracted by Odin, the god of thunder, from the core of a dying star. As a star approaches its demise, it collapses inward due to gravitational forces, eventually forming a white dwarf or a pulsar. According to modern scientists, even a mere teaspoon of such material could exceed millions of tons in weight. While Thor's hammer is undoubtedly heavy, it is not to such an extreme that it could be crushed by Thanos, yet it certainly underscores its formidable mass. This revelation ignited a competitive spirit among the members of the group. Xiongba declared, I shall attempt to lift it and see if I can succeed. Ban interjected, Loki, you have piqued my curiosity. I too shall give it a try. Thor, the Shiba Inu, proclaimed, I am Thor, the god of thunder. Grey Wolf chuckled, everyone is trying. So I shall join in as well. Yubuchuan remarked, since all the esteemed individuals are participating, I too shall partake. And perhaps I can pick up the soap for everyone. Raleigh, please have Tony arrange the food and drinks. By the way, I still have 2 members whom I haven't invited. Let's extend the invitation to them as well for a gathering. Group members, agreed. Raleigh activated the group feature, notifying you that the member invitation function has been enabled. You utilized one invitation to successfully search through the dimensions and discovered Alice Nakiri, hailing from Food Wars. Her prowess is rated at level 0. Alice Nakiri is a first-year student at Tatsuki Culinary Academy, renowned for her expertise in molecular gastronomy, often referred to as the God's Child of molecular cuisine. She is truly a prodigy and is presently regarded as one of the students closest to the esteemed Elite 10 at Tatsuki. Would you like to extend an invitation? Raleigh is indeed an extraordinary chef. Moreover, Alice Nakiri possesses remarkable beauty. With such a gathering, having a chef to create delectable dishes is perfect. She could serve as a full-time cook, perfectly catering to Raleigh's daily culinary desires. Raleigh promptly acknowledged the group message. Group management invites Naki-Chia Alice to join this group. Continuing the search, a notification chimed. You have activated the group member invitation feature. You have consumed 1 invitation attempt and successfully searched through dimensions. You have located Boa Hancock, hailing from One Piece, with a power level of 2. Boa Hancock, the only female among the 7 warlords of the sea. She is the supreme leader of the Amazon Lily, a warrior tribe, and the captain of the Kuja pirates. She is also regarded as the world's most stunning beauty, possessing the rare conqueror's haki that only one in millions can wield. Proud and self-absorbed, she often declares, "No matter what I do, I shall be forgiven. For my beauty is unparalleled. Currently single. Shall the invitation be sent?" Raleigh was astonished. Boa Hancock? She is indeed a stunning beauty. Moreover, why are you hinting at being single? Pray tell? Raleigh has made his choice. Each invitation is indeed a precious opportunity. Currently, the number of members in the group is rather limited. It is only when there are more participants that the atmosphere becomes lively. Group message. The group administrator invites Nakiri Alice to join this group. After Raleigh invited 2 individuals to the group, he proceeded to share the group information with them, detailing the realms of the multiverse, the fellow members, the hierarchy within the group, along with some fundamental information. Tony exclaimed, "Wow, 2 beautiful women. A warm welcome." Xiangba chimed in as a newcomer. "Please share your photos and measurements." Yu Buchuan added, "As a newcomer, I request the level 0 Nagi Tsuya Alice to reveal her photos and measurements." Thor, the Shiba Inu, retorted, "Yu Buchuan, you never change. You only know how to bully level 0 newcomers." Yu Buchuan responded with a shivering emoji. The group buzzed with excitement for a while, as they had yet to encounter any beautiful women. The arrival of these 2 ladies was indeed a rare delight, bringing joy to many members, although Xiongba, along with Ban, viewed women as a burden. After a few moments, one of the new members, Boa Hancock, finally spoke up. "This multiverse is truly intriguing. Raleigh, our group is currently organizing a gathering. The location, Earth, Minecraft, and the event, Who Can Lift Thor's Hammer? A culinary journey with Alice Nakiri. Based on the information provided by the group, you are an exceptional gourmet, so you shall take the lead in this dining experience, Boa Hancock. Do not miss this opportunity, for this world may broaden your horizons." In the world of One Piece, on Amazon Lily, the land of women, Boa Hancock sits upon her throne, guarded by 2 massive serpents. At this moment, Hancock is engrossed in the celestial chat group that has unexpectedly transcended her imagination. A gathering? Hancock contemplates that she must not let this chance slip by. First, to verify the authenticity of this group. Second, to witness the wonders of other celestial realms. And third, as the most beautiful woman, she desires to enchant beings from these worlds with her beauty, leaving them captivated beneath her skirts. Hancock messages the group, "I shall join this gathering." In the world of Food Wars, Alice Nakiri gazes at the virtual screen before her, observing the others around her, utterly oblivious to the screen's contents. "Earth? My world is also Earth, but according to the information in the group, it should not be the same timeline. Should I attend? What if it is a deception? Yet, if it is true, and I can explore another world and its culinary delights, it would be an unparalleled opportunity." Alice, with her unparalleled passion for cuisine, ultimately decides to take the plunge. "Count me in for this gathering." The gathering, Hancock's astonishing charm. One by one, group members appear beside Raleigh. As a gathering in the realm of the elite, each member eagerly participates. Upon entering this world, they are met with the scorching heat of the desert. Is this truly the world of the elite? How desolate. That flamboyant fellow must be Tony, right? No doubt. It must be. This is surely Iron Man's armor. So cool. Soon, characters like Xiangba, Yubuchuan, Batman, Uchiha Obito, and Shirji Shin arrive in succession. After a while, a Shiba Inu wielding a hammer appears before them, standing tall and proudly raising Thor's hammer. It presses the first and second buttons, and a majestic voice resonates. "I am Thor, for the glory of the northern gods." Xiangba, Yubuchuan, Batman, and Shirji Shin all exclaim, "Dog brother." Thor, the Shiba Inu woof, woof woof. In the next moment, a standing wolf appears before the crowd, causing collective astonishment. Grey Wolf, the elite. He is a level 7 elite. Apart from Raleigh, the level 10 elite, Grey Wolf is the most formidable presence here. This is the first time everyone sees the real Grey Wolf, and they cannot help but gasp in awe. An elite is indeed an elite, even as a wolf. He is no ordinary creature. Walking upright, his sharp fangs reveal an extraordinary ferocity. Those eyes, oh my, inscrutable. The jagged scar on his right cheek remains unstitched. Could it be a souvenir of his battles? Truly, an elite behaves differently from the rest of us. Wait, what is that orange hat? Though it appears ordinary, everyone present believes it must be extraordinary. Look, it even has patches. It must surely have hidden significance. Perhaps it is a lethal weapon. Xiangba and his companions are indeed intimidated by the level 7 status, even though Grey Wolf seems harmless. Merely a cute creature at this moment, under the influence of his level 7 aura, a tattered hat, a stitched wound, and ordinary wolf fangs all take on profound meanings. Greetings, dear group members. Grey Wolf waves enthusiastically at the crowd. To Xiangba and the others, this greeting feels like a celestial decree, instilling a sense of insignificance before the vastness of the universe. As Grey Wolf approaches Raleigh, he performs a respectful bow. Salutations, level 10 elite. Grey Wolf thinks. Regardless of how formidable the likes of Little Lamb may be, seeking assistance from the vastly superior Raleigh elite to catch sheep should be a breeze, right? Recently, the sheep delivered by Xiangba and the others, those sheep, are not particularly appetizing, the difference between level 0 and level 3 sheep. Consequently, Red Wolf punished Grey Wolf, believing he had deceived her with inferior lamb. In summary, the cunning Grey Wolf prepares to curry favor with the elite Raleigh first. At that moment, another group member arrives. Whoosh! A remarkably tall beauty steps before Raleigh and the others. With long, flowing black hair styled in a noble princess manner, deep blue eyes, and adorned with serpent-shaped earrings. Her tall figure radiates an astonishing charm. Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in one piece, exuding an allure that is simply irresistible. The moment she appears, it is as if the world awakens to spring, filled with intoxicating fragrance. The air falls into a sudden silence. Gulp, gulp. Most of the surrounding individuals swallow hard. So beautiful. The sound of drooling is palpable. The burly men who have come to challenge Thor's hammer are particularly eager. Upon seeing the stunning goddess Hancock, they cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. Even the likes of Tony Stark, Yubuchiwan, Wayne, Shirji Xian, and Loki are, to varying degrees, enchanted by Hancock's allure. Their eyes glazed with admiration. Even Xiongba, who usually scorns women, and Uchiha Obito, find themselves momentarily entranced, showcasing the extraordinary power of Hancock's charm. Upon witnessing Hancock, Raleigh, despite his automatic defenses against the sweet fruit's allure, cannot help but be awestruck by her captivating presence. Boa Hancock surveys the surroundings, noting the hearts in the eyes of those around her, and smiles proudly. Indeed, I am the most beautiful woman in the world, even in another realm. Her attention is primarily drawn to the group administrator, the level 10 elite Raleigh, who, surprisingly, seems impervious to her irresistible charm, leaving her somewhat astonished. Approaching Raleigh, she performs a graceful bow. Salutations, esteemed elite. Raleigh nodded. I thought you wouldn't come. Boa chuckled. How could I possibly miss such an intriguing gathering? That smile, enchanting and captivating, once again ensnared those around her in a spell of infatuation. Only Ban, Shirji Xian, and Xiongba managed to break free, gazing at Hancock in astonishment. Had she chosen to strike, she might have succeeded effortlessly. This woman is perilous. The three exchanged furtive glances, daring not to meet Hancock's gaze any longer. Meanwhile, the American cowboys were utterly entranced by Hancock's allure. Beautiful lady, you are mine. Such a stunning beauty, they exclaimed one after another. Hancock let out a playful laugh, performing an alluring gesture. Sweet, fragrant breeze. A waft of enchanting aroma enveloped the air, and in an instant, all the cowboys who had lunged toward her were turned to stone. At that moment, a black Mustang halted at the periphery, and Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. stepped out, witnessing this astonishing scene. Director, I found them, but there are over a dozen casualties. Raleigh glanced back at Coulson, as if the Shield had witnessed Hancock's murderous deed. However, he soon chuckled lightly. The Shield? What is that? Really? Tony Stark, astonished, observed the circle of petrified figures. The Empress Hancock made a seductive gesture. They coveted my beauty, thus I eliminated them. It is all my fault for being too enchanting. Yubuchiwan nodded in agreement. Indeed. You are exceedingly beautiful. Yet he quickly realized the impropriety of his praise and recited the Taoist Heart Sutra to calm his spirit. The Empress Hancock proudly lifted her exquisite swan-like neck. Whatever I do shall be forgiven, shall it not? For I am simply too beautiful. Several members of the group nodded vigorously, clearly entranced. Raleigh delivered a sharp rap on Hancock's head, admonishing, do not recklessly take lives, this is not your realm. And killing is inherently wrong. Hancock, instantly aggrieved, replied with teary eyes, is it a fault for me to be beautiful? Raleigh, unable to express his frustration, remarked. At the very least, rein it in a little, do not let your allures scatter indiscriminately. Hancock, cautious in Raleigh's presence, could only pout in resignation, replying, oh, I understand. My lord. The members of the group found themselves once again entranced. Her charm was simply overwhelming. Whether it manifested in pride, fear, indignation, allure, or playfulness, she radiated beauty in every form. Rory-eye glanced around, noticing that one person was still absent. Alice Nakiri. Have you not arrived yet? In the world of Food Wars, Alice Nakiri had been hesitating for quite some time, and when the moment of truth arrived, it was challenging for her to make a decisive choice. Raleigh, as a chef, do you not yearn to experience the culinary wonders of another world? Raleigh's thoughts, if you do not come, where shall I find such a beautiful and capable chef? The culinary delights of another world deeply intrigued Nakiri Alice, who ultimately steeled herself and decided to take a leap of faith, clicking to teleport. In the next moment, Nakiri Alice found herself in the scorching expanse of a desert wasteland. She had not changed her attire, donning the meticulously designed chef's uniform of her family. Though a chef's outfit, it far surpassed in elegance the garments of the likes of Yubuchiwan, Tony, and Obito. Nakiri Alice gazed apprehensively at Raleigh and his companions, particularly feeling trepidation towards the imposing figures of Oda, Obito, Loki, and Shizuka. Oda, Obito, Loki, and Shizuka. The Empress Hancock swiftly pulled Nakiri Alice closer. What a stunning young lady. Though not as exquisite as I, you are certainly worthy of my harem. Nakiri Alice. Mother, this place is terrifying. I wish to return home. Her heart raced with anxiety, akin to a frightened lamb that had wandered into a den of wolves. Raleigh delivered a sharp rap upon Hancock's head and pulled Naki Alice closer, assuring her, "Do not fear these individuals. Though they may appear formidable, they are far from virtuous. Tony is a notorious libertine who has brought ruin to many a beauty. Loki is a devious god, skilled in the art of manipulation. Abito once embodied madness, threatening the very fabric of existence. Xian is a dark sorcerer, and Xiangba is the ruthless leader of a nefarious syndicate." Raleigh pointed to an individual within the group, introducing them one by one. Nagatsuki Alice was on the verge of tears. "Are you trying to comfort me, big shot? This only makes me feel more anxious." Then Raleigh gestured towards two others, Thor, the Shiba Inu, and Grey Wolf. These two are actually quite adorable, despite Thor's formidable appearance. He cannot speak. His repertoire consists solely of the phrases, "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Let us play the mobile game 10,000 cold jokes too, woof woof woof." He does have a weakness as well. A ball suddenly appeared in Raleigh's hand, causing Thor the Shiba Inu to become irresistibly adorable, his eyes sparkling with delight. As soon as the ball was tossed by Raleigh, Thor joyfully dashed over to catch it. Before returning it to Raleigh, Raleigh gently patted Thor's head and remarked to Alice Nakiri, "Look, isn't it adorable?" Alice nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight. "So kawaii." Meanwhile, the likes of Yumba, Batman, Loki, and Stone were taken aback, their lips twitching in disbelief. They had never anticipated that the formidable Thor could possess such a charming side. Shattering his majestic image into 1,000 pieces, irretrievable, Raleigh pointed at the big bad wolf and said, "And there's him. Do not be deceived by his fierce exterior. He possesses a tender side, cherishing his wife dearly. Despite being playfully chastised by her daily, his love remains unwavering, truly a devoted husband." The big bad wolf chuckled heartily. "How does the esteemed one know of my virtues? You flatter me to the point of embarrassment." At this, Alice Nakiri could not help but relax. A man who adores his wife is typically gentle and surely not a villain. Raleigh clapped his hands and exclaimed, "All right, let us return and host a gathering." Tony responded, "What about Thor's hammer? Wasn't it said that we would compete to see who could lift it?" Raleigh, "I shall take this back and let you all indulge in your so-called stellar matter, which scarcely anyone dares to mention." What significance does this hold for Raleigh? At that moment, two Quinjet fighters arrived at high speed, adorned with the emblem of SHIELD, a contingent of fully armed SHIELD agents disembarked from the Quinjet, surrounding Raleigh and his companions. The artillery systems of the Quinjet and the agents' weapons were all aimed squarely at Raleigh and his group. The sole high-ranking agent, Hawkeye, held a bison bow with a peculiar arrow nocked, aiming in their direction. "We are the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Everyone in front, do not move. You are suspected of intentional homicide. Surrender and submit to the investigation of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Any resistance will result in immediate termination." Surrender? Immediate termination for resistance? The likes of Dominator and his companions laughed. "You think we fear you and your pathetic weapons?" The Empress Hancock, anger flaring as weapons were pointed at her, exclaimed, "How dare you threaten me with your arms, unaware of your impending doom?" She turned to Raleigh. "My lord, please grant me permission to eliminate them." With a mere wave, she obliterated the warning directed at SHIELD. Raleigh reflected on the numerous fanfictions he had read about SHIELD, where the protagonists often found themselves entangled with the agency, ultimately becoming mere pawns and thugs for them. Why should the main character suffer such a fate, reduced to a mere lapdog? Raleigh scoffed at this, while at that moment, SHIELD continued to issue warnings. For the second time, those in the front, you are suspected of willful obstruction. Please cease all resistance, surrender immediately, and submit to the investigation of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Any act of defiance will result in immediate termination. The authoritative voice echoed across the arid desert expanse. The artillery system aboard the Kuan fighter jet beeped in anticipation, gearing up for standby mode. For the first time, Raleigh found himself confronted by the barrel of a gun, accompanied by demands to surrender and submit, lest he face immediate execution. A surge of indignation welled within him. When did my disregard for you lead you to believe I am easily subdued? The majesty of the divine is not to be trifled with. Hancock, eliminate them. Raleigh's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. As you command, Hancock replied with a playful laugh, her gaze sultry and beguiling, infused with a sweet, intoxicating charm. Suddenly, with a series of cracking sounds, all SHIELD agents were instantly petrified. Only Hawkeye sensed the ominous shift in a split second. He bit down on his own teeth, the excruciating pain jolting him back to reality, revealing his colleagues transformed into mere fossils. In shock, he issued a battle command to those aboard the Quinjet. Fire at will. Activate the artillery systems. The cacophony of gunfire erupted as a storm of bullets and shells rained down upon Raleigh and his companions. With a faint grunt, Raleigh unleashed an invisible wave that swept across a 1-kilometer radius. Shells and bullets suspended in midair were instantaneously reduced to mere dust. Hawkeye was shattered into countless droplets of blood, while the Kuan-style fighter jet emitted a mournful wail before disintegrating, ultimately transforming into particles that vanished into the ether. Within this 1-kilometer expanse, the ground creaked ominously, as if burdened by an immense force, sinking dramatically to form a colossal crater nearly 100 meters deep. Rory gazed at the horizon, his eyes fixed upon the satellites in the vastness of outer space. A smile spread across his face as he snapped his fingers, unleashing a surge of power that violently tore through the atmosphere. Moments later, several satellites in Earth's orbit erupted in a dazzling explosion, disintegrating into dust like the ill-fated fighter jet, scattering their remnants across the cosmos. Having accomplished this feat, Rory lifted the hammer of Thor, noting its astonishing lightness. Onward, he declared. Raleigh, accompanied by his companions, instantly vanished from their location. The monitoring center of S.H.I.E.L.D. was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone, from Nick Fury at the helm to the most ordinary personnel, stared at the screen now reduced to a static haze, a chill creeping up their spines, leaving them in a state of shock and trepidation. All the operatives had perished. The Quinjet had been obliterated to mere dust. A vast chasm had formed in the once unyielding desert terrain. What sort of horrifying power was this? Nick Fury felt a tremor within him. Despite having endured World War II and countless battles thereafter, he was still rattled by the astonishing spectacle they had just witnessed. At that moment, he recalled Raleigh's disdainful gaze as the screen flickered to static. With a grave expression, Nick Fury commanded, "Immediately investigate why the satellites have gone dark." A technical agent swallowed hard before replying, "Director Fury, we just checked the surrounding satellites and found that those several satellites have vanished." Fury's voice rose. "Vanished? What do you mean?" The agent hesitated. "They were destroyed, just like the fighter jet, disintegrated into powder." Fury stammered, "Are you implying that the enemy, from a distance of 800,000 meters, managed to obliterate our satellites? Military satellites are positioned at a higher altitude than typical ones, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s military satellites soared to an impressive height of 800,000 meters. Yes, Director Fury, the agent confirmed, according to the gathered information. The adversary indeed crossed a distance of 800,000 meters to dismantle our military satellites. What shall we do, Director Fury? Someone asked, panic evident in their voice. It was undeniable that Raleigh's displayed might exceeded their expectations. Though they were S.H.I.E.L.D. established to confront formidable beings, this enemy seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Should we truly provoke such an individual? They pose a substantial threat. I suggest we avoid confrontation. Are you all truly frightened? Another voice interjected. They have already slain many of us, and you wish to retreat? Such cowardice. We must seek vengeance. Vengeance? What a jest. How do we achieve that? Are we to march to our own demise? We are not without our own trump cards. Indeed, we have our own secrets. We still possess the Sentinel and Captain Marvel. With this, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents regained their composure. Captain Marvel is a long-standing superhero of S.H.I.E.L.D., having gained her powers during the recent intergalactic conflict when Earth was caught between two alien races, becoming one of the most formidable heroes in the cosmos. Adept at dismantling cosmic warships single-handedly. As for the Sentinel, he is another secret weapon of S.H.I.E.L.D., even more powerful than Captain Marvel. Originally a substance abuser, he inadvertently consumed a vial of a secret serum in a laboratory, which endowed him with immense energy from another universe, granting him superhuman speed, endurance, defense, and flight capabilities, as well as the ability to manipulate and release energy. He also possesses a remarkable self-healing ability, capable of unleashing a force equivalent to 1,000,000 stars in a berserk state. However, the serum has a significant side effect, creating a negative persona known as nihility within him, which can unleash devastation upon Earth or even the cosmos if not controlled. Meanwhile, at Tony Stark's seaside cliffside villa, a lively party was in full swing. Alice Nakiri had fully embraced the role of the star, her molecular gastronomy proving to be a culinary marvel. After returning from the Shokuchiki world, she had sent all her equipment back via a red envelope and began preparing an array of exquisite dishes. When the first squid dish was unveiled, an astonished chorus erupted. It glows. Illuminated in brilliant golden light, the guests were left agape. Is this truly food? Are you certain there are no light bulbs involved? Wayne scrutinized the dish skeptically. Alice, blushing slightly, explained, "This is seared squid. Please enjoy." Each guest took their chopsticks or forks and savored a portion, only to find themselves enveloped in a trance-like state. Some felt euphoric, others blushed, and a few howled in delight. Heavens, I feel as though I am soaring. Exquisite, exquisite. It's as if the tentacles of a squid caress me. Even Raleigh could not resist, taking a bite and feeling as though he were adrift in an endless sea of blossoms, gentle aromas swirling around him. An indescribable comfort enveloping him, utterly addictive. Fortunately, the majority of the molecular gastronomy was prepared by machines, allowing Alice to manage the workload efficiently. Meanwhile, JARVI's mechanical arms accurately timed and executed the preparations, alleviating her from chaos. Dishes continued to emerge, and the guests drooled, nearly devouring their tongues in the process. Now I understand. Food that does not glow cannot be deemed true culinary art, Van exclaimed. If anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name, the mighty Hancock declared. Salivating at the thought of Alice's cooking, finding the chefs of his own realm utterly lacking in comparison, Thor, the Shiba Inu, happily devoured a bone-shaped delicacy. Rolling joyfully on the ground, Alice Nikiri, from this day forth, you shall be my cherished consort, Hancock proclaimed boldly, causing Alice to blush deeply. Hearing the praises from her esteemed peers brought her immense relief and excitement, especially witnessing Raleigh enthusiastically devour her culinary creations. Marking her greatest achievement as a chef, seeing her guests relish her food brought her unparalleled joy. Tony Stark interjected, JARVIS. Procure the freshest ingredients from around the globe immediately, and have them airlifted via Stark Industries aircraft. Speed is of the essence. Jarvis, yes, sir. Half an hour later, a myriad of exquisite delicacies began to arrive via air freight from all corners of America and the globe. Freshly caught bluefin tuna from a remote iceberg island. Freshly harvested morels and matsutake mushrooms from Yunnan, China. A colossal super oyster from Rhode Island, weighing 2 pounds. Fleur de sel from the southern coast of Brittany, France. Helicopters continuously descended onto the villa's helipad, delivering sumptuous dishes to the table of Alice Tucky. Alice was utterly elated, convinced that attending this gathering was indeed a fortuitous choice. Here, she encountered a plethora of culinary ingredients she had never seen before, although her unfamiliarity with these components resulted in dishes that were not entirely perfect. With the aid of artificial intelligence Jarvis by her side, she relied on her innate talent to create an array of fantastical dishes she had never dared to conceive before. With an SHIELD, the debate raged on. No, Captain Marvel is our trump card. There is no need to bring her back until the last moment, stated a Hydra secret agent. Indeed, it is unnecessary to summon Captain Marvel back. It would be an overuse of resources, another Hydra operative concurred. As for the Sentinel, he must not be released either. He has always been an unstable factor. Should the void within him escape, Earth would face utter catastrophe, declared a third agent. The influence of Hydra had infiltrated SHIELD to a considerable extent. They did not wish for Captain Marvel to return due to her overwhelming power, if she did. It was uncertain whether her peculiar abilities would unearth Hydra's secrets within SHIELD. Therefore, Hydra would not allow Captain Marvel's return. If Captain Marvel does not come back, how can we seek revenge? Countered a non-Hydra SHIELD agent. Is your mind consumed solely by vengeance? There is a saying in China, endure a moment of calmness. Do you understand? Precisely, there is no need for them to return. I believe their return would be quite beneficial. I disagree. I concur. The SHIELD headquarters erupted into chaos. Nick Fury's face was a stormy shade of blue. Enough. Silence. All eyes turned to Nick Fury. He took several deep breaths, grappling internally with a fierce struggle. Revenge? Or withdrawal? Ultimately, Nick Fury recalled Raleigh's mocking smile. A grin so infuriating that it trampled upon the dignity of SHIELD and his own. Such a person could not be allowed to roam free. The mighty Mjolnir was raised. The purpose of SHIELD's establishment was to restrain all superhumans from manageable governance while preventing societal calamities. The emergence of an uncontrollable force would negate the very existence of SHIELD. Nick Fury, a master of political maneuvering, understood the significance of public trust. If credibility was compromised, who would still trust you? Dream on. I have decided to summon Captain Marvel back, Nick Fury asserted with unwavering conviction. Director Fury, I believe a Hydra secret agent seeks to oppose this. Enough. I have made my decision. Do not speak further. Nick Fury glared at the individual, his attitude leaving no room for doubt. The other dissenters fell silent, intimidated into submission. Nick Fury retrieved an old pager. The sole means of contacting Captain Marvel. On the other side of the vast universe, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, was engaged in rescuing a planet in distress. Suddenly, she received a distress signal from Nick Fury. It appeared that a return to Earth was imminent. With a swift motion, she transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the cosmos. Achoo. Meanwhile, at the villa gathering, Raleigh sneezed, sensing that some miscreant was plotting against him. Just then, Alice Taki presented a massive beef leg weighing over 10 pounds before him, its golden sheen nearly blinding him. An overwhelming aroma of exquisite beef wafted through the air. Alice Taki, you are truly remarkable. I shall miss you dearly. Raleigh couldn't help but feel a tinge of bitterness at the thought of indulging in these culinary delights, only to face several meals of mundane human fare afterward. Alice Sangitsa blushed, feeling fortunate to have a friend who adored her exquisite cuisine. As long as the esteemed one desired to feast, she could be summoned at any moment. Raleigh chuckled. This is what you said. Empress Hancock, with her mouth full, lamented, Woowa, Nagi Chia Alice, Woowa, belongs to me, Woowa. Raleigh, after finishing a meal. We commenced the second endeavor, the Mjolnir rally. Naturally, the already experienced Tony Stark, along with Raleigh, who has effortlessly lifted Mjolnir, and Loki, the brother of Thor, need not partake in the competition. At this moment, Odin and Heimdall were also observing Earth. The movement of Mjolnir had drawn Odin's attention, and simultaneously, the vigilant guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, was alerted. They were curious to discern who had disturbed Mjolnir, and soon their gaze fell upon Raleigh and his companions, including his son Loki and the Shiba Inu, Thor. Perhaps Raleigh's mastery over his strength was so exquisite that neither Odin nor Heimdall could perceive the true extent of his power, leaving them astonished by his ability to maneuver Mjolnir. Raleigh keenly sensed two peculiar divine powers observing this place, speculating that they belonged to Odin and Heimdall. However, he paid it little mind. To enhance the spectacle of the competition, Raleigh generously established a reward. Previously, after defeating that pompous individual, he had acquired 10 rings, each imbued with formidable powers. Since he had no use for them, he decided to present them as prizes. The powers contained within should be no less than level 3, perhaps even more potent. With the announcement of this reward, everyone's enthusiasm surged. Even Ban was somewhat tempted. The competition officially commenced. At this moment, Loki interjected. According to the divine power my father has bestowed upon this hammer, as long as one embodies his expectations for that foolish Thor, qualities such as justice, bravery, wisdom, and responsibility, one should be able to lift the hammer of the thunder god. Haha, it doesn't seem too difficult. I shall go first. Yubuchuan laughed heartily, walking confidently towards the hammer of Thor. I, Yubuchuan, am filled with righteous spirit, dedicated to the prosperity of Mount Hua. My sense of responsibility is commendable. My wisdom is not lacking, and I am certainly brave. I, Yubuchuan, am formidable. This hammer of the thunder god shall surely be lifted by me. He reached out, grasping the handle of the thunder god's hammer. Raleigh could distinctly sense the divine power of Odin coursing from within the hammer of Thor, seeping into Yubuchuan's body, only to swiftly retreat. Let me try. Yubuchuan summoned all his inner strength, attempting to lift the hammer. Yet, the hammer of Thor remained immovable. Autumn leaves drifted down, brushing against Yubuchuan's awkward countenance. Ahem, it seems you lack the capability. Allow me, the mighty Xiongba, to take over. Xiongba approached the hammer of Thor, eliciting eye rolls from the onlookers. Xiongba, do you not possess any self-awareness? A figure notorious for violence and chaos. And yet you dare to attempt to wield the hammer? The outcome was all too evident. Even with all his might, employing 3 parts of his returning essence, Xiongba could not budge the hammer an inch. Subsequently, Shiji Xian, Hancock, and Nakiri Alice attempted their hands at it, only to meet with inevitable failure. Now it is my turn, announced Batman Wayne, stepping forward to face the hammer of Thor. Raleigh began to acknowledge that those before him were mere bystanders, each possessing various glaring flaws. However, he found a glimmer of hope in Batman Wayne. Batman, a true superhero, was one who discovered light amidst darkness. With anticipation in his heart, Wayne grasped the hammer, summoning all his strength to lift it. Raleigh was disheartened, for Wayne had not mentioned the hammer of Thor. It was finally Uchiha Madara's turn, yet Raleigh held little hope, knowing Madara's notorious past as a ruthless killer. As Madara approached the hammer, he lifted it slightly. Huh? Goodness. All eyes were astonished as they beheld Madara. The hammer of Thor had indeed stirred. Though only slightly, it was nonetheless astonishing. 58. Magnificent Grey Wolf. Madara was equally bewildered. He considered himself no hero, but rather a man stained with blood, who nearly obliterated an entire world. But what was the spectacle? He had actually moved the hammer of Thor? Not just him, but the others were equally flabbergasted, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Could it truly be that Madara could lift it? Was it a hoax? Xiongba, puzzled, inquired, Madara, how much strength did you just exert? Could it be that your might surpasses that of the hammer? Madara, confused, replied, No, I didn't use any force, it just rose. With a forceful pull, the hammer fell into his grasp. He tossed it, and it spun, landing firmly in his hand. In Asgard, Odin and Heimdall's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The hammer of Thor had truly been lifted. That individual had gained Odin's divine approval. Despite the confusion, the contest for the hammer continued. It was now Thor's, the Shiba Inu, turn. With confidence, he strutted forth, declaring, I am Thor, the god of thunder. Come to play the mobile game 10,000 cold jokes too. Oh, wrong button. I am Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. Grasping the hammer, he pulled. But it did not budge. Thor, the Shiba Inu, immediately hung his head in defeat, retreating to the sidelines, proving that there was indeed a distinction between Thor and Thor. Haha, now it's my turn. At that moment, Grey Wolf stepped forward, striding with determination, his claws gleaming with sharp brilliance. He seized the hammer's handle and pulled. Yet the hammer remained immovable. Ugh! Grey Wolf roared, exerting all his might, but the hammer remained impervious. Odin and Asgard sneered. Did you really think that any common creature could lift the hammer? What a farce. Irritated, Grey Wolf seethed. How dare you push me? He approached a nearby sports car belonging to Tony Stark. In a flash, Grey Wolf dismantled the car with his bare hands, reducing it to a pile of parts. With swift motions, he transformed the components, and within a minute, all the parts vanished, giving birth to a peculiar device resembling a flashlight. Indeed, it was a flashlight. The parts of the car, of such substantial size, had been compressed to the dimensions of a mere flashlight. Tony Stark, a tech enthusiast, gazed in awe, his eyes gleaming with envy, wishing to consult Grey Wolf. Others couldn't help but murmur, "Little hammer, let us see if you behave." Grey Wolf aimed the flashlight at the hammer of Thor, emitting a red beam, and in an instant, the hammer shattered into countless fragments, revealing the raw materials from which it was forged. Odin's expression shifted dramatically. He inadvertently pulled out his beard, cursing under his breath. Without hesitation, he armed himself, mounted his steed, and charged towards Earth. However, activating the Bifrost Bridge required time, and by the time he arrived, Grey Wolf had already fashioned a new hammer, tapping it into existence. In mere moments, a whimsical, childlike toy hammer emerged, its form comically distorted and trivial. "Stop!" Odin, riding in on a wave of rainbow light, landed beside the villa. Upon seeing the Q-version plastic hammer, he clutched his chest in anguish. "My hammer of Thor. It was forged from the core of a dying star. A precious artifact. And now you have reduced it to this plastic. In such a ridiculous design? Return my mighty star hammer." Odin glared at Grey Wolf, wishing to strike him down. Loki, fearing the potential chaos, quickly intervened, anxious not for Grey Wolf's wrath, but for his father's, as he realized that even Odin, despite his strength, might struggle against the formidable Grey Wolf, especially with Raleigh, a level 10 powerhouse, standing nearby. Odin disregarded Loki, coldly fixing his gaze on Grey Wolf, raising the divine spear Gungnir, and commanded, "Deconstruct." Grey Wolf, cackling, met the challenge with his flashlight. Odin, recalling the fate of the hammer, paled and swiftly withdrew Gungnir. But it was too late. The spear was instantly disassembled into raw materials, falling to the ground. Odin stared blankly at the scattered remnants, a wave of blood rushing to his head, and he spat blood in frustration. Enraged, he charged at Grey Wolf, who continued to shine the flashlight upon him. In an instant, Odin's armor disintegrated, transforming into a heap of raw materials scattered around him. Odin hastily shielded himself, mortified and furious, glaring at Grey Wolf. Loki, terrified, clung to Grey Wolf, pleading, "Brother Wolf, please, show mercy. He is my father." Meanwhile, Odin, outwardly seething, was inwardly panicking. What manner of creature was this wolf? This bizarre power could effortlessly dismantle his divine might. "I shall return." Odin, filled with indignation, clad in an outfit reminiscent of a children's character and wielding a plastic-long spear, rode away on his 8-legged steed, Sleipnir, vanishing into the rainbow glow, back to Asgard. Had it not been for Grey Wolf's consideration for Loki, he would have returned empty-handed. Upon reaching the Bifrost Bridge, Odin cast a glance at Heimdall, who quickly lowered his head, his lips twitching at the sight of Odin's humiliating appearance. Previously, Odin had been majestic, adorned in an eagle helmet and golden armor, wielding Gungnir with a regal presence. Now, however, he donned an outfit too shameful to describe, grasping a plastic spear and wearing a child's watch, resembling a mere jest. Odin glared at the sheepish Heimdall, warning, "Do not speak of this." "At your command," Heimdall replied promptly. Odin pondered, but found no justification to chastise Heimdall, thus retreating in frustration to his palace, eager to change out of that humiliating attire. Yet, to his dismay, he found it impossible to remove. Grey Wolf, by nature, embodies the essence of a bad wolf, his intentions decidedly nefarious. In light of Odin's ostentatious demeanor, Grey Wolf resolved to impart a lesson. Thus, he meticulously crafted the divine armor of the king, Gungnir, and the Draupnir gold ring, not only rendering them suitable for juvenile audiences but also imbuing them with binding attributes. Once donned, Odin found it impossible to remove them. Despite his fervent struggles, he was ensnared, ultimately exhausting himself in the process. With no other recourse, he enveloped himself in an enormous cloak, yet the gourd leaves atop his head remained stubbornly affixed, rendering even the donning of a hat a futile endeavor. Soaring to the realm of the dwarves, he encountered the venerable dwarf king, whose craftsmanship had forged Odin's equipment. "Odin, is that you? What on earth? How have you become so endearing?" The dwarf king scrutinized Odin several times, ultimately concluding that adorable was the most fitting descriptor for Odin's current predicament. The tale unfolded as Odin recounted the bizarre encounter with Grey Wolf to the dwarf king. "Is it truly so?" The dwarf king marveled. "This wolf seems to possess a greater understanding of forging than our own kin. Where can I find it? I must meet this creature." Odin, the dwarf king continued, "Allow me to take a crack at it, but are you certain you wish to alter it? I can distinctly sense that this equipment harbors divine power far superior to its former incarnation. It must be the work of that wolf." With gritted teeth, Odin insisted, "Change it." His mood was utterly dismal. He detested the notion of parading about in such an endearing guise. After all, he was the king of the gods. Did he not possess any sense of dignity? Meanwhile, on another front, the Hammer of Thor racing event concluded, and 10 rings were awarded to Uchiha Madara. How he chose to utilize them was entirely his own affair, while the Hammer of Thor remained merely a plastic toy version of Grey Wolf intended for children. Raleigh, what shall we do with this? Loki inquired weakly. Shall I have my foolish brother back? Thor, the Shiba Inu, a god of thunder without his hammer, is not a complete god of thunder. Raleigh gazed at the toy plastic hammer, and an odd image crossed his mind, the boastful Thor, the god of thunder, brandishing a plastic hammer while exclaiming, "For the glory of the northern gods." The absurdity of the scene struck him. Suddenly, the hammer of the thunder god inexplicably trembled. The electric meter quivered, accompanied by the crackling sound of current surging through the appliances. What was happening? The hammer of Thor stirred, drawing every gaze to the table where it lay. Although its appearance had been reduced to mere plastic, under the influence of the cunning Grey Wolf, its divine power had paradoxically intensified and expanded. At that moment, as the hammer awakened, the surge of divine energy began to radiate, illuminating the surroundings. Raleigh suddenly lifted his gaze towards New Mexico, where it seemed as if Thor had awakened. Loki also sensed this, a smile gracing his face. In a small town in New Mexico, the entire area was being ravaged by a colossal metal giant. This was the Destroyer, standing approximately 3 meters tall, forged entirely from the black metal of the divine realm. A formidable weapon of Asgard with tremendous combat prowess. Although Loki did not instigate a rebellion, the Destroyer descended upon New Mexico in accordance with the original narrative, seeking Thor's demise. This was not a command from Loki, but rather from Odin, who harbored great expectations for Thor, hoping that he would undergo a fiery rebirth and emerge as a truly mature king. Thus, he commanded the Destroyer to pursue the god of thunder. With a hum, the head of the Destroyer opened, energy coalescing as a searing laser shot forth, aimed at the valiant warrior Sif. She barely had time to raise her energy shield. Placing her hands before her, the intense laser shattered the shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent Sif flying, gravely injured. Having dispatched Sif, the Destroyer advanced towards the now mortal Thor, while the remaining 3 warriors of the celestial realm were taken aback and rushed forward to intercept. Bang, 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 bang. The Destroyer effortlessly knocked the 3 warriors aside before standing before Thor. The god of thunder displayed no intention of evasion. He opened his arms wide, eyes closed, embodying a resolute acceptance of his fate. Come and kill me, spare the others. The annihilating light atop the Destroyer continued to gather, as if it truly intended to end Thor's life. In a flash, Thor's hammer vanished from the cliffside villa by the shores of Los Angeles. Loki, taken aback, wondered, "Is it not flying anymore?" To which the cunning wolf chuckled, "I have altered it. It can now traverse through space." Raleigh's lips twitched at the corners. "Fortunately, you made the change. Otherwise, Mjolnir would have been delayed, and Thor would have been in quite the predicament." In a small town in New Mexico, Thor suddenly felt the resurgence of Mjolnir's power. His spirit surged. "My divine strength has returned. My Mjolnir has come back." In an instant, Mjolnir materialized in Thor's grasp. The familiar sensation enveloped him, a blend of fluidity and vigor. This force was simply magnificent. Thor felt his might restored to its zenith. Suddenly, he blinked in disbelief. What on earth is this? Thor stared, bewildered, at the toy-like, plastic, chibi hammer in his hand. He was nearly frightened enough to cast aside this childish trinket. "Where is my formidable hammer?" As the esteemed 62 arrived to assert dominance, Hancock was ecstatic. The entire group erupted in chaos due to Alice's plea for help. "Xiongba, what has transpired on Hancock's side? Ban, who dares to provoke our member?" "Thor, I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern deities." "Grey Wolf, wait, I am still herding sheep. I am on the verge of success. Curse little lamb, I shall return. You Buchuan, assemble, assemble. Let us show them our true colors." Raleigh naturally received the news at the earliest opportunity, astonished to see that Ubuchuan, in his arrogance, intended to venture into the world of One Piece. Was he courting death? One must evaluate their capabilities before attempting to show off. He quickly sent a message. Everyone must act within their means. Hancock's prowess is classified as level 2. Yet she is indeed at the pinnacle of that level and could easily ascend to level 3 at any moment. Even she encounters peril. There are some who would only be a burden, and I am referring to you, Ubuchuan. Ubuchuan, a pain that renders one breathless Wayne. Trembling with fear, Tony Stark, shaking with trepidation, Raleigh pondered for a moment and added, "In the realm of Iron Man, Shirji Xian stands as a formidable force. The powers at play there are exceedingly strange, rendering anyone below level 2 incapable of venturing forth. However, do not lose heart. Allow me to precede you and secure the area. Then, you mere mortals may follow." Shirji Xian remarked, "I am but a mere mortal, unable to counter this assertion." Xiongba echoed, "I too am but a mere mortal, unable to counter this assertion." After Raleigh finished giving orders, he clicked on the group teleportation function, targeting the world of One Piece. With a flash, Raleigh vanished from the Marvel Universe. On Amazon Lily. How bold it was to stand defiant before the world nobles, refusing to kneel. Anthony Saint was truly enraged. The dignity of the world nobles is inviolable and must not be desecrated. Hancock, a mere slave, dared to remain standing and looked at him with disdain, which filled him with humiliation. Anthony Saint, a rotund figure standing at around 5 feet, had always relished the sight of others kneeling before him, as his short stature made him susceptible to being looked down upon. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock towered over him at an impressive height of 111 centimeters, a quarter taller than him. This was inherently a denial of male dignity. Now, Anthony Saint perceived contempt and disdain in Hancock's eyes. Very well. No one has ever dared to disrespect me so brazenly. He seethed. You are doomed. I, Anthony Saint, will ensure the Navy flattens Amazon Lily. All shall be executed. Under the fierce and cruel tone of Anthony Saint, everyone trembled in fear, as if standing on the edge of an icy abyss. They would not question the truth of his words. Once a world noble is offended, the world government and the Navy would mobilize their forces to defend their honor. Even the admirals would lead elite troops personally. The seas would be engulfed in panic, and Amazon Lily would face utter destruction. However, the Empress Hancock had made significant contributions to Amazon Lily and was respected and adored by her people. At that moment, no one harbored resentment towards her. They only felt disgust towards the celestial dragons. Hancock was furious. Flatten Amazon Lily? Execute everyone? Ha ha. It seems retreat is not an option for me. She suddenly burst into laughter. Thus, I, Boa Hancock, in the name of the ruler of Amazon Lily and the captain of the Kuja pirates, hereby declare our separation from the world government and pledge to overthrow the celestial dragons. In that moment, Hancock's voice rang out with authority, exuding the majesty of an empress. Many of her followers were stirred by her declaration, their blood surging with passion. The world of One Piece has never lacked fervent souls. A single rallying cry could ignite the spirit of resistance against all injustice. From this day forth, the celestial dragons, the world government, and the Navy shall be my enemies. Hancock declared coldly, casting a steely gaze at Anthony Saint. Anthony Saint's chest heaved as he struggled to believe Hancock's defiance, quickly transforming his disbelief into seething rage. How dare you? A mere slave has the audacity to openly proclaim the overthrow of the world nobles. This is an affront. This is sacrilege. Truly, you are brazen. Very well. A mere slave dares to rebel. You shall die. He commanded. Number 11, kill her. No, capture her. I want her executed publicly before the world, to demonstrate that the dignity of the celestial dragons cannot be desecrated. Anthony Saint's voice was hoarse with fury. Number 11, a slender figure, bowed in compliance, as you command. Your Excellency. Instantly, his demeanor transformed from that of a quiet, inconspicuous individual into a figure of war, drawing all attention to himself. His once dull eyes sparkled like gold, illuminating the entire hall for a brief moment, as if a true golden warrior had descended upon the earthly realm. However, at that moment, Hancock unleashed her attack, the captivating arrow. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of pink arrows shot towards Anthony Saint. Hancock understood that due to the celestial dragon's haughty nature, the likelihood of them being swayed by her charm was slim, so she employed the captivating arrow, which would petrify its target regardless of their feelings towards her. Yet, the speed of number 11 surpassed Hancock's significantly. He swiftly deployed a massive shield of hockey in front of Anthony Saint, blocking all the captivating arrows. The shield, while continuously petrifying and shedding layers, remained unbroken, preventing any arrows from reaching Anthony Saint. With a mocking laugh, Anthony Saint declared, "It's like you will never comprehend the depth of our world nobles. Observe closely. This number 11 before you is the ultimate weapon of the world nobles, a far more potent version than the so-called human weapons of the Navy. His power barely resembles theirs. Your strength is merely the lowest tier among admirals, while number 11's prowess rivals that of the warlord. The strength of an admiral is but a joke in his presence. This is one of the credentials that maintains our noble status." Hancock's expression shifted, her vigilance sharpening as she regarded number 11. If he truly possessed the might of a warlord, she would need to exercise extreme caution. Just then, a tall and imposing figure abruptly appeared in the banquet hall. It was the big shot. Hancock's heart surged with excitement. The ultimate human weapon? Instantly defeated. Your Excellency's will is to capture you, number 11 declared coldly, as he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing right before Hancock. It was a technique known as Suru, executed with an advanced application. His hand reached out towards Boa Hancock, resembling a fierce eagle's claw, exuding an unmatched gale as it approached her. The sharpness of his nails glinted ominously. Yet, Hancock met his advance with a mocking expression, displaying no fear, as if she were simply an audience member at a play. Number 11 sensed something was amiss. You are quite weak. A voice suddenly erupted in his ear. Raleigh appeared beside Hancock, wrapping an arm around her in a protective embrace, resembling a steadfast mountain shielding her from harm. With his other hand, he reached for the number 11 bamboo pole, grasping it with a gentle twist. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed as the hand, forged from the world's hardest metal, shattered the pole effortlessly. Number 11 felt as if he were a fragile willow in the wind, lifted effortlessly by the sudden presence of the man. Raleigh, with a casual kick, struck number 11, who was instantly overwhelmed by an immense force that felt like millions of tons. The resilient metallic body began to crack audibly, yet the arms were pulled back, preventing any escape. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the upper half of number 11 was obliterated, scattering countless fragments along with a myriad of blood vessels, internal organs, and muscle tissues. This was a grotesque fusion of metal and humanity. Hancock gazed up at Raleigh, her heart suddenly racing intensely. Why was this happening? Why did her heart beat so rapidly? Why did the sight of him evoke such a fluttering sensation within her, accompanied by an inexplicable sweetness? In that moment, Hancock perceived Raleigh as exceptionally heroic, powerful, and imposing. She fixated on the profile of his face, feeling an involuntary warmth enveloping her, her head spinning, cheeks flushing, and heart racing, like a young fawn caught off guard. She was bewildered by these sensations, feeling as though she were ailing. Unbeknownst to Hancock, she was succumbing to the phenomenon known as infatuation. Boa Hancock, often referred to as the Empress, was characterized by her pride and self-absorption, dismissing men with disdain. At the age of 23, she was considered a woman of advanced years, having remained unattached due to the inability of any suitor to withstand her allure. After all, anyone who could not resist her charm would be utterly petrified, rendering the notion of romance futile. Despite her outward display of strength and arrogance, deep within, every woman harbors an innate desire to be conquered by a man, a primal instinct bestowed by gender. The memories of her past as a celestial dragon slave instilled a sense of inferiority within her, yet simultaneously bred a profound hatred for the celestial dragons. This unique experience fueled her longing for a man who could provide her with a sense of security. Someone bold enough to defy the celestial dragons and look down upon them with disdain. And now, Raleigh had appeared before her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. After 23 years of waiting, her body began to bloom for this man. Raleigh remained oblivious to Hancock's thoughts. At that moment, after he had slain the peculiar individual known as Subject 11, the ultimate weapon of humanity, he set Hancock back on the ground. However, Hancock clung tightly to Raleigh's waist. Unwilling to let go, Raleigh was momentarily taken aback, while Hancock took a moment to comprehend the situation. Hastily releasing his grip, he descended and awkwardly bowed, his cheeks flushed. Who exactly are you? Anthony Saint stammered, gazing at Raleigh in panic. After all, he was merely a sheltered flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Accustomed to wielding power due to his lineage as the grandson of the celestial dragons, accompanied by the formidable number 11. A weapon of ultimate destruction with combat prowess rivaling that of a marshal, he had felt invincible. However, the shocking reality struck him, number 11 was dead. Moreover, he had been effortlessly slain by the very individual standing before him. In less than a second, it had been a complete annihilation. Anthony Saint was engulfed in dread. What kind of existence possessed the capability to obliterate a marshal with such ease? Surely, even his grandfather among the elders could not rival such might. In his presence, the four emperors would likely be rendered a mere joke. Raleigh set aside the Empress Hancock and regarded Anthony Saint with keen interest. He prodded the glass bubble with his finger, recalling that the celestial dragons considered themselves superior, disdainful of sharing the same air as ordinary mortals, donning their bubble helmets as a mark of distinction. What do you intend to do? Anthony Saint thundered, his voice a facade of fury, yet trembling with insecurity. I am a celestial dragon, a descendant of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago, the very progenitors of creation. Should you dare to harm a single hair on my body, you will face the full wrath of the world government and the Navy. Moreover, your family, your friends, and your homeland shall be subjected to the Navy's annihilation. Despite the forcefulness of his words, to Raleigh's ears, they sounded hollow, a mere veneer of strength concealing profound fragility. Raleigh wore a smile. So, you're Anthony Saint? Anthony Saint swallowed hard, forcing himself to stand tall. Indeed, I am Anthony Saint, the esteemed grandson of one of the celestial dragons, the 5 elders. Should you wish to harm me, I suggest you consider the consequences. Raleigh's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the mention of the direct descendant of the 5 elders. Raleigh suddenly conceived 2 splendid ideas. Why not hold a global execution? Akin to the demise of Joel D., Roger and Ace, a worldwide broadcast could effectively undermine the prestige of the celestial dragons. Of course, annihilating Mary Geos and all the celestial dragons outright would suffice, but that lacks intrigue. A global live stream would certainly be more entertaining, drawing attention and subsequently eliminating the targets. It would allow his subordinates, Uchiha Madara and Thor, to display their prowess. As the leader, it is his duty to cater to the egotistical tendencies of his underlings. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, Thor, the Shiba Inu, and Loki finally arrived in this world, making their appearance at the banquet. Loki, we have arrived, declared Uchiha Madara. Where are the enemies? Inquired Thor, the Shiba Inu. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Fighting for the glory of the northern gods. The trio bellowed in unison, their bravado becoming almost overwhelming. The pressure of their divine presence could bring even the mightiest to their knees. Where are the enemies? Anyone who dares to threaten my beloved Alice shall meet their demise, asserted Thor. I am Thor, for the glory of the northern gods. As Uchiha Madara and Thor, the Shiba Inu, joined Loki, they eagerly sought out the culprit. Though they would never admit their ulterior motive, the delectable food associated with Alice. Saliva escaped their mouths at the mere thought of Alice's culinary delights. Whoever dares to harm their beloved Alice must face the might of Thor, the strongest deity. In a flash, Thor transformed into lightning and vanished from sight. Madara and Loki exchanged disappointed glances, having been outpaced. Nevertheless, they quickly materialized beside Alice, their expressions filled with concern. Alice, are you unharmed? They asked. Humph. How could anyone be so cruel to someone as adorable as Alice? Raleigh observed the dynamic between Ban and Loki, who were both vying for Alice's favor, and felt a pang of disbelief as it seemed their personas had crumbled. Ban, you were once so aloof. How could you be bested by something as trivial as food? And Loki, are you not a god of mischief? Alice, blushing at the attention from these two formidable figures, felt a mix of embarrassment and warmth. Coming from a noble lineage and having few friends, she found solace in this new group, where her culinary creations were cherished, and the concern shown towards her brought her immense joy. At that moment, the Empress Hancock regained her composure, her gaze icy and filled with unwavering confidence as she commanded her subordinates to apprehend the celestial dragon, Anthony Saint. What are you doing? How dare you filthy creatures lay a hand on a noble celestial dragon? This is sacrilege. Anthony Saint shouted in fury. However, what awaited him was Hancock's cold, abyss-like stare as she sentenced him to the deepest prison, where he would face public execution. Yes, Lady Snake, her warriors replied, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through them. In that instant, Anthony Saint was genuinely terrified, struggling desperately. Let me go. I am a noble of the world. Release me, he screamed. You all deserve to die? For the first time, he felt the chill of death loom over him, a concept he had never truly grasped. Being a celestial dragon accustomed to a long life devoid of unnatural demise, the thought of becoming the second celestial dragon to be killed by another terrified him. Yet his vocabulary remained filled with threats rather than humble pleas for mercy. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Snake Island, Vice Admiral Bastille stood at the bow of his ship, gazing at the island. He could already envision the proud and narcissistic Boa Hancock being tormented by the celestial dragons. The status of a celestial dragon was indeed enviable, allowing one to act with impunity. His heart brimmed with eagerness, believing that if he served Anthony Saint well, he could ascend the ranks within the Navy to the position of admiral. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a dog descended from the heavens, landing on its knees, one paw on the ground and the other raised with a hammer, its red cloak billowing in the wind. Bastille was taken aback, immediately adopting a defensive stance. His muscles tensed as he regarded this unexpected canine intruder. The sailors aboard the warship were equally startled, rushing out with weapons drawn, all aimed at Thor. They muttered among themselves, perplexed about which pirate could possibly be a dog, but could not recall any such pirate. Who are you? Bastille inquired, his brow furrowed deeply. Thor, with an icy demeanor, pressed a button on his collar, and a commanding voice boomed. I'm a god. Bastille scoffed. A dog dares to claim divinity? What a joke. Speak plainly. Who are you? Thor, incensed by the skepticism, became volatile. This provoked laughter from Bastille and the sailors. What nonsense. Just an ordinary canine, Bastille guffawed. Curiosity piqued as he pointed to a second button. What does this one do? Thor pressed it, and a voice filled with divine authority echoed. For the glory of the northern god. The laughter intensified as the sailors were now in tears from mirth. Bastille, still curious, indicated the third button and asked, and what of this one? Thor pressed it, and the voice proclaimed, come play the mobile game of countless cold jokes. The entire crew erupted in laughter, tears streaming down their faces, utterly amused by the notion of a speechless god. At this moment, Thor's patience wore thin. Raising Mjolnir high, he summoned a thunderous roar. Dark clouds enveloping the sky as a colossal vortex formed above. Bastille swallowed hard, sensing an overwhelming dread as the oppressive atmosphere descended upon him, rendering him immobile. The disparity in power was staggering, preventing him from mustering even a semblance of resistance. I am a vice admiral. Release me, he cried, struggling in vain as his strength dissipated. The sailors also felt the weight of the divine pressure, collapsing to their knees, weapons clattering to the ground. Thor, a being of immense power, was a force of nature, far beyond the petty authority wielded by these naval officers. Just then, a mocking voice echoed, Fool. Do you wish to destroy this island? It was Raleigh from Snake Island, who sensed the impending disaster and hastily intervened to quell Thor's fury. Thor, feeling aggrieved, dispersed the dark clouds above. Bastille and the sailors lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, their disbelief palpable as they regarded the diminutive dog, which, in that moment, radiated an air of grandeur. They realized, with a mix of awe and terror, that this truly was a god. The voice of Raleigh continued to resonate, as the naval admiral remained, while the others departed along with the warships, leaving none behind. Thor was left in a state of confusion, pondering what the naval admiral truly represented. Raleigh added the character of Sin, the robust ant. Thor immediately understood and turned his gaze toward Bastille. Bastille nearly wept. To be perceived merely as a slightly stronger ant by others, despite his esteemed rank as a general, was a bitter reality. Yet, he could not help but feel fortunate to have salvaged his own life, having long relinquished concern for the lives of those naval soldiers. Could he dare to rescue these soldiers from the clutches of a deity? The very thought was beyond contemplation. At that moment, Thor raised Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, its presence exuding an aura of majesty and authority. With a crackle of thunder, he brought it down. The entire warship was instantly engulfed in a tempest of boundless lightning, shattering and disintegrating into charred remnants. while the naval soldiers transformed into mere ashes scattered in the air. Thor, lifting Bastiu, swiftly returned to the palace of the Serpent Queen, landing before Raleigh. In that instant, Thor stood tall and proud, akin to a triumphant general returning from victory. "Wow, Thor, you are amazing. I have prepared a feast for you," exclaimed Alice as she rushed to Thor's side, holding out an enormous, glistening bone dish as a reward. "Thank you for your hard work." Thor, instantly shedding his commanding demeanor, transformed into a figure of endearing charm. With a delighted growl, he seized the bone and began to devour it voraciously. "Delicious." With a wave of his hand, Raleigh commanded, "Bring this man and imprison him alongside that celestial dragon. Public execution shall follow every month." Bastille was utterly taken aback by the enormity of this revelation. How could this group, seemingly devoid of reason, not fear the wrath of the world government or even the celestial dragons themselves? After all, this was the grandson of one of the elders. A few female warriors from Snake Island approached, fastening sea stone handcuffs on the stunned and incredulous Bastille, leading him toward the prison. Were these individuals truly out of their minds? Raleigh has successfully eliminated the adversaries. However, it appears that the power levels in this world are quite formidable, with the highest reaching level 3 and a multitude at level 2. Therefore, if one intends to venture into this realm, it is imperative to be well prepared. I have borrowed the tearing from Lord Ban and simultaneously sought assistance from the esteemed Grey Wolf for a new energy source. The arc reactor energy I am currently utilizing exceeds the previous capacity by a considerable margin. All of these have been integrated into my newly developed Mark V, and combined with the power of the Earth Ring, it should pose no issues. Raleigh opened the group members list and, to his astonishment, discovered that Tony Stark's level had indeed upgraded to 1x1-3, signifying the formidable power of the unstable Earth Ring. Thus, Raleigh felt assured in allowing Tony Stark to join. Has Shirjishin upgraded? And to level 3 at that? What have I been doing all these years? He mused, feeling a sense of disillusionment. Congratulations to Tony for advancing from level 0 to level 3, he remarked, while I have yet to grasp the essence of level 3 and remain unable to level up. It is truly regrettable. Shirjishin added, I beseech the esteemed master to impart the secrets of advancement. Xiongba echoed. I too request the esteemed master to share the knowledge. Raleigh, regarding my cultivation system, it revolves around Qi. The refinement of Qi is most suitable for martial artists, as it enhances their physical essence and spirit. I will find time to upload the methods of Qi cultivation to the group for your perusal. Shirjishin, performing a 320-degree aerial somersault in the icy expanse, Thomas executing a 320-degree rotation upon landing. Thank you. Ipsi Xiongba lamenting while grasping the mighty legs of the great master. Raleigh, I must clarify that the cultivation of Qi is fundamentally influenced by the potential inherent in one's race. The potential of the human race is rather limited, hence, the practice of Qi can only yield significant strength in its initial stages. In the later stages, humans tend to seek out paths akin to immortality. The methods of cultivation can be observed in Dragon Ball. On Earth, humanity engages in the practice of Qi, yet their ultimate achievements remain modest, as exemplified by characters like Tien Shinhan and Krillin, who, by the midpoint of Dragon Ball, have been relegated to the role of mere background characters. In stark contrast, races such as the Saiyans and the Frisia's Frozen Demon Clan exhibit remarkable potential for Qi cultivation. Wayne, is it not a curious notion that the prominent figures are not of human lineage? Raleigh, another humanoid race known as Saiyans, belongs to the renowned warrior nation of my original world, the Dominators. Trembling in trepidation, Gypt and Yu Buchuan were equally perturbed. In the realm of Loki, others quaked in fear as well. It sounded exceedingly formidable. However, Raleigh's admonition regarding Qi did not deter the Dominator and Shirji Xuan, as they had yet to grasp the pathway to level 3. In the realm of martial arts, they stood as the strongest, without any guidance to lead them. Suddenly, Raleigh conceived a skill, fusion. Whether through the Patera earrings or through a particular pose, two individuals could merge into one, resulting in a monumental enhancement of combat prowess. Raleigh, I possess the remarkable ability to merge two individuals, thereby greatly enhancing their combat prowess, potentially by a factor of 10, as per the esteemed Zhao. Furthermore, their battle experience would be mutually shared. Xiongba and Shirji Xian, your strengths are comparable. Perhaps you are perfectly suited for this. For instance, the combined strength of Super Vegeta is 80 times that of an individual. Xiongba, father and son merging? How awkward. Shirji Xian, leave me be. Xiongba. Xiongba, you wish for me to perish? You ungrateful wretch. Shirji Xian, I nearly suffered internal injuries from that. Xiongba, Shirji Xian, I wish to experiment with the fusion technique as discussed by the esteemed elder. Should it succeed, our grievances shall be resolved, and I shall no longer refer to you as my son. Shirji Xian, very well. Let us collaborate and officially achieve fusion. Tony, there is an odd sense of flamboyance in the air. Loki, indeed, there is an air of flamboyance surrounding us. Others, an overwhelming sense of flamboyance seems to engulf us. Xiongba's fate was foretold. Hancock's heartbeat resonated with insecurity. In the realm of chaos, the underworld society. Within a concealed chamber, a colossal Bagua compass lay before them. Xiongba, holding the mud Buddha, stood at the Bagua altar. Why must the underworld society resort to such brutal measures against an old man like me? The Mud Buddha sighed, gazing at Xiongba. Xiongba scoffed. Regardless of the Mud Buddha's prowess and evasion, he could not escape my grasp. The Mud Buddha lamented, I foresaw this calamity. Ah, the divine calculations are profound. I, now a dragon of the 9 heavens, have unified the realm beneath my feet. Xiongba proclaimed, I shall glimpse my destiny. Since you have unified the world and reign supreme, why concern yourself with the latter part of your life? Xiongba chuckled lightly, his expression brimming with mockery and disdain. Since joining the celestial chat group, Xiongba understood that his fate held myriad possibilities, no longer confined to the discernments of the Mud Buddha. However, as his subordinates had brought the Mud Buddha forth, he would take this opportunity to glean insights into his own destiny. The Mud Buddha, with a heavy heart, approached the 5 elements treasure box, beginning to shift the hexagrams. The mechanisms clicked as a radiant light erupted from the Bagua compass, forming 2 lines of text in the air. The dragon's roar transforms the heavens. The winds and clouds intertwine. Xiongba raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What does this signify? The Mud Buddha interpreted, success and failure are dictated by the winds and clouds. Do not force matters, allow fate to unfold. Xiongba chuckled. Are you implying that my destiny will be dictated by the winds and clouds, leading to a reversal of fortune? Are these winds and clouds not my 2 disciples, Niefeng and Bujingyan? The Mud Buddha observed Xiongba, noting the shock, fury, and resentment in his eyes. Yet, Xiongba laughed heartily. They are but ants, foolishly attempting to dictate destiny. What a farce. Can mere prophecies predict the celestial chat group? Can they foresee the vast realms of the multiverse? I am no longer the Xiongba of old. Such trivial predictions shall not bind me. Xiongba gazed at the Mud Buddha with renewed confidence and dominance. The Mud Buddha, in response, mocked. Humans are so inclined to accept fate in favorable circumstances yet deny it in adversity. Xiongba shook his head in amusement. Realizing that the Mud Buddha could not foresee that he had transcended his former self, his vision now extended beyond this trivial world. Regarding the winds and clouds as mere ants frolicking in a limited sphere, Xiongba glanced at the chat group, where Raleigh was imparting the fusion technique, and his son, Shirji Xian, had agreed to experiment with it. Niefeng and Bujingyun, I am eager to witness how far you can ascend. However, there are pressing matters at hand. The concerns regarding my 2 disciples shall be set aside for now. Turning to the Mud Buddha, he declared, since you have revealed my fate, your value has diminished. Therefore, quietly accept your demise. With a swift motion, Xiongba struck down the Mud Buddha, who fell lifeless. Xiongba vanished, entering the world of One Piece, proclaiming, I have arrived to seize greater power. Shortly thereafter, Niefeng and Bujingyan arrived, only to find the Mud Buddha's corpse and the prophecy left behind. Bujingyan pondered the words, the dragon's roar transforms the heavens, and the winds and clouds intertwine. Niefeng speculated, the Mud Buddha has perished. Could this be the doing of our master? Does this imply that we shall become his enemies? A sense of foreboding enveloped them. Suddenly, Xiongba and Shirji Xian materialized on Snake Island, standing face to face. Their energies converged, crackling with intensity. Both craved power, their ambition burning fiercely. Despite being formidable figures in their respective realms, within the chat group, they felt relegated to mediocrity, fueling their desire to ascend. Thus, upon learning of the fusion technique, they hastened to the world of One Piece. Xiongba addressed Shirji Xian, the elder has stated that for this technique to succeed, we must unite our efforts. Worry not, for we have overthought this matter. From this day forth, let bygones be bygones, Xiongba affirmed. Bygones be bygones. Shirji Xian replied as they clasped hands, solidifying their pact to set aside past grievances, embracing camaraderie. Both understood that this fusion technique was uniquely suited for them. No others could partake. Thus, to secure their future, it was imperative to lay aside their previous animosities. Loli stood before them, gesturing. You 2 must first learn this. Remember, any deviation from the standard will not only hinder your progress, but also, he instructed as he taught the combined divine technique to Xiongba. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock and Alice were engaged in conversation. Alice, what does it feel like to fall in love? Boa Hancock's mind drifted to Loli's imposing figure, her heart fluttering. Falling in love? I wouldn't know. I've never been in a relationship, Alice replied, her upbringing being quite strict. But I've read in novels that when you like someone, your heart races and your intelligence might just plummet. You tend to think about them constantly. Oh no, could it be that I've fallen for him? Hancock thought, her heart in turmoil as she unconsciously gazed at Loli in the distance, her cheeks flushing. She had always been assertive and domineering. Perhaps a weaker person might boldly confess, but Loli was simply too formidable. She felt unworthy. Hey, sister, are you in love with Loli? Alice, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the truth. No, not at all, Hancock denied, flustered and insecure. Though I've never been in love, the novels say, if you like someone, you should take the initiative. Alice began imparting her wisdom. Look, Loli is all alone, and you're so beautiful. You 2 would be a perfect match. No, I'm not worthy, Hancock exclaimed in panic. Observing Hancock's bashful demeanor, Alice was convinced. However, seeing her sister's resistance, she decided to change the subject. Sister, why are there only women on Snake Island? Where are the men? This was Alice's biggest question since arriving on the island. Because men are unnecessary here, Hancock replied matter-of-factly. But how do we reproduce without men? Alice inquired, puzzled. The 9 snake pirates capture men whenever we venture out. We can have children when we return, Hancock explained. Really? It can work like that? Alice's expression turned to one of astonishment, her adorable face making her seem quite endearing. Unbeknownst to her, Ban and Loki were wandering on Snake Island, already besieged by no less than 20 female warriors. These women, clad in bikinis and lacking any outerwear, eagerly flirted with Ban and Loki. With no men on the island, the arrival of 2 exceptionally powerful men, purportedly stronger than the 4 emperors, sent the women into a frenzy. Children born from such men should be remarkably strong, right? They thought, even eyeing Thor, the godly canine. The female warriors unleashed their most cunning tactics. In a moment of unawareness, Loki fell victim to a female warrior's trap, consuming a drink laced with potent aphrodisiacs, causing him to faint. The horde of women quickly descended upon him, tearing his clothes to shreds, transforming him into a rather unfortunate state. Ban and Thor, due to their overwhelming strength, were unaffected by the drugs, thus escaping the same fate. This is disgraceful, Ban exclaimed in indignation. I am Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the honor of the northern gods. Thor, flustered, fled the scene in utter disarray, abandoning Loki to his fate. 10 minutes later, Tony Stark appeared in the pirate world, donned in Mark V armor, his iron gloves adorned with 10 rings. Having failed to catch a sheep, he sought culinary delights and set off after Alice, hoping to bring back a platter of roasted lamb to please his wife. Thus, Loli, Xiongba, Loki, Tony Stark, Uchiha Ban, Shirzwan, Thor, Grey Wolf, and Alice all converged in one place. As for Wayne and Yubuchuan, their inadequate strength led to Loli declining their presence in the pirate world, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire of battle. Yubuchuan wept uncontrollably, while Wayne dried his tears yet continued to sob. As for Alice, why was she permitted to remain in the pirate world? Simply for the sake of gourmet food. As for her safety, there was no need for concern, as the group's cherished member, Grey Wolf, had tailored a protective suit for her that could withstand any formidable attack. Everyone gathered for a meeting, with the 2 less capable fighters excluded. Thud, thud, thud. Raleigh sat at the head of the table, his demeanor grave as he rapped his knuckles upon the surface. Today, we convene our inaugural meeting, truly representative of all members, he declared. 10 individuals were present, while 2 were absent. The absence of these 2 was attributed to their lack of strength, serving as a reminder for all to dedicate themselves to further cultivation and refrain from idling in the group. Meanwhile, watching the live broadcast, Yubuchuan was overcome with emotion, his head buried in his hands, deeply affected by the poignant words. Raleigh suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Where is Loki?" Meanwhile, Thor's expression darkened ominously. Loki, reclining on his bed, was soon discovered by the swirling winds conjured by the power of Ro, as a line of female warriors approached him one by one. Raleigh recalled the breeding traditions of Snake Island, and a sudden shiver coursed through him. Loki, you have worked hard. Raleigh cleared his throat and said, as for Loki, he is rather preoccupied at the moment, so we shall set him aside. Now, allow me to present the agenda for today's meeting, Transforming the World. The first item on the agenda involves an introduction to the global context and the division of powers, which will be elaborated upon by our group's paragon of beauty, Boa Hancock. The second item pertains to the plan for world transformation, which I shall unveil myself. The third item addresses the allocation of tasks. Finally, we shall conclude this assembly. Upon concluding his remarks, Raleigh cast a glance over the assembly, and the attendees suddenly came to a realization. A resounding wave of applause erupted, reflecting the widespread support and fervent admiration for Raleigh's speech. Raleigh coughed once, exclaiming, "How bureaucratic! How bureaucratic! We must embrace simplicity, do you understand?" The crowd responded with a collective eye roll. "Oh, give me a break, esteemed one." Raleigh, composed and earnest, initiated the first topic, introducing everyone to the background of this world and its various factions. Hancock stepped forward to elucidate the world of One Piece, recounting the origins of the world government, its historical civilizations, and the famed declaration of treasure by the Pirate King, Roger. As she detailed the major powers, she placed particular emphasis on the celestial dragons, the structure and might of the world government, and the navy, before moving on to the 4 emperors, the warlords of the sea, and the Revolutionary Army. As Hancock, being a warlord herself, was well acquainted with these matters, she spoke effortlessly for a full 2 hours. However, the expressions of the audience began to shift to one of incredulity. This world was indeed bizarre. How had the celestial dragons, aristocrats capable of turning others into slaves, managed to survive unchallenged until now? Even more perplexing was the Navy's self-proclamation of justice. What kind of justice was this? Were these naval officers truly devoid of reason? Next, Hancock explicated the primary power dynamics of this world, the devil fruits and hockey. Subsequently, Raleigh introduced the second agenda, his plan to change the world. He asserted that merely eliminating individuals or the Navy would not remedy the situation. Rather, it It was essential to eradicate the fear of the celestial dragons and the world government that resided in the hearts of the people. Hence, he proposed a psychological strategy to annihilate the four emperors, specifically Charlotte Linlin. In the world of One Piece, there exists a tradition of public executions of notorious criminals, such as the Pirate King Roger and Ace. This practice serves as a psychological tactic, a means of demonstrating to the world that the world government is formidable, urging pirates to remain compliant. Raleigh's plan closely mirrored this approach, targeting the celestial dragons instead, with the objective of dismantling their esteemed and untouchable status in the eyes of the populace. He argued, "Look, I have slain a celestial dragon, and they cannot retaliate. They are not gods, they can be killed. There is no need for you to fear them." However, Raleigh's scheme was not merely an imitation of the world government's methods. It was a refined enhancement. I need to create a virtual internet that spans the globe, allowing every individual to access it through their consciousness and witness live executions while casting anonymous votes. I want the entire world to decide whether or not to execute the celestial dragons. Grey Wolf, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "This is a trivial matter for me." Tony Stark, impressed, interjected, "So, you mean to compel the populace to take sides?" Given the anonymous nature of the voting, many, influenced by the oppressive history of the celestial dragons, would likely choose to vote for their demise. Tony Stark, being a modern and astute individual, swiftly grasped the crux of the situation. However, High-Bu expressed his confusion about the voting process, pondering what would happen should the votes favor sparing the celestial dragons. Ben shook his head. What does it matter? Since Grey Wolf is the mastermind behind this internet, he can certainly manipulate the data. The number of votes will ultimately be at our discretion. Alice trembled. These leaders are so cunning. Ben added, "Additionally, we can categorize the votes by country, ranking them according to the number of votes each nation casts. If we disfavor a particular country, we can alter the data to place them at the forefront or align them with the nations voting for the execution of the celestial dragons, sowing discord between them and the world government." This revelation sparked inspiration among the others. Shizuyuan exclaimed, "This could create a rift between the lower ranks of the Navy and the world government." Ubuchuan noted that if the celestial dragons were publicly displayed in this manner, the world would be compelled to witness their potential downfall. The idea that the celestial dragons and the world government must be eradicated, regardless of the truth, resonated deeply. After all, mud on trousers is still mud. High-Bu concluded, "The more prominent the figures we eliminate, the deeper the hatred will run." Raleigh clicked his tongue, realizing that they were indeed a bunch of scoundrels, while Hancock listened intently, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Raleigh stood up and declared, "All right. Let us commence the assignment of tasks." The crowd rose in unison, recognizing the gravity of their mission to save a world. An exhilarating thrill coursed through them. Grey Wolf was tasked with constructing a virtual internet to connect all individuals across the globe. Uchiha Obito and Thor would venture to the Four Emperors' domain, inviting them to witness the grand execution of the celestial dragons. Should the emperors show defiance, they were prepared to subdue them by force. If their demeanor displeased you, feel free to eliminate them. However, capturing them and bringing them to Snake Island for public execution would suffice. Executing a single emperor would surely instill fear within the pirates. Boa Hancock, utilize the World News Network you are well acquainted with to disseminate information about the public execution far and wide. The more individuals informed, the better, while also diligently gathering evidence of the notorious misdeeds committed by the celestial dragons and the world government. The more exaggerated, the better. As for Loki, perhaps it would be best to allow him some respite. Raleigh issued his commands one by one. Raleigh, with utmost seriousness, inspired a sense of mission among the others, as if they were poised to create a monumental wave of change. Accompanied by the unwavering guidance of the Eternal Pointer, Ban and Thor soared across the Red Earth continent, ultimately arriving at the territory of the Yonko Big Mom, Sweet Cake Island. They discreetly landed on a small island and approached a nearby town. As they traversed the path, Thor sniffed the air and frowned, letting out a few barks. Dogs should not consume excessively sweet food. It may lead to illness. One should not assume that Thor, being a god, is immune to ailments. Even in the Avengers, Thor succumbed to indulgence, and in the world of Dragon Ball, Son Goku faced his own health tribulations. Thus, despite his divine nature, Thor remained vigilant about his diet, instinctively rejecting sweet treats. Yet, everything in this town, from the buildings to the cobblestones, was constructed from confections. An absurdity in itself. Achoo. The overwhelming sweetness compelled Thor to sneeze. Ben glanced at him, surmising his distaste for the place. "You dislike the aroma here?" Thor pressed the first button, declaring, "I am Thor, the god of thunder," nodding in affirmation. Ben replied succinctly, "Then it's simple. We wish to summon that Yonko. So let us perform a divine destruction here." With such a commotion, the Yonko would surely emerge without us needing to exert more effort. Thor pressed the second button, proclaiming, "For the glory of the northern gods," and nodded again. Subsequently, the trio ascended into the air. Ben spread his arms wide, invoking divine destruction. With a mere wave, he transformed the little town beneath into a colossal pit, causing the entire Sweet Cake Island to tremble violently, leaving its inhabitants in shock. What transpired? An earthquake? Big Mom, seated upon her throne, expressed her astonishment. Katakuri, unable to perceive from such a distance with his observation haki, was equally baffled. A soldier reported. There is a great light and tremor emanating from a small island to the south. Is that so? Big Mom mused, her curiosity piqued. Then it's not a natural earthquake? Katakuri stepped forward. Allow me to investigate. Big Mom, being a gluttonous figure who preferred to avoid conflict unless provoked, nodded. Yes. Go and see. If it is an enemy incursion, eliminate them. Katakuri, her strongest son, was entrusted with the task, and he set sail with his army. Upon reaching the site of the disturbance, Katakuri immediately sensed a vast pit where the town once stood and detected two powerful presences within. Sweat trickled down his forehead. The intensity of these auras rivaled that of Big Mom herself. Could it be two of the other Yonko? Or perhaps an admiral from the Navy? He pondered gravely, quickly instructing his subordinates to report back to Big Mom. He then approached the gigantic pit, eager to discern the identity of the newcomers. As he neared, Katakuri discerned a man and a dog unfurling a blanket and dining upon meat. Who are these two? He mused, perplexed by their unexpected presence. Van and Thor. Having noticed Katakuri, exchanged glances. Brother Thor, someone approaches. Is this the Yonko we seek? Thor barked affirmatively. All right, let me take a picture and ask the group. Van discreetly captured an image of Katakuri and sent it to their group chat. Is this the Yonko we are searching for? Hancock inquired. This appears to be Katakuri. A formidable foe with the ability to foresee the future. Such a remarkable power. Another voice chimed in, expressing envy. Indeed, as a god. I am unable to foresee the future, Loki lamented. That's because you are the weakest of the gods, Tony Stark quipped, eliciting laughter. Hey. I believe I've stumbled upon something peculiar. Katakuri? Loki exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his banter with Stark. Who are you? I don't recall any newcomers joining our group. Have you seen the two elder brothers? Where are they? A moment of silence ensued, yet the two elder brothers remained silent. Van, sensing something amiss, remarked. These two habitual chatterboxes should not be absent. I'll check again. What if they are, together? Stark interjected with a chuckle. I've long suspected their bond. He teased. Loki, suddenly serious, noted, this Katakuri brother is at level 3. Could it be that he rivals my strength? Loki, my friend. While Katakuri may be stable at level 3, your power fluctuates between 2 and 3. Can you truly harness the might of level 3? Loki bristled at the comment. You. A mere mortal, know nothing. You are clearly mistaken. Can you truly defeat me? Stark, unfazed, replied, I have recently tasked my AI, Jarvis, to analyze the combat data of our members and establish a combat power metric. I assure you, as Iron Man, I now surpass you. Hey, Stark. When will my customized iron suit be ready? Wayne inquired, expressing envy as someone who also relied on equipment to enhance his prowess. Almost done. Don't fret. Stick with me, and there will be meat to savor. Loki, the great trickster, is not to be trifled with. You have successfully incited my ire. Shall we engage in a friendly duel? I, the malevolent god Loki, shall strike you down. Broly. Indeed, I believe a sparring match could be quite entertaining. Hancock. Oh, Broly. You great one. Alice. It seems that whenever a formidable figure appears, you are right there, Broly. But merely shouting great one holds little significance, Hancock. You must profess your feelings. Do you comprehend? Thor. I am Thor, the god of thunder, here to uphold the honor of the northern gods. The members cheer. While Iron Man remains composed. Very well, Loki, just ensure you do not end up with a bruised visage, for that would bring disgrace upon your divine lineage. Iron Man versus Loki. Raleigh, Tony, I find the algorithm you developed quite intriguing. Would you elaborate on it in detail? Tony Stark responded, well, esteemed leader. My data collection is rather limited, and I am unable to ascertain your combat prowess. Raleigh, I'm aware of that. However, if your algorithm proves accurate, it could indeed provide a service to the members of the group, allowing them to better understand their own strengths. I sense that the disparity in power among individuals at the LRC 3 level is quite significant, and I foresee that this gap will only widen among peers at this level. Tony Stark, indeed, as the esteemed individual mentioned, within the algorithm constructed by Jarvis. The difference in combat prowess among those classified as LZ0 is 3 has been consistently increasing. For instance, Madara should be regarded as a top-tier figure within the IX3 classification. Of course, there may be others even stronger than him at LZ3. Assuming Madara truly represents the pinnacle of the LZ3 classification, then with my full strength, I would merely be considered mid-tier within his 3, while our Loki, the mischievous god, is barely at the lower end of LX3. Loki, Raleigh, esteemed one. Could you kindly assist me in presiding over this duel? I aim to unleash an extraordinary display of prowess. Raleigh, Loki, all is well, but please remain calm. Uchiha Madara. What is the situation on your end? Madara. Everything is rather uneventful here. That fellow named something like Kakarot seems to have realized that he cannot contend with our strength and has not dared to approach. Well then, let us take this opportunity to relish the spectacle of Iron Man battling the malevolent god, Loki. Tony Stark and the malevolent god, Loki, with a sly grin. Upon Raleigh's proclamation, the group members erupted in applause, expressing their eager anticipation for the duel between the two. Raleigh and Hancock. Where do you think it would be most fitting for them to engage in a duel? Hancock. Oh dear, I'm so shy. In my humble opinion, it would be best to arrange their confrontation in the grand arena of Amazon Lily. The fighting grounds there are vast enough to accommodate the fierce clash between these two formidable opponents. Raleigh, splendid. Let us prepare to commence, Tony Stark and the mischievous Loki. In the arena of serpentine combat, the Serpent Queen envisioned placing the esteemed Raleigh upon the imperial throne. However, Raleigh preferred the casual ambience of the spectators' seats. Consequently, the Serpent Queen resigned herself to accompany him in the audience. Furthermore, the formidable duo, Xiang Ba and Shiji Xian, have been liberated from their combined form. The culinary delights crafted by Alice are ready, and the Serpent Queen's subordinates aid in transporting the sumptuous feast for Raleigh and his esteemed companions to indulge in. Best of luck, Tony and little Loki. Ha ha. Raleigh, while gnawing on meat, laughed and exclaimed, Loki, I shall call this savagery. Tony Stark retorted, then I shall slay gods with the strength of a mere mortal. The two faced each other, their gazes clashing in the air, as if sparks were igniting between them. Is it true? Katakuri sent you to find me? Charlotte Linlin, relishing a delectable dessert, was abruptly disturbed by a soldier bearing news, causing her expression to darken. The soldier trembled at her ominous demeanor, pondering why he could not manage such a trivial matter. With a mere wave of her massive hand, Charlotte Linlin siphoned away the soldier's lifespan. Seeing Mom's anger, Paraspero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and a wielder of the candy fruit, stepped forward. Since my brother has sent for assistance, it seems the opponent possesses some skill. Perhaps we should investigate? He exchanged glances with several other commanders, Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Oven, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Snack, who all immediately concurred. Let us go. With a casual gesture, Charlotte Linlin dismissed them, returning to her dessert. Except for Big Mom and the vice captain lurking behind the scenes, the entire Charlotte family mobilized, embarking with great momentum toward a southern island. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben and Dogmaster were savoring the delicacies sent by Alice through a red envelope. Katakuri sat at the edge of a massive pit, his expression solemn as he gazed at them, utterly astonished, for he could not discern the origins of the peculiar food before him. Was it a power derived from a devil fruit? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Katakuri leaped down into the pit and approached Uncle Ben and Dogmaster. As a proud warrior, he resolved to fight valiantly, undeterred by the strength of his adversaries. Oh, are we finally to engage? Uncle Ben, intrigued, set aside the glowing food and regarded Katakuri. I've heard you possess the ability to foresee the future. Who are you, and why have you come to Cake Island? Katakuri, maintaining his icy demeanor, suddenly caught a glimpse of a vision in the moonlight. He saw a white-haired man unleashing a beam of light from his mouth. You ought to answer my questions first. Uncle Ben's eyes flickered with displeasure. Right on. Gokaku no Jutsu. Uncle Ben slightly parted his lips, emitting a blue laser that traversed hundreds of meters in an instant. The blue laser pierced through Katakuri's body without inflicting any harm. He continued to stride forward with unwavering resolve. Oh, this is intriguing, Uncle Ben mused, activating his Rinnegan. You did not merely evade damage. You dodged my right on, Gokaku no Jutsu. A fluid form, quite fascinating. Is it a power from a devil fruit? As he spoke, Uncle Ben shared a video of his recent attack on Katakuri, which had been successfully evaded, in the group chat. Indeed, this fellow can briefly foresee the future. But that is hardly sufficient. Once I unleash my true techniques, he shall have nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, Iron Man and the malevolent god Loki had yet to commence their confrontation. Well then, he sighed, shall we begin? Raleigh. Let us pause for a moment as Iron Man instructs Jarvis to gather and analyze Katakuri's combat data, assessing his ranking. Iron Man responds affirmatively, and then glances at Loki across from him, saying, I shall allow you some leisure for now. Perhaps you might consider indulging in some luminescent delicacies. Of course. This is merely to prepare for when I shall regurgitate everything you consume. Loki responds with a sinister grin, playfully tossing his long hair and retorting, Mortal. Shortly I shall dismantle your prideful armor and leave you searching for your teeth. Both individuals are masters of verbal prowess. Madara dominates Katakuri while Iron Man confronts Loki. Madara, soaring in the air, gazes down at the astonished Katakuri and declares, Come forth, let me witness the abilities of those from your world. This could serve as invaluable material. Perhaps even inspire me to develop new techniques. Is it possible for him to fly? What manner of being is this? Katakuri looks up at Madara, his heart brimming with astonishment. However, he pauses to reflect on the implications of Madara's words. People from your world? Could it be that he is not of this realm? Clenching his fists, Katakuri demands, What is your name? Madara replies, I fear you are not worthy of knowing my name. Enraged, Katakuri leaps high, his arms enveloped in haki, launching a powerful strike. His arms extend for dozens of meters. Rapidly approaching. Extending arms? How intriguing, Madara muses, yet your strength is still insufficient. He effortlessly absorbs the blow, gazing down at Katakuri with indifference. However, this black energy of yours is rather peculiar. As Madara streams live, he converses with Raleigh and Hancock, pondering whether this is the essence of Haki, akin to the training methods Raleigh has uploaded. Raleigh, Uchiha Madara. To try to harness the power of the 6 paths to absorb Katakuri's Haki and subsequently share it with the group in the manner of Shanks. I wish to study it. Madara replied, understood, esteemed one. Katakuri found his hand ensnared, unable to extricate it from Madara's grasp. The disparity in strength was staggering, leaving Katakuri utterly astonished. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce, pulling force emanating from the palm of Madara. To his shock, he realized that the Haki enveloping his arm was being siphoned away. What? This revelation sent Katakuri not merely into shock, but nearly to the brink of panic. The ability to absorb Haki was unprecedented and truly terrifying. It is essential to note that Haki can capture the physical forms of Logia fruit users, rendering any devil fruit abilities ineffective against it. Haki stands at the pinnacle of power in this world. Yet here was an opponent capable of absorbing such strength. How could this not send shivers through Katakuri's very soul? Madara's absorption technique nearly drained Katakuri of all his Haki, causing him to collapse to the ground in utter exhaustion. As Katakuri slipped into unconsciousness, he pondered the gravity of his predicament. Ding! Uchiha Madara sent 3 red envelopes to the group. From the power I absorbed from this Katakuri fellow, I have deciphered 3 orbs of energy, each possessing distinct attributes. Rory received 3 red envelopes and praised Ban, saying, well done, thank you for the compliments. I hope this fellow's Haki can be of some use to you. Tony Stark remarked on Ban's impressive prowess, noting that he is indeed a top contender among the elite. Jarvis analyzed this individual's strength, concluding that it does not yet reach the level of elite status, merely falling into the advanced category of level 2. Furthermore, when Rory first arrived in the pirate world, he had defeated an adversary of level 3 mid-tier strength. Thus, little Loki should remain close to Rory. Otherwise, encountering a monster like the level 11 opponent could lead to a humiliating defeat. Tony, with his characteristic sarcasm, remarked that Loki appeared nearly bent out of shape from frustration. With the opponent dealt with by Ban, they could now commence their own endeavors. As you wish, Tony Stark said, as he sealed his iron mask, its eyes shining with brilliance. Simultaneously, the arc reactor at the center of his armor radiated a dazzling earthy glow, evoking a sense of both coolness and a dreamlike quality, perhaps due to the enhancements made by Grey Wolf. Next, Iron Man's hands, along with his fingers, emitted a dazzling light, showcasing the power of the 10 rings. Thanks to the arc reactor amplifying energy 1,000-fold, Iron Man could wield the strength of the 10 rings even more effectively than before. Loki, relying on his magical prowess, floated mid-air, enveloped in a mysterious aura of magic. Meanwhile, Tony Stark hovered above, propelled by his jet thrusters, his armor's glow surpassing even the magical luminescence surrounding Loki. I am the god of mischief, Loki, he proclaimed, his voice echoing with intensity as he unleashed a long-prepared magical attack. To secure a flawless victory, Loki summoned his most potent magic, which possessed tracking capabilities, ensuring that no matter how Tony attempted to evade, he could not escape its grasp. I am Iron Man. In stark contrast to Loki's fervent declaration, Tony merely stated his intent calmly. As the magical energy surged toward him, he raised both hands and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted from Iron Man, leveling the entire battleground and continuing to expand outward. Raleigh raised the protective dome, sheltering his companions within its embrace. Once the chaos subsided, Loki lay on the ground, his face smeared with dirt, gazing vacantly at the sky, filled with profound existential doubts. Why is it, he lamented, that as a god, I am bullied even by a mere mortal? Overwhelmed, he burst into tears, exclaiming, I am so worthless. Meanwhile, the Charlotte family faced relentless onslaughts, the sounds of slaps echoing in the air. Raleigh erupted in laughter, applauding. Well done, Tony. You have slain a god as a mere mortal, truly a paragon for humanity. With a sheepish grin, Tony scratched his head, revealing his reliance on the power of the mystical rings bestowed by the Great One. Without them, he might not have triumphed over Loki. It is primarily due to your adept utilization of the 10 rings' power. Raleigh continued. You centered your iron armor and unified the strength of the 10 rings, a feat even Master Man could not accomplish. This is your true brilliance. Flattered by such praise from the esteemed figure, Tony felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. Raleigh lifted the contemplative Loki from the ground, reminding him that relying on past glories was futile. Even a deity must strive to transcend their own limitations. Otherwise, the members of their group would inevitably surpass him, leading to even greater embarrassment. Loki nodded in realization, acknowledging that he had indeed become overly dependent on his divine lineage. This experience had enlightened him to the fact that a god's bloodline held little significance. Moving forward, he vowed to diligently cultivate his own powers. Excellent, Raleigh responded, nodding in satisfaction. Although Tony Stark was often arrogant and prone to self-admiration, he consistently engaged in learning, contemplation, and research, relentlessly pushing his own boundaries. Quite frankly, individuals like him possess the merit to boast, deserving of being called winners in life. Everyone ought to take a page from Tony's book, except, of course, for his boastful demeanor. Returning to the Snake Queen's palace after their revelry, the group indulged in a lavish feast. Attention, everyone. Another batch of peculiar characters has arrived. Come, come. Let us enjoy the show. I'll be live streaming Tony Stark witnessing the spectacle of Lord Ben effortlessly overpowering the four emperors. With that, Jarvis could gather even more material. Alice, Thor, I'll send you some delicious treats. Thor, the god of thunder, beamed at the mention of food. As for battle, with Lord Ben capable of handling everything. Did they truly need Thor's assistance? At that moment, from the depths of a massive pit, the Charlotte family's forces were approaching. They were taken aback upon seeing Charlotte Katakuri lying on the ground. Katakuri was their family's undefeated legend, and witnessing him felled by an unknown adversary was shocking. What on earth happened to create this gigantic pit? Was it caused by this peculiar individual? The realization struck them with a sense of dread. It was no wonder Katakuri had sent someone for reinforcements. This foe was undoubtedly of the four emperors' caliber, and they feared they might not stand a chance against him. With the strategic mind of the family, Paraspero spoke softly, "We should summon Big Mom. Inform her that we are facing an opponent of four emperors level." Initially, they had assumed Katakuri could handle the situation alone, unaware of the true strength of their enemy. This was no longer a matter of numbers. They were dealing with a power beyond their comprehension. Big Mom herself could easily overpower their entire military, and it appeared this white-haired man could do the same. Paraspero called out to Lord Ban, who hovered above, "Esteemed elder, what brings you to Cake Island? Surely you are aware that this is the territory of the four emperors." Big Mom? Even if you are of her caliber, a prior notification would be courteous. Notification? Lord Ban replied with a derisive smile. In truth, I am here to inform you that we intend to publicly execute the celestial dragons. You are all welcome to witness this event on the specified date. A stunned silence enveloped the Charlotte family. Publicly executing the celestial dragons? Are you out of your mind? Regardless of who you are. This act shows a blatant disregard for the world government. Even the combined might of the four emperors may not stand a chance against them. Engaging in such reckless behavior is akin to courting death. We cannot involve ourselves in this. Charlotte Smoothie, one of the family's top commanders, scoffed. Lord Ban's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon her. In an instant, Smoothie felt an overwhelming dread wash over her. As if she had been thrust into a chaotic void. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself bound to a gallows. Suddenly, immense purple eyes appeared in the dark sky. Their mesmerizing glow radiating horror. A grand voice echoed throughout the space, "Ant. You should now understand the distinction between an ant and a deity." The voice reverberated through Smoothie's very soul, and the torment began to take its toll. "I am but an ant." The once powerful Smoothie succumbed to despair, her spirit fracturing under the weight of the torment inflicted by Lord Ban's dreamscape. She wept as though she had endured a century of suffering. When Lord Ban withdrew his gaze, mere seconds had passed in reality. Smoothie returned to herself, utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Smoothie, what is wrong with you?" Her siblings looked on in confusion. "I am but an ant." Smoothie continued to wail, trapped in her own anguish. The Charlotte family members were bewildered. Their esteemed commander was weeping uncontrollably. This was a complete rupture of their understanding of reality. It had to be the doing of this man. Charlotte Cracker, another formidable warrior of the family, perceived the situation's gravity and glared at Lord Ban with indignation. "Ah, I see you harbor some discontent towards me." Lord Ban looked down with an air of superiority, beckoning Cracker with a finger. "Come forth and unleash your strongest techniques." Cracker roared in defiance. "Big Mom, you are too ugly." He conjured countless cookie clones to encircle Lord Ban in the sky, but to his dismay, he found himself rooted to the ground, unable to reach him. "If you have the ability, come down here." Cracker's face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted the classic line, causing the live stream chat to erupt in laughter. Tony Stark remarked, "This guy is so foolish. Is he trying to make me laugh to inherit my Iron Man suit?" As the others chimed in with their admiration for Lord Ban's formidable presence, they expressed their envy of his ability to command attention effortlessly. Raleigh, Iron Man. Warning. In the group, girls are not allowed to drive. Loki, your wisdom is unparalleled. Applause. Tony Stark. Loki, I believe we should spar once more. Loki, just wait for my return to the Celestial Palace. Tony Stark, I shall await your arrival. Funny expression. Lord Ban has descended to the ground. Casting a scornful glance at Kelly. Oh dear. Kelly and his clones advance to attack Lord Ban. Gale release. Light Fong. Lord Ban opens his mouth, and a beam of blue laser pierces Kelly's body. In an instant, all the clones collapse on the spot. Kelly crawls out from his cookie armor, clutching the gaping wound on his chest in shock as he gazes at Lord Ban. "How did you discover my true form?" Lord Ban replies, "How else could I have found you? I simply used my eyes. You couldn't even evade my casual strike, let alone whatever card you were attempting." Kelly spits blood and collapses, unconscious. The entire Charlotte family falls silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. They anticipated Kelly's defeat, but never expected it to be so swift and decisive. At this point, all three of the Charlotte family's main generals have lost their combat capabilities. The Charlotte clan trembles in fear, gazing at Lord Ban, this terrifying figure with white hair. What on earth is he? What does he want from me? Upon noticing yet another intruder disturbing her enjoyment of dessert, Charlotte Lingling rises, her anger palpable, as she drains the life force from the soldier's spirit who dared to approach her. With an icy expression, Charlotte Lingling strides out of the room, determined to confront the entity that has repeatedly interrupted her indulgence. If there are no delightful desserts offered to me, I shall turn you into one. Zeus, Charlotte Lingling bellows. And the lazy white clouds beside her immediately transform into a terrifying thundercloud. The massive form of Charlotte leaps into the air, standing upon the thundercloud. Let us go meet our visitor. Everyone, let us all engage. If Mom sees us retreating without a fight, she will surely be furious. Thus, knowing full well they cannot defeat him, they must still confront him. Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, speaks with a heavy heart. The others nod, their expressions grim. Then, tens of thousands launch their assault against Lord Ban. Consequently, Lord Ban exhales a stream of fire, unleashing a dragon of flames that stretches for miles. He exhales a gust of wind, summoning a whirlwind that sweeps through. He spits forth water, creating a colossal wave that engulfs everything. He releases a bolt of lightning, leaving only a handful of ministers still standing. The group erupts in cheers. Tony Stark, these shrimp and crabs are mere child's play to Lord Ban. As the ministers struggle to endure, thunder rumbles ominously in the distance. Big Mom is coming, they exclaim. Ah, Mom has finally arrived. In that moment, regardless of Big Mom's usual brutality, they all feel a sense of warmth. The Big Mom pirates exist solely because of her, under her protection. They can roam freely across the seas. They gaze towards the figure approaching on the thundercloud, resembling a divine being, filled with awe and reverence. Oh, is that the infamous Empress? Lord Ban exclaims in surprise. Isn't she rather unsightly? Face-palming, Lord Ban's remarks leave the Charlotte ministers feeling both incredulous and unable to retort. Do you not understand what respect means? One minister shouts in anger. Why should I respect her? Lord Ban scoffs, simultaneously sending images to the group. Is this the Empress? Quite the sight, isn't it? Hancock responds, yes, she is one of the 4 emperors. Face-palming, Hancock adds, I've heard she has 23 husbands from various races. Tony Stark exclaims, wow, this woman truly embodies the essence of a ruler. Dumbfounded expressions, the others echo, wow, this woman is indeed worthy of being a ruler. Dumbfounded expressions, Lord Ban's terror will annihilate the Big Mom pirates. Thunder rumbles as Charlotte Lingling approaches, wielding the massive sword Napoleon and the fiery Prometheus, looking undeniably formidable. I am Big Mom, the invader. State your name and present your treasures and loyalty. I may spare your life. Charlotte licks her long tongue ominously. In the group, Lord Ban comments, this ugly woman is quite the pretender. Since the Empress has arrived, I shall exert some strength to show respect. Funny expression. Susanoo. Blue energy ignites around Lord Ban, coalescing into a towering giant over 300 meters tall. This giant, adorned with wings and wielding a colossal sword, gazes down upon the crowd with cold disdain. Susanoo. Moreover, this version of Susanoo, born from Lord Ban's full power, showcases a tremendous increase in strength compared to when he first entered the 6 paths in the Naruto world. Ugly woman, what was it you just said? Care to repeat that? Lord Ban taunts in the group. Charlotte Lingling gazes up at the towering giant, her expression one of shock, dumbfounded. Charlotte Stussy, dumbfounded. Charlotte Perispero, dumbfounded. Charlotte. All are left speechless. Lord Ban looks down upon them. Ugly woman, what was it you claimed to be? I hereby inform you that on the date of XX, at the vicinity of Snake Island, do not arrive late. Otherwise, Charlotte Lingling snaps back to reality. Although Lord Ban Susanoo is awe-inspiring, his continual reference to her as ugly woman is utterly dismissive. Does she not care for her dignity? This is intolerable. Charlotte Lin, how vexatious. In my youthful days, I was also a beauty. Indeed, in Oda's original illustrations, when Charlotte Lin was in her 20s or 30s, she was a stunning beauty. The discussion within the group regarding Lin's youthful appearance has sparked much curiosity, with many speculating about her claims of having numerous suitors. Tony Stark analyzes that she speaks the truth, referencing her daughters, and shares images captured from Madara's livestream. Aside from a few, all of Lin's daughters are undeniably beautiful. Additionally, Tony notes that Charlotte Lin has a penchant for sweets. I have just deduced through Jarvis's analysis that Lin's age appears to be around 28 years. She should resemble this. Suddenly, the entire group was astonished. This beauty rivals our 2 leading ladies. As Alice remarks, I always suggest that beauties refrain from indulging in sweets, as they are the greatest adversary to a woman's beauty. Boa Hancock gasps, claiming she had merely heard rumors, and is taken aback by the truth. I shall never eat sweets again. Loki adds, a single flaw can mar all beauty. What the Earthlings say is undeniably true henceforth. I too shall abstain from sweets. Yubuchuan and Xiong Bakshuan echo this sentiment. Tony Stark, with a sly grin, shares a teasing image. Madara, momentarily taken aback, concedes, all right. I admit you were indeed a great beauty in your youth. However, you were rather promiscuous with 23 husbands. Let us just say I am here to inform you. I have no interest in your private life. Lin, incensed, retorts, declaring that it was those men who were at fault. She merely lacked the ability to refuse. With a thunderous shout, she unleashes her most formidable sword technique. A terrifying wave of sword energy crashing against Madara's Susanoo. While it leaves a shallow mark, it swiftly regenerates. Madara's Susanoo is far more potent now than during the Great Ninja War. Lin's attack proves insufficient. Prometheus, ignite the flames. Unable to prevail. Linlin resorts to another tactic, transforming Prometheus into a miniature nuclear bomb. The surviving ministers and officials of the Charlotte family flee in sheer panic. After the explosion, Prometheus returns to Linlin, weary, as the flames dissipate to reveal a damaged Susanoo, which quickly restores itself. Madara challenges, "Is that all you have? I stand ready for your next move." Linlin hesitates, contemplating whether to summon Zeus, but decides against it, knowing that Zeus is of a similar caliber to Prometheus. Linlin possesses another card, the Soul Fruit, but her acute sensitivity to spiritual energies reveals that Madara's soul power is indomitable and vast, far beyond her grasp. How disappointing. I was quite looking forward to this. In that case, allow me to show you a technique. Prepare yourself. Supreme Divine Punishment. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy strikes Linlin head-on. Her body is flung like a rag doll, while those fleeing the attack are caught in its wake. Moments later, a massive whirlpool dozens of kilometers wide forms in the ocean, leaving the Cake Island in ruins. The central Cake Island's castle is left in tatters, its remnants scattered in the wind. Madara gazes skyward, exclaiming, "Ah, the clouds have been swept away. What a clear sky." Just as the group begins to cheer, suddenly, a voice proclaims, "I am Thor, god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods." With a crackle and rumble, the skies darken once again. Electric bolts illuminating the atmosphere, a terrifying aura descends, and endless lightning strikes the Susanoo. "Why do you attack me, dog?" Madara, now smoking, plunges into the sea. Tony Stark chuckles, "Haha. Madara has ruined Dog's meal." The battered Charlotte Linlin and her companions lie on the remnants of the half-destroyed Cake Island, gazing blankly at the furious dog. Where did these formidable beings come from? Charlotte Parasparrow observes, "It seems the world government's celestial dragons are in for dire straits. Perhaps we should suggest that Mom pay a visit to witness their executions." The news travels swiftly among the 4 emperors of the New World. The day after the Big Mom pirates were assaulted by Madara, the other 3 emperors received the news. On Whitebeard's ship, a giant nearly 18 meters tall sits drinking copiously from a barrel as he learns that Big Mom's territory has been devastated and she herself has sustained injuries, with many of her subordinates dead or wounded. Fire Fist Ace reports the shocking news to Whitebeard, igniting a frenzy aboard the ship. Is it true? The Big Mom pirates were utterly annihilated? The crew recalls their past confrontations with Big Mom's forces, wondering if the world government was behind it. While the crew is astonished, a sense of foreboding lingers. Whitebeard, however, bursts into laughter. "I never expected that even the mighty Big Mom would face such a day." Ace, have you discovered who orchestrated this? Ace replies, "Not yet. But I have heard even more astonishing news. A celestial dragon has been captured by the inhabitants of Amazon Lily and is to be executed publicly." This revelation sends shockwaves through the crew. What? A public execution of a celestial dragon? Has Hancock gone mad? Everyone is incredulous, unable to fathom that mere warlords would dare to harm a celestial dragon, let alone execute one publicly. Even Whitebeard's expression grows serious. Could this be mere rumor? Ace shakes his head, stating that he only overheard the tale and cannot ascertain its truth. At that moment, Whitebeard's gaze sharpens, sensing an overwhelming presence approaching from the west. The atmosphere vibrates with an immense energy, palpable even from miles away. Soon, Marco, Ace, and others detect the powerful aura. Madara observes the enormous sail emblazoned with a great white beard, concluding, "This must be the Whitebeard pirates." As Tor gazed upon the towering figure aboard the vessel, it was evident he was none other than the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. According to the intel provided by Hancock, he wields the formidable powers of the Tremor fruit, a paragon of strength, often hailed as the strongest man in the world. Tor, woof, woof, woof. Meanwhile, the audience in the live-streaming room was already primed for the spectacle. Zion Bakshuan, that is indeed Whitebeard. He appears incredibly formidable. Loki, I find it quite perplexing how the denizens of this world all possess such peculiar appearances. Tony Stark, the records indicate that Whitebeard has a penchant for adopting others as his sons. Ubuchuan, Zion Bakshuan, why does the esteemed figure remain in a combined state? Why not revert? Zion Bakshuan, the allure of his immense power is captivating. We feel as though we are on the cusp of reaching level 3. And it seems we will soon attain it. Ubuchuan, my envy transforms me, and my jealousy overwhelms me. I remain at level 1. Perhaps my world is simply too primitive. Zion Bakshuan, I wish to find an opportunity to study in your realm. Would that be agreeable? Zion Bakshuan, you are always most welcome. At this moment, Elle observed 2 individuals in the crowd through a group live stream. One was Ace, and the other was Blackbeard. Unexpectedly, Blackbeard had not yet betrayed Whitebeard, and Ace likely remained unaware that he would eventually ignite the war at Marineford, which would lead to the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates. However, after Elle's interference, it seemed that the war would not occur. As the members of the chat group scrutinized the Whitebeard pirates below, the crew was equally assessing the lone figure and his dog in the sky, their expressions grave and prepared for battle. They sensed that the aura emanating from the pair was distinctly foreign to Whitebeard, and if they were indeed here to fight, it would spell trouble. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, boomed with bravado, "Gurura, my friends in the sky, would you descend and share a drink with me?" As Ban and Thor descended onto the deck, Ben regarded Whitebeard with admiration. The information provided by Hancock indicated that Whitebeard, in his youth, showed no interest in treasure, but expressed a desire for a family, which led him to command a renowned pirate crew. His magnanimity and vast heart earned him the respect and gratitude of those whom society had cast aside, leading them to affectionately refer to him as Old Man Ben felt a certain fondness for such a person. With a thud, 2 barrels of wine were placed before Uchiha Ben and Thor. Whitebeard cheerfully declared, "Gururara, you both certainly seem like great heroes. This is the finest wine I have preserved for 10 years. Let us drink and become good friends." Ben clasped his hands together. "I am Uchiha Ben." Humbled to meet the illustrious Whitebeard, Thor, standing atop a wine barrel, wielding a massive hammer, proclaimed, "I am Thor, the god of thunder, here for the glory of the northern gods." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Uchiha Ben, Thor, henceforth, you shall be my friends." With the camaraderie established, Uchiha Ben became more courteous, presenting an invitation to Whitebeard. "Honorable Old Man, we, the Celestial Pirates, shall hold a public execution of the Celestial Dragons on date, near the island of Amazon Lily. I extend an invitation for the Whitebeard Pirates to witness this grand event." What audacity! You truly intend to execute the Celestial Dragons? Ben's words detonated like a bomb, leaving the Whitebeard Pirates in stunned disbelief. Ben affirmed, "Indeed, it is the Celestial Dragons, and moreover, the grandson of the 5 elders." The mere mention of the 5 elders stunned Whitebeard into an upright position, while the others were left speechless. The Celestial Dragons were the aristocrats of the world, with the 5 elders being their highest authority, akin to deities. The prospect of executing a direct descendant of such power sent shockwaves through even the most seasoned of pirates, including Whitebeard, who, despite his vast experience, could not maintain his composure in the face of such audacity. Observing the expressions of the Whitebeard Pirates, Uchiha Ben reflected on the formidable aura of the Celestial Dragons, which commanded even the respect of such a titan as Whitebeard. At that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he were destined to save a world. After several moments, Whitebeard regained his composure and regarded Uchiha Ben with a serious expression. "While your strength may rival mine, the Celestial Dragons have ruled this world for over 8 centuries, and their mastery of the devil fruits is profound. What you see is likely just the tip of the iceberg. Are you certain you possess the strength to confront the Celestial Dragons and withstand the world government's onslaught?" Ben chuckled confidently. "You need not worry about that. I have an even greater ally standing behind me." Though Uchiha Ben acknowledged his own strength, he humbly stated, "In the presence of my great ally, I am but a frog at the bottom of a well." Whitebeard was taken aback. Ben's prowess was already formidable in his eyes. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "What sort of strength does your ally possess?" With a look of admiration and yearning, Ben replied, "The power of my ally is beyond my comprehension. I can only say that on this entire planet, they could wield power with a mere finger." In that moment, the chat group erupted with comments. Xiongba remarked, "What flattery! It caught me completely off guard. Utterly distasteful." Yubuchuin added, "I never imagined that Ben would turn out to be such a person. I am thoroughly disappointed and ashamed to be associated with him." Roronoa Zaro remarked wisely. While the group chat was abuzz with messages, Uchiha Madara retracted a message, followed by Yubuchuin doing the same. The crowd murmured in disbelief, questioning their integrity. Hancock noted that whatever Roronoa said was undoubtedly correct. On the other hand, Whitebeard's crew was visibly shaken by Madara's words, pondering how a mere finger's worth of strength could command such fear. What caliber of warrior could possess such prowess? This led many to speculate whether Uchiha Madara was merely boasting. Madara, unfazed, mentioned that they would soon encounter a formidable figure near Snake Island. He hinted at another powerful ally, Thor, the god of thunder, proclaiming his allegiance to the glory of the northern gods. After delivering his invitations, Madara prepared to visit the next Yonko, stating there were 2 more to see, red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the Beasts. Whitebeard interjected, reminding everyone of their identities. Madara, indifferent, asserted that their names mattered little, as Tony's calculations indicated that the Yonko's strengths were merely equivalent to a 3rd-tier insect level. He expressed a growing fondness for Whitebeard due to his audacity, yet noted that age had seemingly dulled his ambition, rendering him fearful of the Celestial Dragons. With a light chuckle, Madara turned to depart with Thor. Just then, Ace called out, prompting Madara to glance back. Under the weight of Madara's gaze, Ace felt an overwhelming pressure and inquired if the actions of the Big Mom pirates were indeed orchestrated by him. Madara, with a casual air, referred to Big Mom as a hideously ugly hag, prompting a moment of contemplation among the pirates regarding the accuracy of his description. Ace confirmed, and Madara admitted to having dealt with her harshly due to her repulsiveness. At that moment, Whitebeard stood, his towering presence commanding attention, and expressed a longing for a genuine battle. He requested a duel with Madara, who declined, citing pressing obligations. However, he suggested that Whitebeard could seek him out on Daughter Island for a proper fight. Whitebeard accepted the proposal, agreeing to wait for a month. Madara and Thor then took to the skies, heading towards Kaido's domain, renowned as the strongest creature in the world. Kaido's reputation was formidable. He had endured countless defeats and tortures yet remained unbroken. As they reached Kaido's territory, a powerful gust of wind heralded the arrival of a massive shadow descending from the sky, crashing onto an island below. creating a vast and dark pit. Madara and Thor landed, gazing into the abyss, contemplating Kaido's unpredictable nature and the necessity of teaching him a lesson to prevent future disturbances. Moments later, a colossal figure emerged from the depths, sending tremors through the ground. Kaido, now aware of their presence, mocked them, questioning their fear. Thor's eyes narrowed dangerously, ready to retaliate. Kaido boasted of his invincibility, expressing his boredom in a world devoid of worthy adversaries. Madara, observing the spectacle, was momentarily speechless at Kaido's arrogance. He refrained from immediate confrontation. Watching as Thor's fury escalated, the sky darkened as Thor summoned a tempest of lightning, enveloping the area in ominous clouds, striking dread into the hearts of the island's inhabitants. Kaido, laughing maniacally, welcomed the impending storm, seemingly eager for confrontation. Thor, fueled by righteous anger, proclaimed his identity as the god of thunder. Ready to unleash his hammer in defense of the northern gods. A thunderous roar resonated as a colossal lightning bolt, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, descended from the heavens. The meteor's fall cleaved through the fabric of space, illuminating the sky with a dazzling brilliance that rent the air and earth asunder. Bandon's expression shifted abruptly, prompting him to hastily retreat. The howling lightning cascaded from above, while the stifling atmosphere weighed heavily upon Kaido, the beast, causing a sudden surge of dread to envelop him. In that moment, he was gripped by an alarming realization of his own mortality, a thought that had never before crossed his mind. With a desperate roar, he summoned all his strength, but it was too late. In that instant, an infinite torrent of lightning enveloped him, gradually consuming him whole. The cataclysmic lightning rained down, striking indiscriminately upon everything within sight. The terrifying energy unleashed a chaotic fury, and within mere seconds, the island was obliterated, along with the surrounding 10 miles of ocean, which evaporated entirely. A massive depression, 2 to 3 kilometers deep and stretching for over 10 kilometers, formed around Kaido's last stand. The once mighty Four Emperor, who had been so audacious, had vanished without a trace. A stark reminder that arrogance can lead to one's downfall. After a prolonged silence, Ubuchuan sent a message, trembling with trepidation, conveying a lesson learned. Never flaunt one's bravado before the mighty Thor. The sentiment resonated deeply among the onlookers, as the cost of such hubris was devastatingly clear. The formidable Kaido had been silenced, his demise a hushed affair. Though the outcome diverged from the original plan, it did not hinder the ultimate objective, merely leaving one fewer spectator. Van, alongside Thor, soared across the Red Land, returning to the New World in search of the final Four Emperor, Shanks. Meanwhile, above the Pirate King planet, a network of 80 satellites had been deployed, orchestrated by none other than Tony Stark. With the satellite network established, the entire realm of the Pirate King, from Windmill Village to the Holy Land Marahoa, lay exposed beneath its watchful gaze. These satellites served merely as an adjunct to Stark's virtual internet project, a personal endeavor rather than a matter of great import. J-A-R-V-I-S. Locate the position of Shanks, Tony commanded. As the graphical search commenced, success was quickly achieved, revealing coordinates of Shanks's whereabouts. Utilizing this information, Tony shared Shanks's location with Ben and Dog. Having just traversed the Red Land and entered the New World, Ben swiftly set his course for Shanks's position. On a distant island, the red-haired pirates had established their camp, reveling in merriment and feasting. Captain, we have gathered intelligence. Big Mom was confronted by a mysterious individual named Uchiha Ban and his canine companion. This pair, shrouded in enigma and formidable in strength, has already approached the Whitebeard pirates, extending an invitation to the public execution of the celestial dragons on Amazon Lily. Whitebeard has consented, and it is likely Big Mom will attend as well. Shanks, savoring a morsel of meat and taking a hearty swig of beer, chuckled. So they will be arriving here soon? Actually, they are said to be seeking Kaido first, Raiki informed. Suddenly, Shanks paused, casting his gaze towards the horizon. No need for that. They are already here. Indeed, within moments, the red-haired pirates beheld a figure and a dog soaring through the sky, landing gracefully before them. The assembled pirates instinctively drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation. Ban stood before them, exuding an aura of icy composure tinged with gentleness. Shanks scrutinized the duo, acutely aware of the immense pressure they emanated, a sensation he had not felt in years, as even Whitebeard and Kaido had never posed such a threat. With gravity, Shanks introduced himself. I am Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates. I am Uchiha Ban, came the reply, as Thor interjected. I am Thor, the god of thunder, here for the glory of the northern deities. The pirates exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the surreal turn of events. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Ban's head, transforming his hair into a chaotic mess. Thor's commanding presence instilled fear among the pirates as they sensed the annihilating force of the lightning. Regaining his composure, Ban produced an invitation, stating, on behalf of our esteemed leader, the Uchiha pirates will host a public execution of the celestial dragons near Snake Island in 1 month's time. We extend an invitation to the red-haired pirates to attend this grand event. With a swift motion, the invitation transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Shanks's hand, searing him with heat. The red-haired pirates shall assuredly attend, and we look forward to your arrival, Shanks affirmed. As Ban turned to depart, Raiki timidly inquired, have all the 4 emperors been invited? Ban nodded. Indeed, they have. Should you know any of the warlords of the sea, feel free to extend the invitation. Our leader appreciates a lively gathering. With that, Ban's gaze shifted back to Shanks, filled with anticipation for the impending clash. Raleigh, please oblige him. I find myself quite intrigued by the prowess of the four emperors. Among the enigmatic figures within the realm of One Piece, none is more shrouded in mystery than the red-haired Shanks. His strength remains an enigma, as he has yet to engage in a definitive battle with anyone. In fact, numerous netizens have even gone so far as to bestow upon him the title of the weakest among the four emperors. Raleigh is quite intrigued by Shanks' prowess. While Yabuchiwan sets the scene, observing intently, Loki, along with the first three, finds the spectacle insufficient. This time, Madara, you must truly engage in battle. Batman expresses envy towards omniversal Tony Stark, the Ten Rings Iron Man, lamenting that his muscles are aching with anticipation. Shien, yearning to take his place, cannot contain his admiration. Yabuchiwan exclaims, "Ah, brother Ba, Shien has fused once again." Shien, with his third-level strength, captivates all with his allure. Roronoa Zaro. The combat system of this world is rather impressive, although I believe that one should be cautious with the consumption of devil fruits. The three forms of Haki and the Marine Six styles possess their own merits. You should engage in rigorous training, striving to enhance your strength. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, upon hearing Roronoa's command, paused to accept Shanks' challenge. This location is not suitable for battle. We should find another place. Uchiha Madara gazed out at the vast ocean beyond the island and, forming hand seals, unleashed ice release, glacier domain. A chilling wave of frost instantly swept across the tumultuous sea, freezing the waves in an instant. The fish and sea creatures were ensnared by the icy grip as the power of frost rapidly spread, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers as the glacier's reach extended to 10 kilometers away. Madara finally ceased his chakra output. The red-haired pirates looked on in awe and trepidation at the proud figure before them. This should suffice for a small-scale skirmish, Madara remarked nonchalantly, demonstrating that this grand manipulation of nature was merely a casual display of his power. One pirate, overwhelmed by fear, stumbled and fell. "What the hell? A boss!" exclaimed a crew member. "Madara is truly incredible." Alice, inspired, chimed in, "Madara, you're amazing." Batman added, "Is this showing off? This is truly remarkable." Uchiha Madara, unfazed, stated, "Enough of that. Alice, once I finish here, prepare a delicious meal for me." "Of course." Alice replied eagerly. Just now, Roronoa captured a turtle sea king. "It's a perfect addition." Uchiha Madara, with a commanding presence, observed as Shanks appeared a few hundred meters away, standing atop a frozen wave. Drawing his sword, named Griffin, Shanks prepared for battle. Madara, too, positioned himself on a towering wave, surrounded by 9 truth-seeking balls, which transformed into a blade. "I may not wield a traditional sword, but my blade crafted from truth-seeking balls is extraordinary in its own right." Shanks, having encountered many peculiar abilities, remained unfazed. "Let us begin," Madara stated, his demeanor shifting from calm to formidable, like a deity. His long, dark hair billowed in the wind, and his deep crimson Sharingan eyes glowed with intensity. The atmosphere thickened, resonating with his overwhelming aura. The red-haired pirates held their breath, captivated by Uchiha Madara's imposing figure, their hearts racing with tension. Though Shanks sensed a life-threatening aura, it ignited his thirst for battle. The conqueror's Haki surged forth, colliding with Madara's imposing presence, creating a palpable tension. Madara's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "So this is the conqueror's Haki? Fascinating." Boa Hancock was taken aback. The conqueror's Haki could physically damage objects? This surpassed her expectations. She had believed that the conqueror's Haki could only stun the wills of individuals, not inflict direct physical harm. Yet, Shanks' conqueror's Haki was remarkably different. Raleigh also became intrigued. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the suppression of air pressure. Shanks' formidable strength effortlessly crushed his opponent. "Receive my strike." Red-haired Shanks was unreserved as he slashed towards Uchiha Bido. In the blink of an eye, the blade's radiance accelerated to an inconceivable speed, tearing through the void. An extraordinary wave of conqueror's Haki surged towards Abido's neck. How swift! Abido was taken aback, yet his own speed was remarkable. He vanished from his position in a flash. The blade's aura from red-haired Shanks cleaved through glaciers, penetrating 1,000 meters beneath the sea, resulting in a catastrophic surge of energy that sent ripples through the surrounding air. Sweeping across 100 meters, Boya Hancock, watching the live stream, was astounded. He is utilizing conqueror's Haki to envelop his weapon, imbuing his attack with an overwhelming property capable of severing anything. I never imagined conqueror's Haki could be applied in such a manner. Abido waved his hand, transforming a truth-seeking ball behind him into a weapon. "Haha, come at me." Shanks, with excitement gleaming in his eyes, swung his blade towards the truth-seeking ball. When the two forces collided, Shanks' expression shifted as he sensed the terrifying power. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Armament Haki, conqueror's Haki," unleashed to its fullest. With a thunderous roar, Shanks was sent flying by the truth-seeking ball, the air erupting in a series of explosions. 2 rings of true air collided, crashing into the iceberg, causing it to tremble while the sea surged violently. It seemed that this iceberg was insufficient for Abido, who stomped his foot. causing chakra to spread and stabilize the shattered ice, while the surrounding seawater rapidly transformed into glaciers, extending 18 kilometers outward and 2,000 meters below. With a resounding explosion, the iceberg shattered, and Shanks was hurled from its remnants. He spat blood and laughed heartily, exhilarated. What a thrill! Thank you for the lesson. Now, I shall unleash my full power. Shanks roared, his cape billowing as he exuded an overwhelming presence. The blade's radiance descended, piercing the void. As the conqueror's haki he wielded appeared exceptionally fierce at that moment, unleashing a force capable of obliterating everything in its path. Obito's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Conqueror's haki is truly an interesting ability. Perhaps I can also attempt to comprehend it. As his words fell, he seemed to grasp the essence of it. A mysterious wave surged forth, revealing that he had indeed learned Conqueror's haki. Uchiha Obito had, in that fleeting moment, mastered the profound technique of Conqueror's haki, a rare ability possessed by only one in a million. An innate quality of kings that cannot be acquired through training or hereditary means, but is determined solely by one's fate. Now, having merely observed Shanks utilize it for a brief period, Obito's innate talent was astonishing. When Obito unleashed his Conqueror's haki, pirates in the distance fell to their knees, astonished by how easily it was learned. This was the stark contrast of power. The respect for Uchiha Obito deepened, even among these unruly pirate warriors, who were in awe of such a formidable figure. As Obito witnessed the blade's light descending, the weapon formed from the truth-seeking ball seemed to ignite with the essence of Conqueror's haki. Shanks' eyes narrowed in disbelief. What a joke. I spent years researching this application of Conqueror's haki, unique to the world, and yet it is learned by someone in mere seconds? A tempest was brewing. At this moment, Obito raised his hand, gently meeting Shanks' blade. When the two swords clashed, a terrifying metallic ring shattered the air, akin to the roar of a tidal wave, reverberating in every direction. The glacier continued to crack under the pressure. Let us continue, Obito said, smiling as he deftly wielded his blade, enhanced by the Conqueror's haki, appearing even more dazzling and formidable. All right. Shanks inhaled deeply, unleashing his full potential. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing above Obito and striking downwards. In a heartbeat, the two separated and re-engaged, their speed astonishing. In mere moments, they had exchanged several blows, the battlefield enveloped in glaciers spanning 7 to 8 kilometers. Each clash of their blades emitted piercing sounds, unrelenting as though a tempest had descended, eventually merging into a singular, resonant note that transcended human auditory perception. The residual force of their battle rippled outward, the air trembled, and the enormous glaciers cracked incessantly. Ultimately, the eyes of all the pirates could no longer keep pace with the two warriors. They could only hear the sounds of combat without seeing the figures, witnessing only the aftermath. There were no extravagant techniques, merely the simplest of slashes and parries, a return to the essence of combat. Yet, it was evident that Uchiha Obito was holding back. That will suffice. Obito suddenly appeared before the crowd, his hair untouched, his clothing unscathed, exuding an air of tranquility. At that moment, Shanks collapsed to the ground, his lone blade embedded in the earth, blood streaming from numerous wounds. He coughed out blood and exclaimed, "Ah, what a thrill. Thank you, Senior. I feel I have made significant progress." Though Shanks spat more blood, his expression was one of exhilaration, clearly reaping great rewards from the encounter. "Obito, you are quite impressive," he remarked as the battle concluded. With that, Obito took flight. Leaving the scene, the red-haired pirates rushed to support Shanks. Just then, a colossal iceberg, spanning 5 kilometers, suddenly began to fracture, shaking the ground and causing the sea to surge violently. The recent battle had shattered the iceberg, and had it not been for Obito's power maintaining its stability, it would have collapsed long ago. Now, with Obito's departure, the iceberg could no longer hold its form. Quickly, many pirates' expressions shifted as they hurried to assist Shanks back to shore. Those with devil fruit powers feared the sea above all else. Raleigh gazed into the distance, contemplating the initiation of the next phase of his plan. The 5 elders, filled with wrath. The navy, enraged. Admiral Kizaru, at the forefront. In a majestic palace within Mariewa, a voice echoed, "What did you say? My grandson, Anthony, has been captured, and they intend to execute him publicly?" The long-bearded elder was instantly incensed, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The entire palace trembled, its walls cracking like a spider's web. Stussy, a CP0 intelligence officer and one of the leaders of the Dark World, the Queen of Dressrosa, was drenched in cold sweat, her complexion pale, her head bowed in trepidation. "Esteemed elders, I only learned of this news 20 hours ago. His Highness Anthony was en route to Amazon Lily, accompanied by Admiral Bastille and a naval warship. However, Anthony has since disappeared, along with the warship. Just an hour ago, I received word from Emperor Charlotte Linlin that a mysterious force has taken both Anthony and Admiral Bastille, planning a public execution in 1 month. This force intends to invite the 4 emperors and various powers from around the world to witness the event." Stussy, trembling with fear, recounted all she knew. The long-bearded elder furrowed his brow, incredulous. "Impossible. I dispatched the ultimate weapon, number 11, to protect Anthony. It possesses a 3-second reaction time to alert me in case of danger. No one could possibly breach its defenses within that time frame. Stussy remained silent, daunted by the Elder's authority. As one of the most powerful celestial dragons, the Elder's intelligence network was unparalleled. Within minutes, confirmation of the dire news was received. It was true. The long-bearded Elder was furious. Dare to harm my grandson? They seek death. An overwhelming presence erupted, shattering the grand hall into countless fragments that scattered like a tornado. Stussy felt minuscule before such immense power, unable to move, her clothes soaked with sweat. You have failed in your duty. Prepare to face death. The long-bearded Elder's palm descended, casting a shadow over Stussy, who, despite her status as a queen in the dark world, found herself utterly powerless in that moment. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, alarms blared, igniting a fervor among the sailors. Admiral Kizaru proceeded to Amazon Lily at all costs to protect His Highness Anthony. With the order from Sengoku, Kizaru transformed into two beams of light, racing toward the island. Simultaneously, all admirals and vice-admirals gathered under Sengoku's command, leading several naval fleets toward Amazon Lily, determined to rescue the celestial dragon and obliterate any who dared to defy their authority. The naval fleet surged forth, a righteous force stretching for miles across the sea. Islands and pirate nations alike hastily retreated, stunned and curious. News spread like wildfire across the seas. The celestial dragon has been captured. A public execution is imminent. This revelation detonated like a nuclear bomb in the world of the Grand Line, causing chaos and upheaval. In the palace of Hancock and Amazon Lily, Alice, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "Sister, if you admire Raleigh, you must take the initiative." Hancock blushed, feeling unworthy. Alice rolled her eyes. "What do you mean unworthy?" "Fine, I'll assist you." Hancock panicked. "No." But Alice acted swiftly, and before Hancock could protest, the group chat erupted with messages. "Raleigh, big brother, there's trouble." Alice typed frantically. "What's wrong? Is someone bullying our most beloved Alice?" The group members expressed concern. "It's not me, it's Hancock. She's suddenly burning with fever and in great pain." The palace physician was bewildered, unable to diagnose her condition. The group members were surprised but not overly worried, knowing the talents within their ranks. "I'll be right there." "Let Jarvis check on Hancock," Tony Stark declared. "No need for that. I can heal her in an instant with my medical ninjutsu." Uchiha Madara chimed in. "Even I have some medical knowledge, but with all of you here, it might not be necessary," the ever-laid-back Ubuchuin added. After reading the messages, Alice felt exasperated. "Not you fools. When I cook for you next time, I'll add some dark culinary surprises." "Alice, Hancock wants you to call Raleigh over." The chat fell silent, all eyes turning to Raleigh. Tony Stark was the first to react. "Good luck, big guy." The others quickly followed suit, wishing him success. Madara, unable to grasp the implications, interjected, "What are you all talking about?" Stark responded, "By the way, Madara, it seems you've been single for quite a while, haven't you?" "Indeed. What's your point?" Madara inquired. Stark replied, "I believe I understand why you remain unattached." Laughter erupted in the group, while Madara, unamused, suggested a friendly spar with Stark. As the banter continued, the atmosphere lightened, even as they faced the looming crisis. "Yellow Ape, have you ever been kicked out of a circle?" The atmosphere in the group was lively, and Raleigh had already approached Hancock. At that moment, Hancock lay on the bed, her attire slightly disheveled, radiating an alluring blush. She rested one hand on her forehead, her eyes tightly shut, her delicate brows slightly quivering, as if she were enduring some unbearable agony. "Sister Hancock, the esteemed Raleigh has arrived," whispered Alice gently into Hancock's ear. In an instant, Hancock's beautiful eyes fluttered open, and with a swift motion, she threw off the covers and sat up in bed. "I am quite well now," Hancock stated with a cool demeanor. Then, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, she bit her finger and slowly turned her gaze towards Raleigh. Her voice soft and delicate like a whisper, "Esteemed Raleigh, Rora no Azaro. It is indeed a period of stringent crackdowns. The omitted content spans 10,000 words, so I shall leave the details to your imagination." Just as Rora no Azaro was reluctantly enjoying the service of the Empress, a beam of yellow light descended upon the cliff of Amazon Lily. Fortunately, he did not lose his way. A mere crew of the Kuja pirates, a single daughter island, dared to offend the celestial dragons? How amusing. It is indeed peculiar, as there are several formidable forces at play. Though they appear to be in a state of near lethargy, their strength is indisputable, ranking among the top echelon of admirals. This is precisely why Sengoku dared to send him here to scout, unbeknownst to the fact that the ultimate weapon of humanity, designated as number 11, was in play. At that moment, Tony Stark, having installed countless cameras on Snake Island for amusement, immediately detected the unexpected guest, Admiral Kizaru. "Everyone, pay attention. We have an extraordinary guest arriving. It seems to be the Marine Admiral Kizaru, the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. According to my calculations, he should be at a baseline level of 1v3. Or perhaps intermediate level. Finally, has the time for the tyrant to arrive? Ubuchuin, remember to start the group video call. I'm quite bored over here," said Batman. "I share your boredom. Moreover, the sheer speed of light is daunting. This ability is overwhelmingly formidable. Who will engage in battle?" Rora no Azoro was occupied with serious matters, and thus we must not disturb him. Alice said, "I suspect you are driving recklessly, but I have no evidence." Tony Stark replied, "I dare not interrupt Zoro's important business." I possess a unique technique. One of my 10 rings has the power to create an area that absorbs all light. Obito Uchiha thought this was rather unfair. The rest felt sympathy for Kizaru for a fleeting moment. On Kizaru's side, he was quite reluctant about this mission. I, Kizaru, am a lazy creature. Being summoned as a firefighter is quite irritating. I long to be a leisurely fish, and the celestial dragons are the most bothersome. Always looking down from their lofty perches, expecting me to rescue them when they get into trouble. My head might not even survive the ordeal. What a nuisance. Kizaru sighed. Just as he was about to enter Daughter Island in search of the celestial dragon, a peculiar machine appeared before him, hovering midair. Its red and gold body was striking. Welcome, Admiral Kizaru. Your presence illuminates Daughter Island, Tony Stark declared. He thought to himself, should I tease Kizaru a bit? Perhaps I should offer him some sweets before he gets upset. You are not from Daughter Island. Who are you? Kizaru asked on high alert. I am Tony Stark. Tony Stark? Have you ever been kicked by light? Kicked by light? Sorry, I haven't tea. Well, you can experience it now. With that, Kizaru slowly lifted his foot, a dazzling light emanating. In that instant, he proudly proclaimed, I, Kizaru, though a lazy fish, am quite impressive. But then, Kizaru was suddenly engulfed in darkness as the light kick vanished. Behind him came a sinister laugh. Kizaru, have you ever experienced a circle kick? Kizaru was taken aback. When did you appear behind me? His bones felt a chill. Attempting to escape at light speed, he discovered his powers were being restricted. Panic washed over him. He had never taken hockey seriously, and now, with his abilities curtailed, he had become utterly weak. At that moment, he heard several voices. Haha, I'm here. Circle kick. My favorite. Have you been kicked by light? This guy was too ostentatious. Come on, I'll join in. Kizaru felt an overwhelming onslaught from countless directions, the darkness obscuring his vision. He finally understood what a circle kick meant. His light kick was utterly overpowered. 1 minute later, Kizaru emerged with a bruised face, unrecognizable. Snap. The Sea Prism Stone bracelet is on. Kizaru is officially captured. After a brief period, Kizaru found himself in the most secure prison, meeting a familiar face. Ah, Vice Admiral Bastille. You are. I'm Kizaru. Kizaru. Bastille exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the battered Kizaru. He felt an odd satisfaction. He had not anticipated encountering someone even more unfortunate than himself. News of this spread across the globe, causing a stir among various factions. The World Economic News Agency's phone rang. I've heard you, Morgans. Dare to report anything? A voice filled with feminine allure spoke over the line. Of course. There is nothing I wouldn't dare report. May I inquire your name, madam? Hiki, I am Boa Hancock of the Kuja Pirates. What? The esteemed Hancock? It is an honor for you to personally call me. Flattery is unnecessary. I have several monumental pieces of news. Are you brave enough to report them? Monumental news? More than one. Morgan sensed something extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, he firmly replied, there has never been news I shied away from. Please, Lady Hancock, share your revelations. After a brief moment, Morgans, having listened to Hancock's account, was rendered speechless. Hee Morgans, what's wrong? Do you lack the courage to report this? Morgans quickly recovered. No, Lady Hancock. I only wish to confirm, are these matters true? Do you believe I would jest about such things? Understood. I shall dispatch the nearest reporter immediately to gather materials. 2 days later, the newsbirds of the World Economic News Agency, carrying large-format newspapers, set forth from locations across the globe, destined for every nation, island, and sea. In the West Sea, a pirate ship set sail from a port, its crew celebrating their recent plunder of food and treasure from a small town. Hey, newsbird, bring us the latest newspaper. A drunken crew member, clutching a large cup of liquor, tossed a belly to the bird. The newsbird dropped a newspaper while snatching the belly into its pouch. As the pirate crew opened the newspaper, they were taken aback, their liquor cups slipping from their hands, their merriment vanishing upon reading the headline. 3 individuals defeated by a mysterious power? The man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard, challenged a mysterious power at Daughter Island. Admiral Kizaru, one of the 3 highest-ranking officers of the Navy, led an assault on Amazon Lily, resulting in its complete destruction. Was Kizaru defeated and captured? Such a notion is unfathomable. In the East Blues Windmill Village, at the tavern, Makino inquired whether the newspapers had arrived. A boy, dressed in a red jacket and shorts, with flip-flops adorning his feet, exuberantly rushed into the tavern, exclaiming loudly, "Today has been so busy. Ah, Luffy, the newspapers are here. Are you looking for news about Shanks or Ace again?" Makino, wiping the sweat from her brow, spoke gently to the boy. Luffy, brimming with impatience, sat at the bar, eagerly searching for the newspapers. Where did I put them? I've been too busy to even glance at them. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Found it. Here." Makino retrieved the newspaper from the counter and handed it to Luffy, who was also presented with a plate of food. "I saved you some to eat," she said with a warm smile. "Long live Makino," Luffy shouted, wielding his fork and knife, devouring the food while unfolding the newspaper. "How is it, Luffy? Is it delicious?" Makino asked, watching him with a smile. Each time Luffy devoured his meal, it filled her with a sense of appetite and joy. However, this time Luffy, with food still in his mouth, widened his eyes in shock. Shanks was actually defeated. Makino froze, concern etched on her face. Is it true? How could this happen? Was he injured? With utmost seriousness, Luffy swallowed his food and replied, the newspaper didn't elaborate, but I trust that Shanks will be fine. He then set the newspaper down and stepped outside the tavern, gazing out at the boundless sea. Donning the straw hat left by the red-haired pirate, he pressed it firmly onto his head. After a long moment, a smile crept across Luffy's face. Shanks, if you were defeated, then I shall be the one to vanquish your conqueror. I am determined to become the Pirate King. Makino rushed to the shore, calling out to Luffy. Are you all right? For Luffy, Shanks was a hero, and Makino feared that the news of Shanks' defeat would discourage him. Yet, when she found him, he remained the same bright, smiling boy. Luffy, she called, startled by his serious demeanor. What's wrong? I'm setting sail tomorrow. Luffy declared. What? Makino exclaimed, quickly attempting to dissuade him. You're still too young. Luffy. No, I have a feeling that if I don't set sail now, I will miss the era. Luffy's gaze was distant. Meanwhile, at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters on Baldigo Island, the leaders gathered in a meeting room, their expressions grave. When will the commanders arrive? Dragon urged, his tone urgent. Very soon. Chief. Hours later, the commanders, each possessing unique abilities, assembled at the round table. Dragon spread out a newspaper and addressed them. You have all seen yesterday's news, I presume. A tense silence enveloped the room as beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Our goal as revolutionaries is to overthrow the oppressive rule of the celestial dragons. Now, a mysterious force has emerged on Amazon Lily, defeating 3 of the emperors of the sea and capturing an admiral, even preparing to execute the celestial dragons publicly. Dragon continued. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss whether we should participate in this momentous upheaval and, if so, how we should engage. The commanders exchanged glances, aware of the gravity of Dragon's summons. However, the decision weighed heavily upon them. The original strategy of the Revolutionary Army aimed at gradually liberating underdeveloped nations before uniting to assault the world government was slow but steady. Yet, the events described in the newspaper were astonishing and instilled a sense of disbelief and alarm. While it appeared that this mysterious force sought to dismantle the celestial dragon's tyranny, the underlying implications were deeply sensitive and severe. Firstly, could the content of the newspaper be trusted? There was a possibility that this was merely a ruse orchestrated by the celestial dragons and the world government to ensnare pirates and revolutionaries alike. After all, such drastic actions had never been undertaken by a singular force before. Furthermore, the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, was herself a warlord of the sea, casting further doubt on the authenticity of these events. Secondly, if the events were indeed genuine, what were the true intentions of this mysterious force? Did they possess the resolve to dismantle the celestial dragon's reign? Was there a chance of reconciliation with the celestial dragons? Did their ultimate goal align with that of the Revolutionary Army, aspiring to bring fairness and freedom to the world? Or did they merely seek to usurp the same power the celestial dragons wielded? These questions were crucial, determining whether the Revolutionary Army would regard this mysterious force as an ally or foe. Lastly, and perhaps most critically, how did the strength of this mysterious force compare to that of the celestial dragons? It was indisputable that this mysterious force surpassed any 2 emperors of the sea. However, they had only defeated each of them individually. The combined might of the world government and the celestial dragons was a formidable alliance, one that no individual emperor could hope to rival. Even if the 4 emperors were to unite, they might still fall short against the celestial dragons and the world government. Therefore, the true strength of this mysterious force remains an enigma. Given the existence of these uncertainties, the Revolutionary Army faces a formidable challenge in making a sound decision regarding participation in this significant event. The dilemma of whether to engage or refrain from action poses a considerable quandary. Should they choose not to participate, they risk missing a prime opportunity to overthrow the celestial dragon's regime, a prospect that would be lamentable. Conversely, hasty involvement could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially plunging the Revolutionary Army into irreparable turmoil. As the assembly hesitated to voice their opinions, Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, rose to speak. I firmly believe we cannot afford to miss this event. His resolute stance piqued the interest of Dragon and the others. Oh, your conviction is quite steadfast, Dragon remarked, intrigued. Please, elaborate boldly on your thoughts. Sabo nodded and began. Firstly, regarding the authenticity of these events, I am convinced they are indeed real. Why so? Inquired Fisher Tiger, the master of Fishman Karate. Sabo replied, it is quite simple. The celestial dragons, in their arrogance, would never stoop to enact such a charade. A consensus of agreement rippled through the crowd. But what if the celestial dragons are indeed orchestrating this charade to eradicate the pirates and the Revolutionary Army? Bella Betty interjected. Sabo smiled and shook his head. As the saying goes, if it is a performance, it must be comprehensive. For any celestial dragon, the idea of performing to the point of execution is utterly inconceivable. However, pondered Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army, I have heard of a devil fruit that allows one to change their appearance. What if such a user masquerades as a celestial dragon? Sabo chuckled. A false identity can be easily exposed. Thus, any act of deception would need to be as convincing as possible. Nothing is more credible than a genuine celestial dragon. Otherwise, there would be no need for pretense. The assembly nodded in agreement. Sabo continued, "We find ourselves back in a vicious cycle. Due to their pride, the celestial dragons cannot relinquish their identities to engage in such perilous theatrics. When public executions occur, the situation can shift in an instant, and no one can guarantee the safety of that celestial dragon." The assembly was thoroughly convinced by Sabo's reasoning. Dragon regarded Sabo with admiration and nodded in acknowledgement. "Since everyone agrees to partake in this significant event, we must now deliberate on the manner of our involvement." As the assembly concurred, Sabo took a deep breath and declared with determination, "Having devoted myself to the Revolutionary Army, I am prepared to sacrifice for the cause at any moment." The assembly was taken aback. Sabo continued, "Knowing that this event presents an unparalleled opportunity to dismantle the celestial dragon's dominion, we must strive to collaborate with this mysterious force, regardless of their ultimate aims, be it a regime change or a shared ambition akin to ours. But if their goal is merely to usurp power, wouldn't our collaboration hand the fruits of the revolution to them?" Lindbergh voiced his concern. "That will not happen," Sabo replied with a smile. "As long as the celestial dragons are executed, the world will awaken from its ignorance and blind obedience. If this execution succeeds, the populace will realize that even gods can bleed, and no longer will they submit to such unjust rule. True revolution at its core is not merely the overthrow of force but rather a transformation of thought." Sabo articulated the essence of revolution. His words resonated deeply with Dragon. Applause erupted throughout the room, echoing the fervor of the moment. Dragon, his hands firmly placed on the table, declared, "The true revolution is the upheaval of thought. We have been preoccupied with our own safety while overlooking the profound significance of the revolution. This is unacceptable. Thus, I officially decree that the Revolutionary Army shall mobilize entirely for this event, igniting our flames against the unjust rule of the celestial dragons." Dragon proclaimed, turning to Sabo. "Sabo, I appoint you as the ambassador of the Revolutionary Army, tasked with initiating contact with the mysterious force behind Amazon Lily. You shall have full authority to make all necessary decisions without further consultation with me." "Yes." Sabo stood tall, bowing respectfully to Dragon and the assembled commanders. "I, Sabo, shall risk my life for the success of the revolution." Clar stood up and said, "Commander, please allow me to accompany Sabo and assist in his mission." Thus, Sabo and Clar, accompanied by a select few subordinates, set sail directly towards Amazon Lily. In the Grand Line, at the Sabaody Archipelago, Raleigh entered a tavern seeking a drink. However, Shaki, with a serious demeanor, handed him a newspaper. Puzzled, Raleigh opened it, and his previously warm expression turned even more so. "This is splendid news. After all, we have already withdrawn from the world." Raleigh chuckled. "Come on, you? Withdrawn?" Shaki shot him a skeptical glance. Raleigh shrugged. "All right. Then please prepare a ship with provisions and water. I wish to witness this commotion firsthand." Shaki replied, "I have already prepared everything for you." On St. Shia Island, in the capital of Alabasta, King Cobra summoned his ministers and issued a decree to set sail with the military towards Amazon Lily. Vivi, perplexed, asked her father why he was mobilizing such forces. Cobra, with a mysterious smile, replied, "To witness history. But the country has been in turmoil for over a year." At this critical juncture, Vivi's anxiety was palpable as she planned to infiltrate Baroque works to uncover the source of the domestic crisis. Cobra interjected, "The storm has already begun. The future of this nation cannot escape its influence. Furthermore, you will accompany me." Meanwhile, in the grandest casino, reigned banquet. Crocodile set down his newspaper and picked up the phone, commanding, "Cease all activities in Alabasta. Gather all agents and proceed to Amazon Lily." In the depths of the Red Line at Fishman Island, Neptune instructed his sons, "Let Shirahoshi come out of the ivory tower. We shall venture to the surface." Surprised, Prince Sharkstar exclaimed, "To the surface?" Neptune explained, "I wish to fulfill Odoheim's legacy. This imminent event may alter the world's dynamics, and if that is the case, it presents a pivotal opportunity for fishmen and humans to redefine their relationship." "But why bring Shirahoshi? She has been under constant threat from Vanderdecken. What about her safety?" Prince Sharkstar expressed his concerns to Nixaton, stating that White Star is exceptionally unique, and in time, you shall understand her significance. Therefore, it is imperative that you take her ashore this time, ensuring that you remain steadfastly by her side. "Very well. With that being said, we three brothers will undoubtedly safeguard our sister's safety, never straying from her side." The three princes nodded solemnly in unison. Across the entire world, tumultuous winds began to stir, and at the epicenter of this tempest, monumental transformations were underway. In light of the safety of Daughter Island, all agreed that the execution platform should not be situated on 023 Daughter Island, but rather elsewhere. Consequently, Raleigh soared to the Red Earth continent, shattering a massive portion of land to transport it near Daughter Island, thereby creating a vast artificial isle. The cunning Grey Wolf employed advanced technology to reinforce the entire island, crafting an immense square upon it, with one end designated for the habitation of palaces. Raleigh has named it the world's premier martial arts tournament square. a reflection of his peculiar sense of humor drawn from the World Martial Arts Tournament of Dragon Ball. In the group chat, Tony Stark remarked, "How imposing. The world's premier martial arts tournament square is quite extravagant. Its expanse is comparable to that of New York. Grey Wolf, after my reinforcement, every brick and tile here has become indestructible. Not even a crack can emerge from anything below level 2. Oh ho 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 ho. Bindi lamented, I'm just a pitiful wretch." Xiang Bashuan echoed. "I am but a lowly being." Wayne added, "I am not even a wretch. I can only be considered a minuscule particle." The group chat once again fell into repetitive banter. Xiang Bashuan versus Loki, the weakest of the gods. Ibuchuan interjected, "By the way, Bashuan, I have yet to see your true visage. I am quite curious what you two would look like combined." Xiang Bashuan responded, "Here is my selfie. Am I not handsome? Am I not imposing?" Loki quipped, "What kind of bravado is that?" Tony Stark burst into laughter. "You've killed me with laughter, Loki. One cannot be as blunt as you. Be careful not to get a slap in the face." ISNT Lady Loki, also known as the goddess of deception, Raleigh. "I believe that from today onwards, Loki shall be the embodiment of forthrightness within our group, a title no one can usurp." The group notification indicates that the level of activity has surged from S0 to LZ1, unlocking the enlightenment space. Another notification reveals that the malevolent deity Loki has been bestowed with the special title of Forthright Bay, granting him a singular opportunity for complimentary access to the Group S enlightenment space. The assembly murmurs in surprise. Tony Stark exclaims, "Goodness! The Group S activity level has elevated." Unveiling new functionalities, Xiong Bakshuan interjects, "Enlightenment space? It seems to be quite an extraordinary phenomenon." Loki responds, "I extend my gratitude to you, Raleigh. Your words are indeed as precious as gold." Presenting tea to the esteemed one. At this moment, Raleigh disregarded Loki, for he had received a mysterious group notification, which held far greater value than Loki's reward of a complimentary entry into the enlightenment space. "Ah, Ban Yi, the once ridiculed Loki, has turned misfortune into fortune. How enviable." Loki, sharing in the joy, remarked that everyone has a chance. Xiang Baxian interjected, "Loki, hold off on entering the enlightenment space. Let us engage in a sparring match first." "It's just as Raleigh has suggested. I need practical combat to test my current state." Loki replied, "Why must it be me? You could find someone else to spar with." The group notification declared that Xiang Baxian had initiated a duel, which Loki must accept. Otherwise, he would lose his straightforward title and the opportunity for free access to the Group S enlightenment space. Tony Stark chuckled. "What did I just say? Ha. This is too amusing." Then you noted, "Indeed, any reward comes at a price." Loki, sweating, pondered aloud, "Am I destined to lose?" Xiang Baxian reassured him, "Loki, my dear fellow, I merely see you as a fitting opponent. There is no ulterior motive." The third-level powerhouse, Chongs, commented, "Ben Yi is too formidable. Tony's abilities are ill-suited for sparring, thus I can only choose you, Loki." Loki conceded, "All right then, let us proceed. The Grand Martial Arts Arena has just been completed. It's a perfect opportunity to test its durability." Xiang Baxian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my young friend." The Grand Martial Arts Arena stretched endlessly, its polished tiles gleaming under the light, while the beautifully adorned buildings with red walls and green tiles stood at one end. Other group members observed from the pavilions, overlooking the arena below. At that moment, Xiang Ba and Shi Xian, fused together as Xiang Baxian, faced off against the malevolent god Loki from a distance of 2 meters. Tony Stark, clad in casual attire, gazed at the two combatants in awe, remarking on the overwhelming energy emanating from Xiang Baxian, which he could feel from afar. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ban and Thor had returned to Snake Island. Ban mused, "It's been a while since I've seen Raleigh." Tony Stark placed a finger to his lips, whispering, "He is likely lost in a reverie. Perhaps even indulging in a feast." Ban Yi wiped his brow. "I understand." In Boa Hancock's palace, Raleigh sneezed and rubbed his nose, pondering who was speaking of him. Hancock's head bobbed rhythmically, her hair disheveled. Raleigh took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Tony Stark, the custom Batman suit that Elle has prepared for you is nearly complete. I shall send it to you in the form of a red envelope tomorrow." "Wayne, thank you, my friend," replied Tony Stark. "Let the World Martial Arts Tournament commence," proclaimed Xiong Baxiang, striking a martial arts pose. "Very well, let us begin." Loki began to conjure magic as Xiong Baxiang declared, "Behold my super 3 points of returning energy." The 3 points of returning energy was one of Xiong Baxiang's signature moves. Loki had witnessed this technique before, yet the might with which Xiong Baxiang performed it was incomparable. This move encapsulated the transformation of wind and thunder, as water and fire surged like tides, with the air currents sometimes boiling like flames and at other times rushing forth like a mighty river towards Loki. Do not underestimate it. Loki unleashed his full magical prowess, resulting in a colossal energy storm as 2 spheres of energy collided, sending both combatants flying. Goodness, what power! Loki stumbled as he confirmed the formidable strength of his opponent, realizing that Xiong Baxiang indeed possessed LX3 capabilities. In contrast, Xiong Baxiang landed gracefully, seemingly unharmed. "Are you all right, Loki?" Xiong Baxiang inquired with concern. Loki's face flushed. "Thank you for your concern, my friend. I am fine. Let us continue. Loki unleashed a barrage of magical orbs, while Xiong Baxiang, with an air of authority, retaliated with a flurry of strikes, the Frosty Fist, the Cloud Dispelling Palm, and the Immortal Seal. Observe my fusion of the Forge Fist technique. Before long, Loki felt the immense pressure from Xiong Baxiang's escalating frequency, speed, and intensity of attacks, which slightly surpassed his own. Loki found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, Xiong Baxiang suddenly halted. Now, Loki, let us test our close combat skills, he proposed. Loki understood that Xiong Baxiang was showing him mercy and felt a surge of gratitude. All right, indeed, I can lift 80 tons. Xiong Baxiang smiled. The two immediately engaged in close-quarters combat, exchanging blows with fervor. In mere moments, they had delivered hundreds of strikes, leaving them both in a whirlwind of motion. Suddenly, Loki seized Xiong Baxiang's shoulders, chuckling sheepishly. Apologies, my friend, but with my 80-ton might, I shall do my best not to throw you too hard. A peculiar smile spread across Xiong Baxiang's face. By all means, if you can lift me, feel free to throw. With that, Loki exerted all his strength. Yet Xiong Baxiang remained steadfast. Loki strained with all his might, feeling as though he were pushing 20 tons, yet Xiong Baxiang stood unmoving. Loki, exhausted, plopped down onto the ground, feeling disheartened. The weakest of gods, he thought, I am destined to be defeated. The virtual internet was ablaze, and the world was shaken. In the chat group, Yibuchuan laughed heartily. Xiong Baxiang is truly incredible. Wayne, what just happened? Inquired Yibuchuan. Could it be your immortal seal? Xiong Baxiang replied. Why do you suspect that? Wayne explained. I observed that when you employed the immortal seal, your energy remained inexhaustible. The magic Loki cast was redirected into your Frosty Fist and Cloud Dispelling Palm techniques. And I sensed that the very power of the earth beneath you was anchored to you, allowing you to remain steadfast. I wondered if your immortal seal had transformed the gravity of the ground itself. Xiong Baxiang laughed heartily. Ah, Batman, you are indeed a worthy pupil. I shall teach you martial arts diligently for a month. You will surely advance from LX1 to LX2. Yibuchuan gazed enviously. Congratulations, Batman. You are remarkable. Tony Stark chimed in. Wayne replied, Thank you, Xiong Baxiang. I was merely guessing, he said, scratching his head awkwardly. Xiong Baxiang responded, No need for such humility. As a fellow martial artist, you are merely a step behind Wayne. Yibuchuan lamented dramatically. Xiong Baxiang continued, In truth, I must thank Raleigh. Were it not for this miraculous fusion technique that harmonized my intellect and spiritual strength, I would not have grasped such a formidable martial arts application. My skills have elevated beyond 2 tiers, incomparable to my previous abilities. Raleigh interjected, Truly remarkable. Wayne echoed, Indeed, remarkable. Yibuchuan added, Raleigh, you are extraordinary. Grey Wolf chimed in, Raleigh, you are indeed impressive. The virtual spiritual internet has already been established. Raleigh, indeed, Brother Wolf is impressive. The group was instantly filled with praise for Brother Wolf's might and prowess. Raleigh and Alice have prepared a feast. After everyone has played to their heart's content, they can come over to enjoy a meal. Once we are well fed and satisfied, we will await Brother Wolf to connect this internet to the entire pirate world. And then we shall make a grand spectacle. A day later, all members of Grey Wolf, the virtual spiritual internet, has now connected to the entire pirate world. I have sent the computer terminal to Raleigh. As soon as the esteemed leader presses the red button, the internet will officially commence. At that moment, every individual in the pirate world will be presented with an electronic screen akin to a television, where they can view our grand live execution. Raleigh, Grey Wolf. The younger brother has caused trouble. This thing is splendid. Raleigh pressed the red button. In the realm of pirates, each individual, be they ordinary humans, giants, long-handed tribes, or fishmen, was suddenly confronted by a floating electronic gravestone. At the center of this ethereal display was a black screen, inscribed with the words Live Broadcast Not Yet Started. Please stay tuned. Above the black screen, a striking banner in bold red letters proclaimed, Public Execution of the Celestial Dragon, Anthony Saint, Global Live Broadcast. To the right of the black screen, a detailed account of Anthony Saint's identity and the myriad sins he has committed as a celestial dragon was presented. In an instant, people across all nations erupted in a frenzy of astonishment and terror, bewildered by this unprecedented phenomenon. While many were gripped by fear of the unknown, a significant number began to perceive this as a divine miracle, a true manifestation of the extraordinary. Each allied nation under the world government was compelled to pay exorbitant tributes to the celestial dragons annually, while the populace suffered under the relentless oppression of pirates. The common folk had long been tormented, and now, a miraculous event appeared to herald the public execution of these self-proclaimed deities who had long oppressed them. Amidst their initial panic, a flicker of hope ignited within them, a thought once deemed unimaginable, to overthrow the tyrannical and unjust reign of the celestial dragons, and to rise as equals, reclaiming their human rights. This notion began to resonate in the minds of the oppressed, one after another. Revolutionary Army member Sabo had already validated this strange and wondrous phenomenon. As each individual was presented with a similar vision, a truly remarkable occurrence, Revolutionary Army member Krau remarked, It seems that the forces behind this endeavor aim to liberate all humanity and dismantle the unjust regime. Sabo replied, "Indeed, this is splendid. I eagerly anticipate meeting these extraordinary individuals." Kral added, "We are nearing Daughter Island." Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku exclaimed, "What in the world is this? Is it a devil fruit?" To which Marine Hero Vice Admiral Garp responded with laughter, "Ahaha, this is quite something. No wonder he captured Kizaru and seeks to execute the celestial dragons." Sengoku retorted, "Garp, don't forget you are a Marine." Garp, in a fit of amusement, declared, "At this point, I believe we should abandon the celestial dragons, ahaha." He then promptly fell asleep, leaving Sengoku seething with frustration. On the high seas, Luffy exclaimed, "Ahaha. What is this? It's so amusing." At the holy land of Mariehua, the celestial dragons were engulfed in sheer panic as if the end of days had arrived. Deep within the sanctum, Im-sama wore a grim expression. Suddenly, the virtual gravestone emitted a crackling sound, and the screen jolted, revealing a clear image. A robust and charismatic figure, exuding an aura of authority, appeared on the screen. As the crowd beheld this individual, suspended in the air above the vast expanse of land beneath him, they were met with a breathtaking backdrop of majestic palatial structures. You may be wondering who I am. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Raleigh. This public execution of the celestial dragon was initiated by me, alongside my comrades. As photographs of the group flashed across the screen, Raleigh continued, "It is well known that the celestial dragons possess the privilege to wield life and death over ordinary people, seizing everything from them. I stand here to dismantle this unreasonable and unjust system. I believe in equality for all. I declare, this world is about to undergo a transformation." Roronoa Zaro's declaration during the live broadcast resonated globally, leaving countless individuals, nay, nearly every common citizen, in a state of disbelief, their eyes brimming with tears. Equality for all? Indeed. How could humanity be divided into hierarchies? Every individual is entitled to the inalienable rights of freedom and the pursuit of happiness. The concept of human rights resounded for the first time in the world of pirates. Luffy, captivated by the broadcast, gazed with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Amazing, truly amazing. I am Luffy. Though I may not comprehend your words, I find your sentiments remarkable. Let us be friends." Meanwhile, Imu, the celestial dragon, cast a fierce glare at Roronoa Zaro on the screen, realizing, "So you are the mastermind behind this. I shall ensure you understand the true meaning of divinity in this world." Revolutionary leader Dragon proclaimed, "Human rights. This concept is articulated so eloquently, far surpassing our previous ideologies. I have resolved that from this moment forth, the pursuit of equal human rights shall be the objective of our revolutionary army. It appears our strategist, Sabo, has indeed placed the right bets. The true revolution begins now. Celestial dragons and the world government, brace yourselves." After Raleigh concluded his live broadcast declaration, he vanished without a trace. However, the virtual internet screen remained, displaying a series of clarifications. 1. The virtual internet technology is provided by the enigmatic tech mogul, Grey Wolf, with the celestial chat group holding ultimate interpretive authority. 2. Each individual on this internet platform is assigned a random ID, rendering their true identity untraceable. Users can freely express their opinions, even if it involves derogatory remarks against the celestial dragons or the world government, without the fear of being identified. 3. The inception of this internet serves to dismantle the so-called divine facade of the celestial dragons, expose the hypocrisy of the world government and the Navy, and realize true human rights and freedoms, where all are equal before the law and private property is inviolable. 7 such clarifications were issued, captivating the global populace, particularly the liberty to criticize the celestial dragons, the world government, and the Navy. This newfound freedom resonated strongly among those yearning for justice, illuminating a path for many who had previously felt lost. As more than 2 minutes elapsed, the virtual screen updated with additional content. Beyond the previously mentioned live project concerning the execution of Celestial Dragon Anthony Saint, several new items emerged, battle videos of the 4 emperors, including Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Shanks the Red-Haired, alongside videos depicting Anthony Saint's prison life, Yellow Monkey's prison existence, and the anticipated grand assault on the Navy headquarters. The global audience, filled with curiosity, eagerly clicked to watch, as if they had discovered a new world. Among these, the video of the Celestial Dragon's prison life garnered the highest views, amassing tens of millions of clicks. It was evident that the Celestial Dragons, having reigned with tyranny for 800 years, had accumulated immense resentment and hatred. While the populace had previously remained silent, this peculiar virtual internet offered them anonymity, allowing them to revel in the humiliation of the Celestial Dragons. Consequently, long-suppressed anger erupted. No battles with the 4 emperors could compare to the satisfaction derived from witnessing the Celestial Dragon's downfall. In the video, Anthony Saint appeared filthy and disheveled, bearing numerous mosquito bites, while a section of his distinctive glass bubble lay shattered, exposing his grotesque visage. The laughter echoed, "The Celestial Dragons are not deceiving us. My hometown was obliterated because a little girl inadvertently offended a Celestial Dragon, resulting in the execution of the entire town. 20 years ago, My neighbor's community was annihilated for a mere insult directed at a celestial dragon by the Navy. Comments flooded in, voicing the grievances against the celestial dragons, with the count soaring into the millions. In the Holy Land of Mariehua, the 5 elders appeared visibly distressed, their authority shaken by the unrest among the populace. The once mighty Sama trembled with rage, feeling the weight of the common people's scorn. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The world was on the brink of transformation. As the global discourse centered on the celestial dragons, a formidable naval fleet approached, drawing near to Snake Island. Just 100 kilometers away, Tony Stark, Raleigh, and the influential figure were now at a critical juncture, with tensions escalating rapidly. With each passing moment, the stakes grew higher, and the sentiments of rebellion surged among the populace, heralding a profound shift in the balance of power. In a moment of grandeur, the formidable Shonba was struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens, causing him to be enveloped in darkness and smoke. Meanwhile, Shiji Xian was suddenly besieged by an onslaught of tickling sensations emanating from his armpits and the soles of his feet. Ha ha ha! Do not tickle me! Do not tickle me! He exclaimed, as the notorious villain Shiji Xian rolled on the ground, emitting a maniacal laughter. The imposing authority of the group was rendered terrifyingly palpable, and the other members trembled in fear as they bore witness to this spectacle. Raleigh accessed the military satellite footage positioned above the Pirate King's planet, and beheld a formidable naval fleet advancing toward their location. Raleigh, Uchiha Madara, teach them a lesson not to kill, forbidding them from stepping within 100 kilometers before the public execution of the celestial dragons. Madara, as you wish, esteemed leader. Tony, I wish to witness it too. Haha. As for the others, Haibu, Shizuku, lies there frothing at the mouth, unable to move, while Thor joyfully devours the delicious ribs prepared by Alice. And Grey Wolf has already taken home the grilled seafood made by Alice to appease his wife, Red Wolf. In the naval fleet, Sengoku, Garp, Akiji, Akainu, and others stand on the flagship, their expressions grave. Their gazes are fixed on the virtual screen displaying the videos, Big Mom being crushed, Kaido being swiftly defeated, Shanks being battered, and Kazara being captured. The more they watch these videos, the heavier their hearts become, their confidence in confronting the celestial dragons dwindling. Who are these formidable individuals? That Thor is truly powerful. Kaido, a monster we could not find a way to defeat, was instantaneously vanquished by him. The man named Uchiha Madara is exceptionally strong. The Iron Man who overcame Kazara should not be underestimated and must be approached with caution. At this moment, Garp bursts into hearty laughter, biting into a rice cracker. I think ideas such as human rights and equality are quite commendable. Akainu, furious, retorts, Vice Admiral Garp. Please be cautious with your words. Cautious? Garp scoffs. Haven't you seen the surging public opinion on the so-called internet? A great era is upon us. It seems my old bones are destined for retirement. Sengoku's expression turns serious. The world nobles are not so simple on the surface. We must fulfill our duties. Akiji remains silent, observing the ordinary soldiers who seemed dazed, their initial fervor and fighting spirit diminished, likely shaken by the information from the internet. Their faith in justice has been rattled. And not just the ordinary soldiers, Akiji himself begins to question whether the justice he upholds is truly just or merely the justice of the celestial dragons. At that moment, Sengoku, the Buddha, and Kaku's faces change dramatically. Be careful. An attack. A fierce, cutting aura sweeps across the sky, as if capable of cleaving heaven and earth. It strikes before the naval fleet, creating a massive trench over 50 meters wide and several kilometers long, effectively blocking the fleet's advance. The relentless sea water flows toward the trench but fails to fill it. All naval soldiers collectively gasp in shock, while the admirals look on, heart racing. At this moment, they see 2 figures, one clad in a red Sengoku armor, with black hair swirling majestically, and the other donning dazzling iron armor. Radiating energy throughout the area, Uchiha Madara and Tony Stark. All naval personnel, from admirals to soldiers, instantly recall these names in their minds. Madara's voice reverberates across the sea, hereby. Before the public execution of the celestial dragons convenes, the naval fleet is forbidden from advancing one step further. Otherwise, his voice is filled with authority, incomparable and irresistible, making the vice admirals and soldiers feel as insignificant as ants. Water release, hundreds of dragons roar, as Uchiha Madara performs his hand signs. The surrounding sea awakens with hundreds of colossal tornadoes, the gales whipping up torrents of water that ascend into the sky. The massive ships cry out and sway perilously, as if on the brink of capsizing. The naval soldiers, admirals, and troops feel as though the world is turning upside down. Then, an overwhelming deluge of water pours down upon the entire naval fleet. Those who have consumed devil fruits find themselves utterly drained of strength, emitting cries of despair. This is the consequence of their actions. Madara's voice, thunderous and fearsome, instills terror in all. Shortly thereafter, the tornadoes dissipate, and the sea returns to its azure tranquility. Clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Uchiha Madara and Tony Stark vanish as if they had never been there. Garp looks at Sengoku, Akiji, and Akainu, all of whom are slumped on the deck, and he feels a slightly unkind urge to laugh. though he cannot bring himself to do so. Their enemies are overwhelmingly powerful, perfectly countering most of the Navy's strengths. All the world's powers pay heed to the esteemed Raleigh. At this moment, the world remains unaware that the naval fleet has been directly intercepted by Uchiha Madara, remaining 100 kilometers away. After witnessing the celestial dragon's tragic fate, many begin to click on the videos of the four emperors' battles. The scenes are incredibly terrifying, with 12K ultra-clear quality and dynamic angles that immerse viewers in the experience. When they see Kaido being swiftly defeated, the collective gasps of disbelief fill the air. In comparison, the defeats of Shanks and Big Mom seem relatively less significant. The demise of the four emperors indicates that the situation in the New World will undergo significant changes, perhaps giving rise to a new fourth emperor. Countless pirates, who consider themselves powerful, eagerly await their chance, especially those from the underworld. At the naval headquarters, where strong figures gather, the fleet sets sail with great momentum, only to return in disarray, thoroughly defeated by a single attack. The Navy, already shaken in faith, now finds their morale plummeting further. Thus, Steelbone Kong, the supreme commander of the world government's military forces, personally arrives to oversee the situation. The conference room is divided into 3 sections. In the first section, naval officers, led by the 3 admirals, sit in solemn rows, their expressions grave. In the second section, the warlords of the sea convene, following the defection of the Empress Boa Hancock. The world government swiftly sought a replacement, selecting Bondi Wald, known as the World Destroyer, from the 6th level of Impel Down. Additionally, the remaining 6 warlords include Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbe, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile. The third section consists of high-ranking officials from the Secret Intelligence Agency, CP0. Between the 3 sections are the Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and high-ranking officials of the CPO, directly governed by the Celestial Dragons. Steelbone Kong states, "Let us discuss how to rescue the Celestial Dragons from the enemy's grasp." The audacity of the enemy to publicly release battle videos provides us with a rare opportunity to understand them. A few days later, the ambassador of the Revolutionary Army arrived at the Island of Women. "Lord Raleigh, I am Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. It is an honor to finally meet you." In the expansive hall of the World Martial Arts Conference, Sabo, the vanguard ambassador of the Revolutionary Army, accompanied by his aide, Claire, came to pay his respects to Raleigh. Raleigh merely smiled and nodded. Observing Raleigh's languid demeanor, Sabo got straight to the point. "Lord Raleigh, our Revolutionary Army wishes to extend our assistance to you." "Assistance?" Raleigh chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "We do not require aid. You may merely observe. Of course, if you wish to make a display, a little participation would suffice. Just a shout or two will do." Sabo and Claire exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Raleigh stroked his chin, gazing at Claire. "By the way, are you the girl rescued by Fisher Tiger?" Upon hearing this, Claire trembled slightly. "Do you know me?" "Ah, you are the bridge between humans and fishmen, aren't you?" "I've heard of you," Raleigh replied with a smile. At this remark, Claire's expression faltered. "Well, I've met you all now. There's really nothing to discuss. You may proceed as you wish, as long as it does not interfere with my enjoyment of food and drink. Nor does it pollute the environment." Raleigh stretched lazily before vanishing into thin air. Sabo and Koala exchanged glances. Both overwhelmed by a profound sense of futility, what they had perceived as a grave matter seemed nothing more than Raleigh's playful diversion. The arrival of the Revolutionary Army's vanguard shattered the tranquility of the World Martial Arts Tournament Plaza. Over the following days, swarms of pirates, journalists, and merchants flooded in, swelling the crowd to tens of thousands within mere days. Fortunately, the plaza's vast expanse could accommodate even such numbers without issue, though food, drink, and other necessities remained their own responsibility. Before long, the Fishman Island delegation arrived, stirring a tremendous commotion. "Look, it's the princess of Fishman Island. Ah, she's so beautiful. Stunning. Absolutely breathtaking." The appearance of the fishmen naturally caused a stir, though many humans harbored deep-seated prejudice against them. Princess Shirahoshi's delicate beauty and gentle demeanor instantly captivated everyone, men and women, young and old, preventing any conflict from arising. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army members who had arrived earlier took it upon themselves to maintain order within the plaza. Koala approached Princess Shirahoshi with a warm smile. "Hello, you're truly lovely. My name is Koala. I'm a fishman karate instructor with the Revolutionary Army. Would you like to be friends?" Oh, hello." Shirahoshi, who had been trembling with anxiety throughout the journey, finally relaxed upon meeting Koala. The revelation that Koala was a fishman karate instructor left her astonished. After a brief conversation, the two quickly grew close. Witnessing this, King Neptune couldn't help but smile in relief. Perhaps this journey to the surface had been the right decision after all. Koala then turned to King Neptune. "Your Majesty, have you met our host, Lord Raleigh? If not, I'd be honored to introduce you." "Oh, truly? That would be most appreciated." Neptune had naturally hoped to meet the mastermind behind this unprecedented event. News of Princess Shirahoshi's arrival had spread quickly, drawing not only Raleigh but also other members eager to witness the legendary beauty of the Fishman Princess. Truly, Seeing her in person surpasses all rumors. Princess Shirahoshi is beyond stunning. Yes, in every possible way. When Shirahoshi finally stood before Raleigh, she bowed alongside her father, her voice trembling with nervousness. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of massive axes hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Shirahoshi. Disaster. We came to meet Lord Raleigh without our guards. In that instant, Neptune and his sons moved to intercept, but each could only deflect 1 or 2 axes at most, leaving Shirahoshi vulnerable. Yet before they could act, a translucent barrier expanded around them, shielding everyone within. The axes shattered harmlessly against the barrier, crumbling to dust upon impact. Humph. Daring to commit violence on my territory? You must have a death wish. Raleigh's icy tone carried overwhelming bloodlust, nearly buckling the knees of those present, though he swiftly reined it in. The attacker isn't here. Neptune explained urgently. They must be a user of the Mark fruit, Vanderdecken 9. Raleigh shook his head calmly. No matter. He won't escape. Suddenly, Raleigh's gaze snapped upward. The others followed his line of sight, a black speck in the sky rapidly expanding. What is that? That's the Noah, the Ark of the Promise. Noah. A ship of colossal proportions, comparable in size to a small island, now descended from the heavens. Lord Raleigh, Neptune cried, drenched in cold sweat. That's Fishman Island's sacred ship. Vanderdecken must have used his powers to summon it here. Helpless rage filled the air. Shirahoshi looked up at the looming vessel and burst into tears. Fear consumed her, not for herself, but for the innocent lives around her. Father, get everyone away from here. I can't let them suffer because of me. She sobbed. Lord Raleigh. This is all my fault. Raleigh cast a glance at the spot, and the moment he did, the spot understood immediately. He turned to the crowd and remarked, such trivial matters do not require Lord Raleigh's intervention. With that, he began to float towards the sky. Rory cast a glance at Princess Whitestar. A gentle smile gracing his lips. The princess, innocent and pure as freshly fallen snow, was a kind-hearted little sovereign, and Rory held a deep fondness for her. Courageous star. With us by your side, you need only to enjoy your time here with friends. No one can harm you in my realm. Rory was resolute. Princess Whitestar wiped her tears, feeling an unprecedented sense of security emanating from him. Tony, capture that Vanderdecken. Tony Stark smiled subtly. Adhering to the will of his superior. This Vanderdecken is quite audacious, daring to act in front of the Great One. I am growing impatient. Jarvis, activate secondary access to the virtual network and locate Vanderdecken immediately. Jarvis swiftly pinpointed Vanderdecken's whereabouts through the virtual network. It was a backdoor left by the virtual internet. Once accessed, his identity and location would be utterly exposed. Sir, he is just 8 kilometers away at sea. With a swift motion, Stark pierced the skies and plunged into the ocean. At a depth of 3,000 meters, Vanderdecken engaged in discussions with Hody Jones. Sensed something and glanced at Tony Stark. Stark ignored Hody altogether, fixating on Vanderdecken. Are you the user of the target fruit? Vanderdecken, on guard, responded. Who are you? Stark declared, I come to fulfill the will of my superior to end your life. In an instant, Stark unleashed a wave of energy from his palm, stirring the waters violently. Hody Jones was thrown aside, blood spilling forth. Boss. The members of the new Fishman pirates stared in astonishment at the display of human strength. We must consume the deadly drug to avenge our leader. The crew began to ingest the potent substance. 1 dose doubled their strength. A second dose would amplify it yet again. Each member gulped down several pills, transforming in agony as their bodies swelled grotesquely, their skin turning crimson, driven to madness. Die, pitiful human. They cried as they charged at Stark. Interesting substance. Stark mused with intrigue. He effortlessly dispatched the few challengers, claiming the deadly drug for himself. Though it bears significant side effects, it could be refined further. Regardless, I shall take it back for study. Stark turned his gaze to Vanderdecken. Planning to escape? Is it even possible? He raised a finger. A beam of light piercing through Vanderdecken, ending his life on the spot. Just as Stark prepared to depart with Vanderdecken's lifeless body, he witnessed a grotesque scene in the distance. A wounded Hody Jones was devouring the corpses of several members from the Fisher Tiger crew. Hody, in a frenzied state, murmured as he consumed the flesh and blood of his fallen comrades. Was he attempting to gain the power of the deadly drug from their remains? Stark observed the absurdity with a bemused expression. In the next moment, Hody's form began to change, expanding tenfold into a monstrous fishman, his musculature grotesquely disproportionate. Yet, it was all fade. Wait a moment. Stark scrutinized Hody closely, sensing a distinct difference in the life force compared to the previous crew members. Hody approached Stark with a sinister grin. Pitiful human, are you astonished by my current form? Are you afraid? Stark nodded. Indeed, I am quite taken aback. In a flash, Stark appeared before Hody, placing his palm atop the fishman's head, pressing down gently. A spray of blood erupted as Hody's skull shattered. Trash. Meanwhile, at the grand venue of the second martial arts tournament, spectators gazed skyward in awe as the legendary figure of Madara Uchiha soared through the air, holding a colossal vessel. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Rather than viewing the celestial dragon as divine, I believe he embodies true divinity, they murmured. Filled with profound respect for the unparalleled powerhouse who had bested the four emperors. Lord Rory, the crowd exclaimed, their eyes drawn to the heavens. At that moment, Tony Stark returned, carrying Vanderdecken's corpse. The inhabitants of Fishman Island wept openly at the sight. Soon after, the three emperors arrived, the Big Mom pirates, the red-haired pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates. Surprisingly, they did not clash en route. As the three pirate crews appeared, the crowd of tens of thousands fell silent, the atmosphere thick with reverence. The arrival of the pirate sovereigns compelled them to hold their breath, lest they disturb the three emperors. The pirate crews swiftly claimed a vast expanse of territory, while other pirates retreated, wary of provoking the emperor's might. However, Big Mom, red-haired Shanks, and Whitebeard approached the palace, bowing respectfully to Rory. Despite their inability to gauge Rory's true strength, witnessing the formidable Madara Uchiha standing beside him conveyed that Rory's power surpassed even that of the legendary figure. Days passed, and over 10,000 naval warships emerged from all directions, encircling the venue of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Yet, they remained halted 100 kilometers away. The scene was captured by surveillance devices, broadcasting live to the world. Over 10,000 warships. The global populace gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the world government and navy. Before the impending conflict, a messenger was dispatched. A battleship approached the tournament grounds, and a group disembarked. Leading them was Spandam, the chief of CP-1, bearing the insignia of the elephant fruit, followed closely by his subordinates. With an air of arrogance, Spandam strode toward the palace, his eyes falling upon a sign erected at the entrance. No dogs or world government officials allowed. The sight of the sign filled Spandam with fury, and he bellowed, Lucci, tear down this sign. Understood, Commander. Rob Lucci, a legendary figure, perpetually bears an expression of icy indifference. Yet, as a formidable individual constrained by the shackles of power, he is relegated to the status of a mere subordinate. The brand specifically created by Grey Wolf at the behest of Raleigh serves as a poignant satire of individuals like Rob Lucci, those who, despite their potential, choose to serve as dogs rather than embracing their true worth. Rob Lucci, the most devoted dog of the Celestial Dragon, strode forward and kicked the sign with a resounding thud. Rob Lucci screamed in agony, clutching his foot, his expression betraying a deep sense of embarrassment. For the sign remained unscathed. The pain from his kick was excruciating. The group members, observing the entirety of this spectacle through the surveillance footage, erupted into laughter, exclaiming in unison the prowess of the formidable Grey Wolf. They declared that the creations of Grey Wolf were nothing short of exquisite. Lucci, what is the matter? How is it that you cannot even shatter a mere sign? Spandam observed Lucci with dissatisfaction, his earlier misstep weighing heavily on him. Lucci, with a grim countenance, retorted, enough. Rob Lucci let out a thunderous roar, transforming into his leopard form as he began to gather his energy. Khalifa, he exclaimed, you promised it was merely a mistake. Why are you resorting to your ultimate techniques? With a determined demeanor, Khalifa adjusted her glasses, beads of cold sweat forming on her exquisite forehead. Could it be that Lucci was about to unleash his most formidable move? This seemingly unremarkable pawn appeared to be remarkably indomitable. He bellowed, launching a colossal shockwave with a powerful palm strike towards the pawn. The air erupted with a resounding roar as the tremendous shockwave stirred up thick clouds of smoke. Rob Lucci's cold and deliberate demeanor suggested that he had undoubtedly accomplished his objective this time. The crowd in the distance could not help but feel a sense of awe towards this tall, slender figure. As the dust gradually settled, the onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Rob Lucci trembled, stepping back 2 paces, his expression akin to that of a ghost confronted by a specter. This was simply inconceivable. In the chat group, observing Rob Lucci's reaction, laughter erupted once more, with sympathies directed towards the unfortunate naval soldier. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter the unreasonable and darkly advanced technology of Grey Wolf. Someone remarked. Why choose to flaunt one's prowess with the works of Wolf Brother? Spandam, his gaze vacant, stared at the sign that swayed proudly in the wind, contemplating whether he should report this to his superior at CP0. He felt utterly powerless, unable to even cross the threshold. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the earth. It was the clone of White, a man from the world government. You cannot enter. If you have something to say, send her in. White directed, pointing to Khalifa. Khalifa, feeling a twinge of anxiety, realized the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a den of peril. Their CP1 team was utterly outmatched, unable to even approach the door. Spandam, with a commanding tone, instructed Khalifa, you, go take a look. Spandam was cunning and unscrupulous, yet he was also a coward. Faced with the bizarre nature of this palace, he lacked the courage to enter. It was simply too daunting. Had he not seen how bewildered Lucci appeared, he would likely struggle to escape the haunting shadow of this experience in the future. Khalifa thought to herself, I am equally terrified. But with her father being part of CP, she had grown accustomed to the ruthless machinery of power from a young age. As they traversed the path guided by White, they arrived at the grandest palace. At its pinnacle sat an imposing figure upon a throne, radiating a palpable masculinity. Upon seeing this man, Caliph's heart raced. He was the one who posed a threat to the entire world. Roronoa gazed down at her with keen interest. Cavendish, I find it rather surprising that the world government has sent you, a hidden executioner lurking in the shadows, to negotiate with me. Cavendish, with a nervous bite of her lip, replied, Roronoa, let me be straightforward. The world government wishes for you to release the celestial dragon, Anthony Saint, as well as Admiral Kizaru, and to relinquish Bastille. If you acquiesce to this demand, the world government is prepared to elevate you to the status of the sole sovereign king, with a position and treatment far exceeding that of the combined warlords of the sea. Additionally, they will personally crown you and officiate the union between you and the Empress Hancock, allowing you to bask in the highest glory of the world. From the perspective of the world government, the root of all turmoil stemmed from Anthony Saint's desire to enslave the Empress, thus provoking Roronoa's ire. Hence, the world government sought to placate Roronoa and achieve their ends without shedding blood. Their calculations were astute, yet would Roronoa acquiesce to their demands? Clearly, that was out of the question. What nonsense about being the sole sovereign king? The world government and the celestial dragons truly overestimate themselves, remaining as foolishly arrogant as ever. Raleigh let out a cold laugh. Califa, you shall remain as a female slave. Then, Raleigh turned his gaze towards the members seated in the elevated stands on either side. You few, who among you harbors the desire to utterly annihilate CP1? As he spoke, Xiong Baxiwen rose to his feet. It is evident that these individuals are all masters of physical combat. I believe it is best if I take the lead. Raleigh nodded. Remember to go easy on me. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle. Xiong Baxian, in a display of bravado, implored, Great One, please do not put me in a difficult position. My strength simply does not permit it. Raleigh manipulated the virtual internet backstage, titling the live broadcast Xiong Baxian versus the World Government's Intelligence Organization CP1L. The battle is underway. What is happening in the square? Where is Califa? Suddenly, a formidable man emerged. Upon witnessing Xiong Baxian's imposing presence and his commanding stride, Spandam and the others were terrified by the palpable aura, causing them to retreat in haste. Rob Lucci stood defiantly before Spandam, who had previously left him questioning his very existence due to the antics of a sign. Now, encountering an adversary with ill intentions, Lucci sought to reclaim a semblance of confidence and authority. Young man, I've heard you are quite a renowned figure in this world. Xianzhao mocked as he towered over Rob Lucci. Show some respect to your elders. Lucci retorted, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of unease despite his superior height. Ha ha ha, splendid. Indeed, the youth is exuberant. Xianzhao laughed heartily, then continued, but why choose to be a good man when you could be a dog? Lucci's expression hardened, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he struggled to formulate a rebuttal. After a long pause, he calmly replied, a good dog surely does not go hungry, does it? Well said, I might just regard you with a modicum of respect. Xianzhao declared, come, I shall not dishonor you. I will give my all. As his words echoed, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically, a strange force emanating from Xuanzhao's core, dominating the air. This was the manifestation of the immortal seal technique, a new application Xianzhao had comprehended based on his mastery of the technique. During a prior spar with Loki, it was this very maneuver that had rendered Loki powerless. At this moment, the immortal seal drew the magnetic and gravitational forces of the world into its own might, akin to an amplified version of the cosmic shift. The invisible force field instantly imposed an overwhelming pressure upon the members of CP1. Spandam, the weakling, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Lucci, protect me. Take me away. Spandam gasped, struggling for breath. Yes, Commander. Lucci, in his leopard form, lifted Spandam and executed a series of shave techniques, finally escaping the oppressive field. Curse it, is this a power derived from a devil fruit? Lucci thought, tossing Spandam aside, his gaze seething with fury directed at Xianzhao. When he had utilized shave moments ago, he had felt significantly strained, unable to achieve even a fraction of his usual speed. Meanwhile, Xianzhao stretched his limbs, producing a cacophony of cracking bones, his gaze disdainfully surveying the encircled CP1 members. With a sardonic smile, he pointed at the portly man with a zipper for a mouth. You are the ugliest. I shall eliminate you first. With a swift punch, Xianzhao struck, causing the man to freeze in place, his heartbeat ceasing. What just happened? The members of CP1 gasped in horror. They then witnessed a frost-covered trail extending for hundreds of meters on the ground and across the fallen figure. Xianzhao unleashed another palm strike at Bruno, who had just used the door fruit to create a portal. The portal shattered, and Bruno was sent flying as if shot from a cannon, disappearing into the horizon. Onlookers, including the three emperors, were utterly bewildered. In their understanding, only devil fruit abilities, swordsmanship, and hockey existed. Yet Xuanzhao's techniques defied comprehension. However, considering the bizarre spectacle unfolding in such a grand arena, they felt a sense of relief. These individuals were beyond the realm of ordinary logic. As for the common citizens watching the live broadcast, although they could not fully grasp the events, they felt an exhilarating thrill witnessing the world government's lackeys being brutally trounced. This man is formidable, not much weaker than myself, red-haired Shanks remarked with a bitter smile. I used to be narrow-minded, But once this man eliminates the world government's minions, I shall descend to challenge him. Whitebeard laughed heartily. I am already filled with enthusiasm. Let my final glorious moments be ignited in a battle without regrets. Big Mom glanced at Whitebeard, reminded of the deceased Kaido, and let out a quiet sigh. Xuanzhao's combat style was remarkably swift and decisive, one punch to kill, one palm to crush. In no time, only the severely injured Rob Lucci remained. Xianzhao loomed over Lucci, inquiring, "Do you have any last words?" Lucci pondered for a moment before replying, "Though you are powerful, and you possess even mightier allies yet to reveal themselves. I am curious, do you truly believe you can challenge the divine? The god you speak of, is it not the celestial dragon?" Xianzhao squinted. Lucci responded, "He is a celestial dragon, and yet a deity, an authentic god. Despite the worthlessness of his descendants, as long as he exists, the celestial dragons are the progeny of divinity. An existence that cannot be defied." Xianzhao raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. "To be frank, gods are hardly more than mere figures in our eyes. Just days ago, I held one in my grasp." The crowd erupted in madness. Lucci furrowed his brow. That power could annihilate the world. Xianzhao countered, "That matters little. Our leader could likely obliterate the universe." Lucci, bloodied and battered, uttered, "Enough. You wouldn't understand. This is a waste of breath." Xianzhao scoffed, shaking his head. Such individuals, limited in their perspectives, could never comprehend the true strength of their adversaries. Even the fourth-ranked band could obliterate worlds. Forget it. I shall send you on your way. Xianzhao gathered his energy and obliterated Lucci into dust. Thus, two legendary figures, loyal hounds, were reduced to mere ashes. Ah, life, invincibility is truly lonely, Xianzhao mused. Recalling a phrase that felt fitting at this moment, he stretched his arms and gazed skyward with a melancholic expression. At that instant, unbeknownst to him, Rob Lucci had already hastily shut off the live broadcast. Raleigh, if you have already boasted, what more can be said? To return to the main topic, after boasting, Xiong Bashuan realized there was still a mess left unattended, specifically, the trash that was Spandam, the commander of CP1. He felt no desire to take action and kill him, as he feared it would tarnish his hands. Xiong Bashuan looked at the urine-soaked Spandam with utter disdain. In the group, the formidable Xian Dao is dominated by Raleigh, a man timid as a mouse with an unreliable tongue. He shall be delivered to the Revolutionary Army for interrogation, where he will ultimately recount the heinous crimes of the world government on the execution platform. Haha, splendid idea, Xian Dao exclaimed. It is likely that some of the justice-brainwashed Navy soldiers will turn against their superiors. Just as this was being discussed, a sudden howl echoed above the square. Whitebeard, wielding his naginata, descended from the heavens with imposing grandeur. However, he furrowed his brow and glanced at the ground beneath him. Such hardness. He had just failed to fully contain the power of the Tremor fruit, yet the floor bore not a single crack. Oh, Whitebeard has made his appearance. Is he seeking to challenge Xian Dao? Raleigh witnessed the scene and immediately began broadcasting. Whitebeard, standing at just over a meter tall, was dwarfed by the towering figure of Yang Bakshuan, who stood at an impressive 22 meters, resembling a small mountain. I want to battle you on this stage, Whitebeard bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. The straightforward exchange between the two men revealed their formidable and domineering presence, embodying the fervor of masculinity. Though aged, Whitebeard remained undefeated, having endured numerous trials. As Yang Bakshuan prepared to unleash his powerful technique, anticipation surged among viewers worldwide for this peak confrontation between titans. Without unnecessary words, the two engaged in combat with decisive movements. Bang! Crack! With a mere swipe, Whitebeard unleashed a punch into the air, shattering it like glass and producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The tremendous force radiated toward Yang Bakshuan. Utilizing his skills, Yang Bakshuan adeptly dispersed the shockwave. He leaped into the air, his legs creating countless afterimages, as the atmosphere crackled with energy and a fierce wind rushed forth. Whitebeard's powerful vibrations emanated from every muscle and bone, creating shockwaves that radiated outward, enveloping him in an energy shield while sending tremors through the earth and sky. Instantly, the entire venue shook violently. Grey Wolf had merely reinforced the martial arts arena, yet the ocean beneath and its foundation trembled under the impact. The arena swayed like a colossal vessel on turbulent waters, as spectators felt the earth-shattering force. Outside the martial arts arena, the sea was stirred into a frenzy of towering waves. Not good. Whitebeard has gone berserk. The tsunami will devastate our fleet. Sengoku's expression shifted with concern. The Navy, seizing the opportunity, had stealthily approached several kilometers from the venue. However, this aligned perfectly with Raleigh's plan, allowing the Navy to partake in this public spectacle. As the shockwave spread toward the Navy's vicinity, Akiji stepped forward, declaring, "Let me handle this." His figure partially transformed into ice, a chilling mist enveloping him. He extended his hand, pressing it against the surface of the sea. In an instant, a vast scene began to unfold as the ocean rapidly froze, extending kilometers in every direction. The first martial arts arena fell within this icy domain, but an energy barrier flickered to repel the freezing force upon contact. The shockwaves continued to surge from Whitebeard's body, intensifying with the returning tremors from the earth and sea, growing increasingly formidable and terrifying. A crack. The icy expanse created by Aokiji began to fracture under the overwhelming force. Freeze it all. Aokiji grimaced, his voice resolute. At that moment, the shattered ice reformed under the chilling power, yet this clash had only just begun. At the martial arts arena, countless individuals retreated. For the closer they drew to the battleground of Whitebeard and Yongbakshuan, the more intense the rending shockwaves became. Many powerful warriors felt unwell, with some even suffering from severe injuries. Witness my fusion of the heavenly frost fist and the immortal law of the furnace. Yongbakshuan's relentless barrage surged from all directions toward the unyielding Whitebeard. Ace, witnessing the scene from afar, tightened his fists, realizing his father was on the defensive against this formidable opponent. How can this Yongbakshuan be so powerful? Even father's shockwaves can't force him back? Marco frowned, concerned for Whitebeard's deteriorating condition, as the old man had come to showcase his strength without medical treatment. Suddenly, Whitebeard coughed up a mouthful of blood. Treat Whitebeard. The Navy is attacking. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in alarm. Father. Ace gritted his teeth, determined to intervene. Marco did not stop him. Boom. Ace ignited with flames, propelling himself like a fiery cannonball into the fray. The endless flames surged toward the battlefield. Whitebeard cast a glance at Ace. Oh, seeing the captain injured, you can't resist stepping in? Uchiha Madara observed the scene, noting Ace's noble intentions. Madara turned to Raleigh, who nodded in acknowledgement. Universal pull. Madara spread his fingers, unleashing a powerful force that ensnared Ace in his fiery state. What? It's him. Ace turned, fury and disbelief coursing through him. He understood that defeating such an opponent was impossible. But can this stop me? Not at all. Ace unleashed his great flame dragon fist, his entire being engulfed in flames. Forming a fiery dragon fist, Madara remained motionless, absorbing all of Ace's infinite flames as they neared him. Chakra is merely one form of energy. I possess the power of the six paths, allowing me to absorb chakra and jutsu. Adapting to this world's rules, absorbing devil fruit abilities is trivial. Madara regarded Ace, continuing. Considering your heartfelt intentions, I shall assist you this once. Ace was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Madara's words. What do you mean? Just observe, Madara replied. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse through Ace's fiery inferno, arriving at the battleground between Whitebeard and Yongbakshuan. Upon witnessing this, Yongbakshuan ceased his assault. Although Whitebeard remained standing, his numerous old wounds had reopened, blood flowing freely, a consequence of using the Tremor fruit. Why have you stopped? My life is fleeting. Let me fight with all my might. You need not concern yourselves with that troublesome kid Ace. He has always been a meddler. Facing the proud figure of Whitebeard, Madara chuckled lightly. It would indeed be a pity for someone like you to perish. These are the exact words of our esteemed Raleigh. Uchiha Madara extended his hand towards the Whitebeard, infusing him with a vibrant stream of chakra energy that flowed ceaselessly into his body. Whitebeard glanced down to observe his numerous wounds rapidly healing, and he knew that this was not merely a superficial phenomenon. The underlying injuries were also mending. Members of the Whitebeard pirates, including Ace and Marco, stared in astonishment at Uchiha Madara, unable to comprehend his motives. Was he attempting to win them over? Regardless, if Madara could indeed lead their beloved father out of the clutches of death, they would willingly traverse fire and water. For their enemies were the celestial dragons and the world government, with whom they had always been at odds. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard fixed his piercing gaze upon Uchiha Madara, exclaiming, Such great kindness deserves no thanks. I never anticipated that this old life of mine could endure a few more years. Father, you are not old. Ace shouted. You are in the prime of your youth. Ha ha ha. Ace, you little rascal, your words are indeed sweet. Whitebeard chuckled, radiating joy alongside his crew. Moments later, as Uchiha Madara withdrew his power, Whitebeard's injuries were fully healed. Madara, listen. Our esteemed ally Broly has a message for you. Oh? From whom? Whitebeard inquired, gazing into the distance. Let chaos reign. Together, let us upend this era. At these words, Whitebeard's expression turned solemn, and then he burst into laughter once more. Very well. Let us rise and overturn this age. He raised his sword high, addressing the thousands of his crew. What say you, my comrades? In the brief silence that followed, Ace, Marco, Jozu, Sachi, and every member of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in thunderous shouts. Let us upend this era. Amidst the crowd, Blackbeard wore a foolish grin, joining in the chorus. Though internally he was in a state of panic. He had initially believed that the pinnacle of power in this world lay with the might of the top-tier devil fruits. He had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates to seize the darkness fruit and ultimately the tremor fruit from Whitebeard himself. However, the emergence of figures like Uchiha Madara, Thor, and others, each surpassing his wildest imagination, shattered his worldview. Where were the promised powers of the darkness and tremor fruits? His plans lay in ruins. What to do next? Blackbeard fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the declaration of the Whitebeard pirates was broadcast live to the entire world, adding fuel to the flames of revolution. On board the naval headquarters, the high-ranking officials of the world government remained silent, fixated on the transmission. Steelbone Kong ordered, they have killed our envoy. This incident has left no room for negotiation. All naval forces, heed my command. Launch the Super Demon Extermination Order immediately. The order was transmitted through the Din Din Mushi to every naval vessel. Soon, 1,000 warships simultaneously opened fire upon the venue of the world's greatest martial arts festival. What is that sound? A sharp noise echoed, causing the crowd to perk up. It was cannon fire. The pirates were acutely familiar with the sound of cannonballs and quickly understood the gravity of the situation. The barrage was overwhelming. Were the naval forces truly prepared to obliterate the entire island? Were they disregarding the lives of the celestial dragons? Panic ensued as they scrambled for cover from the incoming cannonballs. The previously jubilant crowd of pirates and civilians began to regret their presence in this eye of the storm. Having underestimated the ruthlessness of the Navy, which showed no concern for the hostages among the celestial dragons, Steelbone Kong gazed at the rain of cannon fire. Believing that the Elder Stars cared for only one celestial dragon, if one must be sacrificed, so be it. The CPO's mysterious leader believed that the rebels had everything under control, brazenly gathering forces to execute judgment upon the descendants of the gods. Yet, in reality, they were teetering on the brink of disaster, destined to pay a heavy price for their folly. The resulting fire would leave nothing but scorched earth. The high-ranking officials of the world government seemed to hear the wails of the insurgents amidst the shrill whistles of the cannonballs. However, when the first cannonball reached the periphery of the world's greatest martial arts festival, a translucent barrier materialized before it. The projectile collided with the barrier, exploding in a brilliant flash of crimson light, yet the barrier remained unyielding. In the next moment, a relentless barrage of cannonballs struck the barrier, erupting in a series of thunderous explosions. Brolio, what splendid fireworks. Tony Stark, the colors of these fireworks are rather monotonous. The predominance of red feels somewhat lacking. Uchiha Madara, am I the only one who finds these fireworks environmentally damaging? Broly, Uchiha Madara advocating for environmental protection. In the live broadcast of the execution of the celestial dragons, spectators gazed in astonishment at the display of fireworks. Suddenly, a notification flashed at the bottom of the screen. The bullet screen feature is now enabled. Join the fun. Bullet screen rules. 1. Any foul language or advertisements will result in a ban. Severe cases will lead to permanent account suspension. 2. Each user may only send one message per minute. 3. Each message may contain a maximum of 80 characters. As some viewers marveled at this new feature, clever individuals began to engage in the fun. Look at the Navy launching fireworks. Hey, the camera has shifted to the naval fleet. Look, the Navy looks utterly bewildered. If I were in the Navy, I would be just as confused. What on earth is this barrier? It's incredible. The cannonballs strike it without effect. Is this a form of devil fruit ability? I've read the devil fruit compendium. I suspect it's the barrier fruit. Whoever mentioned the barrier fruit, come forth, and I promise not to harm you. The main character made an entrance, Bartolomeo. Hello, Romeo. Envy surged among those with devil fruit abilities as they silently watched the fireworks display. The expressions of the officers aboard the naval ships brightened. Hey, that's our captain. Whoa. That brother, are you not worried about getting in trouble with your superior for secretly sending messages? Within a minute, the live chat was inundated with comments. I am Admiral Sasuke of the Navy headquarters. Which naval soldier or officer dares to play in this chat? I will personally toss him into the sea. In the live stream chat, a number of naval soldiers and officers were seen joking and laughing. Sakazuki's forehead veins bulged, and he immediately raised his finger to type a message. For a brief moment, the barrage of comments seemed to pause, but soon erupted into a flurry of laughter as users mocked him. Hey, Sakazuki, do you think I'm a naval soldier? Someone teased, laughing like a pig. Even sending a message is strictly regulated in the Navy. Our colonel from the East Sea's 12th Division embezzled so much money, and what did you do about it? Sakazuki, in a fit of anger, retorted, what's wrong with me sending a message? Come and catch me if you dare. I'm right here waiting for you. He found the situation amusing yet infuriating. Just to clarify, I am neither a naval soldier nor an officer, just a passerby. But I understand that anonymity reigns here. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Although I'm not a sailor, I believe sending a message is harmless, so why all the fuss? Sakazuki, addressing the audience, declared, I'm a reporter from the World News Agency. What say you about the current state of affairs? The audience erupted in laughter at the thought of the Navy's dignity being reduced to shambles. Setting off fireworks for the world to see is truly remarkable. Sakazuki, feeling provoked, dared, if you have the guts, come and bite me. I'm right next to you on the warship. However, the mockery continued, with someone exclaiming, look at that fool insulting Admiral Sakazuki. No one on our warship is even sending messages. Sakazuki, expecting the Navy to be composed of intelligent and high-quality individuals, was instead met with the realization that they were indeed a rather ridiculous bunch, as he observed the high-ranking admiral being ridiculed by the masses. Enraged, he attempted to send another message but was met with a notification stating, you may only send one message per minute. Furious, he shouted, what nonsense is this? I'm an admiral. I will send messages whenever I please. Despite his outburst, the live stream remained indifferent. After a brief moment of silence, the chat erupted once more, this time with an overwhelming barrage of comments mocking him. The system is incredible. Look at the red dog now. As Sakazuki received a new notification. He was stunned to find that he had been muted for an hour due to using foul language. This is clearly targeting me. I will file a complaint. He fumed. Yet no one seemed to pay him any mind. The system, designed by an impartial creator, ensured that everyone was treated equally, showcasing the spirit of human rights in this global revolution. As the first individual to be punished for violating the rules, a public announcement was made to serve as a warning to others. User Sakazuki, identity, current Admiral of the Navy, has been muted for 1 hour due to inappropriate language. This announcement serves as a caution to all users to utilize their messaging privileges responsibly. Enjoy your time. The moment this announcement was made, a 3-second silence enveloped the chat, followed by an explosion of comments that would overwhelm anyone with a fear of densely packed messages. The system is brilliant. The red dog is a fool now. Sakazuki, with his face darkened in anger, glared at the barrage of comments. Who among you defied my orders to speak in the chat? I demand 1,000 lashes for the offender. At that moment, Steelbone approached him, patting Sakazuki on the shoulder. Why waste your breath on such fools? A man must speak with his fists. Reflecting on the commander's words, Sakazuki lowered his head, realizing he had been too impulsive, allowing himself to be provoked by those individuals. The naval bombardment continued unabated, though they recognized that their firepower alone would not breach the energy shield enveloping the island. They remained confident that the sound of their cannon fire, broadcasted through the live stream, would serve as a deterrent to the world. The chaos incited by the Navy's artillery at the Grand Martial Arts Conference quickly subsided, as the spectators understood that the bombardment would not be effective against the energy barrier. Yet the incessant explosions did bring a sense of unease. Seeing the relentless barrage, Raleigh discerned the Navy's intentions. They aimed to intimidate, akin to striking a mountain to scare the tiger. Although they could not shake the very mountain itself, the cacophony of cannon fire was undeniably disconcerting. After all, once they exited the venue, ordinary pirates would find it challenging to withstand such an onslaught, leaving them in a state of unease about their potential exit after the execution. Tony Stark chuckled, remarking that their apprehensions were entirely unfounded. The Navy's tactics were merely a manifestation of psychological victory. Once the public execution concluded, even without any intervention on our part, the dominion of the celestial dragons would inevitably teeter on the brink of collapse. Raleigh shook his head. No? Even the method of psychological victory could not allow them to reduce their every action to mere fodder for ridicule. He then stood up and glanced at the maid, Khalifa, beside him. I recall that CP1 brought a large box with you. Indeed, Lord Raleigh. Within it lie treasures and devil fruits prepared for negotiations with you. If you had agreed to the government's demands, these treasures would have served as gifts for your wedding with Empress Hancock. Khalifa had been transformed by the influence of the formidable Madara, becoming a devoted servant to Raleigh. However, we directly eliminated the envoy and seized the treasure. Raleigh chuckled as he turned to the Empress. Do you have any treasures or devil fruits that you no longer require? The Empress replied, in recent days, many pirates have come to the venue seeking to pledge their allegiance. They have offered numerous treasures to you. There are also some devil fruits. Should I bring them for you to see? There's no need to show me. Just assist me in counting their numbers, as I will need them shortly, Raleigh instructed. Understood. I will have someone tally them up, Hancock obediently nodded. After a brief moment, the tally was complete, including the offerings from the pirates and those seized from CP1. There were a total of 2 devil fruits, with the treasures valued at approximately 1.8 billion berries. These treasures were moved to the center of the Grand Hall, and Raleigh stood before them, shifting the live broadcast from a panoramic view to focus on himself. In an instant, everyone across the globe, despite being separated by screens, felt a wave of the Emperor's majesty wash over them. Stark stepped forward. Greetings, everyone. Once again, I am Tony Stark, the loyal subordinate of Lord Raleigh. Next, I announce a directive from Lord Raleigh. Please direct your attention to what lies behind me. Yes, 4 devil fruits, along with treasures valued at around 1.8 billion berries. Outside, the sounds of fireworks and festivities echoed. With such a lively atmosphere, Lord Raleigh decided to entertain you all with a game. The name of this game is the Ultimate Challenge Tournament. I believe everyone is curious to know who the strongest in this world truly is. The tournament is open for all to participate, with a multitude of strong contenders eager to join. The legendary Enel has made his appearance. As Tony spoke, the entire world was engulfed in astonishment. The topic of who would be crowned the strongest was simply electrifying. In the barrage of comments, expressions of eager anticipation flooded the screen. Tony continued, the treasures and devil fruits behind me are the rewards for this tournament. Now, let me explain the rules of the Ultimate Challenge Tournament. The first stage will feature an 8-person elimination round, split across 8 platforms. All participants may freely choose any platform to compete on, with no limit on the number of challengers. However, only one can emerge as the victor from each platform. In this contest, regardless of the weapons or means employed, as long as you are the last one standing on the platform, you will be one of the 8 finalists. The 8 finalists will share the prize pool of 1.8 billion berries behind me. Naturally, most strong warriors may not regard this prize as significant, but earning a spot among the 8 signifies your strength, does it not? This is the perfect opportunity to showcase your prowess before a global audience. If successful, your name will echo throughout the world. Once the 8 finalists are determined, a second stage will commence, wherein the 18 selected participants will draw lots to determine their opponents, ultimately battling to identify the final 2 champions. The 2 champions will have the privilege of selecting any 2 devil fruits as their reward. Of course, I cannot predict the abilities of these devil fruits. It all depends on your luck. Who knows, you might even obtain a Logia-type devil fruit. That concludes the tournament details for now. Registration will take place today and tomorrow, with the competition commencing the day after. Time waits for no one. Warriors of the world, what are you waiting for? The throne of the strongest awaits you. Upon concluding his speech, Tony switched the live stream back to a panoramic view of the Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament venue. The audience was already in a frenzy, some having made up their minds to participate, while others remained hesitant. Additionally, viewers noted that Tony only mentioned the second stage, leaving the subsequent stages shrouded in mystery. Across the globe, those who believed in their abilities began flocking to Snake Island, eager to partake in Raleigh's Ultimate Challenge tournament. Within the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard was already bubbling with excitement, though he masked his emotions well. During the recent broadcast, he recognized one of the 4 devil fruits, the spiraled, pineapple-shaped, pale purple fruit, his coveted dark fruit. Having searched tirelessly for it, he was determined to participate in this challenge and secure a spot among the top 4. In preparation for the competition, Uchiha Madara moved to Red Soil Continent, carving out 8 massive blocks of land, each measuring 1,000 m by 100 m, which were then reinforced by Grey Wolf to create colossal platforms floating in the sky. This spectacle left the entire world in awe and reverence. At the entrance to the martial arts venue, volunteers from the Revolutionary Army set up tents to facilitate the registration process. Thousands lined up in a lengthy queue to register, fully aware that the final 8 would likely comprise powerful figures, possibly even those at the level of the 4 emperors. However, due to the tournament format, they believed that the stronger participants would inevitably be targeted, perhaps leading to the most formidable being eliminated early on. Thus, they pondered, what if they became the last one standing on the platform? After all, it is the participation that matters in a competition of this magnitude, especially one broadcasted globally. How could one not feel their blood boiling with excitement? Gulalala, the white-bearded man laughed heartily. This martial arts tournament is indeed fascinating. There will be much excitement to behold. Charlotte Linland chuckled, Mother, how amusing. Red-haired Shanks also marveled at the spectacle. The vision and grandeur of the great leaders are truly beyond our comparison. While we were still embroiled in territorial wars, the Great One had transcended all, embracing the world's strongest within his vast heart, employing them as he saw fit. Whitebeard nodded, his own heart expansive, albeit primarily towards his sons within the pirate crew. However, the great Roger's heart was as boundless as the heavens themselves. The trio gazed at Roger seated majestically upon the throne, evoking a sense of awe and admiration. Whitebeard turned to Ace and the others, remarking, My sons, this is your golden opportunity to make a name for yourselves. Do not let it slip away. Red-haired Shanks gestured for his subordinates to register for the competition, with Charlotte Linland similarly urging her children to sign up. As for themselves, the 3 emperors were well aware of their circumstances and chose not to participate. 300 meters away, a lone figure approached the registration desk, clad in a light purple bathrobe, adorned with a dark purple sash, with black hair and eyes closed. If he were to open them, only the whites would be visible. A scar shaped like an X marked his forehead, and he sported a circle of stubble around his mouth. He bore a village knife, his arms wrapped in bandages, and announced, I am Ishiao. I wish to register. White Zetsu glanced at Ishiao. Wow, you're disabled. Are you sure you want to participate? Despite his words, White Zetsu, being highly attuned to energy, sensed that Ishiao's strength was no less than that of the captains of the 3 great pirate crews. Ishiao confirmed, indeed. White Zetsu inquired, please provide your details so the world may know you. Ishiao replied, I am a wanderer, unaffiliated with any faction, a gambler who enjoys wagering his life. Tired of being a bad person. White Zetsu remarked, how intriguing. I wish you luck in reaching the top 10. Shortly after, another peculiar individual approached White Zetsu. This newcomer wore a white headscarf, beneath which long earlobes drooped to his chest, adorned with earrings. His upper body was bare, and his back was equipped with thunder drums. He sported a golden ring on his hand, wielding a golden staff, and wore lantern pants, barefoot with rings on his toes. White Zetsu could sense an even greater power emanating from this long-eared creature than from Ishiao. What is your name and background? He inquired. Inaru, with an air of superiority, declared, I am a god. White Zetsu responded, young man, do you dare to call yourself a god here? Beware of attracting unwanted attention. The boastful Buggy and various powerful figures began to make their appearances. White Zetsu continued, do you have a proper name? Even a god should possess one. Where do you hail from? What faction do you belong to? Inaru, maintaining his aloof demeanor, answered, I am Inaru from Sky Island, a god. White Zetsu shook his head. Too young and Navi. You consider yourself the strongest, yet you are unaware that my master, Uchiha Madara, far exceeds your imagination. However, Inaru was also aware of Madara. Previously believing himself to be a god capable of anything, he came to realize, upon viewing the battle videos of Madara against the 4 emperors, that there existed a significant gap in strength. Nonetheless, as a self-proclaimed god, he remained unyieldingly proud. He cast a glance at the throne where Roger sat, high above. Raleigh distinctly sensed an unusual gaze and immediately turned to look. The two figures converged in a brilliant light. Enel let out a low grunt. As if struck by the celestial might, his mind shaken as though struck by thunder. With a thud, he fell directly to his knees, his face paling considerably. Raleigh cleared his throat, momentarily forgetting to rein in his strength. The downside of possessing immense power is the tendency to inadvertently cause harm. White Zetsa chuckled. Did you just lock eyes with the boss? Are you courting death? White Zetsa had countless brothers, several of whom had foolishly engaged with Raleigh, only to end up as mere shells of their former selves. As the number of formidable warriors signing up swelled, even the self-important warlords of the sea, who initially hesitated to participate, could not resist joining. The likes of Mihawk, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma were among them. The registration of these warlords sent waves of excitement across global streaming platforms. Meanwhile, outside the square, thick smoke billowed from the sea as a torrent of crimson magma surged toward the plaza, transforming into a figure that landed gracefully. Draped in an admiral's coat and clad in a dark red suit, with black leather gloves adorning his hands, was Akainu, the embodiment of absolute justice within the Navy. In a nearby corner, a group of petty pirates was engaged in grandiose boasts. A novice pirate, in awe, exclaimed, "Boss Buggy, I heard you once sailed alongside the Yonko Shanks on the same ship." Buggy, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course. Back then, the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, was still alive." He relished in the opportunity to embellish his status, claiming that Shanks was merely his subordinate and that the fragmented devil fruit he had consumed was a gift from Shanks. In truth, he had been tricked by Shanks into eating that fruit. His crew listened, wide-eyed with admiration. "Boss is incredible," they cheered. "From now on, I'm following you to the ends of the earth." Buggy stood tall, chest puffed out, proclaiming, "I, Buggy, am magnificent." Just then, a novice pirate returned from the registration point, beaming, "Boss, I signed you up for the tournament to win first place." Buggy choked. "You did what?" His crew erupted in cheers, fantasizing about Buggy's ascent to fame. Buggy lamented, "This is it. I'm doomed. The cost of my boasting is too great." 8 colossal arenas floated in a grid formation, suspended 100 meters above the ground. Over 10,000 contestants gathered below, gazing up in awe at the magnificent structures. "Let the competition begin," boomed a resonant voice, Raleigh's. Yet, confusion swept through the crowd, as they had yet to ascend to the platforms. Suddenly, Enel transformed into lightning, the first to soar upward, casually landing in the center of one of the arenas to meditate. His subordinates followed suit, showcasing their powers, leaving the other competitors in stunned silence. Doflamingo cackled as he ascended, taunting, "You fools. The competition has already commenced." Realization dawned upon the crowd. The objective was clear. Only those on the platforms would advance to the top 8. Well, this competition truly lives up to its reputation as the world's greatest challenge, they exclaimed. "How are those who cannot fly supposed to compete? It's 100 meters high." Before the competition even began, despair echoed among the contestants. The live chat was filled with amusement and disbelief, celebrating the unparalleled challenge they faced. After the initial chaos subsided, participants began to demonstrate their unique abilities. The teams dispatched by the world government particularly shone. Doflamingo employed his string fruit powers to elevate his subordinates. Bartholomew Kuma, using his paw fruit, propelled himself into the air, landing on an arena. Crocodile transformed into a swirling sandstorm, whisking Nico, Robin, and Mr. One along with him into another arena. Mihawk, with a single sword strike, propelled himself into the air, landing deftly on an arena. Jinbei mirrored this technique, using his fishman karate to rebound off the ground and reach the platform. The newly appointed warlord, Bondi Wald, a user of the Moku fruit, ascended with the Navy's 6 powers. Admiral Sakazuki erupted with magma beneath him, elevating himself to the arena with a powerful leap. In contrast, other teams struggled, with members of the Whitebeard Pirates led by Marco taking to the skies. Many contenders resorted to ropes, flinging them toward the platforms and scrambling up. The live chat buzzed with excitement. The competitors sent by the world government are incredibly strong. Indeed, the other participants pale in comparison. Of course, the world government is the mightiest force in the world. Those Yonko are nothing but defeated pirates. Wait, aren't you prohibited from chatting in the comments? That was once the case, but during the competition, we are allowed to cheer for our 8 teams to showcase our strength. Oh, flying is impressive, is it? Just because you can fly doesn't mean you're powerful. Birds can fly too. Our Whitebeard Pirates will definitely secure a spot in the top 8. Huh. Flying is just a gimmick. Whitebeard Pirates are nothing but trash. Only Marco stands a chance. He has undoubtedly been silenced, haha, although he has been muted. Our navy is vast, and even if one falls, countless others will rise. To be able to soar is truly remarkable. The arrogance of some is quite amusing. I can't help but chuckle at their bravado, claiming they will dominate the top 8. Are they not afraid of being unmasked? There are still many formidable figures in the world. It's just that many remain concealed. I, too, find it amusing. Just look at the might of our world government. Who can compare? I seem to recall the first to ascend, the one with multiple close-ups, was not a member of the world government. Indeed, that individual exudes strength, seated at the center of the arena in serene meditation, embodying the essence of a true warrior. Merely an act of bravado. Our team of the 7 warlords, or Admiral Akainu, will surely defeat him. Amidst the countless discussions in the barrage, the 8 arenas have finally commenced small-scale battles. For instance, some teams that ascended first cut the ropes of others, causing those who were climbing to plummet. Subsequently, the larger teams began to use their numbers to eliminate some opportunistic stragglers. At this moment, on Arena 3, a pirate crew mocked a blind man who had just struggled to climb up the ropes, jeering, "Hey, old man, at your age, with your sight gone. Do you still wish to contest with us youngsters? How utterly presumptuous. If you know what's good for you, roll on out." "No, on this arena. Only one person will ultimately stand here, and that is I," he calmly declared with a smile. He then drew his blade, and in an instant, a terrifying gravity descended upon the scene. These pirates were immediately pressed to the ground, their bones shattering under the weight. With a smirk, he sheathed his sword and began to stride toward the center of the arena. As he walked, gravity rippled outward. Anyone within 10 meters of him was forced to the ground. Thus, he reached the very center of Arena 3 and sat down, producing a rice ball. Simultaneously, on Arena 3, the newly appointed warlord Wald wielded a gigantic sword over 100 meters long, effortlessly sweeping away the competitors in a whirlwind of destruction, leaving behind a gruesome scene. Due to the intense battles on Arena 3, the live broadcast dedicated a separate screen solely for its real-time coverage. With the barrage also segmented for this arena, the comments flooded in, the majority from supporters of the world government. "Incredible! This is our newly appointed warlord. Known as the World Destroyer, Bondywald, capable of enhancing the size and speed of any object he touches 100-fold. This arena is entirely under the dominion of our new warlord. Who else dares to challenge?" However, the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, I find the blind man at the center of the arena quite impressive. He simply sits there eating his rice ball, and anyone approaching him inexplicably collapses to the ground. I have also taken notice of this mysterious individual. Despite the new warlord's apparent prowess, I believe this enigmatic blind man could be a formidable opponent. You elevate a blind man to such heights, yet before our new warlord, he is utterly defenseless. Do you not believe it? Indeed. Our new warlord was one of the top-tier powers from 3 decades ago, contemporaneous with the Pirate King, Roger. Surely, you are not unaware of this? The barrage is rife with verbal skirmishes, and the eyes of the crowd are keen. Who is truly powerful and who is not as glaringly evident? Raleigh. The formidable Grey Wolf Thor finds himself contending with the exquisite culinary creations conjured by the enigmatic Alice. The dish, a freshly captured oyster, is tantalizingly delectable. Meanwhile, the likes of Xiong Ba and his companions remain indifferent to the chaotic battle unfolding on stage, wholly preoccupied with the gastronomic delights. Yu Buchu and Wayne and Ming Ming find themselves in a state of despair, overwhelmed by the culinary temptation that is visible yet unattainable. The gravity technique employed by the hapless 99 yields a bitter failure for the world government. Bondi, the user of the Momo fruit, emerges as a force to be reckoned with, sweeping through arena number 3 and capturing the world's attention. He fires a shot, magnifying the bullet 100-fold, thus enhancing its velocity to an astonishing degree. The adversaries along the line are reduced to mere fragments, leaving behind a gruesome spectacle that terrifies countless children. Soon, the arena is cleared, with only a few remaining. Suddenly, 3 formidable warriors appear, employing the shave technique to materialize beside Bondi, striking down with their blades. Humph! Momo at 30 times speed. Bondi retorts, effortlessly evading their assault at 18 times their velocity, surpassing the speed of sound and creating a shockwave around him. Subsequently, Bondi, cloaked in haki, delivers a devastating punch to one of the attackers, obliterating him instantly. The remaining 2 warriors, filled with dread, contemplate their escape, realizing they are up against a relentless killer. In a moment of desperation, they attempt to flee, but Bondi, once more utilizing 30 times speed, swiftly pursues them. As his hockey-infused iron fist approaches, the 2 adversaries are filled with terror. "Spare an old man some face," a voice suddenly interjects, accompanied by an overwhelming gravitational force that slams Bondi to the ground. "Who dares?" he roars, struggling to rise from the earth. Meanwhile, the live broadcast from Arena No. 3 captures this dramatic moment. Laughter erupts as the audience witnesses the blind man's prowess, causing the so-called World Destroyer, praised by the Navy, to kneel in defeat. How utterly authentic. The Navy personnel fall silent, astonished at the blind man's unexpected might. However, as Bondi rises, they hastily comment in the chat, "No need to rush. This cunning blind man is likely to ambush while we engage in battle, a despicable tactic." Yet, they anticipate Bondi's imminent counterattack, remarking, "The battle has only just begun." In arena number 3, Bondi, under the weight of gravity, fixes his gaze on a figure seated 100 meters away, nonchalantly enjoying rice balls. Struggling, he lifts his pistol and aims at the unsuspecting target. The viewers are caught off guard as the magnified bullet suddenly halts inches from the figure before plummeting to the ground. Ha ha ha, I thought this blind man was a threat. But who would have imagined his true power? This old man seems invincible, even while eating. The Navy's bravado wavers as they wonder, where has our bluster gone? Come forth. The moment of truth is upon us. They chuckle, realizing the gravity of the situation. Bondi shines brightly in the quarterfinals, likely to be the first to bring the Navy to its knees. The battle has merely begun. Prepare yourselves for what lies ahead. They declare, eager for the unfolding spectacle. Rory addressed the enigmatic figure known as Wald, drawing parallels between their abilities to manipulate gravitational forces. With a subtle, self-assured smile, Wald remarked that such control was employed with a certain naivety. He perceived that his opponent had yet to unveil their full potential. Yet Wald himself felt severely constrained by the oppressive gravity weighing upon him. Struggling to advance step by painstaking step, he inquired, "Who are you? The Navy did not mention your existence when they liberated me from prison. Is this ability of yours truly the manipulation of gravity? By all accounts, with such power, you cannot simply be an unknown entity." The figure replied, "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is my hope to witness a world unblemished." With that, he swallowed the last morsel of his rice ball and rose slowly. "A world unblemished?" Wald scoffed, his laughter dripping with derision. "How naive you are. Under the dominion of the celestial dragons, where could one possibly find such a world? I have come to witness the downfall of their reign," the figure declared. Wald was momentarily taken aback. The figure continued, "I am Bondi Wald, the destroyer of worlds. I now extend to you an opportunity for redemption. Pledge to never harm innocent civilians again." "Huh, why should I heed your words?" Wald bellowed defiantly. The figure remained silent, but unsheathed his blade. A series of violet gravitational rings emanated from the weapon, vanishing into the heavens. Moments later, a crimson point appeared in the sky, growing larger amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars. The live stream captured the spectacle, showcasing a meteor descending from the sky. "Oh my, is that a meteor?" exclaimed a viewer. "Why am I kneeling to watch this?" "Because this blind man is simply astounding. He summoned a meteor. It's utterly breathtaking." Wald's title as the destroyer of worlds should rightfully belong to this incredible figure, for summoning meteors eclipses Wald's prowess. The Navy stood in stunned silence, grappling with the revelation of such a formidable and mysterious presence. The likes of figures such as the esteemed Banya and Broly had now been joined by this awe-inspiring individual. When did this world become so rife with hidden talents? On Arena 3, Wald, hindered by the oppressive gravity, gazed upward at the fiery meteor plummeting toward him. Frozen in disbelief, he raised his weapon, firing a barrage of bullets, yet they faltered under the gravitational force, falling short of their target. As the meteor drew closer, the deafening roar echoed like rolling thunder. Finally, with a resounding crash, Wald fell to his knees, bowing his head in submission. "I swear to you, I shall no longer harm innocent civilians." In the live stream, the representatives of the world government ceased their discourse entirely. Wald had knelt, and the outcome of Arena 3 was clear. The figure had decisively claimed victory with a terrifying display of strength. The world government and Navy fell silent, their expressions darkening. Just moments prior, they had boasted of their dominance, only to be swiftly humiliated. As the tide of mockery toward the Navy began to subside in the chat, the audience's attention was drawn anew to the gripping and exhilarating battles unfolding across the other three arenas. Raleigh, idly engaged in conversation, began to take on the role of a fervent advocate for the Navy, unleashing his full potential as he extolled its virtues. "You worthless lot. Even if our Navy fails to secure a position among the top 8, we are certain to claim more than 8 spots in the final rankings," he exclaimed with confidence. "Indeed, let me observe. Look at the first arena. The legendary Mihawk will undoubtedly triumph. He is, after all, the foremost swordsman in the world. Ah, and do not forget about Kuma in the second arena, capable of launching opponents hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers away. How could we overlook Admiral Akainu in the 8th arena? No one can withstand his formidable magma powers. Even flames must bow to his might, if Joker does not intervene. Securing a top 8 position is a foregone conclusion. And let us not forget Crocodile, the king of the sandstorms. The arena's constraints will work greatly in his favor." As soon as the Navy's supporters voiced their claims, a wave of ridicule erupted in the comment section. "Do you not realize that F1AE is meant for face-slapping?" they jeered. "Isn't being recently humiliated enough for you? We eagerly await the moment when the Navy supporters are proven wrong." Raleigh chuckled at the banter, observing the derision aimed at the Navy. "Tony Stark, you are incorrigible for masquerading as a Navy supporter and stirring the pot," he remarked. "Don Quixote, the world government has been persistently battered, their dignity in tatters. This is more devastating than any defeat." The fear that once gripped the populace towards the world government was beginning to dissipate, even before the sentencing commenced. Under Raleigh's wise leadership, the world government is teetering on the brink of collapse, said Shirji Xian. "You Buchuan, relying solely on strength while resorting to cunning, my subordinate is truly admirable." Loki interjected. "Have you lot had enough?" Raleigh retorted. "Huh, Alice, I had thought the wicked god Loki finally displayed some backbone, only to have my expectations shattered." Grey Wolf added, "Alice, the roast lamb you prepared last time was delightful, though it pales in comparison to the lamb from Sheep Village. Could you perhaps make a few more? My recent attempts at catching sheep have ended in failure." Tony Stark chimed in, I am exceedingly curious about the sheep and Grey Wolf's world. Just how extraordinary are they? Banyan and Wayne echoed their agreement, while Alice responded, Grey Wolf, here we are. At this moment, Raleigh began to engage in conversation with the crowd, revealing that the formidable figure on arena number 2, Bear June, is actually an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. He had made contact upon registering, and his presence in the arena is merely a strategy to ensure that Sabo, from the Revolutionary Army, secures a prestigious position, ultimately leading to a betrayal. I am certain that the expressions of the world government will be nothing short of spectacular. Furthermore, on arena number 8, we have Sakazuki, the third-rate pirate, Buggy. However, I am convinced that the clown Buggy will leave Sakazuki questioning his very existence. Uchiha Obito, indeed, this plan was long discussed between myself and the esteemed Raleigh. I shall employ the power of the Rinnegan to assist Buggy. Let us sit back and relish the spectacle of the world government as folly. Wayne, my goodness. The esteemed ones truly possess a cunning nature. Little street rat quivers in fear. Yu Buchuan, 1, Loki 1. Roronoa Zoro mused that the results from Arena No. 2 should be imminent. As Roronoa had stated, Enel was currently unleashing a colossal thunderball, a massive sphere of lightning suspended above the arena. Previously, Enel had been lounging in the center of the arena, merely observing the skirmishes instigated by his subordinates, the 4 gods, against the shadow army of Gecko Moria. After a series of assaults, Enel finally roused himself, unleashing a torrent of lightning that swept across the battlefield, eliminating all opponents except for the formidable Moria, who was left to withstand the onslaught of 1,000 shadows. The immense thunderball descended with terrifying might, instantly transforming arena number 2 into a realm of crackling electricity. Once the storm abated, Moria, oblivious to his fate, was booted off the stage by Enel, marking the conclusion of arena number 2's fierce competition, with the victor being the god of Sky Island, Enel. Simultaneously, the climactic finale of arena number 1 unfolded, where only 10 formidable warriors remained, each embodying a proud swordsmanship. The tension among these 10 was palpable, as they faced off against one another with steely resolve. Among them stood Zoro, the renowned bounty hunter of the East Blue, who had come to realize that he was not the only exceptional swordsman in the world. Despite his numerous battles, he often found himself on the brink of defeat, only for his opponents to inexplicably cease their attacks, allowing him to recover rapidly. Though the circumstances felt peculiar, Zoro embraced the opportunity to hone his craft, ultimately emerging as one of the last 2 swordsmen in the final showdown. At that moment, the 10 warriors stood in a tense standoff, with Zoro occasionally glancing at Dracula Mihawk, the man he yearned to challenge, driven by his aspiration to become the world's greatest swordsman. Just as Zoro prepared to disregard all else and confront Mihawk, a barefoot swordsman broke the silence, suggesting that they had all gathered on the arena with similar intentions. A striking male swordsman, adorned in an elegant noble's attire and holding a rose, posed a question about their shared motivations. The barefoot swordsman replied that their goal was to overcome the formidable Mihawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman. The atmosphere grew quiet as the truth of the barefoot swordsman's words resonated with the others. He proposed a plan to unite against Mihawk, acknowledging that while they were all skilled, they still fell short in comparison to him. The idea garnered significant support, as many agreed to combine their efforts to eliminate Mihawk, and then settle matters among themselves. However, when it was Zoro's turn to respond, he vehemently rejected the notion. He sought to defeat Mihawk through fair combat, not through underhanded tactics, declaring that they were not true swordsmen. This provoked immediate ire among the barefoot swordsman and his allies, who mocked Zoro, questioning his audacity to claim superiority. Just as the tension escalated, Zoro's fierce declaration echoed through the arena, challenging the very essence of their proposed alliance. Mihawk, amused by the developing situation, inquired about the names of the 2 bold swordsmen. Zoro, with icy resolve, identified himself, causing a flicker of recognition in Mihawk's eyes. Mihawk then suggested that rather than engage in a sham alliance, they should join forces against the 3 who sought to conspire against them. The proposal caught Zoro and his companion off guard, but they quickly acknowledged the merit in Mihawk's words. As the 3 conspirators prepared to attack, Mihawk's blade cleaved through the air, effortlessly dispatching them. The true disparity in skill became painfully evident, as Zoro and his allies finally grasped the magnitude of their miscalculations. With an unwavering focus, Zoro unleashed the ultimate technique of his 3-sword style, rapidly ascending to the ranks of the world's elite swordsmen. In that decisive moment, the barefoot swordsmen realized the strength they had underestimated, but it was too late to react. As Zoro's blade glimmered, they faced their reckoning. While a call for justice echoed across the arena, a global demand to execute the celestial dragons. 2 days later, the quarterfinals concluded, and the emergence of the 2 finalists was nothing short of astonishing. Both contenders were utterly obscure, which raised suspicions of foul play. How could it be that our esteemed Navy failed to secure even a single spot in the finals? This reeks of conspiracy, beyond doubt. Under the illustrious leadership of our world government, how could we end up with no representatives in the final 2? Has the world government become a laughingstock? Captain Buggy. Long live. Truly, our captain is remarkable, having fought his way to the finals. Who is this Captain Buggy? He is our captain, the one and only. The infamous red-nosed pirate is but a subordinate of our captain. Is this for real? It seems rather difficult to comprehend. On the podium, Captain Buggy noticed comments mocking his red nose and immediately erupted in fury, demanding to know who dared to ridicule him. The crowd trembled at the thought of the world as top 2 contenders. In the group chat, Tony Stark and the formidable Mr. Lowly plotted behind the scenes, manipulating the competition to select these 2 weaklings. The representatives of the world government must be fuming with indignation. Haha, Yubuchuin and Sakazuki, how could I, Admiral Akainu, possibly lose to that red-nosed fool? The laughter echoed like a pig's squeal. Raleigh, let us proceed with the execution today. For the attention and influence garnered have become sufficiently profound. Raleigh commanded the apprehension of the criminal celestial dragon, Anthony Saint, along with the Marine Headquarters Admiral Kazara Palusalino, the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Bastille, known for his ruthless justice, and the director of the world government's intelligence organization CP1, Spandam, to be escorted to the execution platform. Now, I declare a vote for the sentencing of the celestial dragon. Behind the execution platform, several grand floating thrones descended, with Raleigh at the forefront, his voice resonating powerfully across the world. Raleigh occupies the foremost throne, the highest of them all, while the formidable Grey Wolf sits upon the second seat, the second highest throne. Thor the Dog claims the third highest throne, and Banyu takes his place upon the fourth. The fifth throne is occupied by the imposing Xiong Baxian, followed by Tony Stark, encumbered with his iron box, who sits upon the sixth. Loki occupies the seventh throne, and the Empress Boa Hancock occupies the eighth. The spectacle of these 8 floating thrones is truly breathtaking. To the discerning eye, it is evident that the heights of these thrones symbolize the strength and status of these 8 individuals. As the populace comprehends the significance of these thrones, they fall into stunned silence. How astonishing it is that the last 3 include the dog, which one has seen in videos, and the third throne, which is occupied by an entity of terrifying power. The sheer might of the wolf is utterly alarming. Could it possibly surpass that of the formidable Ban Yi, who is known for his terrifying prowess against the 4 emperors, yet finds himself humbled upon the 4th throne? The upper echelons of the world government are equally bewildered. How can this wolf surpass both the black-haired man, Ban, and the lightning-summoning dog? The decision to allow the populace to vote on whether to execute this Broly seems utterly naive. The world's citizens would never dare. The world government dispatches agents disguised to infiltrate the execution square, a space vast enough to accommodate 1 million souls. At this moment, nearly 1 million spectators have indeed gathered, creating a scene of overwhelming magnitude. 10,000 Navy personnel blend into the crowd as the voting commences. With real-time data streaming in Execute the Celestial Dragons versus Do Not Execute the Celestial Dragons, the votes tally, a staggering surge in support for the execution, igniting fury within the world government and the Celestial Dragons alike. How dare these insignificant ants cast votes against us? They all deserve to perish. As the voting data continues to rise, the numbers swell alarmingly. Execute the Celestial Dragons climbing, while the opposition barely increases. Surely, there must be foul play. This is inconceivable. Those lowly creatures dare to resist us? The Celestial Dragons and Mariehua watch the live stream, their faces etched with fear, anger, and trepidation. Are you Navy personnel not doing your duty? Vote against the execution of the Celestial Dragons. We are divine. The enraged Celestial Dragons exert pressure on the Navy's upper ranks, unaware that they had already instructed their agents to vote against the execution. As the voting draws to a close, all eyes are on the final results. Raleigh, upon receiving the command, closed the voting portal. The ultimate data presented was as follows. Execution of the Celestial Dragons must occur. Execution of the Celestial Dragons must not happen. 311 to 33 votes. This data is rather intriguing, isn't it? In the live broadcast, Raleigh began to elucidate the significance behind these figures to the global populace. Firstly, this voting was conducted anonymously, with each individual permitted only a single ballot. Once cast, their voting portal would automatically shut down. Furthermore, I possess a set of data. The total number of Navy personnel is approximately 800,000, alongside around 100,000 from the CP organization under the world government, as well as a small contingent of Army personnel. This leads to the conclusion that the total number of individuals associated with the world government is roughly 200,000. Thus, I find myself pondering, do the members of your world government not cast votes opposing the executions? Or perhaps I have not granted you access to the voting portal. Raleigh's exaggerated expressions elicited a roaring laughter from the live stream audience, causing an explosion of comments. The Celestial Dragons deserve punishment. Let us reclaim our rights to justice and equality. Some wondered if it was truly Raleigh who had not granted the Navy the opportunity to vote. I am the Navy. One whispered, I am utterly weary of being a dog to the Celestial Dragons. To hell with them. Death to the Celestial Dragons. I shall vote for their execution. Another Navy member remarked, you are quite courageous. Raleigh sighed, alas, we are left with no choice. The world's populace is too passionate about this issue. We must heed the will of the people. Thus, the execution began. Raleigh gazed upon the 2 finalists of the ultimate challenge, proclaiming, among you 2, who dares to slay a celestial dragon? that individual shall be crowned champion. I, Raleigh, hereby pledge to uphold the dignity of the celestial dragons and instill fear among pirates. This, Pirate King? The 4 pirates immediately revealed glimmers of greed at this proposition, clearly enticed. After all, if even the formidable Madara could single-handedly confront the 4 emperors, then the even mightier Broly undoubtedly possessed the confidence to fulfill this promise. Very well, we shall. The 4 seized the executioner's blade handed to them by White Setsu, ascending the execution platform with exhilaration. They were so electrified that even the relatively weaker Buggy was pushed to the back by the other 3. Ha ha ha, slay a celestial dragon. And I shall be the Pirate King. A pirate adorned with a diamond hat surged forward, ready to swing the blade toward the head of celestial dragon Saint Anthony. You foolish mortal, how dare you? The kneeling celestial dragon, Saint Anthony, was struck with terror, even wetting himself in fear. At that moment, standing beside him was Admiral Kizaru, also shackled with sea-stone cuffs, who scoffed, Do you truly believe that killing a celestial dragon will grant you a life as a pirate? Absurd, naive fool. The pirate, wearing a felt hat, froze mid-swing, drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, how could a celestial dragon be so easily slain? It was rumored that a true god stood behind them, the Navy's unwavering authority. They clearly held Raleigh and his cohorts in contempt. The pirate's thoughts raced, and his resolve to kill a celestial dragon wavered. Just then, from beneath the execution platform, disguised Navy elites emerged, showcasing their formidable prowess as they surged toward the platform. Admiral Sakazuki led the charge, declaring, You insignificant pirates! How dare you lay a hand on the world nobles, the celestial dragons? I will ensure you do not survive this day. He had already discerned that these so-called finalists were mere weaklings. The celestial dragons are sacred and inviolable. Depart at once, and you may yet keep your miserable lives. The commander-in-chief, Admiral Sengoku, exuded an air of superiority as he spoke. You mere pirates dare to defy the celestial dragons? You shall not see another dawn. A mysterious figure from CP0, donning a mask, descended with an imposing presence, brimming with lethal intent. As CP0 was directly governed by the celestial dragons, they were their most loyal hounds. More formidable beings from the world government appeared, their overwhelming aura casting dread upon the spectators in the square. Those who wished to witness the spectacle, those who supported the execution, were deemed worthy of death. All must perish. There shall be no mercy. The world demands a cleansing. Those who defy the celestial dragons must die. All who voted for the execution shall be executed. The enforcers of the world government showcased their ruthlessness, their murderous intent palpable. On the execution platform, the felt hat pirate's executioner's blade slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Trembling in fear, he found his greed overshadowed by terror, retreating in haste. The other 2 pirates followed suit, paralyzed by fear. Even Captain Buggy, sensing the danger, prepared to flee. But then, this is a golden opportunity. To become the Pirate King, none other than our Captain Buggy is fit for the title. Celestial dragons. Admirals, nothing ever fazed our Captain Buggy. Even the red-haired Shanks is but a subordinate to our Captain Buggy. Nothing shall prevent Captain Buggy from seizing the title of Pirate King. Upon hearing the shouts of his crew from below the platform, Captain Buggy was taken aback. Are they truly supporting me like this? What? Buggy? That red-nosed fool dares to raise a blade against the celestial dragon? Unthinkable. Stop him at once. Buggy, bewildered, realized he was indeed still holding the blade he had forgotten to lower. Oh no. As he glanced around, he saw hundreds of elite world government soldiers rushing towards him. Captain Buggy, we stand with you. Buggy's subordinates rallied behind him with fervor. In the streaming room, viewers worldwide bombarded the chat with support for the clown Buggy. Feeling the surge of encouragement, a swell of pride rose within him. Yes, I am the illustrious Captain Buggy. The treasures of the world are all mine. Buggy erupted into laughter, exuding an aura of invincibility. Oh my, Captain Buggy is laughing. He is defying the threats posed by the world government's elites. How bold. While others cower in fear, he stands unyielding, laughing heartily. I once thought him a mere nobody, but it appears I was mistaken. I must apologize to Captain Buggy. You are a true hero. In the streaming room, the chat exploded, igniting a wave of support for Captain Buggy as he raised his blade in triumphant laughter. Bring it down. Slay the celestial dragon. The square erupted in chants, all yearning for Captain Buggy to deliver that fateful blow. In that moment, Captain Buggy forgot himself. His bravado ignited. Execute the celestial dragon. Buggy shouted, eliciting thunderous cheers. Huh, red-nosed fool. You are merely posturing. You're quaking in your boots. Suddenly, Admiral Kizaru, standing at his side, exposed the clown Buggy's facade. However, he was astonished to find that his remark had ignited a fury within Buggy. Indeed, the clown Buggy was furious. He loathed being mocked for his nose. How dare you underestimate me, Buggy? I shall show you. With a furious roar, Buggy swung the blade downward toward celestial dragon Saint Anthony's neck. Kizaru's eyes widened in disbelief. What have I done? At that instant, a crimson arc of light sliced through the air at lightning speed, surging toward the clown Buggy. Buggy, perish. The one who unleashed this strike was none other than Commander-in-Chief Sengoku. With a sickening crunch, the clown Buggy was cleaved in two. Oh no, I've been struck. I've been hit. Celestial dragon Saint Anthony collapsed, blood flowing from his arm, crying out in terror. What? The clown Buggy, despite being severed, managed to graze St. Anthony's shoulder? The elite forces of the world government stood in stunned silence. This is disastrous. Celestial Dragon St. Anthony has been injured. Sengoku's eyes glinted with rage. Cursed be the revolutionary army and that red-haired fool for obstructing our efforts. However, Anthony Saint is not yet deceased. The situation is not entirely dire. The world laments for Captain Buggy, expressing their sorrow. Excuse me, I am still alive. Miraculously, Buggy's severed body has rejoined. In the live broadcast, Captain Buggy, incredible. The chat group has taken action, decisively suppressing the world government. The world government is preparing for a full-scale assault. It is time for us to take action as well. Banyu rises, indifferent to the plaza. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, remarks on Buggy's intriguing abilities, confirming what Master Raleigh had said, that he cannot be slain by mere blows. Loki also stands, exclaiming, I was just a bit worried. But the Master assured me that Buggy can withstand it, haha. Raleigh, enough of the nonsense. Why don't you all descend and engage in a competition of slaughter? Let us see who can vanquish the most naval forces. Thor, the dog rises and presses the button on his collar. I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods. Xuanbashian chuckles, Brother Thor, are you implying that you are certain to claim victory? Raleigh chuckled, suggesting that it would be best not to let Thor take the field. If he unleashed his might, the square would soon be deserted, even of his own allies. Thor, with a hint of indignation, barked in response. All right, you may step down, but temper your strength. We wouldn't want to clear the area too quickly. As that would diminish the fun, Raleigh said with a laugh. Thor nodded in agreement. Hancock, her cheeks flushed, glanced at Raleigh and declared, I shall remain to accompany the great ones instead of engaging in the fray. Raleigh smiled and acknowledged her. The formidable figures rose from their thrones, ready to take action. The great ones appeared unfazed by the minimal offensive from the world government, engaging in light-hearted banter. I eagerly anticipate the great one's intervention. On the execution platform, despite narrowly evading a fatal strike with his abilities, Buggy was internally panicking. Should he retreat while he still could? Just as he pondered, a voice resonated in his ear. What are you thinking, little brother? Iron Man descended first onto the platform, his armored suit adept at ranged combat, asserting dominance from above. Buggy nearly lost his composure at Stark's dazzling appearance. Wow, you look incredible, he exclaimed, eyes gleaming. Well, your nose is quite distinguished too, Stark retorted with a grin. Buggy's expression froze at the unexpected compliment regarding his nose. Finally, someone who appreciates me. From this moment on, you shall be my brother. As Stark casually fired at distant targets, he reminded Buggy, don't forget your mission, execute those 4 criminals. Buggy snapped to attention, glancing around the platform. He noticed the formidable figures, the airborne Whitebeard, Thor wielding his hammer amidst crackling thunder, the imposing presence of Odin, and the splendidly armored Loki. I fear nothing with such powerful allies safeguarding me. The celestial dragons are as good as dead. Buggy laughed heartily, disdainfully commenting on the celestial dragon's arrogance. He decided to start with Spandam, who appeared equally terrified. You're first. Buggy brandished his weapon, advancing upon Spandam. Please don't kill me. I can offer you anything. Spandam pleaded desperately. With a swift motion, Buggy's blade severed Spandam's head. You're the first to fall. He licked the blade with a sinister grin, then turned his gaze to Bastille. Now it's your turn. I wager you won't survive. Suddenly, Buggy's blade struck, and Bastille's head rolled away. Am I supposed to be intimidated? Captain Buggy fears no one. Next, Buggy's attention shifted to Admiral Kizaru, who remarked, It seems I am to perish at the hands of a mere nobody. What a fate. This situation reminds me of the late Pirate King, Roger. Buggy, a great admirer of Roger, was incensed at the comparison. How dare you liken yourself to Captain Roger? With a swift motion, he dispatched Kizaru as well. Although the most significant celestial dragon had yet to meet his end, the atmosphere in the live broadcast was electrifying. Akaina roared, unleashing a colossal punch toward the sky, sending molten lava soaring, only for it to plummet like meteors upon Whitebeard. Whitebeard, unfazed, spread his fingers, commanding the lava to halt midair. Under his control, it rained down upon the Marines, igniting a sea of flames and causing countless casualties. How infuriating. Akainu's face darkened as he transformed into molten lava, charging toward Whitebeard. You are nothing but insects. Whitebeard scoffed, unleashing a fiery dragon from his mouth, its heat overwhelming. Watch as my flames consume your lava. I am the embodiment of fire. Akainu's laughter was swiftly silenced as he realized the intensity of Whitebeard's flames surpassed his own. The lava is being incinerated. Whitebeard's smirk widened as Akainu was reduced to mere ash before his might. Steelbone Kong unleashed a sword strike at Thor. His attack infused with the pinnacle of swordsmanship and the mastery of hockey. No one could withstand such a blow, not even a Logia user. I am Thor, champion of the North, he proclaimed, swinging his hammer. Thunder descended, transforming into a colossal lightning sword that cleaved through Steelbone Kong's attack, striking him down instantly. This is impossible. Steelbone Kong gasped as he lost consciousness. Indeed, blue flames are worthless, Loki mocked from Thor's side. 2 skilled Marines attempted to ambush Loki from behind, but their blades passed through his ethereal form. Foolish mortals. I am a god, the god of mischief. You think you can touch me? With a flick of his wrist, he snapped the neck of one assailant, tossing the lifeless body aside with a triumphant laugh. Crush, crush, Whitebeard declared, discarding the corpses of several Marines at Loki's feet. Little brother, how many have you taken down? Less showing off, more killing. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in darkness. As the crowd gazed upward, they witnessed a torrential rain of meteors, igniting as they tore through the atmosphere, plummeting rapidly. This was the formidable technique unleashed by Ban, the rain of falling stars. In the square, figures such as Carp and Peach Rabbit looked to the heavens. We must retreat, Carp proclaimed. Peach Rabbit nodded in agreement. The established order had been disrupted, and there was no longer a need to adhere to the chaotic regulations of the current state. As for where this would ultimately lead, they could only say, we shall see the outcome. The concept of the Vice Admiral Guion was somewhat profound. Yet Smoker and Tina comprehended its essence. The forces of rebellion had incited turmoil in the world, challenging the authority of the celestial dragons. With divinity on the brink of shattering, under such circumstances, every faction could be deemed just, yet only the victorious could fully enact justice. Even among the world government, factions existed. One faction staunchly supported the celestial dragon's interests, while another, loyal to the populace, could only strive to safeguard ordinary citizens within the confines of existing regulations. Carp, Peach Rabbit, and their companions represented the latter, advocating for the welfare of the masses, seeking to maintain peace and security for the innocent. Yet now, the common people had transformed from compliance to hostility against the ruling class. They felt it necessary to heed the will of the people rather than the interests of their rulers. By the way, I voted for the execution of the celestial dragons. What about you? Carp laughed heartily after his remark. Peach Rabbit, Tina, and the others shook their heads, accustomed to a conservative approach. They preferred to protect themselves while striving to uphold the rights of the ordinary citizens. As they conversed, they began to withdraw from the battlefield. Akiji approached. Carp, you all. He waved his hand. Let us depart together. We cannot withstand the force of this rebellion. Their adversaries are the gods behind the celestial dragons. Sakazuki, Steelbone Kong, and Sengoku have all perished. Akiji murmured, following Carp and the others as they retreated. The rain of falling stars rained down upon the battlefield, nearly annihilating the tens of thousands of troops from the world government in an instant. Those who survived were either devil fruit users with peculiar abilities that rendered them impervious to physical harm or a handful of masters of the six forms. Among the latter, the strongest were undoubtedly the CP0 officers. Among the officers, 2 were women, although masked. Raleigh surmised one of them must be Stussy. In the original narrative, she had once shot and killed one of the Dark World's overlords from 1,000 meters away. The prowess of the six forms was indeed astounding. Each of these officers was comparable to an admiral, possibly even surpassing the vice admiral level. They led a cadre of six forms masters. Having survived the impact of the rain of falling stars, their masks slightly damaged but their strength largely intact. The celestial dragons are gods. They must not be desecrated. The CP0 commander soared into the sky, moving with such speed that sonic booms erupted around him, heading straight for Ban. Oh, a close-quarters battle? I shall oblige. Ban engaged the CP0 commander in a contest of martial prowess. The air crackled with sonic explosions as their velocities were such that the spectators could only glimpse fleeting moments of their clashes, too swift for the naked eye to follow. The martial skills displayed were commendable, however. After exchanging blows for what seemed like an eternity, they finally paused. Ben chuckled. Recently, I have mastered the 8 gates. With my life force as my guide, I cannot fathom the terror of the 8th gate. Are you prepared to experience it? Without waiting for a response, he unleashed the 8th gate, igniting his entire being in a brilliant crimson energy flame. In an instant, Ban vanished from his position. With a thunderous crash, he descended upon the CP0 commander, who had not reacted in time, delivering a devastating kick that sent him crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater in the plaza reinforced by Grey Wolf. This scene even startled Grey Wolf himself. Raleigh observed that Ban's latest technique seemed to have surpassed the critical threshold, reaching the level of a planetary dominator. The 8 gates of death flashed through his mind, and he nearly forgot about this technique, unsure if it could still serve a purpose for him. As the commander was forcibly taken deep into the earth, the remaining CPO officers fell into a profound silence. Ban was poised to eliminate the remnants of the CPO when Thor soared through the air, accompanied by thunder and lightnings, reducing the entire CPO to ashes. Thus, the rescue army of the world government disbanded in chaos. Those who fled, fled, and those who fell, fell, leaving them utterly powerless. Thor, Ban, Iron Man, Dominator, and Loki stood proudly in midair, their gazes disdainful as they overlooked the remnants of the battlefield. The live broadcast displayed a scene reminiscent of a lone warrior seeking defeat, leaving the entire world in awestruck silence before erupting into fervent discussion. Yet, the main event had only just begun. The infamous Buggy, with a disdainful expression, seized the celestial dragon, Antony Saint, from the execution platform and forced him to kneel. The celestial dragons proclaimed themselves as gods, but in my eyes, they are no different from ordinary people. If I must point out a distinction, I would say he is rather ugly. Buggy's words resonated through the tense atmosphere, igniting a cacophony of reactions in the live stream. Soon, however, all viewers held their breath, fixated on Buggy's every move. Though Buggy felt a twinge of anxiety, he firmly gripped the executioner's knife. I am about to slay a celestial dragon. I shall kill a god. His trembling words transformed into a thunderous roar. With a swift motion, Buggy brought down the knife. With a sickening sound, the head of celestial dragon Antony Saint rolled to the ground, his body slumping as blood flowed freely. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world held its breath. Gradually, whispers began to emerge. The celestial dragon, is he truly dead? He lies still, bleeding like an ordinary man. Did they not claim to be gods? Yet, it appears there is no difference. Indeed, a severed head signifies death, does it not? If the knife were in my hands, I could slay him too, couldn't I? The murmurs echoed with an undercurrent of world-altering realization. The notion that celestial dragons were gods demanding everything from the people began to crumble. This time, the common folk dared to assert, you are mere mortals. At that moment, Raleigh, seated upon his throne, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. At last, it has arrived. The god of the celestial dragons had finally made an appearance, Emu, the revered figure before whom even the Gorsei would kneel. The world fell into a profound silence following the public execution of Antony Saint. This was not a silence of celebration or uproar, but rather a stillness akin to the echo of a tide receding, requiring one to contemplate its significance. It was reminiscent of a summer storm, where even the summer insects hushed to appreciate the coolness after the rain, a silence imbued with a sense of death. In the holy city of Mariewa, Emu emerged from the garden, softly proclaiming, this world requires purification. It needs to be reset. Just as it did 800 years ago, the Gorsei, prostrating themselves at Emu's feet, trembled uncontrollably. They did not accompany him, rather, they remained prostrate until Emu's figure vanished into the horizon. The Gorsei were powerful, each having once served as commanders of the CPO. Yet they understood that they were no match for this adversary, for the level had ascended to the realm of gods. Their actions were futile. Emu and the others proceeded to execute the will of the divine and unleash divine power. Raleigh closed his eyes. Perhaps nearby, it was dozing off at 230. After all, this period following the execution of the celestial dragons was particularly dull. A sudden surge of energy approached. To be honest, this energy was not particularly strong, only slightly more potent than that of Ban. Yet, perhaps this individual was indeed the so-called deity of the celestial dragons. Moreover, they had come alone, suggesting a remarkable confidence in their own abilities. Raleigh opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The deity of the pirate world has arrived, perhaps to surprise us in ways we cannot anticipate. The others on the floating throne were filled with curiosity. At last, is the enigmatic big boss about to make an appearance? Truly, it is shrouded in mystery. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered. Then, a tempest unleashed its fury. Suddenly, the crowd beheld a massive, floating stone hurtling towards them. Amidst the flashes of lightning, the figure atop the stone appeared somewhat indistinct. Yet, as it drew nearer, they gradually discerned its form. In unison, their eyes widened in disbelief. Tony Stark, could it be? One exclaimed, is this person truly a deity of those foolish swine? Another remarked, this is utterly unbelievable. Is something amiss? A voice inquired, Loki, dear brother, Thor, why are you all so astonished? I feel nothing unusual. They seem just like ordinary people to me. Raleigh, indeed, she is a remarkably alluring beauty, quite unexpectedly so. We had anticipated an oddity or perhaps a stern, aloof gentleman. This has certainly piqued our interest. Hiki. Raleigh gazed intently at Lord M, resting his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his face. Unlike the astonished and chuckling crowd, Lord M's expression was as frigid as ice. Why, defy the divine? Her voice floated through the air, enchanting in its beauty, perfectly complementing her exquisite appearance. Tony Stark exclaimed, wow, I can't help but feel drawn to her. What should I do? The sound of her voice resonated with him. She reminds me of Kaguya, remarked Madara, but I find myself inexplicably captivated by her. Loki, taken aback, thought, even Madara has succumbed to mortal desires? Raleigh chuckled, Ban, you might indeed find yourself unable to surpass her. Tony Stark inquired, has her level ascended to LZ, 22, or IY? Raleigh could only make a tentative assessment, suggesting that LX2 possessed the power to effortlessly annihilate a great nation. The specifics remained unclear, as such strength might only manifest when fully unleashed. However, it was certain that the upper limit of this power was insufficient to obliterate the planet itself. That feat would require 9. 8, also known as the Stellar Shatterer. Rising to his feet, Raleigh mused. While I would like to assert that a full-powered strike from Thor could indeed leave this goddess charred on the outside, yet tender on the inside, I must ask, may I attempt to win her affection? If she were willing to become my girlfriend, wouldn't that lead us directly to a conclusive ending? Though I acknowledge that this might be somewhat unfair to Pepper, it is merely a girlfriend scenario, one that could end in separation. I suppose I could sacrifice a bit of my personal charm for the sake of this world. How shameless of me. Yet, Tony, my dear brother, It seems you lack the charm to woo her, do you not? You truly think you can win her over? Tony Stark wore an awkward expression. As the others nodded in agreement, well, it appears I too share the sentiment that winning her over seems implausible. Thus, I shall take a seat. I was merely jesting with everyone to lighten the atmosphere. I will engage in conversation with Pepper about Tony Stark's ambitions in an alternate realm. Raleigh chuckled. Tony Stark. You have truly wounded me, he lamented. I am deeply hurt, you know. Returning to the topic of romance. It is generally necessary for one to possess strength that can captivate the other. Among us, 3 individuals boast such prowess. However, Thor is merely a charming canine. Ah, Thor. Why do you bite me? Yes, indeed, you are handsome. Mr. Grey Wolf, on the other hand, has already settled down with a family. Yet, Raleigh, my dear friend. Tony, be silent. Hancock exclaimed, her temper flaring as she leapt up, delivering a fragrant kick to Tony, as he was still clad in his Iron Man suit. The impact of Hancock's strike caused the armor to shatter, though Tony himself remained unharmed, deciding to keep quiet thereafter. Thus, tranquility reigned in the world. However, the audience in the live stream could not remain calm, contrary to the expectations of most, who envisioned the foolish and greedy celestial dragons being supported by a divine being of vile and grotesque appearance. The reality was far different, as befitting her divine title. Lordin was an enchanting goddess. In an instant, the viewers, particularly the males, found their imaginations ignited. Yet, all fantasies were swiftly dashed when Lordin received no responses from Raleigh and the others, only to overhear what seemed to be sacrilegious remarks. Without further ado, she waved her hand, and mere seconds later, a colossal meteorite, several dozen times larger than the one summoned by Ban, descended from the sky, its size reaching several kilometers. Blotting out the sun, flames tore through the thunderclouds as the world trembled in awe. Grey Wolf has made a move. Is she capable of shaking the very planet? What kind of power is this? Abroad, the astonished Xiong exclaimed. Karp pondered briefly before declaring, the king. The 3 great ancient weapons of the pirate world comprise the colossal battleship Pluto, a cannon capable of annihilating entire islands, and the Sea King, whose known power resides in the fish princess Shirahoshi, who is even larger than her father. The Sea King's might lies in summoning all sea creatures to battle, and these beings can reach sizes exceeding 2,000 meters, numbering in the millions globally. This combined force eclipses even that of Pluto. As for the king, he is even more mysterious and formidable. Ben stood, gazing at the titanic meteorite. It seemed as though she had merely waved her hand. Ban's own Stellar Shatterer produced a mere 100-meter diameter meteorite, and even the enhanced version of the Stellar Shatterer rain was composed of several 100-meter diameter meteorites. Yet their combined mass paled in comparison to this several-kilometer behemoth. I must test her in close combat, Ben thought, unable to contain himself. Thor's power belonged to a different category, making direct comparison difficult. Yet, Lordin's abilities appeared to surpass his own. Ben activated the 8 gates, his strength barely reaching the standard threshold of LX2, and in an instant, he dashed to stand before Lordin. She merely glanced at Ben, her expression unchanging, seemingly dismissing him entirely. Suddenly, Ben felt an immense repulsive force keeping him at bay. This repulsion bore a striking resemblance to his own Shinra Tensei. Ben was taken aback. From Lordin's ability to summon the gigantic meteorite, he sensed a gravitational pull akin to his own. Now, with the emergence of a repulsive force, his curiosity about Lordin's powers deepened. This repulsion is too powerful. I cannot approach her. The disparity is insurmountable. Ben reluctantly retreated to his throne, his expression somewhat dazed. I could not gauge her true depth. The roar of the sky grew increasingly thunderous, and the temperature soared dramatically. The sun's radiant light was eclipsed by the fiery glow of the descending meteorite. The world turned a stark white, reminiscent of an apocalypse. As the meteorite neared a kilometer from the ground, the sea began to boil. The viewers in the live stream observed these details, feeling the palpable sense of impending doom. It became evident, she truly was a goddess. Such power could annihilate the world. In an instant, despair engulfed the people as they began to realize that indeed, no technique could withstand a deity. The goddess was breathtakingly beautiful, yet horrifyingly terrifying. With a mere gesture, she summoned a colossal meteorite capable of obliterating a medium-sized nation. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg of her power. Just as despair settled in, the screen in the live stream revealed Grey Wolf rising from his seat. This is child's play. Watch me prevent her stone from falling. Grey Wolf displayed his signature mischievous grin. With a swift motion, he produced a bubble-blowing toy from seemingly nowhere. And with a blow, the audience was left bewildered yet filled with curiosity and anticipation. After all, Grey Wolf was one of the few powerful beings who had yet to reveal his capabilities, sitting atop a throne even higher than Thor's. His strength was presumably unfathomable. The bubble he blew expanded in the wind, growing larger until it reached several kilometers in size, enveloping the blazing meteorite and suspending it in midair. The world was left in stunned silence, an absurdity unfolding before their eyes. The world was in a state of bewilderment, as if caught in a surreal moment. The bewilderment bore fruit upon the bewilderment tree, with you and I standing beneath its branches. Even Lady M, with her delicate features, revealed her astonishment. opening her fingers in a futile grasp toward the unmoving meteorite. A flicker of anger crossed her exquisite visage as she exerted herself once more, yet the meteorite remained unyielding. With a huff of indignation, she elegantly swept her long sleeves aside, lifting her chin in a regal manner as she gazed down upon the onlookers. "It seems there is a semblance of understanding here," she declared, "but do you truly believe that such provocation can challenge the might of two gods? Prepare yourselves. For the next strike shall spell your annihilation." Her voice, cold as frost, resonated with authority. "I am the sovereign." With a commanding shout, she spread her arms wide. Let the molten earth and tumultuous seas unleash their fury. As her powerful incantation resonated, a tremendous tremor emanated from the very core of the earth, shattering the grand arena reinforced by the indomitable gray wolf. Indeed, her strength was formidable. Bai Yi stood in stunned silence, reflecting on how he had to exert every ounce of energy to create but a single breach, while she, with a mere gesture, had obliterated the entirety of it. In the following moments, the spectators witnessed the ocean rise, revealing the hidden world beneath its surface. Underwater volcanoes erupted, spewing forth torrents of molten rock as the seabed fractured and descended. The streaming room fell into an eerie silence. Empress Hancock's complexion drained of color. Her power was perplexing. Was she not a sovereign? How could she wield dominion over the very earth itself? Raleigh, immersed in her sensations for a moment, allowed a smile to grace her face. I could surmise the nature of her power. The crowd gazed at Raleigh with curiosity. Raleigh shook her head, then smiled and said, "Well, let us discuss her powers." It appeared she possessed the ability to control the magnetic forces of the entire planet, as well as the magnetic field of the eye. The crowd exhibited expressions of confusion. Raleigh rode, or more precisely, the magnetic force of the Earth-Moon system, is something that most are familiar with regarding the formation of tides, which arise from the gravitational pull of the moon. However, in the world of One Piece, the Earth-Moon system is not merely a simple Earth-Moon configuration, but rather an intricate one characterized by a unique magnetic force pattern. The scenario of a single Earth and two moons presents a notably more complex magnetic model, reminiscent of the renowned three-body problem. The intricacies of the three-body motion are already profound, and when considering the Earth with two moons, the resulting terrestrial dynamics become exceedingly elaborate. Illustration: the globe of the One Piece world originates from the scholarly homeland of Nico Robin, O'Hara. While many listeners are left perplexed, only the intellectually gifted Tony Stark can truly comprehend the complexities at play. Raleigh continued, stating that him claims to be the king of heaven, and the power of the king should be the ability to control the lunar and terrestrial magnetic forces within the world of pirates. Under this peculiar magnetic influence, she can freely manipulate the tectonic plates of this world, draw massive lunar rocks to crash down as meteors, and whimsically alter the planet's geography. The bizarre appearance of the Red Land, I suspect, was artificially crafted by her through the King's 9 quantities. Is this your deity? How feeble. It seems I grasped the point. The crowd nodded in partial comprehension. Tony Stark remarked, "No wonder she calls herself a god. Such power determines the fate of all nations and creatures on this planet with but a thought. However, this power is still insufficient to annihilate the planet, at most. It could merely fuse Earth and the moon together. Speaking of which, our god of thunder Thor seems capable of obliterating planets. I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods. Come, let us revel in a myriad of light-hearted jokes." Thor appeared somewhat smug amid their conversation. The endless ocean surged under the might of the king, endless lava flowed forth, and the vast earth buckled beneath her power. Undoubtedly, this was a scene of apocalypse. But would the great ones truly care? Merely a trivial matter. At that moment, Raleigh smiled and took action. In truth, the god of thunder Thor can summon infinite lightning to obliterate everything into dust. Even the gray wolf can transform it all into a whimsical tale. Raleigh felt that it would be best to personally engage with this divine maiden. In an instant, he appeared beside Lord M. The sudden presence startled her greatly. However, true to her nature, she maintained an expression akin to that of an icy mountain, showing little change in her demeanor. Her gaze remained as frigid as ever, as though she were observing mere ants. "Broly, I perceive a hint of confusion in your gaze. How is it that I am able to breach the barrier of your magnetic force and approach you?" The Amutai gazed at Broly with a look of skepticism, pondering aloud. "Everything possesses a gravitational pull. Why then does my control over gravity fail to affect you?" Raleigh cast a sly smile towards him, then suddenly seized her snow-white neck with an iron grip. And widened her eyes in terror, sensing the imminent approach of death. "Let me go. I am a deity." "Raleigh, if you are a deity, then I too am a deity, one far more powerful than you. Moreover, the universe is vast, and I cannot ascertain how many gods exist within it, but it is certain that there are countless beings stronger than you. Please, release me. I do not wish to perish." The eyes of the emu, the celestial being, rolled back in the live broadcast of One Piece, as audiences around the globe witnessed this scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of pity. When the formidable Raleigh makes his move, the seemingly invincible emu appears to be grasped like mere refuse. In Mariehua, the 5 elders gaze in astonishment at this scene. Is the emu truly invincible? How can this Broly be so terrifying? The emu seems utterly devoid of the power to resist. Rorion loosened his grip, allowing Emu a moment to catch her breath. He said, "In truth, the state of this world holds no significance for me. The real issue lies in the fact that you celestial dragons seek to capture my friends." Upon hearing this, she was taken aback, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Rorion. "You are not of this world?" Raleigh chuckled lightly. "In a world filled with countless wonders, you are but a grain of sand to me." At this moment, Lord Emu was truly terrified. Raleigh, intrigued, inquired about your abilities. "Apart from the power of the sovereign, what else do you possess? Furthermore, does your sovereign power solely enable you to manipulate the gravitational and magnetic forces of celestial bodies within this world?" Im, with great difficulty, responded. "I developed the capacity to communicate with this planet and the celestial body shortly after my birth. I can govern their movements and gravitational pull." Im, feeling discomfort, attempted to push Raleigh's hand away from her neck, yet his grip was more unyielding than any steel. In the absence of gravitational and magnetic influence, Im was merely a being of physical strength and vitality, yet she paled in comparison to Raleigh's might. "Let me go," she protested, struggling fiercely. Her pride was immense. She considered herself the sole deity of this realm, a creator alongside her 20 companions, of whom 11 had ventured to the heavens, leaving her as the lone inhabitant of this world. However, she harbored a disdain for mortals, finding them repugnant and filthy. Thus, she constructed her own dominion and commanded her subordinates to establish a powerful influence over the world to ensure her elevated status. The lives of mortals were spared solely out of her pity. Therefore, they ought to be grateful. She could not fathom why they would resist her, defy her, and even pose a threat to her existence. Raleigh discerned the fury and resentment within Emu's gaze. The world of One Piece concluded at chapter 108, where Obadiah sought to display his arrogance. "Do you harbor hatred towards me?" Raleigh gazed at him with a light chuckle, gradually increasing the pressure in his grip, and began to feel a sense of suffocation, as if life were slowly ebbing away, yearning to resist, but her body was utterly powerless. Suddenly, with gritted teeth, Im exclaimed, "You have forced my hand." Her body trembled violently, and her once pitch-black pupils transformed into a radiant silver. Her long hair billowed around her, and an eerie aura enveloped her, a chilling, merciless presence devoid of any emotional fluctuation, akin to a machine or perhaps a cold, unfeeling deity. That frigid gaze fixed upon Raleigh. "The blasphemer," as she declared, "die." A tremendous repulsive force surged forth from her being, shattering the space around her, revealing a gaping void of darkness. The sky erupted with a thunderous roar, and the immense power radiated outward for miles. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament, unable to withstand this overwhelming pressure, began to fracture, splintering into countless boulders, the sea sinking deeply into a vast funnel. The ominous clouds above were dispersed, and the earth was swept up in a tempest, the atmosphere transforming as thunder roared and lightning flashed. Grey Wolf's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly conjured several bubbles to encase his crew and Daughter Island, shielding them from the onslaught of that force. Unfortunately, the pirates and navy were not as fortunate, with many succumbing to the sheer terror of the unleashed power. Only a few of the more formidable managed to escape. In the holy land of Mary Geos, the 5 elders and the celestial dragons reveled in delight. "Ha! This is the power of a god. Long live him," they exclaimed, convinced that all their enemies were doomed. The celestial dragons cheered, and the 5 elders felt a surge of excitement. In this state, the transcendent form of Lady Im was exponentially more powerful than her ordinary self. Those enemies were destined for demise. At that moment, Raleigh felt his hands slightly repelled by Im's overwhelming force. "Ah, there truly is a divine essence," he murmured in astonishment. Raleigh was astonished, remarking that the aura of a deity is distinct from that of an ordinary person. No matter how powerful one may become through cultivation, if they do not gain the recognition of the heavens, they shall never attain divinity. Although Madara is the strongest in the world of Naruto, he is not a god, and neither is the Sage of Six Paths. It appears that Im truly embodies the god of One Piece. However, even as a god, he is the weakest, akin to Loki, who can still be humiliated by the Hulk. Moreover, Im's opponent is Raleigh. At this moment, Im, with a cold and merciless gaze, pointed a finger at Raleigh, declaring, "In the name of the divine, I declare you guilty." A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Raleigh. Then, Raleigh nonchalantly patted his unwrinkled attire. "Is this truly your utmost strength? It appears somewhat feeble." Im's countenance, as frigid and mechanistic as ever, reflected astonishment. The 5 elders and the celestial dragons, once filled with fervent cheers, were now enveloped in an eerie silence. With a snap of her fingers, Raleigh beckoned, "Thor, show her what true thunder is." Thor stood tall and stepped forward, declaring, "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." He raised his mighty hammer high and swung it towards him. Instantly, a colossal pillar of lightning, spanning 30 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, enveloping both Raleigh and Lord Im within its electric embrace. A second later, Raleigh remained suspended in midair, his hairstyle untouched, while Lord Im lay in tatters, as lifeless as charred wood. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The entire world seemed to hold its breath. The 5 elder stars and the celestial dragons were utterly prostrated, their hearts as cold as ashes. "We are finished," In the ensuing days, the pirate world embarked on a grand and sweeping reformation. The demise of the celestial dragon, once regarded as divine, and the self-destruction of the 5 elder stars marked the end of their once lofty authority. The global navy was dismantled, paving the way for a new government orchestrated by the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock was officially appointed as the first empress of the world government, a true sovereign in every sense of the word. New global regulations rapidly emerged. Pirates could venture forth to unearth treasures, but were strictly forbidden from pillaging or slaughtering. Transgressions would incur bounties. Subsequently, a worldwide vote was initiated to erect a grand statue in Mariejo in honor of Raleigh and his companions, to be revered by all. Boa Hancock, with a mere wave of her hand, sanctioned the proposal. Thus, the statues of Raleigh and his allies stood resolutely on the red line, earning the veneration of generations to come. In the Marvel Universe, deep within Stark Industries, a group of scientists grappled with replicating the antiquated arc reactor left behind by Stark at his villa. Boss, it is simply impossible to manufacture this. The technology is too advanced, lamented the lead scientist, tears welling in his eyes. Obadiah, furious, seethed. Why can Tony create it? But you cannot? The lead scientist, resigned, replied. Because he is Tony Stark. Obadiah, exasperated, muttered, I could almost kill this bunch of imbeciles. Reluctantly, he instructed, well then, produce 9 of those simplified reactors you developed last time. The so-called simplified reactor was merely a miniature version of the colossal reactor, reduced in scale but still lacking significantly in energy output compared to Stark's Mark Series arc reactor. Faced with the impossibility of replicating the arc reactor, they settled for the simplified version. Understood, boss. The team of researchers nodded vigorously. 3 days later, the simplified reactor was completed. Obadiah donned the imitation of Stark's invincible ironmonger, equipped with 9 outdated reactors and the old arc reactor that Stark had replaced. Activate, he commanded. Activation successful, majestic, powerful. Obadiah was exceedingly pleased with the ironmonger, for with Tony absent from the Marvel Universe, he had ample time to develop this creation. Thus, this version of the ironmonger was fortified in weaponry, energy, and defense, surpassing the original in every respect. Humph, Tony, when you return, you shall witness the might of my ironmonger. Obadiah sneered, filled with arrogance. At that moment, clad in the ironmonger, he proclaimed, I, Obadiah, am formidable. In the pirate world, Stark, wearing the Mark armor, sneezed. Could Pepper be thinking of me? However, he would soon return, and tomorrow he would reunite with Pepper. As the newly appointed group leader, a new member emerged, by Nyangzi, while the group reveled in culinary delights crafted from sea creatures in the One Piece universe. A system message announced the commencement of the selection process for the group leader. The atmosphere within the group grew lively. Uchiha Madara congratulated Raleigh, exclaiming, at long last, the day of selection has arrived. I wish you success. Tony Stark interjected sarcastically, Madara, your sycophancy is repugnant. Wasn't it inevitable that a great one would become the leader? Raleigh's return to the Marvel Universe was eagerly anticipated by his followers. Voting commenced, and the members were presented with voting machines. Soon after, the results flooded in. Ding, 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 announced the group notification. Voting concluded. Congratulations to Broly for being elected as the group leader. Loki chimed in, congratulations, Raleigh, on becoming the leader. Xiangba added, hats off to you, great one. Buggy exclaimed. Congrats, boss. The group chat buzzed with excitement as a new function was unlocked due to Raleigh's ascension. A combat space. All members turned their attention to the announcement. In this combat space, members could engage in fierce battles without consequence, allowing them to train and hone their combat experience to an unparalleled degree. Raleigh's eyes gleamed with delight at the splendid treasures. The other members of the group were equally astonished. Xiangba exclaimed with laughter, haha, splendid treasures. Shirji Xian. Let's engage in a match. I feel I am on the verge of breaking through to level X3. Shirji Xian and Xiangba were both eager to participate. Just then, group notifications continued to appear, announcing the election of a new leader. The current leader would step down as administrator, necessitating the selection of a new administrator. Members were requested to cast their votes. Xiangba declared confidently, I will run for administrator. Shirji Xian replied, I too shall run. Xiangba retorted, Shirji Xian, I feel you stand little chance. Vote for me, and we shall remain good brothers henceforth. Shirji Xian, incensed, thought of retaliating against Xiangba. I, Shirji Xian, have consistently performed admirably and fostered harmonious relations with all members. How could I possibly lack opportunity? Yubuchuan interjected, I wish to be the administrator. Tony chimed in, everyone. If you vote for me as administrator, I will gift a set of mark items. Each time a new generation is released, I will provide the next. Yubuchuan, smitten, proclaimed, Tony, I vote for you. Wayne added, I choose you too. Other members remarked, this is a matter of financial backing. However, Grey Wolf, Thor, and Ban, being of a more advanced standing, harbored no ambitions regarding group management, and even Alice, a mere novice, did not entertain such thoughts. Hancock displayed little interest as well. leading to a contest solely between Xiongba and Tony Stark for the position of administrator. Raleigh observed the unfolding drama as the group chat buzzed with activity. The voting commenced. Xiongba cast his vote for himself, while Tony also voted for himself. Yu Buchuan and Wayne opted to support Tony. Grey Wolf abstained, as did Thor, Van, Hancock, and Alice from the Fickle. However, Shiji Xian discreetly cast his vote for Tony. When the results were announced, it was revealed that Tony secured 4 votes, while Xiongba received none. The others, Broly, Grey Wolf, Thor, Van, Hancock, and Alice, had abstained. Congratulations poured in for Tony, who was now the new administrator. Xiongba, perplexed, questioned Shiji Xian, "Why did you not vote for me? Please enlighten me with your reasoning." Shiji Xian stubbornly replied, "I did vote for you." Xiongba chuckled with incredulity. "You still refuse to admit it? Do you think I am oblivious to arithmetic?" The camaraderie between the two friends seemed to reach its end, and the rest of the group looked on in disbelief as this cherished friendship drew to a close. Just then, another message illuminated the group chat. Group functions have been upgraded. Each member can now invite a new member, and the limit for invitations is set at 11. Raleigh's eyes sparkled with excitement as the group became more lively. Finally, a new member was about to join, and he hoped for the arrival of a stunning beauty. For there were far too few lovely ladies in the group. Raleigh earnestly wished for the blessing of a beautiful woman. "Raleigh, rest assured that I will soon invite 211 of you to activate the group member invitation feature. You have consumed 1 invitation functionality. Searching dimensions. Search successful. You have located Xiaobai, White Lady, from White Snake. Origins, level 2. Shall I send the invitation?" Raleigh was taken aback. It turned out to be the White Lady. Raleigh has watched the animated film The Legend of Madame Whitesnake, in which the character by Nyangzi is exceedingly beautiful, and the storyline is captivating. The antagonist is quite despicable, making it a commendable animated movie. Raleigh immediately pointed out in the group message that the group management invited Xiaobai, the White Lady, and the 2 snake demons to join this group. Loki, the newcomer, requested everyone to maintain a semblance of quiet. Yu Buchuan exclaimed in astonishment about the formidable presence of a level 2 expert, while others expressed their shock at encountering a demon. Alice, enchanted, remarked on the beauty of the newcomer, eliciting admiration from the group. Tony, maintaining a serious demeanor, welcomed the beautiful Xiaobai to the group, which is led by the esteemed Raleigh and managed by himself. He declared that now that Xiaobai has joined, they have become one big family. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was on a mission from her grandmother, infiltrating the capital to prepare for an assassination of the Demon Path's national master the following day. Suddenly, an unusual voice resonated in her mind, quickly followed by an influx of information regarding the essence of the chat group and the profiles of its members, including various video materials. Xiaobai absorbed this information rapidly, her heart shaken by the realization that she had seemingly acquired the legendary opportunity she had long sought. Just as she was about to greet the esteemed members of the group, she accidentally closed the chat window, and when she attempted to reopen it, she found herself bewildered by her lack of understanding of the operations. The members of the chat group were equally perplexed, with Loki noting the seemingly aloof demeanor of the newcomer, while others speculated whether she had been frightened away. The group erupted into chaos over Xiaobai's accidental exit, with each member clamoring to locate her. It was evident that their mundane lives had led them to find amusement in even the smallest of incidents. Meanwhile, Tony Stark sneezed unexpectedly, pondering whether he might be catching a cold, which seemed implausible given his robust constitution. He mused if perhaps Pepper was thinking of him, and the thought intensified his longing to return to the Marvel Universe. Tony addressed Raleigh, inquiring when they might return to their homeworld, expressing his weariness with the pirate realm. "Raleigh, let us depart. It is time to return and pay a visit." Tony Stark chuckled heartily. "How splendid. At long last, I can return. I am absolutely yearning to see our dear Pepper once more. Raleigh, my esteemed companion, when shall we embark on our journey?" Raleigh, however, remained unperturbed, urging me to hasten my return to meet your little spicy Pepper, which was indeed your ultimate objective. Hancock, truly, the audacity of a monarch. My dear fellow, do not allow him to succeed. Let us not return and infuriate him. Originally, Tony Stark wore a broad smile, but upon hearing the words of the others, his expression promptly fell. "Tony Stark, my friends, must you truly resort to such bullying? In the future, whenever I develop any cutting-edge technology, I shall be the first to think of you. Is that not sufficient? I assure you, my reliability is beyond reproach. I will not deceive you. We shall share the spoils." Raleigh, with all this chatter, do you still intend to leave? Tony Stark, let us proceed. Wait for me, esteemed one. Observing Raleigh and Tony Stark departing, the others felt no need to linger any longer and bid their farewells, returning to their own realms. One by one, they vanished into the ether, like whispers carried away by the sea breeze from the cliffside villa of the Pirate King. As soon as Raleigh appeared, his hand instinctively reached out, and the Ninetales, engrossed in a game, suddenly realized it was being held by a hand. Just as it was about to angrily retaliate against the audacious individual disrupting its gaming experience, it froze upon recognizing its master, Raleigh, and let out a frightened whimper, adorably displaying its charm. The Ninetales was drawn into a gentle caress, reminiscent of long-lost moments of affection. Meanwhile, in the villa, Pepper Potts felt an overwhelming surge of longing upon hearing Jarvis's reminder. She dashed out of the villa and, true to her hopes, spotted Stark striking a pose. Overcome with excitement, she discarded the documents she was holding and leapt into his embrace. "Oh my, I missed you so much," she exclaimed. Stark, feigning nonchalance, replied, "You're my secretary, Pepper. Let us keep it professional." Infuriated, Pepper playfully punched Stark in the chest, retorting, "You actually came back." Wiping away her tears, she added, "Tony Stark. I'm not your sweetheart. I'm your secretary." Stark chuckled at her indignation. "Darling, are you intent on tormenting me or yourself?" With a feigned annoyance, Pepper shot back. "You have the audacity to laugh after disappearing without a word? Now you return and bully me." Stark, realizing the gravity of her feelings, quickly sought to appease her, eventually leading her to the bedroom. After a month apart, he had already confirmed who held his heart. The following day, Stark returned to Stark Industries, reclaiming control over the company's affairs. He had not forgotten the internal traitor lurking within his organization, but he understood that patience was paramount. He had a plan to draw out the culprit. Meanwhile, Obadiah, seething with rage over Stark's return, vowed to eliminate him swiftly. Muttering to himself about the superiority of his ironmonger suit over Stark's outdated Mark III. That night, after a long day of meetings, Stark rested in his bedroom at the Stark Industries tower. Meanwhile, Obadiah activated the ironmonger in the underground laboratory, reveling in the surge of power it bestowed upon him. "Tony Stark, your time is up," he declared, launching himself through the reinforced ceiling with explosive force, creating a massive crater below. Screams erupted as people fled the chaos, while Obadiah relished the thrill of domination, leaving a dazzling streak across the night sky as he ascended. Stark, massaging his temples, had already deduced the identity of the traitor, contemplating how to deal with his dear uncle. Suddenly, an ominous aura enveloped him, followed by a thunderous explosion as a colossal steel giant emerged from the debris, confronting him. "Didn't he see this coming, did you?" Obadiah's voice resonated through the ironmonger, and Stark, expressionless, recognized the remnants of his old arc reactor within Obadiah's armor. "So it was you," Stark replied coolly. Obadiah, irked by Stark's scornful demeanor, retorted, "Ironmonger too? Such a cliché name." Stark remained unfazed, replying with a smirk, "Let me see just how formidable your ironmonger truly is." Without hesitation, Obadiah initiated an onslaught, transforming his hand into a gleaming machine gun and unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Stark. Stark swiftly took cover behind a bookcase, narrowly evading the barrage that shattered the wooden structure. As he dodged and assembled his Mark suit, Obadiah reveled in the sight of Stark scrambling in disarray. "Why hide, Stark? Come face me. You're Tony Stark, after all. Witness the perfection of my creation," Obadiah taunted. In response, Stark ceased his retreat, a red figure emerging resolutely from the haze of dust. Clad in his Mark suit, Stark confronted Obadiah, who, instead of feeling fear, displayed an eager grin. "Ah, Ironmonger versus Mark suit. Prepare to witness the destruction of your precious creation." Obadiah lunged forward, throwing powerful punches towards Stark, but to his astonishment, Stark stood his ground, absorbing the blows without faltering. The clash of metal echoed as Stark's suit remained unyielding, defying the sheer force of Obadiah's attacks. "How is this possible?" Obadiah murmured in disbelief. "This is your so-called perfect creation?" Tony Stark chuckled, and from his voice, Obadiah detected a profound disdain. This undoubtedly shattered what remained of his sanity, plunging him into madness. "Obadiah, you merely discovered the hardest metal on Earth to construct this armor," Stark stated. "Do not presume that this renders me powerless. What methods do you possess? Feel free to unleash them," Obadiah retorted, his confidence in the Mark V unwavering. "Even tenfold the power of the Mark III is incapable of budging it an inch." Skeptical, Obadiah turned and struck the wall with a fist, causing a thunderous crash as chunks of the wall crumbled. He leapt forward to catch the falling debris, which weighed no less than 100 pounds, exposing sharp rebar. The unexpected weight made Obadiah's steps cumbersome, causing the floor to tremble with each movement. While others may not have noticed, Obadiah, clad in the ironmonger suit, quickly realized that it had reached its limits, with the system beginning to emit danger alerts. Desperate to maintain an air of dominance before Stark, he attempted to activate the thrusters to alleviate the weight, only for the thrusters to sputter briefly before extinguishing completely. "Tony Stark, it appears your ironmonger isn't as formidable as you claim," Obadiah shouted, infuriated, as he raised a massive stone to hurl at Stark. Stark did not flinch. Instead, as the colossal rock descended toward him, he effortlessly raised his right hand to catch it. "Is this heavy?" Stark mused, tossing the stone as if it were a mere plaything, starkly contrasting Obadiah's earlier struggle. "How is this possible?" Obadiah gasped, taken aback by the Mark V's amplification of Stark's strength. His eyes burned with disbelief. "I refuse to believe that your Mark V can withstand this unscathed." With that, he pressed a red button firmly in his grip, and a compact, sophisticated cannon began to emerge from behind him, aimed directly at Stark. "Prepare to meet your end, Tony." At that moment, in a corner, Raleigh appeared, holding a smartphone, broadcasting a live social media video to an audience across America. Two executives in a power struggle. The bald man is overpowering Tony Stark, he exclaimed. If you wish to see more of this live stream, everyone, shout 222. Live nationwide, Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. Stark Industries. The mere mention of the name sent the viewer count soaring as audiences tuned in, astonished to witness two armored figures, seemingly straight out of a cinematic spectacle. Well, even Stark's executives enjoy cosplay? Is this for real? One viewer remarked. Could the host be filming a movie scene? Raleigh, while holding his phone and observing the viewer's barrage of comments, adjusted the camera angle to ensure a panoramic view for everyone. The scene was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sounds of explosions. Suddenly, the voice of Raleigh's live stream pierced through the atmosphere, causing Tony Stark to turn around, bewildered. Raleigh turned the lens toward him, and Tony greeted the audience. With a resigned smile that remained concealed behind his mask, he helplessly waved at the camera. In a captivating live broadcast, friends filled the chat with excitement and gifts. Just moments ago, Obadiah had intended to launch a missile aimed at delivering a fatal blow to Tony Stark. However, unexpectedly, a fearless individual emerged, holding a mobile phone aloft to live stream the event, completely disregarding Obadiah and only acknowledging Tony Stark. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Obadiah let out a furious roar, "Everyone, perish." With that, a missile was propelled directly toward Tony Stark. At that instant, viewers in the live stream gasped in shock. Am I seeing correctly? A missile? Is this truly a live execution? How thrilling. Are these people insane? Host, are you not concerned for your life? Shouldn't you flee? Some even began to express their concerns for the safety of the fearless streamer. Raleigh, unfazed, meticulously aimed at the fish, daringly live streaming. Come on, come on. Let us make it a wave of 222. Initially, Obadiah believed that Tony Stark would take flight, evading his missiles. However, to his astonishment, Tony Stark neither dodged nor fled. He stood resolutely in place as the missile struck him. In that fleeting moment, a colossal blaze engulfed Tony Stark's figure, and Stark Industries Tower erupted into chaos. Collapsing in an instant, the live stream fell into an eerie silence, as if the viewers were too stunned to trust their own eyes. Witnessing the annihilation of the tower's pinnacle under his missile assault, one could only speculate on the fate awaiting Tony Stark. Obadiah hovered mid-air, bursting into laughter. Tony, did you ever imagine you'd meet your demise this way? Everyone knows how foolish you are. His confidence swelled, believing that Tony Stark had met his end. But then, an unexpected sound cut through the air, abruptly silencing Obadiah's laughter. A crimson figure emerged slowly from the dissipating mushroom cloud. Tony Stark, with a cold smirk, gazed at Obadiah and declared, "Now, it's my turn." In a swift motion, before Obadiah could react, Tony was upon him. "How did you attack me just now?" "Let me think. Yes." With a barrage of gunfire, Tony's Mark Suit's shoulder-mounted gun unleashed a hail of bullets aimed directly at Obadiah. The bullets ricocheted off the metal with a resounding clang, leaving Obadiah no opportunity to retaliate. "You are truly pathetic," Tony Stark remarked, "not even a worthy opponent. Utterly incapable of igniting my competitive spirit." Obadiah struggled to comprehend Tony's words, overwhelmed by the crackling sounds of malfunctioning circuitry surrounding him. He attempted to regain control of the Ironmonger, but his movements were utterly unresponsive. "What you just dealt to me, I shall return in full measure." Tony's voice resonated ominously. Just as his words faded, a massive boulder plummeted from above. Obadiah felt darkness envelop him, plummeting rapidly from the sky. "Help, help me," he croaked, his voice hoarse with desperation. Raleigh let out a sigh, questioning why they couldn't resolve their conflicts on a single battlefield. Obadiah fell, all for the sake of a live broadcast. Raleigh, clutching his phone, hurried to catch up with the audience in the streaming room, who were astonished by the turn of events while also curious about how the host managed to maintain constant surveillance. Obadiah, struggling, pushed aside the massive boulder pinning him down. As he rose, he heard the sound of metal clattering. Looking down, he saw that the Ironmonger was on the brink of destruction, starkly contrasting with the intact Mark suit as Tony Stark descended before him. "Tony Stark, how dare you flaunt yourself in my presence like this?" Obadiah scoffed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony Stark revealed a dark, menacing aperture on his wrist. "You've wasted so much of my time, and for what?" he retorted. Before his words could fully settle in the air, a missile shot forth from Tony Stark's wrist. Obadiah, eyes wide with terror, watched as the missile approached him, drawing ever closer until it nearly touched his face. Finally, a deafening explosion ensued. Raleigh concluded the live broadcast, and both Tony Stark and Raleigh returned home to rest. However, the online platforms and communities erupted. The video of the fight between Tony Stark and Akira was shared and commented on over 100 million times within just 10 minutes. There was much discourse among netizens regarding Tony Stark's 10 Rings of the Mark series. Pepper Potts grew anxious, stating that the entire nation was speculating about his identity, claiming he was a dangerous terrorist. Tony Stark, unfazed, simply replied, "Let them talk. There are influential figures backing me." However, Pepper insisted that this matter had escalated to an international issue, and he could not be so reckless. A resolution was imperative. She compelled Tony to look at her, but he merely chuckled, knowing she could not sway him. Fine, let's hold a press conference. Since everyone is so eager to know my identity, I shall reveal it openly," he declared. Pepper nodded and exited to arrange the press conference. Unexpectedly, shortly after Pepper left, another visitor arrived. "Mr. Stark," a strange man's voice echoed through the house. Tony turned to see a Caucasian man seated on his sofa. "Who are you?" Tony inquired. The man introduced himself as Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. "I'm Iron Man." Tony Stark disregarded the business card Coulson offered, showing no respect for the intruder. "Do you S.H.I.E.L.D. agents enjoy sneaking into others' homes?" Tony questioned. Coulson shrugged, explaining that the operation was classified, hence his need for discretion. Tony retorted, "So, I'm being monitored by your agency?" Coulson corrected him. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a government entity. What does S.H.I.E.L.D. do? "I've never heard of it," Tony replied dismissively. Coulson elaborated. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a clandestine organization that addresses various extraordinary events, such as mutants and superpowers. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Tony. Tony scoffed. "Such as myself?" Coulson continued, "Mr. Stark, I must represent S.H.I.E.L.D. and request that you cancel the press conference. You cannot fully disclose your identity." Tony questioned Coulson's authority to make such demands. Coulson awkwardly touched his nose, aware that as a billionaire, Tony held a position of power that even S.H.I.E.L.D. dared not challenge. Thus, he was sent to negotiate. "Mr. Stark, the events of last night have spiraled into a nationwide panic. If this were not under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, you would have already been taken in for questioning by the FBI," Coulson warned, half-heartedly attempting to persuade Tony. Tony, raising his arm to reveal a glowing gauntlet that had mysteriously equipped itself, ominously stated, "Then let the FBI come and try." Coulson stiffened, paralyzed with fear that Tony's hand might falter, ending his life in that very moment. Tony, known for his rebellious nature, was well aware of the media frenzy. "I've already contacted the reporters. In half an hour." Just then, Pepper entered, tablet in hand, and froze at the sight of Tony aiming his armored arm at the stranger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tony retracted his arm. "The press conference will not be cancelled, Pepper. Please escort this agent out." Coulson, reluctantly turning back, stated, "Mr. Stark, I hope you reconsider my words before it becomes irreparable." Tony, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, paid no heed to Coulson's final plea. After Coulson departed, Pepper returned, worry etched on her face. "Tony, perhaps you should heed their counsel," she suggested. Tony, adjusting his tie in the mirror, replied, "I do not require guidance in my affairs." Pepper hesitated, but Tony swiftly changed the topic. "Let us go. It's nearly time." Recognizing Tony's resolute determination, Pepper followed him to the conference hall. As they entered, a flurry of flashes erupted from cameras, reporters clamoring for Tony's attention. "Mr. Stark, was the individual in the red armor truly you? Is the red armor a Stark Industries creation? Will this armor be mass-produced? Will it be used for military purposes?" They pressed. Tony remained impassive as security pushed back the reporters encroaching upon him. Pepper dutifully guided him to the podium, while the swarm of journalists buzzed incessantly. Tony raised his hand for silence. "Someone has urged me to conceal my identity to prevent panic, but I inherently resist constraints." He then declared, "I am Iron Man." The declaration resonated through the microphone, reaching every ear in the room and broadcasting live to the nation. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily forgetting their questions, before erupting into chaos. "Mr. Stark, do you mean?" Tony provided no further explanation and exited. Outside the hall, a black man observed Tony's every move, with Agent Coulson, whom Tony had just dismissed, trailing behind him. Coulson, wearing a worried expression, confessed, "I failed to complete the mission." The man, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Let it go." It was inevitable. He turned and departed, leaving Coulson to watch Tony, still the center of attention, as he hurried after the black man. Tony's ostentatious display sparked envy and ridicule in online chat groups. Yet again, he has succeeded in flaunting. One remarked, "Is it a day without boasting that he cannot survive?" Another chimed in, "Isn't he just a pile of scrap metal? One strike and it's all over." Someone scoffed, "Should I also adopt the grand title?" Another joked, "Please, we already have one king of arrogance in our group." Tony Stark, having finally extricated himself from a press conference, found the opportunity to peruse group messages. "You are all envious of me, Tony Stark, for my fame surpasses yours," he mused, a hint of sarcasm lacing his thoughts. Soon, news of Tony Stark and Iron Man intertwined in a fervor that swept across the United States and resonated worldwide, as Tony Stark lived amidst the relentless scrutiny of reporters. His companion, the Ninetales, lounged comfortably at his feet, stretching leisurely. Meanwhile, a video surfaced online showing Tony Stark soaring through the skies in his Mark suit, prompting his companion to set aside his phone and relish the tranquility of the moment. Yet, just as he did, another incident erupted across the internet, garnering attention rivaling that of Iron Man himself, the Hulk. A colossal green figure, muscular and imposing, wreaked havoc on New York Avenue. effortlessly demolishing luxury cars as if they were mere toys. Law enforcement arrived swiftly, firearms drawn, attempting to protect the fleeing crowd. However, their bullets had little impact on the Hulk, who turned with a ferocious roar, charging toward the officers. The ground trembled beneath his weight as the officers, unaccustomed to such chaos, faltered and fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear. The Hulk's roar was deafening, piercing through the air. He swatted away obstructing police vehicles, sending them and their occupants crashing against nearby buildings. His focus narrowed on a bolt of lightning striking the ground ahead. Before the Hulk could close the distance, the lightning began to coalesce into a humanoid form, one that dwarfed even the Hulk. The green giant unleashed a tremendous punch, but to the lightning figure, it was merely a minor irritation. The formless entity absorbed the Hulk's energy, transforming it into its own, as the Hulk found himself ensnared, unable to move. Just as the Hulk struggled against his confinement, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a powerful shockwave that surged between them. The military had entered the fray, providing the Hulk with an opportunity to break free. General Ross had not anticipated that this monstrous entity could withstand even missiles. He promptly commanded the mobilization of heavily armored tanks and assault helicopters to intensify their firepower and engage the Hulk in close combat. His singular focus was to subdue the Thunder Giant, yet humanity's tanks and weaponry continually obstructed his efforts, inadvertently providing the Thunder Giant with opportunities to nearly capture him. In a fit of rage, the Hulk seized the helicopters assaulting him, wrenching one apart with his bare hands, reducing a well-equipped assault helicopter to mere fragments. Open fire. Strike with all your might. General Ross bellowed into the intercom, his frustration palpable. The soldiers were reluctant to defy him, yet they steeled themselves to drive the tanks into battle. The Hulk, unwilling to squander time, twisted and hurled a rocket launcher from one of the tanks, effortlessly dismantling one vehicle. Although the nature of the Thunder Giant remained elusive, its colossal form was unmistakable, and it too came under fire. In a fit of wrath, the Thunder Giant unleashed a torrent of lightning, scorching everything in its vicinity, including helicopters. After clearing its surroundings, the Thunder Giant turned and fled. Seizing the moment, the Hulk lunged forward, capturing the Thunder Giant from behind, and the two titans were soon engaged in a fierce struggle, their destructive power evident as their fists penetrated the walls of nearby buildings. Witnessing the chaos unfold, General Ross immediately ordered a ceasefire and sought to deploy more advanced weaponry to eradicate these two behemoths. However, the situation was spiraling out of control. The battlefield had expanded far beyond the confines of New York Avenue. The giants utilized towering edifices to leap and climb, further devastating the urban landscape. What began as an emergency evacuation of nearby residents swiftly escalated into a citywide crisis. Meanwhile, in a villa, the nine-tailed Hero League was reveling in their triumphs, achieving triple kills and then quadruple kills. Just as they were on the brink of securing a pinnacle, a concrete pillar fortuitously plummeted from the sky, crashing into the pool before the nine-tailed hero. The splash sent a deluge of water cascading over him, drenching him thoroughly. This was not merely an inconvenience. The critical issue lay with his computer. Pentakill. The waterlogged mouse became sluggish, and in that brief delay, the nine-tailed hero watched in horror as the game scene faded to gray. The pinnacle slipped away, and he was countered by the enemy. Enraged, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Raleigh, intrigued by the commotion near the pool, stepped outside to investigate. Upon witnessing the fury and murderous intent etched on the visage of the QB, alongside the drenched computer and the lifeless characters displayed on the screen, he instantly comprehended the situation. With a nonchalant shrug, he retreated to his room. At that moment, the QB exuded an intimidating presence, resembling an author disturbed by their girlfriend while engrossed in writing. Infuriated, the QB abruptly turned its head, as if locking onto a target. Its gaze fixated firmly in a certain direction. Outside the villa, two colossal figures engaged in close combat. Trees, road signs, and stones, everything within reach was utilized as a weapon hurled at one another. Spotting a large uprooted tree soaring toward the villa, the QB leaped, kicking the tree back. As it landed, the QB's form expanded, closing in on the two giants. The green giant and the lightning giant were abruptly struck on the head by the incoming tree. Both halted, turning to issue a furious roar towards the QB. Get lost. This phrase undoubtedly aggravated the situation further. Without hesitation, the QB unleashed a tailed beast ball, a dark orb pulsating with destructive power, roaring forth. The green giant, lacking any tactical foresight, merely relied on brute strength, oblivious to the notion of retreat. Conversely, the lightning giant sensed a perilous aura emanating from the QB's attack and promptly opted for escape, leaping into the sea. The tailed beast ball struck the green giant with resounding force. Following a violent explosion, the green giant staggered out from the smoke, his clothing in tatters, blood seeping from his robust body, impervious even to missiles. Yet, this mere injury did little to quell the QB's wrath. It turned and scanned the surface of the sea with keen eyes. In truth, the lightning giant's initial ability was not merely electricity. He was an elemental giant capable of merging with any element, including water. He submerged himself in the ocean, believing he could evade the QB's assault. However, he underestimated the QB's piercing gaze, which seemed to see through everything. Their eyes met, one submerged, The other on the shore, and the lightning giant hoped the QB had truly discovered his presence. Yet, when the tailed beast ball struck, he realized his delusion. Escape? A mere jest. The two were swiftly subdued by the QB, who vented all its pin-up fury upon them. The green giant, in comparison, dared not boast of his strength any longer. With the green giant saga concluded, the existence of the QB was laid bare. As for the elemental giant, he was ambiguously categorized, not quite akin to other Marvel absorbers. Thus, he was dubbed the elemental giant, a mere background character not destined to last long in this world. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, exasperated by the incessant inquiries from reporters, had taken a stroll outside. Returning to New York, he was taken aback by the devastation. Swiftly following the trail of destruction. Upon encountering the perpetrator responsible for ravaging nearly half a city block, now being manhandled by the QB, Stark was left speechless. He approached the QB, attempting to defuse the situation. All right, QB, calm down. The QB released its grip, and the two figures it had subdued looked on with disdain as the QB gradually reverted to its original size, still adorably fierce. Curiously, Stark inquired about the two giants. Were they the troublemakers? The QB nodded. In that moment of distraction, the elemental giant absorbed elemental energy and vanished underground. The neatly trimmed grass was disrupted by the mounds of soil, revealing the path of the elemental giant's escape. Stark promptly pursued, positioning himself ahead of the elemental giant. I advise you to surrender. The elemental giant completely disregarded Stark's warning, pivoting to flee in another direction. Fool, you think you can catch me? Stark was infuriated. Me? A fool? I'll count to 3, and if you're not out by then, you'll face the consequences. 1, 2, 3. Tony Stark unleashed his repulsor ray upon the mound of dirt, yet it failed to affect the elemental giant, instead fortifying him. The elemental giant, as if taunting, remained stationary. Swelling with power, your energy merely enhances my strength. Stark raised an eyebrow, incredulous at the elemental giant's audacity. Who grants you the audacity to act so brazenly before me? He retracted his repulsor, switching to another mode of attack. Earthquake power. Extending his right index finger, a shockwave surged forth towards the mound. Boom. The tremendous force descended, shattering the once solid concrete as if it were mere tofu, creating a massive crater centered around the elemental giant. The ground heaved and bucked, seemingly absorbing immense damage, yet simultaneously, the elemental giant attempted to absorb this seismic energy. Unbeknownst to it, the power of the 10 rings far exceeded its capacity for absorption. Ultimately, amidst the relentless tremors, the elemental giant was reduced to dust, utterly annihilated. Just then, General Ross arrived, astonished to find both the green giant subdued and the elemental giant slain by Stark. A fleet of heavily armored tanks surrounded Raleigh's villa, while several armed helicopters hovered overhead, all weapons trained on the now giant QB and Tony Stark. Humph. The QB, indifferent and haughty, scoffed at the humans. Foolish mortals. Stark's expression turned grave. General Ross descended from his command vehicle and approached Tony Stark. Gazing at the imposing figure of the Colossal Nine, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, recalling the recent encounter where the Ninetales had subdued the Hulk, leaving him battered. Meanwhile, he scrutinized Tony Stark. The resplendent red armor was familiar to him from news reports. He was astonished that the elemental giant, which had once rendered him helpless, had succumbed to Stark's prowess. Moreover, Tony appeared unscathed. Could the power of this armor truly be so formidable? In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of avarice flickered in Ross's eyes. Tony, it's me, Ross. We met at the Weapons Expo. It's been a while, he said. General Ross, I remember you, Tony replied. The two exchanged pleasantries with an enthusiasm that belied their true intentions, each aware that they were merely old foxes feigning warmth. If Mr. Stark, known as Ross, lends his assistance without any hesitation, I shall take him back with me. Ross pointed at the Hulk, indicating for him to proceed. Tony, however, held the green giant in utter disdain. Haha, I'll treat you to a drink next time, Ross said joyfully, fearing Tony would object. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the ease of Tony's acquiescence. At that moment, a man of African descent approached, displaying his credentials as he crossed the security perimeter to stand before them. It was Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, accompanied by Agent Coulson. Nick Fury scrutinized Tony Stark intently before directing his attention to General Ross. General, the matter concerning the Hulk falls under the jurisdiction of SHIELD. It is improper for you to take him away. General Ross let out a cold laugh. The Hulk's rampage had incited chaos and resulted in significant losses to the military. Now, with SHIELD stepping in, did they intend to take advantage of the situation? Nick Fury ceased further explanations and presented evidence, a mandate from the Commander-in-Chief. Henceforth, the matters concerning the Hulk and the elemental giant would be handled by our agency, and we kindly request General Ross's cooperation. It was unexpected that SHIELD had even secured the authorization. General Ross, despite his discontent, had no choice but to release the captives. At that moment, Nick Fury redirected his focus toward the Ninetales. Tony, I believe you are aware of the origins of this entity, are you not? Tony Stark positioned himself protectively before the Ninetales, asserting, the instigator of the uprising has already been apprehended. Any further interference would be futile. His words were laced with a palpable threat. Nick Fury hesitated, casting a glance at the Ninetales before ultimately turning away and departing. General Ross was incredulous. Nick Fury? Seeing his lack of reaction, he reluctantly followed the retreat. Tony Stark let out a sigh of relief. What were you thinking? You revealed yourself. The Ninetales leapt over the wall and entered the villa, reverting to its adorable form. What does it matter if I expose myself? Did you think your arrogance would go unnoticed? Tony Stark was furious. I was concerned about you. In the subsequent days, the incident involving the Hulk unfolded, and Ninetales, having enlarged its body, was seen by countless witnesses as it pinned the Hulk to the ground. Consequently, its identity was revealed, and it entered the public eye. Tony Stark, still grappling with the aftermath of the previous turmoil, found himself once again thrust into the spotlight. Simultaneously, Ninetales, residing in a cliffside villa by the sea, became increasingly difficult to locate, while finding Iron Man was an effortless endeavor. Thus, Tony Stark found himself besieged by reporters once more, though this time their inquiries predominantly revolved around Ninetales. Stark, in a bid to deflect attention, tossed the issue onto Ninetales, urging it to handle the media frenzy. However, Ninetales was engrossed in the thrill of gaming and paid no heed to Stark. Just as Stark contemplated pulling the computer's plug to coerce Ninetales, a voice echoed, seemingly foreseeing his actions. If you dare unplug it, I'll hang you naked at the entrance of Stark Tower. Stark paused. Ninetales, why don't you join me in satisfying the reporter's insatiable curiosity? Ninetales, immersed in its gaming conquest, remained indifferent. If you accompany me, I will procure all the hero skins for you. Ninetales' eyes widened. Are you serious? Absolutely, Stark replied. All the skins. Ninetales turned, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Once again, it transformed into its diminutive, endearing form, swaggering behind Tony Stark into the conference room. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd, and the reporters exploded into chaos. Ninetales, unfazed, leapt onto the seat Stark had prepared for it, ensuring it was unobstructed. Mr. Stark, is this the Ninetales that helped you subdue the Hulk? One reporter queried. Stark responded with a question of his own. How can you prove that? Without needing prompting, Ninetales stood and showcased its distinctive tail. Is this proof sufficient? The once raucous conference hall fell into silence, with even the most fervent reporters momentarily stunned. What just happened? Someone stammered, as the realization dawned. A torrent of questions surged toward Ninetales. Overwhelmed, it scratched its ear in annoyance. This gesture instantly captivated the hearts of the women present, eliciting a chorus of admiration. Ninetales is so adorable. I wish I could take it home. Tony Stark, taken aback by the sudden fascination with Ninetales, quickly interjected to redirect the focus back to himself. Everyone, please calm down. Ninetales is merely my friend's pet. While it possesses some unique abilities, it's not extraordinary considering the Hulk's existence. Wouldn't you agree? Unfortunately, Stark's attempts to regain control proved futile as the crowd's attention remained fixated on Ninetales. Who is your owner, Ninetales? Can you elaborate on your abilities? Ninetales endeavored to answer whatever questions it could. However, after hearing numerous pleas to be taken home, it retorted, you foolish humans are not worthy of caring for me. Its cool demeanor paired with its adorable appearance won over yet another group of admirers. The situation spiraled out of control as the press conference veered off script. Just as Stark prepared to exit with Ninetales, the door swung open, and Agent Coulson entered, managing to navigate through the throng of enchanted onlookers. In a formal manner, he announced, Ninetales, we need you to accompany us for an inquiry. The room fell silent once more. By not revealing his affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D., he caused the surrounding crowd to assume he was merely an official. Tony Stark stood. Coulson, didn't you hear what I told your director the other day? Coulson replied. We just need Ninetales' cooperation for a brief investigation, nothing more. Stark retorted, not a chance. You cannot take Ninetales. Coulson countered, Mr. Stark, you are obstructing a lawful investigation. I have the authority to arrest you. Stark shot back, then come and try. His unwavering stance left everyone astonished. Recognizing Stark's stature as Iron Man, Coulson hesitated, and after a lengthy standoff, ultimately conceded. Mr. Stark, it would be best if you and Ninetales refrain from becoming entangled in any further incidents. Otherwise, next time, you may not be so fortunate. I will ensure you both are brought in for questioning. With that, Coulson departed, leaving Stark and Ninetales devoid of any inclination to face the media. Stark instructed Pepper to escort the journalists away. A day later, another issue arose. Merchants whose establishments had been damaged during the altercation between the Hulk and Ninetales gathered to voice their grievances, seeking compensation from Tony Stark. The merchants argued it was unjust for them to bear the cost of the destruction, as Stark had not offered any reparations. Public sentiment turned against Ninetales and Stark, with a flood of negative comments directed at them. Hundreds of merchants organized themselves outside Stark Industries, waving banners and protesting. Stark, upon learning of this, found it absurd. Is this really what you want to bother me about? He approached the leading protester. How much compensation are you seeking? The middle-aged man, unaware of Stark's identity, replied, $140,000. Stark nodded. Consider it done. I'll buy this place. What? The middle-aged man thought he had misheard. Tony Stark immediately turned and called Pepper Potts, instructing her to handle the acquisition of the damaged shops. Within a minute, the middle-aged man received a call stating that Tony Stark had purchased all the damaged establishments at a premium price, compensating them at double the value. Having money allows for indulgence, he mused. At that moment, the entire nation was left astounded. Many wished that Tony Stark would inadvertently damage their own properties during his battles. Tony dismissed them as a bunch of impoverished souls. Ubuchiwen had advanced to level 2, ready to embark on a journey through the martial world. Brothers, I have finally leveled up. I am now a second tier. When Ubuchiwen achieved this milestone, he could not resist sharing the joyous news with everyone in the group. Utilizing a moment of enlightenment and the accumulation of effort over time, he finally broke through. Xiangba, congratulations on your advancement. Shiji Xian, well done, old you. Your progress is impressive. Tor, I need to step up my game or risk being left behind. At that moment, Luo Li also chimed in. Ubuchiwen, congratulations. Keep it up. Thank you, my dear friends. In the world of laughing proudly in the Jianghu, Ubuchiwen rose from his meditative state in the cave of reflection. It was time to rejoin the world. I have been in seclusion for a month. As he stood, the cave erupted with wind and thunder. Simultaneously, at a hidden entrance on the back mountain, Feng Qingyang's expression changed as he looked toward the cliff of reflection in disbelief. At that moment, Ning Zhongze arrived with a lunchbox to deliver food to her senior brother. Ubuchiwen descended gracefully, like an immortal before her senior brother. However, upon seeing Ubuchiwen, Ning Zhongze hesitated to recognize him. Junior sister? Ubuchiwen inquired, puzzled. Ning Zhongze remained silent, continuously scrutinizing his appearance. The last time they met was before his seclusion. To her astonishment, he appeared even younger than before, exuding an air of simplicity that was uncharacteristic of a martial artist, resembling a learned scholar instead. Senior brother? Ning Zhongze called out incredulously. Observing her astonishment, Ubuchiwen felt curious. What is it, junior sister? Hearing the familiar voice and tone, Ning Zhongze finally believed that the figure before her was indeed her senior brother. You have changed so much, she remarked. Ubuchiwen laughed heartily. Perhaps this is a result of my breakthrough and significant enhancement in cultivation. Ning Zhongze understood, realizing the truth. Junior sister, gather the disciples. I have something important to discuss. What matters could be so urgent? You have just emerged from seclusion. Ubuchiwen chuckled. Naturally, it is of great significance concerning our Huashan sect standing in the martial world. Moments later, all disciples of the Huashan sect convened in the main hall to welcome their leader's return. Upon seeing Ubuchiwen, their reactions mirrored that of Ning Zhongze. Stealing glances at him, Ubuchiwen, ever observant, cleared his throat, prompting all disciples to straighten their postures and refrain from any further mischief. After briefly addressing the events that transpired during his seclusion, Ubuchiwen articulated his purpose for gathering them. Dear Shan, tomorrow you will each take a group of brothers to visit the other 4 sects and personally deliver this letter to their leaders. With that, Ubuchiwen handed over the prepared letter to Ling Huchong and Yuling Shan. He explained that during his time in seclusion at the Cliff of Reflection, he discovered numerous lost martial arts manuals, not only belonging to the Huashan sect, but also from other sections. We cannot claim them as our own. They rightfully belong to their original owners. What? There are lost martial arts manuals there? The disciples exclaimed in unison, while Ning Zhongze was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Ling Huchong felt a twinge of guilt. He knew the location of those manuals, but had not informed Ubuchiwen. Now, he realized how grave his omission had been. Lao Darua was equally astonished, recognizing the significance of this information and the urgency to inform the left leader. Yuling Shan, puzzled, asked, but why would the lost manuals from various sects be on our Huashan territory? Ubuchiwen reflected, perhaps this is the legacy of past grievances between our ancestors. Regardless, many years have passed. Our Huashan sect must focus on preserving our own martial legacy, while the rest should return to their rightful owners. At the same time, he expressed his desire to convene the 5 Mountain Alliance. It is time for the 5 Mountain Sword sects to elect a leader, lest we remain leaderless. This was Ubuchiwen's true intention. The position of the leader of the 5 mountains was coveted by many, but regardless of who was chosen, it was essential that the others did not become overly ambitious. Previously, he had been focused solely on breaking through to level 2, but now that he had succeeded, he would not delay any longer. He was determined to secure the position of leader of the 5 mountains. After some contemplation, Ubuchiwen shared this matter within the group chat. The competition for the leader's position intrigued them. If Grey Wolf becomes the leader, will there be sheep to eat? Ubuchiwen mused, if you desire it, it shall be so. Raleigh, when shall we commence? Hancock, wow. It seems, dear Raleigh, that you are inclined to embark on this journey. Raleigh, well, since I have been idle lately, I might as well take a stroll to refresh my mind. Tony Stark, are you really going to abandon me? Do you no longer want me? Sobs uncontrollably Ubuchiwen. In the coming days, the other sects will gradually arrive at Mount Huashan. And after a brief period of rest, we shall convene the alliance of the 5 mountains. Raleigh, splendid. When you arrive, I shall certainly organize a grand reception for you at Mount Hua, accompanied by all my disciples, to honor your presence. Tony Stark, have you already begun to flatter him so eagerly? Do you have no shame? The essence of sycophancy is vividly embodied here. Alice, when do you plan to visit? Raleigh? Hancock, is it true that you are truly going, Raleigh? I would also like to accompany you. Would you consider taking me along? Alice chimes in. Count me in as well. The group engages in endless debate about venturing into the world of the smiling proud wanderer, while the protagonist of this discussion, Raleigh, has already muted the chat and exited the room. Upon leaving, he notices the Ninetales fiercely battling on the sofa, engrossed in a game. Raleigh stood beside it, expressing reluctance for tomorrow's venture into another world. The operations of the Ninetales had slowed down, and I yearned for improvement in my standings. Disinclined to embark on an escapade to another realm, the members of the 118 group were discussing a journey to Mount Hua. Apart from the Huashan sect, the remaining 5 mountains and 4 sects were taken aback upon receiving a letter from Yubuchuan, revealing that the Huashan sect possessed martial arts techniques that had been lost by various sections. Furthermore, Yubuchuan proposed a grand assembly in May to select a leader for the alliance. Zuolingchan of Songzan had long raised this matter, so it was hardly surprising. On Mount Hung, Master Dingxian did not respond to Yubuchuan immediately. After sending off Ling Huchong and the others, she summoned her sisters to discuss the matter. After reading the letter, Dingjing inquired about Dingxian's thoughts as the sect leader. Should we attend this banquet of fate or not? Dingxian had already made up her mind to go. The position of leader was coveted by many, even if it were not Yubuchuan. Other sects would certainly seek to disrupt the peace. The implication was a veiled reference to Zuolingchan, the Songzhan leader, whose ambitions were already laid bare before others. It seemed that a storm was brewing. Dingy sighed, foreseeing that the days ahead would likely not be tranquil. Dingxian displayed a pained expression, yet resolutely declared, I shall safeguard our Hungshan sect. Dingjing and Dingy heavily patted Dingxian on the shoulder. As for Zuolingchan's elation at Yubuchuan's initiative to convene a meeting, he was no longer content with the current state of the 5 Mountain Sword sect. He yearned for the title of leader of the 5 mountains, desiring to unify and dominate the sects under his command. Securing the position of leader at this upcoming assembly was merely the first step toward his grand ambition. Dingyan, filled with concern, asked, Master, are you not afraid of Yubuchuan seizing the initiative? Zuolingchan laughed heartily, replying, that will depend on whether Yubuchuan possesses the capability. His ice palm technique had reached perfection. Regardless of Yubuchuan's prowess, he would not be a match for him. Zuolingchan brimmed with confidence. Upon hearing this, Dingyan was both shocked and fearful, kneeling in reverence. Congratulations, Master. Zuolingchan reveled in the subservience and fear he inspired in others, envisioning himself commanding the winds and rains of the martial world in the days to come. I, Zuolingchan, am formidable. After receiving the affirmative responses from the other 4 sects to convene the 5 Mountains Alliance, the news spread like wildfire throughout the Jianghu. The founders of Wudong and Shaolin, ever vigilant of the internal strife within the 5 Mountain Sword sect, sensed that a tempest was brewing in the martial world. Should the 5 mountains truly form an alliance and elect a leader, the status of Shaolin and Wudong would inevitably be shaken. Raleigh, cradling the Ninetales, arrived in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer and sent a location in the group chat. Shortly thereafter, Yubuchuan promptly declared his intention to descend the mountain personally to offer a warm welcome. Raleigh strolled leisurely through the quaint town at the foot of Mount Hua, cradling the 9-tailed fox in his arms, eager to experience the essence of ancient life. Since he had come all this way, it was only fitting to explore thoroughly. However, this peculiar 9-tailed creature, despite its undeniable cuteness, emanated an unsettling aura. The mere approach of the fox was enough to send passers-by fleeing in terror. Within the span of a single incense stick's burn, the streets had become deserted, devoid of any human presence. Raleigh and Liwei sat at the tea stall. Long forsaken by their employer, the tea they sipped was brewed by their own hands. These foolish individuals are rather timid, aren't they? Jujia complained with discontent. Raleigh also found it somewhat amusing, perhaps mistaking you for a supernatural being. Liwei pondered. Will those disciples of Yubuchuan be so frightened upon meeting me that they wet their pants one by one? Raleigh shrugged, perhaps at that moment. In the group, Yubuchuan was fervently sending messages of apology. Raleigh, I am truly sorry. An unexpected matter has arisen on the mountain, and I am unable to attend. However, I have instructed my daughter and my eldest disciple to descend the mountain to welcome you. Raleigh, I assure you, it was not my intention. It was genuinely an urgent situation that came up. Raleigh replied, it's just a trivial matter. Tor, Yubuchuan, your time is up. How dare you stand me up, Raleigh? What is the matter with you, my young friend? JIBG, I send you a song of lament. Hancock, so you have arrived, haven't you? Wait for me. Lychee Alice, I am here too. Yubuchuan, I admit my mistake, but I truly cannot leave. My esteemed friend, my daughter, Yuling Shan, and my disciple, Ling Huzhua, will soon arrive. Once you ascend the mountain, I shall certainly make amends for my transgressions. Rory, it matters not. Yuling Shan and Ling Huchong were instructed to descend the mountain to welcome Rory. Before their departure, Yubuchuan had repeatedly emphasized the importance of showing utmost respect upon meeting Mr. Rory, cautioning them against any form of disrespect or offense. Whatever Mr. Rory requested, they were to fulfill without hesitation. Initially indifferent, the more Yubuchuan insisted, the more curious they became about the identity of this Mr. Rory. At one point, Yu Lingshan inquired about Mr. Rory's identity but received no answer, only further admonitions to treat him with the highest courtesy. As they walked, Yu Lingshan's curiosity about this enigmatic figure grew. Observing her father's demeanor when speaking of Rory, it was clear that his status was extraordinary. Even when addressing leaders from other sects, Yu Buqiwen had never exhibited such deference. Ling Huchong shared her intrigue, having never witnessed his master so anxious before, especially since they were merely visiting the brothers of the Five Mountain Sword sect. Who, then, could elicit such apprehension from his master? Upon reaching the town, Ling Huchong sensed something amiss. He halted Yu Lingshan, who was eagerly moving forward. Wait, junior sister. What is it, senior brother? She asked, puzzled. As she was keen to meet the mysterious visitor, Ling Huchong surveyed the surroundings, realizing that the town was eerily deserted. Indeed, there is not a soul in sight, he remarked, prompting Yu Lingshan to grasp the oddity of the situation. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Ling Huchong tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Follow me. But be cautious. Nodding in agreement, they proceeded toward the designated meeting place. Upon arrival, they discovered an individual leisurely seated at an empty stall, sipping tea. The sight struck Ling Huchong as somewhat bizarre in the desolate street. He tugged at Yu Lingshan's sleeve. Junior sister, do you see that person ahead? Yu Lingshan blinked in astonishment. Yes, brother, I see him. Do you also notice the creature beside him? Ling Huchong swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. 9 tails. Could it be the legendary fox spirit? A demon? Yu Lingshan nodded, affirming that it was not merely a figment of her imagination. They exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before approaching. Excuse me, are you Mr. Rory? Ling Huchong clasped his hands in greeting, his eyes averted from Rory. I, Ling Huchong, come as the disciple of my master to welcome you. Upon hearing that Yu Buqiwen had sent his eldest disciple, Ling Huchong, to receive him, Rory recalled that in this world, there indeed existed a figure known as Ling Huchong, who now stood before him. Raleigh's expression gradually grew profound, while Ling Huchong awkwardly maintained his bowing posture, receiving no response from the person before him. Yu Lingshan hurriedly stepped forward to alleviate the suffocating atmosphere. You must be Mr. Raleigh, she said. My father, Yu Buqiwen, has sent us down the mountain to welcome you. He is awaiting you up there. Shall we escort you? Rory lazily raised his gaze, choosing to wait for a moment longer. The chilling sounds around him instilled a sense of unease. Yu Lingshan and Ling Huchong were momentarily taken aback. Not ascending the mountain? Is there someone else? Recalling Yu Buqiwen's repeated admonitions before their descent, they dared not inquire further and could only agree fervently. No problem. Since Mr. Rory is staying in this quaint town, we shall take him on an enjoyable exploration. Ling Huchong politely responded, yet was met with an awkward silence. Yu Lingshan quickly interjected with a smile. I wonder if Mr. Rory has secured a place to stay. If not, we can recommend some delightful inns in the town. Roly rose to his feet, and Yu Lingshan promptly led the way ahead. Jiao Wei leaped into Roly's embrace, nuzzling his hand with an adorable demeanor, its 9 tails swaying gracefully. Yu Lingshan cast a glance at those 9 tails, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Roly, however, remained composed. Raleigh casually remarked that he was harmless, and with no concerns, Yu Lingshan hesitated for a moment before catching up. Ling Hudi remained rooted in place, gazing at the departing figures with a look of perplexity. Have I encountered this Mr. Raleigh before? Why does it seem as though he bears a grudge against me? As he contemplated this, he finally decided to follow them. In truth, Ling Huchong's intuition was not particularly reliable. To suggest that Raleigh harbored animosity towards him would be an overestimation indeed. Rory harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Ling Huchong. The disloyal, untrustworthy, and deceitful actions he had committed elicited nothing but disdain and revulsion in others, leaving little room for any semblance of fondness. Yu Lingshan also noticed Rory's disdain for Ling Huchong, suggesting that Ling Hu should simply follow behind as a bodyguard. When Yu Lingshan led Rory to the finest inn in town, they found the doors firmly shut, which filled her with confusion. What could possibly be amiss in the town today? While pondering, she knocked vigorously on the door. The innkeeper, perhaps intrigued by the voice of a young woman, soon opened the door. However, upon seeing Rory and Jodo standing behind Yu Lingshan, he was so startled that he hastily shut the door again. Ling Huchong, quick-witted and agile, wedged his sword sheath in the door's crack. The innkeeper exerted every ounce of strength to hold the door shut, refusing to relent. We merely wish to stay at your inn. Yu Lingshan assumed the innkeeper mistook them for bandits. The innkeeper cast a wary glance at Rory and Jodo before swiftly averting his gaze. You may enter. But those two cannot. Yu Lingshan caught the innkeeper's meaning and hurriedly clarified. These two are esteemed guests of the Huashan sect. You must allow them entry. Before she could finish her sentence, a powerful gust of wind surged past her, and in the next instant, the innkeeper, along with the door, was sent crashing to the ground. Raleigh and the 9-tailed fox entered the establishment and surveyed the surroundings. Let us make do for the night, he suggested. The following morning, Yu Lingshan and Ling Huchong stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the recent turn of events. Once they regained their composure, Yu Lingshan hurriedly assisted the innkeeper, explaining, Innkeeper, we mean no harm. We are all disciples of the Huashan sect. That esteemed guest is someone we invited, and the creature accompanying him is a spirit beast. Do you understand? A a spirit beast that comprehends human speech and possesses its own consciousness. They assured him that they would compensate for the damaged door and the cost of their stay. The nine-tailed fox flashed a menacing grin at the innkeeper, who trembled in fear, for had it not been for Raleigh's intervention, he might have resorted to violence against these foolish humans. The innkeeper, terrified, promptly provided them with a luxurious suite. Simultaneously, Yuling Shan began to grasp the reason behind the townspeople's reluctance to venture outside that day. Upon reaching the foot of Huashan, she found the town strangely deserted. The streets echoed with the solitary sound of her footsteps, as citizens cowered within their homes, peeking through cracks in their doors. Upon catching a glimpse of her, they were instantly entranced by Hancock's enchanting presence. "Ah, so they have all hidden away," she mused. The slightest stir caught Hancock's attention, and she turned towards the captivated citizens observing her from behind their doors, smiling subtly. "Pray tell, has anyone seen a man accompanied by a nine-tailed fox?" In an instant, the memory of the man they had deemed a monster evaporated from their minds, and they surged forth from their homes, clamoring to be near Hancock. I know, they shouted, eager to assist her. Hancock's smile remained undiminished. "Who among you will guide me? I am unfamiliar with this place." In unison, the crowd directed her towards the inn where Raleigh resided. With a satisfied smile, Hancock swiftly located the inn where Raleigh was staying. At the entrance, she encountered the equally newly arrived Alice. As the Five Mountains Alliance convened, Raleigh ascended the mountain to a rousing welcome. "Sister, Alice." Upon their meeting, they followed the villagers' directions to the inn, where they chanced upon Raleigh and the nine-tailed fox dining at one table, while Yuling Shan and Ling Huchong occupied another. The nine-tailed fox, while eating, continued to grumble. "Is this truly the finest inn? This is what they serve." She cast a disdainful glance at the dishes on the table, her appetite evidently diminished. Raleigh set down his chopsticks and suggested, "Shall we dine outside? Is the food outside truly superior to my own cooking?" Came the sudden voice of Lianjie Alice. Observing the dishes on the table, she quickly grasped the situation between Raleigh and Jiawei. With a smile, she remarked, "Just give me 15 minutes. Yuling Shan gazed at the two women who had unexpectedly appeared beside Raleigh, each exuding an alluring charm that captivated the soul. One radiated youthful beauty, while the other matched her in elegance. The trio seated together was undeniably eye-catching. "Wow, what stunning sisters." Yuling Shan's eyes sparkled. Hancock possessed a charm that captivated both men and women alike. She nudged her senior brother Ling Huchong, inquiring, "What exactly is Raleigh's background?" "Those two ladies by his side do not appear to be ordinary. How did my father come to know such individuals?" Yuling Shan whispered to Ling Huchong while discreetly stealing glances at Raleigh's table. However, after waiting for a while, she found Ling Huchong unresponsive. He seemed utterly entranced, completely enamored by the woman beside him, even drooling. Annoyed, she pinched his arm and gritted her teeth. "Senior brother, are they not beautiful?" Ling Huchong winced in pain, asserting, not beautiful at all." Yet, within his heart, he felt a pang of unease, labeling the enchanting woman as a demoness. His thoughts turned to the words of his master, reflecting on the dubious nature of Yubuchuan. Could it be that his master was colluding with a demoness? Suspicion began to brew within him. The following day, Raleigh and his companions departed without delay, ascending the mountain. Upon receiving news, Yubuchuan summoned all disciples of the Huashan sect, eagerly awaiting them at the mountain gate. The leaders of the Songshan and Hengshan sects had also arrived at Huashan the previous day. Witnessing Yubuchuan's unusual display of hospitality early in the morning hinted at the distinguished identity of the guests expected to arrive. The leaders of various sects set aside their tasks, quietly observing from a distance. Zuolinchan felt a surge of annoyance at this scene, recalling that they had not received such a respectful welcome upon their arrival the day before. Ding Mian, sensing Zuolinchan's simmering frustration, refrained from provoking him further and quickly advised, "Master Zua, perhaps Yubuchuan is merely putting on a show for us." "For whom is he performing?" "It is clearly to provoke me," Zuolinchan hissed in a low voice. "Rest assured, this Yubuchuan will not amount to much." Ding Mian smiled nervously. Meanwhile, the nun Ding Xian arrived at Huashan with her junior sister Ding Yi. Gazing towards the mountain gate, Ding Xian pondered Yubuchuan's intentions. With representatives from the 5 sects already present, she wondered who would be arriving next. Ding Yi wore a worried expression, cautioning, "We must remain vigilant and not lose our composure." Before they could approach the Huashan sect's gate, Yuling Shan spotted her father anxiously waiting and waved vigorously, calling out, "Father." Hearing her voice, Yubuchuan perked up and swiftly made his way to Raleigh. "Mr. Raleigh." Yubuchuan, accustomed to addressing Raleigh with familiarity, felt a twinge of awkwardness calling him that in front of Yuling Shan and Ling Huchong. He quickly corrected himself, adopting a tone of reverence. Hancock and Lianjie Alice exchanged amused glances at the exchange. Rory, however, remained indifferent. Yubuchuan hastily led Rory onward. On the mountain path, all disciples of the Huashan sect stood in neat rows on either side. Upon catching sight of Rory, they greeted him with well-rehearsed reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Mr. Rory." The entire valley echoed with their salutation. Raleigh felt utterly powerless against the welcoming ceremony arranged by Yubuchuan. Yet, the tail nestled in his arms unexpectedly reveled in the attention and admiration it garnered from the crowd. The 9 brilliantly colored tails swayed behind him. And Yuling Shan was startled by the commotion, momentarily distracted from her actions as she observed her fellow disciples on either side. "You've tangled with my tail, foolish woman." The 9 tails voiced its displeasure, startling everyone present at the Huashan sect. The notion of a talking fox startled the disciples, their faces paling in shock. They dared not turn and flee, despite the fear coursing through them. The 9 tails, feeling offended, gracefully leaped onto a rock, surveying the trembling disciples from a position of superiority. "I am a spiritual beast." It nearly divulged its true identity but opted for spiritual beast instead, knowing they would not comprehend. "Whoever dares to call me a monster shall face my wrath." Hancock could not suppress a laugh, saying, "Come back, 9 tails, we are merely guests here." A melodious voice drew everyone's attention. Upon catching sight of its owner, all felt their breath hitch, their hearts pounding as if echoing in their ears. A fairy has descended. They gasped in awe. Hancock, accustomed to such admiration, casually tossed her hair and continued forward, an action that ignited fervent desires among the Huashan disciples. Their eyes nearly aflame with unabashed longing directed at her. "Monster, behold my blade!" Feng Qingyang exclaimed. While the Huashan disciples were captivated by Hancock and the 9 tails, a few distant sect leaders noticed the man beside Yubuchuan. The Raleigh appeared to be overshadowed by Hancock and the 9 tails. A closer inspection revealed the respect the others held for him, further confirmed by Yubuchuan's demeanor toward the man. Seeing Yubuchuan lead those individuals toward the rear mountain guest quarters, the sect leaders could not resist following. Yubuchuan reserved the finest guest rooms in case Hancock and Alice truly accompanied the esteemed Raleigh. At this moment, it proved fortuitous as Yubuchuan ushered Raleigh into his chamber, briefly outlining the layout of the surrounding courtyards. "Mr. Raleigh," he inquired, "is there anything you find lacking? Should you require anything, simply command my disciples to attend to it." Raleigh casually glanced around. This place could hardly compare to his luxurious villa. Yubuchuan promptly arranged for 2 disciples to remain on standby during Raleigh's stay at the Huashan sect. Naturally, Hancock and her companions received the same courtesy. Witnessing the scene stirred discomfort among the sect leaders who had followed closely behind. They believed that, in terms of status, as the esteemed heads of their respective sects, they should not be deemed inferior to Raleigh and his companions. Although the 5 Mountain Sword sect had a history of rivalry, they had maintained a semblance of alliance. After realizing the disparity in treatment they received, they could not help but harbor resentment towards these unexpected guests. After dinner, Ling Huchong hurried to the back mountain. Clutching several flasks of wine he had stealthily purchased from the foot of the mountain. "Senior, I have brought fine wine to honor you," he called out. "Senior Feng." His voice echoed against the cliff, creating a resounding reverberation. Suddenly, a shadow darted from a cave with such swiftness that it was nearly impossible to track its movement. Only when the gust of wind ceased did an elderly man, with gray hair and beard, land gracefully before Ling Huchong. Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. "It seems you do have a conscience, young one." Ling Huchong tossed the wine flask, which Feng Qingyang caught effortlessly, and they sat upon the ground, sharing a drink beneath the enchanting night sky. Ling Huchong's thoughts wandered to the peculiar individuals who had arrived from the mountain, and he shared their odd characteristics with Feng Qingyang. To his astonishment, Feng Qingyang exclaimed, "There are indeed talking 9-tailed foxes?" Ling Huchong took a sip of wine and replied indistinctly, "Indeed. It seems to be a pet of that Mr. Raleigh, or rather, a spirit beast." Spirit beasts? Feng Qingyang, having lived for over half a century, was skeptical about the existence of such creatures, relegated to the realm of legends. Perhaps they are merely monsters concocted to amuse you. Ling Huchong shook his head, insisting, among them, that Hancock is undoubtedly a demoness. She can enchant anyone into a daze. Truly, too captivating. As he spoke, a look of infatuation spread across his face. Observing Ling Huchong's demeanor, Feng Qingyang grew increasingly convinced of the extraordinary nature of these individuals. He resolved to meet them, take me to see them. What? Ling Huchong thought he had misheard due to intoxication, but Feng Qingyang firmly seized his collar and lifted him, declaring, "I must see these strange beings." With no choice in the matter, Ling Huchong was dragged along. Following his lead, they soon found the quarters where Raleigh and his companions resided. "Which room houses the 9-tailed fox?" Feng Qingyang decided to approach the fox first. Ling Huchong pointed to the central room, and Feng Qingyang concealed his presence as he stealthily approached. Just as he was about to find Ling Huchong, he spotted him crouched in the grass, revealing only half of his head. Ling Huchong smiled sheepishly. "Senior, you go ahead. I'll keep watch." Feng Qingyang, exasperated, was about to admonish him when a cacophony of voices reached their ears. To the left, yes, just like that. Unleash the big move. Following the sound, Feng Qingyang discovered a 9-tailed fox on the roof, intently focused on a black square object. He hesitated momentarily before moving closer. Suddenly, the small creature sprang into view, its 9 tails standing erect, clearly defined. "I shall not let this go unpunished." The creature let out a low growl, completely absorbed in its game. Seeing the 9-tailed fox disregard him, Feng Qingyang's frustration peaked. He raised his voice, reiterating his previous statement, only to receive the same indifference in return. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he drew his sword and launched an attack. A blinding flash of the sword cut through the air. The solitary 9 swords can pierce through all. With the title of Sword God, he felt his strength surging. Foolish human. Begone. The 9-tailed fox turned its gaze towards Feng Qingyang, its bright eyes filled with palpable malice. Meeting its gaze, Feng Qingyang felt as though his soul was ensnared. Fortunately, he was no ordinary man. I am Feng Qingyang, the protagonist, formidable, he declared defiantly. Humph, demon. He swiftly suppressed his fear and launched another attack. His fierce sword techniques aimed directly at the creature's vital points. The 9-tailed fox, on the verge of completing its game, was thoroughly incensed as its petite form expanded dramatically, the roof beginning to buckle under the immense pressure. Indeed, a demon. Feng Qingyang's expression turned grave as he observed the fox's transformation. Senior, run. Ling Huchong, hiding in the grass, whispered urgently to Feng Qingyang, fearful of provoking the creature. Feng Qingyang gripped his sword tightly. This beast must be eradicated, as it posed a threat to the Huashan sect. Resolutely, he soared into the air, channeling his internal energy without holding back. In an instant, Feng Qingyang vanished from sight, his presence completely concealed. The 9-tailed fox, sensing an imminent danger, leaped from its previous position, suddenly illuminating the area with a flash of white light. The roof collapsed with a thunderous crash, debris scattering amidst clouds of dust. The precise cut in the roof indicated it had been severed by a sharp weapon. A fleeting shadow appeared as Feng Qingyang stood atop the eaves, gazing at the 9-tailed fox. You possess some skill, having anticipated my movements and evaded. The 9-tails, enveloped in its luxurious fur, lunged fiercely at Feng Qingyang. The latter, wielding his sword, moved with such swiftness that only a faint afterimage remained in his wake. In the instant of their collision, Feng Qingyang abruptly halted, twisting his form to change direction and leaping high into the air, suspended above the head of the 9-tails. He prepared to deliver a fatal strike. However, a shadow swiftly descended from above him, compelling him to glance upward, where he beheld a long, whip-like tail reflected in his pupils. How dare mere ants be so audacious before me? Scoffed the 9-tails, as its elongated tail struck the side of Feng Qingyang's head with a resounding crash that echoed through the night sky, accompanied by the sharp crack of splintering bones. The powerful blow sent Feng Qingyang hurtling away, his body akin to a broken doll, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing violently against a stone wall. Coughing violently, Feng Qingyang managed to protect his heart with his vital energy, barely clinging to life. Senior, Ling Huchong exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror and fury as he rushed over to support Feng Qingyang. Senior Yu, Chongo, that is a monster. Blood trickled from Feng Qingyang's lips, his expression marred by an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Quickly, summon help from Shaolin and Wudong. They must vanquish this demon. His words trailed off, and he fell silent, his breath extinguished. Ling Huchong, recalling the invaluable teachings Feng Qingyang had imparted to him, felt tears welling in his eyes as he cast a vengeful gaze at the distant creature. He urged himself to seek reinforcements from Wudong and Shaolin. The 9-tails, recognizing Ling Huchong as the beloved disciple of Yibuchuan, chose to spare him, turning its attention back to its game after dispatching Feng Qingyang. Raleigh stood before the window of his room, observing the entire battle unfold before his eyes. He watched as Ling Huchong carried Feng Qingyang away. A smile played on Raleigh's lips, and without breaking the moment, he raised his hand to close the window. Yibuchuan, I have unwittingly drawn out your rebellious disciple for you. The following day, after breakfast, Yibuchuan set off for the Cliff of Reflection with the members of the Fortai sect. Raleigh and his companions, however, were not particularly interested in the martial arts manuals of their world and chose not to join in the excitement. Apart from Raleigh and a few others who remained in the courtyard, everyone else hurried to the Cliff of Reflection, eager to glimpse the long-lost martial arts secrets of various sections. The perilous and intricate terrain of the Cliff of Reflection was such that even the disciples of the Huashan sect could not claim to be entirely familiar with it. Following the events of the previous night, Ling Huchong found himself unable to sleep, his mind consumed by the image of Feng Qingyang being defeated in a single blow and the terrifying prowess of the 9-tails. Recalling Feng Qingyang's last words, he mingled among his fellow disciples, waiting for an opportune moment to slip away from Huashan. The stone cave on the sheer cliff wall was where Yibuchuan claimed the martial arts manuals had been discovered. The various sect leaders showcased their lightness skills, expertly navigating the vines along the cliffside to enter the cave without error. The disciples outside anxiously craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of what lay within, but lacking the cultivation to emulate their master's graceful movements. When they finally emerged, the faces of the 5 sect leaders were adorned with smiles, indicating they had successfully retrieved the lost martial arts secrets of their respective sections. As the saying goes, one is at the mercy of those they rely on. Upon their return from the Cliff of Reflection, the demeanor of the sect leaders was markedly different from before. When Yibuchuan proposed to confirm the date for the 5 Mountains Alliance, there was no more reluctance. They agreed without hesitation. In 5 days, the 5 Mountains Alliance would formally convene. To ensure the smooth execution of this gathering, Yibuchuan meticulously orchestrated every detail, instructing his disciples that during this critical period, no unforeseen disturbances were to occur. Once all arrangements were in place, Yu Buchuan suddenly recalled that he had not seen Ling Hu Chong for several days. He ordered someone to summon him, but a thorough search of the Huashan sect yielded no trace of Ling Hu Chong. Clearly, he was no longer on the mountain. Where has this rebellious disciple run off to at such a crucial moment? Yu Buchuan seethed with anger, slamming his palm against the solid wooden table beside him. With a resounding crack, the sturdy table splintered into pieces, its legs crashing heavily against the wall, a sight that was quite alarming. Yu Lingshan instinctively recoiled, yet bravely interjected on Ling Hu Chong's behalf. Perhaps the senior brother has pressing matters to attend to and will return later. Yu Buchuan, fuming, retorted. No matter how urgent the matter, it must be reported to me first. Has he no sense of propriety? Ning Zhongzi joined in to advocate for Ling Hu Chong, stating, Chonger has always conducted himself with discretion. We must trust him. Discretion? Yu Buchuan scoffed. I am certain he has merely gone down the mountain to indulge in drinking again. Truly an unworthy fellow. With that, Yu Buchuan dismissed the matter entirely and departed. Ning Zhongzi and Yu Lingshan exchanged glances, uncertain of where to begin searching for Ling Hu Chong. As Raleigh and his companions observed the time, they promptly proceeded to the grand assembly venue. Following the meticulous arrangements made by Yu Buchuan over the past few days, the martial arts training ground on the back mountain had been transformed into an expansive hall capable of accommodating all disciples from the 5 sects without difficulty. Upon exiting the back courtyard, Raleigh immediately spotted Yu Buchuan, Yu Lingshan's, and several disciples who had long been awaiting at the entrance. Yu Buchuan approached, exclaiming, Mr. Raleigh, the grand assembly is about to commence. Let us proceed. Raleigh nodded in acknowledgement, and under Yu Buchuan's guidance, the group made their way toward the back mountain. As the assembly commenced, Raleigh, a figure of significant stature, took his seat at the main dais. The assembly hall was divided into 3 elevated platforms. The side platforms were designated for the disciples of each sect, while the central platform was reserved for the sect leaders. When Zhuo Lingshan arrived at the venue and ascended the high platform, he suddenly noticed that the number of prepared seats far exceeded the 5 expected. The central seat, in particular, stood out as the most prestigious, crafted from fine hardwood and intricately carved with lifelike lions, draped in luxurious white tiger fur. What could this signify? Were there others intending to intervene in the affairs of the 5 mountain sword sects? Zhuo Lingshan furrowed his brow, remaining vigilant, his gaze fixed on the central throne. Aware that he currently lacked the standing to occupy that seat, he naturally moved toward the nearest chair to the right of the throne. At that moment, Ning Zhongzi appeared, blocking Zhuo Lingshan's path. He halted his motion and inquired, What is it, Madam Yu? Ning Zhongzi pointed towards a seat further away from the throne, saying, Sect leader Zhuo, your place is over there. Zhuo Lingshan, incredulous, stared wide-eyed at the seats positioned at the far end. His anger bubbled beneath the surface, yet he suppressed it. Thinking to himself, I shall see who has the privilege to sit in that esteemed position today. Turning his head, he noticed Liu Chui seated at the farthest right. Subsequently, when the Hengshan, Taishan, and Hengshan sects arrived, Ning Zhongzi directly guided them to their seats to prevent any misplacements. The prominence of the central seat was undeniable, making it impossible to overlook. Like Zhuo Lingshan, everyone was left speculating about who would claim that coveted position. As Raleigh and his companions entered the assembly hall, all other sects had already gathered. The moment Hancock and the Ninetails made their entrance, they instantly commanded the attention of the entire assembly. Following Yu Buchuan to the vicinity of the dais, Raleigh immediately spotted the conspicuous chair, without a doubt arranged by Yu Buchuan for himself. Raleigh slowed his pace. Mr. Raleigh, this has been prepared especially for you. I hope you won't mind the somewhat hasty timing, Yu Buchuan remarked. Raleigh nodded nonchalantly as Yu Buchuan eagerly welcomed him to the main hall, arranging Hancock, Ailey, and the Ninetails to sit beside him, while he took his own seat. The leaders of the 4 factions had been keenly observing who would occupy this position. Upon realizing it was Raleigh, their expressions turned ashen, each more troubled than the last. When they noticed even that little creature was seated in a more prominent position than theirs, their patience finally wore thin. Master Ding Xian was the first to rise, questioning. Master Yu, what do you mean by this? We convened the 5 Mountains Alliance Conference, so why do these unknown individuals ascend to the main seat? Indeed, these individuals are neither from your Huashan sect nor under our several factions. If they wish to observe the Alliance Conference, that is acceptable. However, to sit in the main seat, they likely lack the qualifications, added the leader of the Taishan sect, Daoist Tianmen. This time, Zhuo Lingshan remained seated, watching as the leaders of various factions willingly took the stage to act as his pawns. Yu Buchuan had anticipated their reactions. Everyone, please remain calm. Mr. Raleigh is my esteemed guest, and I am fully aware of his qualifications for this position. However, our primary purpose in convening the Alliance Conference is not to deliberate on Mr. Raleigh, but to elect a new leader for the 5 mountains, is it not? Are you suggesting that you wish to spar before the meeting commences? Yu Buchuan's gaze, filled with meaning, swept over the disgruntled individuals. By emphasizing the term spar, he inadvertently reminded them of the martial arts manuals they had recently recovered, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, with no further objections, the conference officially commenced. As the initiator of this meeting, Yu Buchuan took on the role of host. Everyone knows that while we, the 5 mountain sword sects, are said to be an alliance, we have long been leaderless. This gathering is to elect a new leader for the 5 mountains. As soon as Yu Buchuan finished speaking, Master Dingxian stood to counter. Despite the absence of a leader for so long, our 5 factions have not shown any negligence in the face of the demonic cult's attacks. The position of leader is of little consequence, so I believe there is no need to elect one. Master Dingxian understood the implications of electing a leader. With Zhuo Lingshan eyeing the position covetously and now Yu Buchuan joining the fray, she did not want the Hengshan sect to become a victim of their inflated ambitions. Her words immediately drew a rebuttal from Zhuo Lingshan. Master Dingxian, that is not the case. The current state of the 5 factions is like scattered sand, with no one to hold the reins. This state of affairs completely contradicts our original intent. Master Dingxian wished to say more, but was restrained by her companion, Dingy. Noticing Dingy's hint, she realized that the other faction seemed not to oppose the election of a leader, leaving her as the sole dissenter. Dingy shook his head, signaling that the current situation was unfavorable for them. Feeling disheartened, Dingxian returned to her seat, refraining from further comment. At this moment, Yu Buchuan announced, "If there are no objections, we shall commence the voting. Those wishing to run for the leadership may inscribe their names on the plaque. Only the leaders of the 5 factions may participate in the voting, and the candidate with the most votes shall prevail." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhuo Lingshan was the first to rise, inscribing his name on the plaque. As he set down his pen, he and Yu Buchuan exchanged glances, each perceiving the ambition and challenge in the other's eyes. The race for the leadership position was now a contest solely between Zhuo Lingshan and Yu Buchuan. As the voting began, Master Dingxian from the Hengshan sect relinquished her vote. Daoist Tianmin from the Taishan sect cast his vote in support of the Songzhan sect, his demeanor gleeful. The remaining vote from the Hengshan sect was pivotal. If the Hengshan sect voted for the Songzhan sect, Zhuo Lingshan would win with 2 votes, becoming the leader. However, if they cast their vote for Huashan sect, it would result in a tie. Although Yu Buchuan had the capacity to overturn the table, he was not yet inclined to do so. Under the anxious gazes of all present, Odin, the leader of the Hengshan sect, approached the plaque. With a deliberate motion, he turned his hand away from the voting and instead grasped Yu Buchuan's hand. "Master Yu, thank you for your assistance in our Hengshan sect's matters." Imodo expressed solemnly before unhesitatingly casting his vote for Yu Buchuan. The result stood at a tie of 1-1. A wave of relief washed over Yu Buchuan. Turning to face Zhuo Lingshan, whose gaze was predator-like, he smiled. "It seems we are tied. How shall we proceed with the selection now?" Imoda surveyed the vacant space below and casually suggested, "How about a contest? The victor shall be the new leader of our 5 mountain sword sects." "Excellent." Both Zhuo Lingshan and Yu Buchuan replied in unison. The 2 men locked eyes, neither willing to concede an inch. Suddenly, Yu Buchuan pivoted, drawing his sword from his side, leaping down from the high platform to stand in the center of the open ground. "Master Zhuo, I humbly ask for your guidance." With a faint, disdainful scoff, Zhuo Lingshan contemptuously regarded Yu Buchuan, his hands clasped behind his back. "I have heard that Master Yu has greatly improved during his seclusion. Allow me to experience it firsthand." With his ice palm technique reaching its pinnacle, Zhuo Lingshan viewed this conference not only as a means to secure the leadership, but also as an opportunity to compel the others to submit willingly to his command. As he spoke, a fierce intent glimmered in his eyes, his voice soft yet resonant enough for all present to hear. In a flash, Zhuo Lingshan's toes barely touched the ground, and his figure blurred as he launched himself from the high platform, a white shadow surging forth, accompanied by a gust of wind. The disciples seated nearby instinctively recoiled, feeling a powerful current sweep past them. In the expansive arena, Yu Buchuan and Zhuo Lingshan stood facing each other. Their auras subdued yet palpable, the chill of their respective weapons hanging in the air, a testament to their formidable presence. Clearly, Zhuo Lingshan embodied the latter. Raleigh observed that the imposing presence of the left cold Zen overshadowed Yu Buchuan on the stage. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Who will serve as the judge for this contest?" The crowd, taken aback by his question, fell silent. While both the Tianmin Daoist of the Taishan sect and Imoda of the Hengshan sect appeared eager to respond, Raleigh's gaze lightly swept over the 2 of them, ultimately resting on Master Dingxian, as he requested, "I would be grateful if you could officiate this contest." The actions of Raleigh left everyone present in a state of instant comprehension. The Taishan and Hengshan sects each had their own favored candidates, and allowing them to step forward inevitably raised suspicions about the integrity of their choices. The selection of the impartial Master Dingxian was indeed the most fitting. After a moment of hesitation, Dingxian nodded. Once the contest was announced to begin, Zhuo Lingshan launched the first assault. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards Yu Buchuan, delivering a merciless strike with his ice-cold palm aimed directly at Yu's head. Yu Buchuan swiftly evaded the attack, but Zhuo Lingshan had anticipated that such a simplistic maneuver would barely graze the fabric of Yu's attire. A cold smile crept across Yu's lips, and in the next instant, he utilized the momentum of his movement as a weapon, thrusting towards Yu's chest like a spear. Yu reacted with remarkable speed, raising his hand to block. Yet it proved ineffective, resulting in a muffled groan as he was forced to retreat several meters before stabilizing himself. At that moment, the supporters of the Songhan sect radiated fervent enthusiasm, while Mo furrowed his brow, astonished that in this first round, Yu Buchuan had faltered under Zhuo Lengchan's onslaught. Beside him, the Tianmin Daoist could hardly conceal his excitement, evidently convinced that his gamble on Zhuo Lengchan representing the future of the Taishan sect was paying off. Is this truly the extent of your power after your seclusion, Yu Buchuan? Pathetically weak, Zhuo Lengchan, a tempestuous force, surged towards Yu Buchuan once more, raising his palm to strike at a vital point. With a resounding crash, Zhuo's blow connected with Yu's abdomen, sending him tumbling sideways. From the stands, Yu Lengchan could no longer bear to witness the scene and felt compelled to intervene. I must stop this, she cried out, but Ning Zhangzi quickly restrained her, exclaiming, You mustn't, Shan. But mother, my father. Yu Lengchan could hardly fathom that Yu Buchuan was not a match for Zhuo Lengchan. Yet the reality before her compelled her to confront the truth. Ning Zhangzi, equally incredulous, shook her head in disbelief, torn between concern and a sliver of rationality. The Tianmin Daoist, observing the unfolding events, remarked with a mocking tone, Yu Buchuan, perhaps it's time for you to concede on behalf of your master. At this rate, your very life may be at stake. Yu Lengchan, incensed, leapt up, pointing at the Tianmin Daoist. How dare you? I am merely offering sound advice. Surrender now to avoid a more humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, the battlefield depicted Yu Buchuan appearing utterly overwhelmed, with Zhuo Lengchan dominating the contest. Jiawei casually flicked its tail and remarked, What is this? A ruse to feign weakness? The Tianmin Daoist, startled to hear someone speak in defense of Yu Buchuan, turned to meet Jiawei's languid gaze. Instantly realizing the absurdity of the situation, he quickly redirected his focus back to the match. Will my father truly lose? Yu Lengchan's voice trembled with emotion. Ning Zhongzi, preoccupied with the ongoing battle, could not spare time to console her. Yu Buchuan, concede. You cannot hope to best me. Zhuo Lengchan erupted in boisterous laughter as he witnessed Yu Buchuan being thoroughly subdued. Yu stood firm, dusting off his attire with a languid air, his tone dripping with disdain. Zhuo Lengchan, it appears you remain woefully inadequate. Yu Buchuan's gaze turned to the high platform where Raleigh stood, had it not been for this gathering. He might have found himself outmatched by Zhuo Lengchan. A surge of gratitude welled within him, for his world had irrevocably transformed. Zhuo Lengchan, once a figure he aspired to surpass, had become a clear representation of Yu's own burgeoning strength. In this moment, Yu Buchuan experienced a profound awakening and metamorphosis. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Zhuo Lengchan's expression shifted dramatically, his smile frozen in place. Yu Buchuan lifted his gaze, an undeniable aura of determination enveloping him. The position of leader, I shall claim it. With that declaration, the atmosphere crackled with an ominous energy as Yu Buchuan stood resolute, embodying an unassailable presence akin to Mount Hua, evoking an overwhelming sense of invincibility. The spectators rose collectively, their hearts stirred by a tumultuous wave of astonishment. Shock reverberated through the crowd. Raleigh chuckled lightly, finally shedding his pretense. How could that be? Ninetails scoffed. Zhuo Lengchan was taken aback, retreating several steps in astonishment. However, anger soon replaced his bewilderment, as he determined it must be an illusion. Who dares obstruct my path? You shall die. With that, Zhuo Lengchan stomped his foot forcefully, gathering all his icy energy into his palm, charging towards Yu Buchuan. This time, Yu Buchuan did not defend. His figure flickered rapidly, evading capture. Zhuo Lengchan halted, vigilant, glancing around. The air was filled only with the occasional sound of wind cutting through, devoid of any other movement. Zhuo Lengchan strained to locate Yu Buchuan's presence. Anxiety etched on his face. Suddenly, Yu Buchuan appeared like a ghost at Zhuo Lengchan's left side, kindly reminding him. Zhuo Lengchan whirled around, barely catching sight of Yu Buchuan before he vanished again. Behind him, Yu Buchuan reappeared, warning him once more. Zhuo Lengchan spun around, only to find Yu Buchuan had slipped away yet again. Yu Buchuan. Zhuo Lengchan's voice echoed, but the surroundings remained eerily silent. The disciples of the Songhan and Taishan sects, who had previously mocked the Huashan sect, were now too intimidated to speak, witnessing their sect leader toyed with by Yu Buchuan. They reflected on their earlier confidence that Zhuo Lengchan would triumph, feeling as if they were slapping their own faces. Zhuo Lengchan bellowed in rage, aside from dodging. What else can you do? If you have the courage, let us duel with true intent. Yu Buchuan, having had his fill of games, silently appeared behind Zhuo Lengchan. In a fit of rage, Zhuo Lengchan charged straight at Yu Buchuan, his murderous intent palpable. Yu Buchuan met him with a steadfast gaze, and in an instant, they collided with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled beneath them as the force of their clash stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring the battlefield from the onlookers. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in their hearts. Victory had already been determined. Amidst the chaos, a faint sound of footsteps emerged. Through the dust, a tall figure became discernible, and all eyes widened in anticipation, holding their breath. As the dust settled, Yu Buchuan emerged unscathed, revealing the battlefield behind him. A deep pit lay where Zhuo Lengchan had fallen, causing gasps of shock among the spectators. They looked up to see Yu Buchuan calmly returning to the high platform. The outcome unmistakable. Silence enveloped the arena as the disciples of Huashan were filled with joy and disbelief, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, unable to articulate their emotions. In contrast, the disciples of Songshan were engulfed in disbelief. Having always prided themselves on their formidable reputation, they could scarcely accept that the esteemed Zhuolengshan had been felled by the very leader they had scorned. Yu Buchuan, you have slain my sect leader. I shall demand retribution. A furious roar erupted from the sky as Ding Mian gripped his sword and leaped down from the platform. The death of Zhuolengshan was an unimaginable blow to him, and his rage consumed him, stripping away his reason. Pathetic, Yu Buchuan exclaimed, a bloodstain appearing on Ding Mian's neck. Ding Mian's pupils dilated in disbelief, reluctant to accept the rapid turn of events as he staggered backward in defeat. Yu Buchuan returned to his seat under the astonished gazes of the other sect leaders. The result was clear, yet he refrained from completing his statement. Casting a meaningful glance at the assembled leaders, none dared to mention the matter of the alliance, their heads bowed in silence. Yu Buchuan raised an eyebrow, preparing to speak when the Tianshan sect's Tianmin Daoist stood up. Leader Yu, you owe us an explanation. Prior to the contest, it was stated that we would stop at nothing. How could you strike down sect leaders with such malice? A heartless individual like you is unworthy of leading the Five Mountains Alliance. The Tianshan sect had covertly allied with Songshan, and now that Zhuolengshan had fallen, it was in their interest to ensure Yu Buchuan did not easily achieve his goals. Unfazed by the accusations, Yu Buchuan retorted, at that moment, Zhuolengshan relentlessly pursued me, attacking with lethal intent. Where were you to voice your objections? Yu Buchuan sneered, his frosty gaze sweeping over the three dissenters. I merely returned the favor. Is there a problem with that? The Tianshan Daoist fell silent, unable to counter his words. At this juncture, Emozwa of the Hengshan sect interjected, suggesting that since the outcome was clear, they should adhere to their prior agreement. The victor would assume the mantle of the new leader of the Five Mountains Alliance. Tianxin Shirtai sighed, acknowledging the truth in that statement, but expressed concern that Yu Buchuan's actions were indeed improper. With Zhuolengshan's demise, the Songshan sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance. And this matter would not rest easily. Yu Buchuan declared, this situation is solely my responsibility, and I will ensure that none of you suffer repercussions. Furthermore, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall unconditionally offer the martial arts and sword techniques of Huashan for all sects to study and practice. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The disciples of the Five Mountain Sword sects gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The notion of sharing Huashan's martial arts, steeped in a rich legacy, was unfathomable. The prized Zixia divine skill alone was enough to incite fervor among them. Ning Zhongze was the first to react, rushing over to halt Yu Buchuan. Brother, do not act impulsively. Yu Buchuan smiled calmly. I know precisely what I am doing. Had this been in the past, he would never have been so generous. Yet, having surpassed previous limitations, these techniques now felt like mere trifles to him, no longer serving his needs. Thus, he preferred to utilize them to win over the hearts of others, ensuring they would not regret aligning themselves with him. The Tianshan Daoist, who had previously clung to Zhuolengshan's favor, was now wide-eyed with greed, unable to conceal his excitement. Leader Yu, are you serious? We may freely take all the martial arts and techniques for our practice? Yu Buchuan nodded, affirming that all naturally included the Zixia divine skill. He encouraged them to voice the question that weighed most heavily on their minds. Remarkably, even the initially resolute Ding Xian had shifted his allegiance towards Yu Buchuan. And as for the Tianmin Daoist and Emoda, their stance was even less debatable. Ultimately, the matter of Zhuolengshan's demise was resolved, and the position of the Five Mountains Alliance leader firmly settled in Yu Buchuan's grasp. Securing the title of the Five Mountains Alliance leader was merely the first step in Yu Buchuan's grand design. At this juncture, as Yu Buchuan contemplated his next move, Yu Lingshan hurriedly burst into his study. Instinctively, he snatched a book to conceal the items laid before him, his face betraying displeasure as he reprimanded Yu Lingshan. You possess no sense of decorum. How has your father instructed you on conduct? Gasping for breath, Yu Lingshan replied, Father, my senior brother has returned. And it was no easy feat to relay the entire message. Yu Buchuan let out a cold snort, fully aware that Yu Lingshan had more to convey. Yet she faltered. What is it? He inquired, his expression one of exasperation. How could your senior brother possibly entangle himself with the disciples of Shaolin and Wudong? By reflex, Yu Buchuan assumed that Ling Huchong had once again stirred up trouble, inciting the ire of the Shaolin and Wudong sections. In that moment, Yu Lingshan found herself at a loss for words, opting instead to pull Yu Buchuan along to witness the situation for himself. At the mountain gate, Ling Huchong had arrived with the master Feng Zheng of Shaolin and the Taoist Chong Su of Wudong. Upon their arrival, the disciples of Shaolin and Wudong immediately surrounded the entire Huashan sect. Monks and swordsmen alike pointed their weapons towards the Huashan disciples, who found themselves encircled. Their movements were synchronized and orderly, and even the exits leading to the back mountain had been entirely sealed off, clearly a well-prepared siege. The combined forces of the Wudong and Shaolin sects numbered at least 200, creating a visually striking tableau. At the forefront of this formidable assembly stood Ling Huchong, Master Fangzheng and Taoist Chong Su. What is the meaning of this? He coldly inquired. Ling Hucheng dared not meet Yu Buchuan's gaze, his eyes wandering as he stammered. Master, this cannot be blamed solely on the disciple. It is for the greater good of Huashan and for the benefit of our many brothers that I have brought the Shaolin and Wudong here. Yu Buchuan could hardly believe that Ling Hucheng, whom he had regarded as his own, even contemplating passing on his teachings to him, could betray him in such a manner. Though the Shaolin and Wudong sects had always been esteemed in the martial world, their hidden rivalries had never ceased, each striving to maintain their standing within the community. Both factions had long sought opportunities to undermine one another, and now, Shaolin and Wudong had seized this chance through Ling Hucheng. News of the Huashan sect being besieged by Shaolin and Wudong swiftly reached the other four sects, prompting them to hasten to the mountain gate with their disciples in tow. Upon hearing the news, several individuals, including Raleigh, were intrigued. Hancock, upon learning that Yu Buchuan had been betrayed by his disciple, could no longer restrain herself and sought to deal with the traitor. Raleigh stopped her, urging patience, for this matter could only be resolved by Yu Buchuan himself. The bond between Ling Hucheng and Yu Buchuan, nurtured over more than a decade, dictated that only Yu Buchuan could best address the situation. Thus, Raleigh and the others stood at a distance, observing the unfolding events. I have not betrayed Huashan, Ling Hucheng exclaimed, desperate to rid himself of the traitor's label that had been thrust upon him. Everything I do is for the Huashan sect. It is you, master, who has endangered Huashan and brought us to this dire juncture. Ling Hucheng pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Buchuan. The creatures you brought are not mere beings. They are demons. You conspired with these monsters and even brought them to our sacred Huashan. What is your true intent? Upon hearing this, the Huashan disciples, who had previously been incensed by Ling Hucheng's alleged betrayal, froze in shock. According to the elder brother's words, was it not the sect leader himself who posed a threat to Huashan? Time seemed to stand still as the disciples regarded Yu Buchuan with newfound doubt and trepidation. Faced with such inquiries, Yu Buchuan remained unerringly composed. What proof do you have to substantiate that Mr. Raleigh and his companions are demons? He inquired coolly. The disciples turned their gaze to Ling Hucheng, awaiting the evidence to support his claims. I witnessed it with my own eyes that night. The nine-tailed beast could transform into a monstrous entity, wielding formidable powers. Even the venerable Feng Qingyang was no match for it and was killed. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd, astonished by the gravity of the revelation. Yet, Yu Buchuan seized upon a more crucial detail, narrowing his eyes dangerously as he fixed his gaze upon Ling Hucheng. How do you know Feng Qingyang? Realizing he had let slip a crucial piece of information, Ling Hucheng stammered under the weight of Yu Buchuan's ominous presence. I met him while in solitary confinement for penance 6 months ago. The nine-tailed beast is indeed a demon, and they aim to eradicate such fiends. The revelation ignited a surge of fury within Yu Buchuan. Those nearest to him felt an unsettling chill emanate from his presence. So, during the last attack by the demonic sect, I was not mistaken. You have indeed mastered the Duga 9 swords. Ling Hucheng nodded with great difficulty. When did you learn it? Yu Buchuan pressed. I learned it 6 months ago, before the cleansing ceremony at Hengshan. Ling Hucheng replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan's heart swelled with a mix of sorrow and rage. Why 6 months ago? Why then? Did you remain inactive during the siege of Huashan by the demonic sect in Songshan? You were well aware of the Duga 9 sword's power. Had you intervened then, our disciples would not have suffered such grievous losses. Reflecting on that time, Yu Buchuan felt a profound anguish. Ling Hucheng's betrayal inflicted an immeasurable wound upon him. This matter was equally painful for Ling Hucheng, who, in a fit of defiance, shouted, "It was Master Feng who urged me to remain silent. Master, you taught me to uphold integrity. Have I acted wrongly?" Following Ling Hucheng's outburst, a heavy silence enveloped Huashan. Each disciple was filled with indignation, shocked that their once beloved elder brother could prioritize his so-called integrity over the peril faced by countless fellow disciples. Disappointment and fury coursed through their hearts. Elder brother, no. You are no longer my elder brother. You do not deserve such a title. How could you be this person, after all we have done for you? Yu Lingshan gasped, struggling to accept the harsh reality, covering her mouth to suppress her vulnerability. Ling Hucheng, seeing his dear little sister's disillusionment, felt a pang of despair, exclaiming, "How can you not understand me, little sister?" His expression bore the weight of a world that had turned against him. Yu Lingshan shook her head vehemently. "Your selfishness lies at the heart of this." "I am not selfish," Ling Hucheng retorted defiantly. Yu Buchuan, having seen through Ling Hucheng's motivations, felt a profound sense of betrayal for the years he had devoted to nurturing him. "From this day forth, you are no longer part of Huashan." At these words, Ling Hucheng felt as if struck by lightning, his face drained of color. Observing the scene, the nine-tailed beast leaped onto a rock, shaking its head in dismay. "What a pity to have raised such a heartless wretch. You speak too much," it commented dryly, "for I have always maintained that humanity is foolish." Raleigh. The nine-tails drooled with glee, while only the top figures were truly discerning, excluding the detestable Uchiha Madara. Just as Nine-Tails was reveling in its mischief, Ling Hucheng, noticing their gathering behind, pointed towards the Nine-Tails and shouted, "Generally, what are you waiting for? The nine-tailed fox has made its appearance." No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of soldiers, armed with bows and shields, materialized from behind the eaves of the Huashan summit and the artificial rock formations, all aimed at the Ninetales. Additionally, the members of the Huashan sect surrounded the area in layers, forming a rough estimate of nearly 1,000 people. Yu Buqian, witnessing the sudden emergence of the army, was astounded. He glared at Ling Huchong in anger, exclaiming, "You have allied with the court. This is not an alliance." Ling Huchong retorted, "The demon has emerged, endangering the lives of the common people. Chaos is inevitable if we allow this to continue. I will not let the Huashan sect stray from the righteous path." After a prolonged silence, Master Fangzheng of Shaolin could no longer remain quiet upon seeing the Ninetales. He stepped forward and said, Master Yu, this nine-tailed fox can speak, which indicates it possesses some level of power. Do not allow yourself to be beguiled. Surrender it to prevent falling into the path of darkness." In the midst of rising smoke and palpable hostility, Master Fangzheng's sudden intervention resembled a refreshing stream, soothing the tumultuous emotions of those present, clearing their minds. As clarity returned, they began to recognize the validity of Fangzheng's words. Yu Buqian understood that the apparent miraculous effect was merely a deceptive technique from the Buddhist scriptures designed to confuse the heart and mind. He had acquired numerous Buddhist techniques after assisting Raleigh in extinguishing the Tang dynasty's Buddhist sects, so he was no stranger to such methods. At that moment, the Ninetales became agitated. "What? You dare to call me a demon? I am a charming and adorable pet." "Wait," Yu Buqian interjected, blocking the Ninetales as he addressed Master Fangzheng. "This Ninetales is merely a playful spirit beast." Master Fangzheng, twirling the beads in his hand, calmly replied, "Then let me approach and discern whether it is indeed a demon or merely a spirit beast." "Do not push your luck," Yu Buqian coldly warned. "Do you truly believe I fear you and your feeble companions? This is Huashan's territory, and you have no right to act recklessly here." Facing the encirclement of Shaolin, Wudong, and even the Imperial Army, the righteous Taoist Chongshu questioned, "So you intend to aid this demon in harming the innocent?" Master Fangzheng stepped forward, insisting, "Master Yu, turn back while you still can. Surrender this demon today, and it will not be too late." Their rhetoric dripped with righteousness, portraying themselves as the arbiters of justice against the demon. Despite their claims, the incessant repetition of demon grated on the Ninetales' nerves. Unable to tolerate it any longer, it leapt from the rocks, transforming midair into a colossal beast, its fur gleaming and exuding an aura of coldness, towering over 10 meters high, eliciting terror among the onlookers. Monster. A real monster. Some faint-hearted individuals fell to the ground in fear, unable to articulate the shock and terror they felt. The members of Wudong and Shaolin, while frightened, felt a surge of excitement. Master Fangzheng tightened his grip on the beads, readying to deploy his artifact to subdue the demon at the critical moment. "Filthy Taoist, filthy monk. Are you not done yet?" The Ninetales stood erect, swaying majestically as if deliberately showcasing itself to those who sought to capture it. Stepping forward from the crowd, the Ninetales approached, and those in its path hurriedly retreated, casting down their gazes in fear. Their breaths became cautious, lest they incur the wrath of the Ninetales. "Let us see who among you has the power to subdue me," it taunted. The Ninetales stood before the Taoists, lifting its proud head, utterly dismissive of them. This contempt ignited the anger of Taoist Chongshu, who unsheathed his sword, a greedy smile barely concealed on his face. "Very well. Today I shall act on behalf of heaven to subdue you, demon." Master Fangzheng, not to be outdone, brandished his artifact, preparing for battle. Just as the confrontation was about to erupt, Yu Buqian swiftly intervened, positioning himself before the Ninetales. Without turning around, he spoke to the Ninetales, "Leave this matter to me. Yu Buqian, you need only observe." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales kept its gaze fixed on Fangzheng and Chongshu, who remained silent. "Rest assured, this issue arose because of me, and I shall provide you with an explanation." The Ninetales huffed disdainfully. "Very well, if these individuals persist in their meddling, I shall not hesitate to rid you of this trash." Trash? The faces of the Taoists turned crimson. They had never been publicly humiliated in such a manner, especially by a demon. Taoist Chongshu declared fiercely, "Demon, do not think you can escape. Today, I shall slay you to restore peace to the world." With that, he attempted to bypass Yu Buqian and charge at the Ninetales. Sensing the intention to act, Yu Buqian's eyes turned cold as he stepped back. Chongshu felt a sudden jolt, receiving a heavy blow that sent him staggering back several meters before he could regain his footing. "Yu Buqian, do not mislead yourself," Master Fangzheng bellowed. "If you continue to protect this demon, do not blame us for the bloodshed that will flow like rivers atop Huashan today." Yu Buqian, uninterested in the monk's empty threats, had already seen through the intentions of Shaolin and Wudong in their siege against Huashan. He stepped forward, facing the 1,000-strong army led by Chongshu and Fangzheng. "What you demand of me is a facade. The true motive is your fear of the rise of the Five Mountain Sword sect." Upon hearing this, the other three sects, who had been watching the unfolding drama, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. If Huashan were to fall to the siege of Wudong and Shaolin, they would undoubtedly become the next targets. A chill ran down their spines. "I do not wish to create more bloodshed," Yu Buqian continued. "Today, I, Yu Buqian, shall make a blood oath with you too." Should I lose, there will be no more Huashan sect in this world. If I win 880, I kindly ask both of you to return and inform all disciples under your command that from now on, whenever they encounter members of the Huashan sect, they should automatically retreat 3 paces. At this, Disu and Fang Zhang exchanged glances, momentarily hesitating in the face of the challenge issued by Yu Buchuan. What? Are you afraid? Yu Buchuan deliberately provoked them. Disu, with determination, retorted, who says we are afraid? In his view, even though the wager was somewhat excessive, he was confident that Yu Buchuan could not possibly defeat both him and Fang Zhang in succession, whether in terms of strength or stamina. Fang Zhang shared the same sentiment. Nodding in agreement, the disciples of Wudong and Shaolin accepted the challenge. Yu Buchuan laughed heartily, glancing at Chongsu and Fang Zhang as if deliberating on who would take the first turn to battle. Finally, Chongsu nodded and stepped forward to face Yu Buchuan first. Seeing this, Yu Buchuan burst into another round of laughter. Do not waste time. You two should attack together. What? 1 against 2? Has Yu Buchuan lost his mind? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Not only were Yu Buchuan's disciples shocked, but even the disciples of Shaolin and Wudong, who were secretly delighted at Yu Buchuan's audacity, were taken aback by his recklessness. Chongsu, with narrowed eyes, locked gazes with Yu Buchuan. Suddenly, he leaped forward with a loud shout, charging directly at Yu Buchuan. Fang Zhang followed closely behind, ready to strike. Yu Buchuan remained calm, taking a single step forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, causing the air within a 20-meter radius to seem to freeze. Chongsu lunged with his long sword, unleashing the Tai Xianmin sword technique, while at the same time, Fang Zhang circled around to strike from the side with the Shaolin longstaff. However, Yu Buchuan appeared unfazed by their simultaneous attack, seemingly dismissive of their presence. Just as they thought they were upon him, Yu Buchuan's figure flickered, moving so swiftly that it was almost imperceptible, and he vanished from their sight. The next moment, he reappeared before Chongsu. He raised his hand, a torrent of righteous energy swirling in his palm, transforming into a solid force that surged forward. Chongsu and Fang Zhang's expressions changed drastically. The energy radiated from Yu Buchuan indicated that he had reached the innate realm. They had no time to evade, barely raising their hands to shield their chests in an attempt to mitigate the impending damage. In an instant, both coughed up blood, plummeting to the ground. Yu Buchuan looked down at them with disdain. Chongsu, unwilling to concede, picked up his long sword and charged at Yu Buchuan with a roar. Before Chongsu could close the distance, Yu Buchuan's figure appeared before him like a wraith, delivering a powerful blow that struck Chongsu directly in the chest, causing him to fly backward as if frozen. Disu. Fang Zhang's heart sank, his eyes filled with fury. He turned to Yu Buchuan, his voice trembling with rage. I will kill you. With just you? Yu Buchuan scoffed. I'll stand here and let you hit me. If I lose, so be it. Yu Buchuan's indifference was palpable, his energy swirling around him like armor. Fang Zhang swung his staff wildly. Yu Buchuan sighed, observing the once formidable Shaolin abbot who now seemed as fragile as a child. In the next moment, Yu Buchuan unleashed a powerful strike upon Fang Zhang, executing the cloud-dispelling palm, a technique that carried the force of 1,000 pounds, resulting in Fang Zhang's immediate downfall. At that moment, the arena fell silent. Everyone gazed in disbelief at Yu Buchuan, their expressions frozen in shock. After what felt like an eternity, the disciples of Huashan erupted in cheers. We won. We won. The exultation echoed across the mountains. After an intense confrontation, Yu Buchuan single-handedly defeated the leaders of both the Shaolin and Wudong sections. It became evident that the Huashan sect was destined to become the foremost sect in the martial world. Just then, an impatient voice interrupted their celebration. It was General Li of the Imperial Army, clad in armor and leading thousands of soldiers with an air of authority. You martial artists are nothing but pretenders. I advise you to kneel and surrender, offering up the fox spirit, or face the consequences as my army flattens Huashan. Before he could finish, the nine-tailed fox, unable to contain its anger, leapt down from the mountainside. Its 9 long tails danced in the air, and its crimson eyes burned with fury, gathering dark energy in its mouth. Raleigh covered his face, exclaiming that it was somewhat unfair. Hancock, Lian Che, and Alice were witnessing this form of attack for the first time, momentarily astonished. Yu Buchuan feared that the Nine Tails would obliterate Mount Hua. General Li, bewildered, questioned what this entity was, unable to comprehend it. However, it was evident that the Nine Tails fox was resisting. Archers, fire, commanded General Li, waving his hand. Countless arrows rained down upon the Nine Tails, only to have no effect. How is this possible? General Li was utterly baffled. The Nine Tails sneered, and the tailed beast bomb rippled through the air, crashing towards General Li's position. The ground shook violently as houses and rocks shattered into fragments, scattering debris in all directions. The earth roared like an earthquake, causing everyone to struggle to maintain their balance. Once the ground settled, those present gazed at the desolate wreckage in astonishment. This was the power of the demon fox. Everyone trembled in fear. Days later, following the victory of Hua Yi, news of Yu Buchuan leading his disciples to a resounding triumph spread, leaving the world in shock. Yu Buchuan's reputation soared in the martial world. Previously, the 5 mountain sword sects had complied with Yu Buchuan under duress, but now they had no objections to him becoming the leader of the Five Mountain Sword sect. Under his influence, the sect began to rise within the martial community. As the Five Mountain Sword sect gained prominence, Captain Marvel arrived. After the sect's rise drew intense attention, Ubuchiwan announced an enticing opportunity. Anyone who joined the Five Mountain Sword sect could openly learn all martial arts techniques, redeemable with sect points. This announcement created a seismic stir in the martial world. Such low barriers to entry and unrestricted access to techniques presented an unparalleled opportunity for all. Once the news spread, countless martial artists flocked to Mount Hua. Within 3 days, the number of people seeking to join nearly overwhelmed the sect. The influence of Mount Hua and the Five Mountain Sword sect continued to expand rapidly. The surge of new disciples incited envy among other sects, who recognized they could not rival Ubuchiwan in strength or audacity. They could only watch enviously as the Five Mountain Sword sect swiftly rose, infusing fresh vitality. Within Mount Hua, before new disciples had even memorized the sect rules, they were repeatedly reminded by their seniors, and even by Ubuchiwan himself, to never offend Raleigh and his companions, treating them with the utmost respect. However, when they inquired about Raleigh's identity, they were met with vague and evasive responses. Consequently, numerous speculations about Raleigh and his companions circulated among the newly initiated disciples. They were curious about Hancock, who was astonishingly beautiful, and wondered what kind of power could render the fearsome Ninetales so docile in his presence. In the Marvel Universe, a crimson lightning bolt pierced the atmosphere, racing towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Upon landing, the dazzling light vanished, revealing a slender figure, Captain Marvel. She surveyed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had mistaken her for an intruder and casually inquired, "Where's Fury?" 5 minutes later, Captain Marvel nearly failed to recognize the now elderly Nick Fury. They embraced and exchanged pleasantries. "It appears you haven't encountered any dangers," she remarked. "I rushed over here from the celestial star system without finishing my tasks." Fury's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "No, this matter is of great importance. Currently, you are the only one who can assist me." "What is it?" Captain Marvel asked, intrigued. Fury cleared his throat and produced a confidential document from a secure case. "I need your help to deal with this individual." Captain Marvel glanced at the dossier, her eyes widening in disbelief. Raleigh? A human? She couldn't fathom why Fury had summoned her from so far away merely to handle a human issue. Amused yet exasperated, she playfully slapped the file against Fury's chest. "Fury, I'm busy. Don't summon me for trivial matters. Do you know how far it is from the celestial star system to Earth?" Fury, sensing her misunderstanding, quickly clarified. No. I don't know anything about Raleigh's true identity. Everything about him is a blank slate. We can't find any information. But what I can assert is that he belongs to the category of superpowered humans." Fury spoke with conviction, believing Raleigh, regardless of his extraordinary abilities, was simply a human with some exceptional powers. He could not fathom Raleigh's true nature. Even so, Captain Marvel remained dissatisfied with being summoned for what seemed like a minor issue. "Don't you have anyone else who can handle this?" she asked, rolling her eyes. Fury chuckled lightly. "Please help me this once. I genuinely have no one else capable of managing this situation. The recent incidents involving Iron Man and the Hulk were only resolved through the efforts of others. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation has taken a hit." Seeing Fury's earnestness, Captain Marvel felt a twinge of sympathy. Reluctantly, she agreed. "Just this once. If it isn't a matter of Earth's destruction, don't summon me again so thoughtlessly. I'm busy enough as it is." She couldn't believe she was being asked to intervene with a mere human. Captain Marvel murmured her dissatisfaction while perusing the scan information available about Raleigh. She discovered that this individual had not committed any grave misdeeds. However, since he posed a threat to S.H.I.E.L.D., she resolved to teach him a lesson to ensure his future compliance. Meanwhile, Ubuchiwan, commanding the Five Mountain Sword sect, was increasingly dissatisfied with his current holdings. The ambitions that had long lain dormant within him resurfaced, and this time, he sought an audience with the emperor of the Ming dynasty. He first subdued an ancient eunuch adept in the Sunflower Manual, then, under the guise of the leader of the Five Mountains, coerced the emperor into granting him the authority to assemble a fleet, requesting to set sail and explore overseas to expand the Ming's influence. This endeavor was precisely the remedy for the emperor's lingering anxieties, 2 birds with 1 stone. It would deplete the resources of the Huashan sect, preventing it from growing too powerful and challenging the throne. Furthermore, he had heard tales of immense wealth across the seas, but had lacked a suitable candidate to conquer these lands. Given that Ubuchiwan was willing to take on the role of the vanguard, the emperor found no reason to decline. With Ubuchiwan's capabilities, should he successfully reach overseas, it would certainly incite a wave of prosperity. Even in the event of failure, the emperor would bear no loss. Success would mean he wouldn't have to expend effort cultivating a soldier. Thus, the emperor readily consented, bestowing upon Ubuchiwan a measure of authority within reasonable limits. On the surface, it appeared that Ubuchiwan was loyally serving his country, willingly stepping into the trap laid by the emperor. Unbeknownst to them, this had all been part of Ubuchiwan's meticulously crafted plan, with the emperor serving merely as a stepping stone towards his ambitions. After Yubuchuin departed from Huashan, Raleigh and his companions found little reason to linger. After bidding each other farewell, they returned to their respective worlds. Upon returning to the Marvel Universe, Raleigh resumed his leisurely life in his villa in New York. The Ninetales remained fixated on his computer, refusing to part with it, engrossed in games day and night. After a few days of idleness, as Raleigh contemplated finding some amusement to pass the time, an unexpected visitor arrived at his doorstep. As usual, the Ninetales moved the computer outdoors, basking in the sun while gaming. Raleigh reclined in a rocking chair on the balcony, feigning slumber, a book artfully placed over his face. Its contents unread. Suddenly, a figure swooped down and landed directly on his balcony. "Are you Raleigh?" Captain Marvel inquired, her gaze scrutinizing the man who appeared to be peacefully napping, once again questioning whether Nick Fury was playing a trick on her. Raleigh removed the book from his face and gazed at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him. She was clad in a striking red and blue bodysuit, and her shoulder-length golden hair framed a beautiful visage that exuded a commanding presence surpassing that of any man. "You are Captain Marvel." Raleigh recognized her identity. Captain Marvel, taken aback, exclaimed, "You actually know who I am?" Raleigh nodded, pondering what could have transpired to prompt Captain Marvel to seek him out personally. Upon being recognized by the other party, Captain Marvel subtly sensed that Nick Fury's concerns were not unfounded. This Raleigh appeared far less innocuous than he seemed at first glance. "I've heard you've been a constant source of trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D., she remarked, raising an eyebrow while discreetly observing the changes in Raleigh's demeanor. Rory couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation as it seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. was perpetually seeking to trouble him. He earnestly corrected this erroneous notion, leaving Captain Marvel momentarily speechless, her carefully constructed words now trapped within her. She cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. "I have come here to inform you that I am affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. should you cause any further disturbances for the organization. Beware of my wrath," she coldly declared. However, she did not perceive the trepidation or unease she had anticipated reflected on Rory's countenance. His subsequent retort was a resounding counter. "You are no match for me." Raleigh spoke in a flat tone, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. However, to Captain Marvel, this statement was undoubtedly a provocation. Raleigh's audacity to utter such words in her presence was commendable. A smirk curled her lips, yet her eyes were devoid of mirth, instead brimming with a fierce desire for victory. "I cannot defeat you?" she murmured to herself with a mocking chuckle. In the next moment, she propelled herself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, charging towards Raleigh. As Raleigh swiftly turned, Captain Marvel's ferocious assault swept past him. His voice, laced with a hint of amusement, suggested a desire for confrontation. Captain Marvel's expression darkened, clearly astonished by Raleigh's effortless evasion of her attack. In response, she unleashed a rapid counterstrike, enveloping herself in a brilliant crimson lightning that surged towards him. Raleigh deftly maneuvered off the balcony, shifting the battlefield to a more spacious area. "Please refrain from damaging my newly renovated home," he implored, just as an explosion resonated through the air. Before Raleigh could finish his words, he witnessed a sudden explosion that pierced through the villa's roof. Captain Marvel swiftly followed, soaring into the sky. Raleigh gazed at the recently collapsed ruins of the building, a sense of helplessness rising within him. Yet again, he would have to undertake renovations. Captain Marvel, however, was indifferent to these concerns. Without uttering a word, she launched herself towards Raleigh, her fist enveloped in crimson lightning, striking him with tremendous force. In an instant, she seized his hand, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. Raleigh gently pressed one hand against Captain Marvel's waist, instantly nullifying her powers, while his other hand deftly seized her throat, rendering her immobile. "I have already told you. You cannot defeat me." Raleigh let out a soft sigh, only to be met with a fierce glare from Captain Marvel. "How can you know unless you try?" she retorted, gripping Raleigh's arms tightly to leverage herself. With a swift kick aimed at Raleigh's face, she exerted all her strength to wrench free from his grasp. Witnessing her unwavering determination, Raleigh had no choice but to engage wholeheartedly. The two figures entwined in midair, their opposing forces clashing with relentless intensity. Suddenly, Captain Marvel was struck by Raleigh and plummeted from the sky. Her crashing descent sent shockwaves through the surrounding structures, akin to the tremors of a magnitude 12 earthquake. Shattering glass in an instant, the building swayed perilously, and the ground, unable to bear such a ferocious impact, cracked open, fissures snaking outwards into the distance. In that moment, Captain Marvel comprehended why Raleigh could audaciously claim he was unbeatable. Indeed, he possessed the strength to back such words. Yet, the more formidable he proved to be, the more it ignited her resolve. With a fierce rush, she surged back into the fray, a streak of crimson lightning illuminating her path. "You cannot defeat me," Raleigh once again reiterated, resembling an exhortation, as Captain Marvel gritted her teeth and resolutely endured Raleigh's punch. Observing her once formidable armor now tattered and worn, one could faintly glimpse the fair skin of the woman beneath. Raleigh's gaze darkened as he turned away. Yet the beautiful curves concealed beneath the armor lingered in his mind like an inescapable dream. As Captain Marvel approached, attempting to strike at Raleigh's vital points, Raleigh did not evade and forcefully absorbed her strike, simultaneously wrapping his strong arms around her waist. Captain Marvel's voice trembled as she asked, "What are you trying to do?" Raleigh remained silent, conveying his intentions to Captain Marvel through his actions. The armor, capable of withstanding various attacks, disintegrated in his hands as if it were mere tattered fabric. Once the heavy exterior was shed, Captain Marvel was revealed in all her splendor before Raleigh, observing her fair, delicate skin. It was hard to believe that this was a woman who lived perpetually on the battlefield, neglecting any form of personal care. In truth, after undergoing a transformation, Captain Marvel's lifespan had significantly increased, rendering her immune to aging, which explained her enduring beauty. Raleigh noted that her actual allure far surpassed that of her portrayal in the Marvel films. If she resembled the cinematic version, he mused, he would have found it more satisfying to simply strike her down. Captain Marvel, filled with indignation, protested, "Raleigh, you mustn't be so cruel." To which Raleigh retorted, "This is hardly cruelty. I have far worse in store for you." He leaned closer, close enough that they could feel each other's breaths mingling. Captain Marvel's face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Raleigh, let me go. I swear I'll kill you." "Then I certainly cannot release you now." Raleigh replied with a gentle smile, "Let us have a fair fight." Suddenly, Captain Marvel's curses fell silent. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, having suffered losses in both men and resources, was aware that the chaos caused by Raleigh and Captain Marvel had left New York City in turmoil. As citizens fled to open spaces, believing they were experiencing a severe earthquake, the seismic agency detected frequencies that bore no resemblance to those of an earthquake, suggesting instead that a violent impact had occurred. Unable to determine the true source of the disturbance, they resorted to labeling it an earthquake to keep the populace calm. Nick Fury rushed to the most heavily impacted area. But despite extensive searching, he found no trace of either Captain Marvel or Raleigh. The Ninetales had also been drawn to the commotion generated by the two. By the time the citizens had evacuated during the upheaval, only desolate streets remained, marred by widening fissures. The Ninetales transformed into its beastly form, nimbly navigating the streets in pursuit of Raleigh's whereabouts. As Nick Fury prepared to leave, a massive shadow suddenly loomed before him. Instinctively, he drew his firearm and aimed at the shadow. The Ninetales, hearing voices, paused and turned back, recognizing the agents of SHIELD. Yet, it had no time to engage, leaping forth towards the end of the street. Knowing the connection between Ninetales and Raleigh, Nick Fury swiftly followed in his vehicle, hoping to uncover their location. Captain Marvel picked up the remnants of her armor, now resembling a mere rag after Raleigh's assault, her hands trembling with fury. What difference is there between wearing these scraps and being entirely unadorned? Struggling to contain her emotions, a fierce flame erupted from her palm, igniting the remnants of her armor. By the time she realized what had happened, she hurriedly attempted to extinguish the fire, but it was already too late. Raleigh stood awkwardly behind her, hesitantly approaching. He slowly began to speak, "Aren't you?" Captain Marvel abruptly turned, a fierce intensity in her gaze, as if she wished to tear him apart. "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to wait for me to dismember you?" "No." Raleigh shook his head and raised his hand, gently draping his original coat over Captain Marvel's shoulders. She paused for a moment, instinctively pulling the fabric closer around herself. "Are you really intending to return like this?" The thought of Captain Marvel's undeniably striking appearance made Raleigh's heart flutter. "Do tell me more." Raleigh's words stirred memories within Team K, prompting her to rise abruptly and scold Raleigh in exasperation. Yet, the enchanting blush adorning her cheeks betrayed the true emotion she harbored deep within. Raleigh shrugged and said, "Fine. I shall remain silent." He cast a casual glance towards Captain Marvel, and his gaze abruptly halted, captivated by the contrast in their physiques. Captain Marvel donned Raleigh's oversized coat, which hung loosely on her frame, barely extending to cover her lower half, thus inadvertently accentuating her already long and slender legs, rendering them even more alluring. As Captain Marvel followed Raleigh's gaze, she noticed his unwavering attention fixated on her legs, prompting her to hurriedly clutch the coat tighter in embarrassment. "If you keep staring, I shall pluck out your eyes," she warned. Upon hearing these words, Raleigh became increasingly bold and audacious, scanning her surroundings without restraint. She had already observed everything worth seeing, and now it was too late to hide. How could she, with Captain Marvel's character, allow herself to endure such indignity? Just as she contemplated taking action, she sensed an unsettling emptiness in her legs, prompting her to suppress the rising anger within, refraining from engaging in another life-and-death struggle with Raleigh. The Ninetales, tracing Raleigh's aura, located the two. Just as it was about to speak, it noticed Captain Marvel standing nearby, her attire distinctly different from their previous encounter. "Are you all right?" It hesitated, yet decided to disregard Captain Marvel for the moment. "It's nothing," Raleigh replied, shaking her head. "Let's go." As the two turned to leave, the thunderous roar of a car engine approached. A black Audi sped towards them, coming to a screeching halt right in front of Raleigh. Nick Fury emerged from the vehicle, but the words he intended to speak caught in his throat upon seeing Captain Marvel clad in a man's coat. "Captain, what is this?" he began, only to immediately regret his inquiry. For there, just beneath the collar of her coat, lay unmistakable bruises adorning her neck, marks that spoke volumes. What did this signify? No one was oblivious to its meaning. Nick Fury glanced between Raleigh and Captain Marvel, and at that moment, he came to a grim realization. A rueful smile crept across his face as feelings of regret and self-reproach surged within him, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that this time he would lose both the woman and the battle. What is wrong with him? The Nine-Tails pondered, utterly bewildered. Raleigh was too lazy to explain. What do you think? The gaze of the Nine-Tails wandered between Raleigh, Captain Marvel, and Nick Fury several times before it finally comprehended the situation. Its face was filled with astonishment. It never anticipated that Raleigh's brawl would create such a commotion throughout the city, not to mention it subtly gestured towards Raleigh, as if acknowledging the prowess of the esteemed individual. As the new month dawns, an upgrade to the functionality is set to occur, bringing timely notifications for group messages. With the arrival of the new month, a new member invitation quota will be granted, and the prior invitation quota stands at 11. This announcement ignited a fervor among the group members who had been bored for quite some time. Quick, quick, quick. Newcomers are about to join. Esteemed one, please extend the invitation. We are on the brink of dying from boredom. Raleigh, do not rush. I am currently inviting you. You have activated the group member invitation feature. You have consumed one invitation. Searching dimensions. Search successful. You have located Wu-Tang Chronicles, level 2. Do you wish to send out the invitation? Is it indeed Wu-Tang Chronicles? Raleigh's impression of this anime remains confined to the initial episodes, while the members of Group 2133 are fervently stirred. Vowing to slay the gods. Raleigh's impression of this anime is limited to the initial episodes. The narrative of the first 10 episodes can be succinctly summarized as follows. In the waning days of the Shang dynasty, upon ascending to the throne, King Zhou, deeply aware of the suffering endured by his people at the hands of the deities, resolutely rejected the divine edict delivered by Xianxia, the celestial envoy. This decree mandated the enslavement of humanity, inciting the wrath of the heavens. In response, the celestial beings, led by the 6 divisions of the divine realm, descended upon the Shang kingdom to wage war against it. King Zhou possessed the armor adorned with the immortal phoenix, a legacy from his ancestor, King Qingtang, which granted him the extraordinary ability to contend with the gods. However, he ultimately succumbed to the formless divine might of the heavens and met his demise outside the city of Chaga. The various deities of the heavenly realms emerged, mocking humanity as mere foolish monkeys and unleashing a massacre upon the Shang soldiers. Historically, King Zhou is regarded as a tyrant. Yet in the context of the investiture of the gods, he embodies a tragic figure. Raleigh reminisced about the earlier plot of Wu Gongji and couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of King Zhou of Shang, a true man of valor, who unhesitatingly chose to accept an invitation to join the group. Group message notification. Group management has invited King Zhou of Shang to join this group. Shiji Xian. Oh. Let us celebrate with flowers to welcome the newcomer. Xiang Ba. What the heck? A level 2 worker. Yu Buchuan. Crying like a child. JP Gu. Let me be alone for a moment. Wayne. Greetings, esteemed one. Welcome to the group. Grey Wolf. King Zhou. Do you have any sheep over there? The kind that walks on 2 legs. Thor. I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the honor of the northern gods. Suddenly, King Zhou of Shang, who had just joined the group chat, found himself unprepared and was compelled to absorb the essence of the conversation, including the profiles of the group members. After digesting this information, his initial reaction was disbelief. Yu Buchuan. Wait, King Zhou? The tyrant from history who caused the downfall of his nation due to his affection for Ji? Shiji Xian, judging by the name, it must be that person. Upon seeing this, King Zhou was instantly incensed. Am I a tyrant? Did I cause my nation's demise because of Ji? King Zhou had always believed himself to be a wise ruler and deeply loved his wife, Ji, and he could not accept such statements within the group. At that moment, Raleigh interjected. You Buchuan, Shiji Xian, you folks from the West should refrain from such reckless comments. I have used my administrator privileges to review King Zhou's profile. He is not the historical tyrant you speak of, but rather a benevolent ruler who cares for his people. Yu Buchuan. Raleigh, you personally defended King Zhou? It seems I misjudged him. Shiji Xian. King Zhou, I apologize for my hasty conclusions. However, King Zhou paid little attention to these two and instead focused on Raleigh's profile level. And you, Raleigh, what level are you? Raleigh, ha ha ha. If I were to claim divinity, I could indeed assert that I once presided over numerous affairs of the 6th universe. In that sense, I could be considered a deity. However, divinity is merely one of my many titles. At present, I am but a mortal, Shangzhou Wang, a human, capable of wielding extraordinary strength. Raleigh, a deity, is merely a more formidable human being, a creature of existence. In the future, you too can attain such power and proclaim yourself a god. At this moment, King Zhou of Shang revealed a smile. Indeed, those so-called heavens and gods need not inspire fear, for they are simply a bit more powerful. Observing the group, with a leader facing 10, a formidable wolf against 3, and Thor, the god of thunder, standing against 8. King Zhou felt that this gathering could herald the salvation of the Shang dynasty. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the esteemed figures and fellow members. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou. For over 30 generations, my Shang dynasty has served the deities, awaiting their commands, laboring tirelessly. Yet, any hint of dissent invites divine retribution. They profess to protect the common folk, Yet ultimately, they enslave humanity under the guise of divinity, reducing us to mere instruments for their desires. In their eyes, we are akin to playthings, our status no different from that of ants. We are but their domesticated slaves, devoid of any standing. Should we dare to defy their will, annihilation awaits. Suddenly, King Zhou seemed to have found an outlet, pouring forth the pent-up emotions within him. Once he finished speaking, an unusual silence enveloped the group, with no one responding for an extended period. The information regarding Raleigh emerged, raising the question of how such a being, inferior even to a mere beast, could dare to consider itself divine. What audacity grants him such courage? The tyrant, more oppressive than my esteemed lady, seems utterly devoid of any moral compass, revealing a sense of trepidation. The mighty hammer of authority he wields should not be tolerated. He has effectively upended his own divinity. Hancock, is this not reminiscent of the celestial dragons of yore? Such a tyrant shall not frolic for long. Observing the righteous indignation of the group, the mood of King Zhou became tumultuous. Raleigh inquired, what do you intend to do after that? Shall you permit the so-called heavens and deities to enslave and oppress you? The response from Shang Zhou was resolute. He had long aspired to overthrow the dominion of the gods and liberate the common folk from their high enslavement. Even if I must confront the gods alone, I shall fight until my last breath. At this declaration, Raleigh could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, excellent. Based on your words, count me in when the battle commences. I, too, wish to witness the true might of the heavens. Thor echoed his enthusiasm, asserting, and how could I be absent from the battle against the divine? In that moment, the group erupted with fervor. As they ventured into the world of Wu Gongji, embarking on their journey to slay the gods, a voice interjected. If you can provide me with a feast of roasted lamb until I am satiated. Shang Zhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated such eagerness from the prominent figures in the group, who expressed their willingness to assist him before he could even speak. Overwhelmed by the flood of messages, Shang Zhou felt a surge of emotion, realizing he had prepared himself for a solitary struggle. Yet this unexpected opportunity rekindled the hope within him. Clenching his trembling fists, he expressed his gratitude. I sincerely thank you all for your willingness to lend your support. Regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for your solidarity. A voice chimed in. It is too early for thanks. You may repay me with a grand feast of roasted lamb. Hancock added with a laugh. I am already quite eager. However, just as the members of the group were rallying to join Shang Zhou in the battle against the divine, Raleigh doused their fervor with cold water. You lot should engage your minds before boasting next time. Shang Zhou's world is far too advanced, even with his second-tier strength. He would merely be at the mercy of those higher powers. What makes you think you can succeed there? Raleigh sighed and shook his head in resignation, pondering whether there were insufficient cannon fodder to offer the opposing side. As he stepped into a 1v2 scenario, Yubuchuan hesitated to speak, discreetly sending an emoticon in the group to signify his capitulation. Grappling with the overwhelming situation, Wayne stealthily assessed the skill levels of everyone present, wearing an awkward smile. The last thing he wanted was to be a hindrance. Let me go instead, Xiongba remarked, feeling a sense of decline in the escalating chaos. Following Raleigh's discouragement, the group became acutely aware of the harsh reality, and the once vibrant atmosphere dimmed significantly. The disparity in strength left them feeling discontented. Loki, shall we adopt a more cautious approach when we arrive? If we can't win, we can always retreat, and if we can't escape, we can ambush them. Van suggested. I don't recognize the individual above, Tony Stark interjected. His contribution met with enthusiasm from the group, who were fervently discussing strategies for overcoming their weaknesses. Meanwhile, Raleigh had already made his selections for those who would venture into the world of King Zhou. Grey Wolf, Thor, you two shall accompany me to confront King Zhou. Remember, my sheep. Tony Stark inquired. Do we still have a chance to fight? Why can't I join as well? Van questioned. Raleigh had not anticipated that everyone in the group would wish to participate in this endeavor. However, the formidable levels within the world of King Zhou were far too high. What they required was not a mere numerical advantage but a crushing superiority in strength. Consequently, Raleigh selected only the two most suitable individuals, opting for quality over quantity. Likewise, he harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding the divine beings of that world. If his recollection served him correctly, divine beings was merely a collective term. Within this group, the divine entities could be further classified into realms such as the earthly abode and the void cognition. There was a possibility that the remains of the deity could be studied by Grey Wolf to ascertain the distinctiveness of its genetic makeup. Perhaps they could even discover methods to enhance the strength of the group members, such as through the injection of divine genetic serums. King Zhou was taken aback that, within such a short span of time, the highest-ranking Raleigh had resolved to lead the group members to lend their assistance. He felt gratitude, yet could not suppress his apprehension. Confronting the divine beings was not insurmountable. However, to completely overthrow the ruling power, they must defeat the heavens. The heavens? Indeed, the heavens were governed by the most powerful entities. Not only did they hold the title of invincible conquerors, but they also commanded an ancient dragon of extraordinary might. A dragon, you say? In Raleigh's eyes danced the flickering flames of exuberance. If we were to bring back dragon meat for Dodgy Alice to cook, it should taste exquisite. My molecular culinary device is already brimming with anticipation. Grey Wolf salivated, and the group members echoed his sentiment. When Shangguo heard Raleigh utter such audacious words, he was not only unperturbed, but rather astounded by the calm confidence exuding from him. What formidable existence could this be? In a comparison with the heavens, who would truly emerge victorious? Upon hearing that Shang Zhou had brazenly burned the divine decree in the Grand Hall, Daji rushed over, her expression fraught with concern. My king, you are openly defying the gods, provoking the heavens. Shang Zhou laughed heartily at her words. You know I have awaited this day. I have bided my time long enough. Daji's brows knitted in worry. My king, this matter is grave. Your provocation of the divine authority will not go unpunished. As one of the divine lineage, I understand that in their eyes, humans are no more than insects, easily crushed. They care not for those who serve them. For no one can withstand the wrath of the gods. Shang Zhou had already contemplated Daji's concerns. He gazed into the distant sky and spoke solemnly. If I were to fear, I would have long since complied with their demands, waging war across the lands, collecting countless slaves to serve the gods without question. I have endured this day-to-day humiliation long enough. It is time for change, time to retaliate. Since the king has chosen this path, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Daji declared resolutely. Shang Zhou tenderly reassured her. Do not worry. I have formulated a strategy, driven not by impulse or reckless bravado. What strategy? Even Daji, being of divine heritage, could not fathom a means to counter the gods' punishment. Shang Zhou smiled slightly. I have made some remarkable friends. With their assistance, the gods shall no longer be a threat. Daji stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape. Friends? Shang Zhou smiled back. Rest assured, it will be accomplished. In the realm of Watanji, Raleigh, Grey Wolf, and Thor entered the resplendent city of Chaoga, where they found themselves at the grand palace of King Zhou. The king hosted a lavish banquet, extending the highest honors to the trio. The majestic palace of King Zhou was ablaze with light, and the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air, creating an enchanting ambience. Raleigh activated the group live streaming feature for those unable to attend, showcasing the exquisite delicacies and fine wines laid out on the table. The enchanting dancers twirled gracefully in the center of the grand hall, igniting a fervor among the group chat. Zhao Li Xiongba fixated on the delectable dishes flashing across the screen, salivating uncontrollably. Ah, a big shot. You are being overly cruel. Are you intentionally trying to incite envy? Tony's gaze lingered more on the beautiful women, captivated by the trio of fine wine, stunning ladies, and gourmet food, utterly enthralled. Ban, feeling a twinge of discontent, huffed. In the future, make sure to include me in such delightful affairs. Yu Buchuan, reflecting on the trio's venture into the world of King Zhou, sighed softly, expressing his dismay in the group chat. The weak do not even have the opportunity to mooch a meal. Hancock, initially inclined to vent some complaints, suddenly felt a sense of relief upon seeing Yu Buchuan's lamentation. Realizing that her own situation was not the bleakest, after all, her level surpassed that of Yu Buchuan. She then ungraciously remarked, Yu Buchuan, your elder brothers and sisters are waiting for you ahead. Yu Buchuan felt as though struck by countless blows, exclaiming, I can no longer endure. King Zhou proposed. To express my gratitude, I shall share the cultivation secret passed down through my lineage in the group. The moment this was uttered, it instantly captured the eager attention of Yu Buchuan, Xiongba, Shi Xian, and other martial artists. Although there were many formidable individuals in the group, the methods of enhancing one's strength varied greatly across different realms. Thus, what worked for one might not suit another. The cultivation secret offered by King Zhou was precisely the pathway to advancement that Xiongba, Shi Xian, and Yu Buchuan desperately sought, providing them with a timely solution. With the system notification chiming, King Zhou successfully uploaded the cultivation secret to the group files. The eager individuals promptly downloaded it, their excitement palpable as they expressed their joy. Yu Buchuan said nothing, simply acknowledging King Zhou with gratitude. Brother Zhou, should you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Shi Xian remarked, excellent. As the wine flowed freely, a figure clad in pure white, embodying grace and elegance, gracefully approached. Her long, lustrous black hair swayed gently with each step, adding to her ethereal presence. Raleigh synchronously broadcasted the scene to the chat group, where the male members were left agape at Daji's appearance, seemingly drooling with admiration. How beautiful! Could she be the legendary Daji? Alice, with a look of disdain, shot them a disapproving glance. Close your mouths, it's disgusting. Facing the inadvertent and lethal allure emanating from Daji, Grey Wolf maintained a nonchalant demeanor. It's just a fox. My mother wolf is far more attractive. Thor, being a dog himself, felt no inclination either. Daji took a seat beside King Zhou, who solemnly introduced her to the group. It was only then that the mesmerized men in the chat began to comprehend. With me is my concubine, Lady Daji, who is also of divine lineage, King Zhou proclaimed. Raising his goblet, the group erupted in astonished murmurs at the mention of a divine being. Anticipating their misunderstanding, King Zhou chuckled and clarified. Daji is different from the others of her kind. She possesses a kind heart, capable of sorrow and tears. For me, she even chose to betray her divine lineage and conceal her identity. As he spoke, King Zhou affectionately caressed Daji's cheek, and she, in return, gazed at him with deep affection, leaving many in the room unexpectedly overwhelmed with emotions. At that moment, a guard rushed into the hall, kneeling in the center. "Report," King Zhou commanded. "What is it?" The guard relayed that a slave had been blinded in a market altercation and the offender sought to imprison him. Upon hearing this, King Zhou's fury erupted as he slammed his palms onto the table. "This insolence cannot stand. Go, bring me Wu Gong." The guard complied, and shortly thereafter, Wu Gong was brought before the court by 2 guards. "Wu Gong, is it true that you blinded a slave and intend to kill him?" King Zhou's anger was palpable, and he showed no leniency, despite Wu Gong being his own son. His tone resembled that of an interrogator, igniting Wu Gong's rebellious spirit. "I merely taught a slave a lesson. What is there to make such a fuss about?" Wu Gong retorted arrogantly. "I am the son of King Zhou. A figure of nobility, he is just a slave, incapable of fulfilling even the simplest of tasks. Is it wrong for me to blind him?" His disdainful words dripped with contempt. Even Daji, who cared for her son, frowned at his remarks. King Zhou struggled to suppress his anger, his veins beginning to throb. "A slave is a human just as you are. Do you regard their lives as worthless?" He reflected on how his own people were oppressed by the divine, and now he saw his son adopting a similar disdainful attitude towards mortals. Wu Gong sensed his father's wrath but remained unfazed. "So what? He's merely a lowly slave. I could dispose of as many as I wish," he declared, unabashedly. "I am the esteemed son of King Zhou. No slave can compare to me." How outrageous. King Zhou was once again infuriated by Wu Gong's words. "Have you forgotten how I raised you? You have truly disappointed me." With a deep sigh, he closed his eyes, revealing a hint of weariness. Wu Gong, gazing at his father on the throne, suddenly directed his ire at King Zhou. "Speaking of disappointment, you are the last one who should utter such words. Your foolishness has drawn the wrath of the gods upon us. We are mere mortals. How can we contend with the divine? If not for your defiance against their will, our dynasty would be flourishing. You have left me with nothing as I prepare to inherit your throne." Wu Gong unleashed the pent-up resentment of recent days. In his eyes, his father, King Zhou, was a failure for choosing to oppose the gods instead of embracing their protection. Raleigh initially had no desire to meddle in the affairs of King Zhou of Shang. However, upon witnessing Wu Gong, he scoffed. It is often said that a tiger's offspring cannot be a mere dog, yet today, this notion seems not entirely accurate. King Zhou dares to defy the divine, intent on overthrowing the oppressive rule of the gods to restore the natural order of humanity, a veritable hero of remarkable caliber. Yet, to his dismay, his son pales in comparison, proving to be nothing more than a wretched fool. Wu Tong cast a disdainful glance at Raleigh, questioning, "By what right do you insult me? Speak again, and I shall reduce you to servitude." At this proclamation, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Truly a case of a newborn calf fearing not the tiger. The onlookers, in their astonishment, could not suppress a sense of schadenfreude. It had been ages since they had witnessed Raleigh in action, and they felt a flicker of anticipation. Alas, their hopes for entertainment would remain unfulfilled. King Zhou abruptly seated himself upon his throne, seizing the vine whip from the hands of his guards. "Wu Gong, your audacity knows no bounds. Apologize to Mr. Raleigh at once." King Zhou raised the whip, while Wu Tong defiantly turned away. "I will not." In the next moment, the whip descended with force upon Wu Tong, each strike delivered with unrelenting vigor, tearing through fine fabric to reveal the raw flesh beneath. King Zhou, in his fury, showed no signs of leniency. He was utterly incensed. Wu Tong had mistakenly believed that King Zhou's actions would be mere theatrics, anticipating that his mother would intervene on his behalf after a few token blows. Unfortunately, this time, he was gravely mistaken. His mother, having been deeply disheartened by Wu Tong's earlier words, resolved to discipline him with even greater severity henceforth. "Stop, please, I apologize." After a brief moment, the once defiant Wu Gong could no longer endure the merciless strikes of King Zhou and begged for mercy. King Zhou then brought Wu Gong before Raleigh, pressing him to bow deeply in respect. "Mr. Raleigh, I acknowledge my fault in speaking impulsively and offending you. Please forgive me." Raleigh chuckled coldly and remarked, "The one who owes an apology is not me." Shangzhou Wang, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and responded, "Mr. Raleigh is correct. In the future, I shall impose stricter discipline, ensuring he understands that even a slave is a human being. Once the fade of identity is stripped away, we are not so different." The intricacies of Shang Chun Wang's thoughts made Raleigh shake his head in disbelief, pondering how such a person could have produced 2 foolish sons. Wu Gong, in particular, was utterly lacking when compared to even a fraction of his father's merits. At that moment, Jie approached with a wine cup in hand, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Raleigh, for your magnanimity. Please accept this drink as our apology." With that, she raised her cup and downed it in one gulp. Wu Gong was escorted away for a period of reflection, forbidden from leaving. Raleigh waved his hand dismissively, signaling that the previous unpleasantness should be put behind them. The palace of King Zhou once again resonated with laughter and mirth. However, this joyous atmosphere was short-lived, as it was abruptly interrupted by the piercing announcement of Chun Rue. A soldier, disheveled and in apparent distress, rushed in from the palace gates, exuding an air of urgency. "Report to the king. A general brings urgent news. The Zhou army numbering in the tens of thousands, is advancing rapidly and has already crossed the border, heading straight for Chaoga City. What? The Zhou army is attacking? The revelry of the banquet dissipated in an instant, plunging them into the harsh reality of impending conflict. The ministers, in disbelief, discarded their wine cups, their faces reflecting shock. How could they possibly be mobilizing for war without any warning? How is this conceivable? A momentary panic gripped her heart. She understood better than anyone that the Zhou had never been a match for the Shang. Despite their envy of Shang's wealth, they lacked the strength to contend with it. The audacity of the Zhou to launch an attack now clearly indicated the influence of the divine beings behind the scenes, signifying that the gods had chosen new servants willing to serve them, leaving King Zhou of Shock as nothing more than a pawn. The imminent threat at their doorstep did not throw Raleigh and his companions into disarray. Rather, they remained composed, observing the impending clash between the two nations. Although Chaoga City was in peril, it was not their battlefield, and they could not afford to squander their energies here. Minister Shang furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by the Zhou's decision to initiate hostilities at this juncture. Then let the subordinate lead the troops to guard the city gates. A general suddenly knelt in the center of the grand hall, seeking the king's command. Moreover, I too shall go. His loyal subordinates followed suit, one by one. Kneeling in the royal court, Raleigh cast a knowing glance towards the gray wolf beside him. The gray wolf comprehended Raleigh's intention and spoke, having consumed his sheep. It is indeed time to prepare for work. With that, the gray wolf rose to his feet, but El immediately interjected to halt him. Raleigh and his companions turned to him, and King Zhou of Shang solemnly remarked, I am immensely grateful that you three have come to assist me in opposing the gods. With a sigh, he continued, such a trivial matter. How could I trouble you further? It turned out that after King Zhou decided to cease serving the deities, the citizens of Chaogu had long since fled to save their lives. Only a scant few among his once bloody battalions remained loyal to follow him. At this moment, the forces of the Zhou dynasty were at the city gates, and he wished to dispatch troops to confront them. However, this was the last of the Shang dynasty's military strength. Tony Stark, in a group chat, exclaimed, I seek flowers. King Zhou retorted, what is wrong with you? Ignoring the remark, Tony Stark continued, King Zhou, what has happened? With a smug grin, he added, let me handle that Zhou army for you. Loki interjected, you sneaked along as well. Yu Buchuan, in a boastful tone, requested a draft for his claims. King Zhou, however, responded earnestly to Tony Stark, what is your plan? Tony Stark laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Tony Stark, send a red envelope in the group chat, Mark II, 20 units. He urged, hurry and claim it. The others chimed in, 222. As expected from the richest in this group, King Zhou, puzzled, glanced back at Raleigh and the others. Following their gestures, he claimed the red envelope. A system prompt indicated that King Zhou successfully received the envelope sent by Tony Stark. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed before King Zhou's eyes. Suddenly, 20 sets of Mark VI Iron Man armor appeared before him, the shimmering armors, exuding an aura of wealth, left King Zhou utterly astonished. The Mark II, built upon the foundation of the Mark V, had undergone new modifications, boasting a more agile and robust weapon system, capable of disassembly and reconfiguration. If a component were to malfunction, the others could still function, enhancing both combat flexibility and power compared to the Mark V, non-10 rings version. He inquired, how does one utilize this? Tony Stark explained, all 20 armors are controlled by Jarvis's subroutine. This means once they are on the battlefield, you need not worry about them any longer. Rich and technologically advanced, impressive. Yu Buchuan remarked, somewhat envious. Shi Zhishuan, in silent awe, thought, unhumanly powerful. As the Iron Man suits activated, they unleashed their firepower, annihilating foes as if they were mere grass. The heart of King Zhou's confidants, the generals, were all taken aback. Witnessing these extraordinary creations appear before them, things that had no place in the world of King Zhou, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, taking a long while to accept what they saw. Tony Stark, observing King Zhou's expression, realized he was struggling to accept the advanced technology of the new century. Rather than engage in a lengthy explanation, he decided to demonstrate. Jarvis, activate Mark II, Unit 1. Jarvis replied, Mark II, Unit 1, activation complete. With a beep, the arc reactor in the chest of Unit 1 lit up, and the eyes of the mask armor followed suit, bringing the one-still armor to life. This spectacle startled King Zhou's aides, who instinctively reached for their weapons, ready for combat. Tony Stark continued, the Mark VI has been significantly enhanced in both technology and weaponry. Now, let me showcase the new weaponry. Unit 1, prepare laser weaponry. Unit 1 chirped, energy level sufficient, energy fully charged. Tony Stark casually pointed to two targets outside the palace. The eyes of the mask armor swiftly scanned the surrounding environment, relaying precise data back to the armor's control system. As Unit 1's arm rose, the brightness of the energy ring intensified, rapidly charging. In the next instant, a beam of laser erupted, piercing through the once impenetrable palace walls of King Zhou. The explosion echoed as the massive walls crumbled, sending shockwaves that rattled the ground beneath. After a prolonged silence, King Zhou's cold eyes narrowed, fully convinced that Tony Stark's earlier claim to resolve the Zhou army was not jest. Such a mechanical armor possesses such formidable power, he mused. The palace walls had been reinforced specifically to withstand his most powerful strikes, and he could hardly believe that this armor could breach it with a single blow. His confidants swallowed hard, struggling to articulate their astonishment. The only fitting description was sheer strength. King Zhou was quite satisfied with Unit 1's performance, cautioning, "That was the strongest weapon in the Mark II series. Its energy consumption is immense, so each suit can only use it once. I will now have Jarvis input the final data, and once activated, you need not control them. They will autonomously enter battle mode. What I just demonstrated was merely for your understanding." With that, Jarvis input the final data for the 20 Mark II suits. King Wu of Zhou mobilized nearly all of the Zhou dynasty's forces and led them personally into battle. This time, he was determined to overthrow the Shang dynasty and pave the way for the establishment of his grand Zhou dynasty in the Fertile Lands. Once impervious due to divine protection, the Shang clan was now vulnerable, both on the battlefield and in other realms, a stark contrast to their previous invincibility. King Wu had once envied Shang's fortune in receiving the god's favor, but now, he laughed heartily. The Shang dynasty shall be brought to ruin by their own folly. If not for King Zhou's foolishness, the Zhou dynasty would not have this opportunity to rise. As they approached the outskirts of Chaogo, the desolation and lethargy of the Shang dynasty were evident. "Do you regret your foolish decision, King Zhou?" King Wu chuckled lightly, devoid of any pity. With a wave of his hand, the spirited Zhou soldiers charged forward, their furious roars shaking the earth. Charge. Kill. In stark contrast, the morale of the Shang soldiers crumbled under the weight of despair, as the relentless assault from the Zhou soldiers left them no glimmer of hope. As the enemy breached the city gates, their internal structure was already in disarray. At the moment the gates of Chaogu were about to fall, a terrifying white laser descended from the heavens, striking the ground with immense force. King Wu gazed, astonished, at this formidable power that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. "What is this?" The Zhou King Wu gazed at the Mark II battle armor spiraling above the battlefield, still trying to comprehend the situation, when dozens of similar figures soared from the city of Chaoga, swiftly entering the fray. Thanks to the final data input from Jarvis, the Finka 2 easily distinguished between the armies of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. As the Mark II darted through the air, its armored arms were far from idle. The micro-armor-piercing rounds locked onto the Zhou cavalry, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of bullets that struck true, sending the riders tumbling from their steeds. The Mark VI, equipped with a 6-barreled mini-cannon, maneuvered gracefully in the skies, targeting the vanguard infantry pressing against the city gates, while not sparing the remaining forces in the rear. A single cannonade erupted, splattering blood and flesh amidst the swirling dust, the stench overpowering. The Mark II navigated the chaotic battlefield with fluidity and agility, appearing as if it were controlled by no one. Zhou soldiers were witnessing such a marvel for the first time, feeling utterly overwhelmed and powerless against this formidable force. The Zhou King Wu roared from the mountains, witnessing the tide of battle turn in an instant. The Shang dynasty had yet to lose a single soldier to the battlefield, while these aerial monstrosities wreaked havoc, causing him significant losses. Fearing further disaster, he ordered a retreat. However, the Mark II remained the dominant force on the battlefield. As the mini-cannon fired again, King Wu found himself with nowhere to hide, saved only by his loyal retinue, who shielded him from the brunt of the onslaught. The morale of the Shang army surged, reigniting their hopes. Amidst the jubilant cheers of his soldiers, King Zhou Xin ascended the city walls, flanked by allies such as Luo Li and Grey Wolf. Though they had previously witnessed the Mark II's might, experiencing it firsthand on the battlefield was a different matter entirely, invoking true awe and admiration. Observing the Zhou army, nearly on the brink of annihilation, King Zhou Xin could not help but reflect on the tenacity of his adversary. He coldly addressed the beleaguered King Wu. "Do you so enjoy playing the role of the divine servant, following orders without question?" King Wu, gazing at the Shang king atop the city walls, declared, "The divine is sacred and inviolable. Once I fulfill my campaign against the Shang, this realm shall belong to me." King Wu of Zhou, "You are deluded," King Zhou Xin retorted. "Do you truly comprehend the suffering of mortals? Under the divine decree, how many toil endlessly, living in despair? I am not born to be a slave. If you so relish servitude, then embrace it." King Wu, filled with indignation, responded sternly, "Zhou Xin, your obstinacy is astonishing. Your disrespect for the divine is a transgression. Today, I shall act in the name of heaven and eliminate you, the tyrant. What is heaven? What is the way?" King Zhou Xin scoffed, his fiery gaze unwavering. "If the divine stands in my way, I shall slay it. If heaven opposes me, I shall defy it." He asserted his unshakable stance, his voice resonating with authority that momentarily unsettled King Wu. To King Wu, it seemed utterly foolish for Zhou Xin to defy divine intentions, akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. Meanwhile, the innocent people of the Shang dynasty would inevitably bear the consequences. The 6th-century legacy of the Shang dynasty teetered on the brink of ruin due to his actions. Yet, as King Wu beheld the imposing figure atop the city walls, he felt a flicker of realization. Perhaps King Zhou Xin was simply bold enough to pursue what he deemed right, daring to challenge the heavens. However, King Wu tightened his grip around his sword, resolute in his determination to conquer Chaoga and present Zhou Xion's head as an offering to heaven. With his forces diminished from 100,000 to fewer than 20,000, the Zhou soldiers rallied once more, launching a renewed assault. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the darkened skies, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning that illuminated the blood-soaked battlefield. A blazing fireball careened through the air, crashing down with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble and dust to billow. Let me handle this. A towering figure emerged amidst the dissipating flames. His skin a sinister dark red, muscles rippling with terrifying strength. Around his neck hung a string of beads, each the size of a fist. And a white hat adorned his head, the winds revealing a third eye upon his forehead. Kingpin. Upon witnessing his arrival, the onlookers fell silent, their eyes betraying their deep-seated fear. King Zhou Xian, upon recognizing the formidable figure, felt a surge of joy wash over him. Indeed, the divine had arrived. He envisioned a future where, after this night, he would be sheltered by the gods, ascending to the throne. Kingpin paid no heed to the 20 hovering Mark II armors, instead fixing his cold gaze upon King Zhou Xian. Prepare to face divine retribution. A palpable pressure emanated from Kingpin, felt even by those hundreds of meters away atop the city walls. Unyielding, King Zhou Xian met Kingpin's gaze, declaring, "I have awaited you." His laughter echoed, and with a powerful leap, he soared toward the city walls. Yet, before he could get close, the Mark II intercepted him with lightning speed. Without needing a command, the micro-armor-piercing rounds were already aimed at Kingpin. However, in a shocking display of speed, Kingpin seized the mechanical hand of the Mark II, crushing it effortlessly. The mechanical arm shattered, revealing exposed circuits sparking with electrical fire. The once mighty Mark II, which had cornered countless Zhou soldiers, now appeared as fragile as an infant before Kingpin. In that instant, all eyes were glued to the unfolding scene. The hope and confidence once instilled by the Mark II shattered once more. Did you truly believe these machines could stop me? Kingpin's voice rang out, echoing through the air. Then watch as I render them useless, and see what remains of your strength. Upon finishing his words, Kingpin extended his hand forward and effortlessly grasped the Mark II battle armor. With no extraneous movements, and without the need to exert divine power, he merely pinched it gently, transforming the once formidable Mark II into a mere pile of useless scrap metal. Kingpin showed no restraint in his disdain, laughing heartily as he disassembled the Mark II before the eyes of countless human onlookers. Witnessing the light in their eyes dimming, their hopes gradually extinguishing, he relished in their despair. Not a single one of the 20 Mark II units had managed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. The shattered arc reactor could no longer provide energy to the armor, rendering the machines into worthless heaps of rusted iron. As Kingpin crushed the last Mark II reactor, tearing the armor into shreds and casually discarding it, the walls of Chaoga fell into an eerie silence. Every soldier and commander stationed there bore expressions of profound sorrow and despair. Their final glimmers of hope had been utterly extinguished. If even such powerful war machines could not shake the divine, what could mere mortals hope to achieve against a god? This battle bore no promise of victory. Meanwhile, the chat group observing the live stream erupted with excitement. Hancock remarked, "Seems your Mark armor has become useless." Tony added, "This guy is indeed formidable. My Mark armor was forged from exceptionally hard alloys, yet he tore it apart with bare hands." Yubuchuan chimed in, his entrance was rather ostentatious. "Allow me to quote, 'Old friends like you should be wary of the grass that grows on your grave.'" Xiangba complimented, "A fine poem." Shishixin echoed, "Indeed. A splendid verse." Kingpin took satisfaction in observing the despondent expressions of the Shang dynasty's subjects, coldly mocking them. "The majesty of the divine is not to be provoked. Do you foolish monkeys truly believe that these contraptions could vanquish a god? How laughable! How naive!" Yet, in the midst of this devastation, Shang Zhou, burdened by a weighty gaze, stepped forward, dual swords drawn, challenging Kingpin, "Show me the strength of a god." He leaped from the city walls, his battle spirit surging. With an astonishing speed, he approached Kingpin in the blink of an eye, raising his fiery dual blades with intent to strike. However, just as he was about to land a blow, the blades halted mere inches from Kingpin's face, unable to advance any further. Observing the shock on Shang Zhou countenance, Kingpin smirked wickedly. With a sudden surge of power, Shang Zhou was met with a fierce gust of energy that propelled him skyward. As the king's figure reached its apex, Kingpin leaped, delivering a powerful kick that sent Shang Zhou hurtling backwards, crashing into the walls of Chaoga with a thunderous impact. The wall succumbed to the assault, trembling violently as crimson blood seeped through the cracks of the fallen stones. The sight of Shang Zhou's misfortune took everyone by surprise. How could this be? The soldiers of Chaoga gazed in disbelief at the gaping hole in the city wall. A profound despair rose from within. Was this truly the extent of divine power? Before a god, could humanity truly stand a chance? Onlookers upon the city walls gradually displayed a glimmer of sorrow. Perhaps the fate of the Shang dynasty was sealed, as it was meant to be. Watching this unfold, Zhou Wang felt a mixture of joy and astonishment. Had the outcome of this battle truly been determined in an instant? This was the chasm that lay between God and man. Zhou Wang inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had not become enemies of the divine. Even a lifetime of servitude was preferable to facing the wrath of a god. Just as the spectators believed the battle's outcome was certain and that the Shang dynasty's fate was doomed, a rumble echoed from the collapsed city wall. Amidst the rising dust, a figure slowly rose. With deliberate steps, he returned to the battlefield. To the astonishment of all, Shang Zhou, though caked in blood and mud, stood once more. His black armor remarkably unblemished, emanating a peculiar dark red glow that drew the eye. Only a few, including Raleigh, Grey Wolf, Thor, and Sister G, noted the change in the color of Shang Zhou's blades, now imbued with an eerie dark red hue. I expected divine power to be more formidable. It appears that it is not so great after all. Shang Zhou's calm voice resonated. The soldiers of Chaoga erupted in cheers. Your Majesty, splendid. This undoubtedly rekindled hope within the Shang dynasty. Even a god was not invincible. Tian Kuei, taken aback, had not anticipated that a mere mortal could withstand such a tremendous assault and still rise. His excitement grew, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes intensified. Tian Kuei swiftly soared towards Shang Zhou, appearing at his side with alarming speed. He raised his right hand, ready to deliver a crushing blow to the king's head. Shang Zhou raised his dual blades in defense, but felt the sharp edge of Tian Kuei's hand slice into his palm as he countered the attack. Tian Kuei recoiled, blood trickling from his hand, fury coursing through him. You are the first mortal to draw blood from me. I shall claim your head. With a fierce roar, Shang Zhou enveloped himself in a blazing dark red aura. His once black armor now bore intricate dark red cracks that spread like a spider's web. In an instant, colossal dark red wings unfurled from his back, extending beyond his height. The flames coalesced into the form of a phoenix, soaring into the sky with a resounding cry that startled everyone into retreat. How is this possible? Shock and disbelief clouded Tian Kuei's features as he furrowed his brow. Sensing a divine power and an ancient, terrifying aura emanating from Shang Zhou. What is he? Observing the sudden emergence of wings, Thor queried. Is Shang Zhou a demon? Grey Wolf grasped a dark red feather drifting before him, pondering aloud. Is he merely a bird demon? Sister G shook her head, explaining. He shares blood and flesh with the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, and has inherited its primordial power. Raleigh observed the phoenix armor with great interest. According to legend, 6 centuries ago, the celestial sovereign battled the phoenix in a grueling conflict, ultimately managing to slay the creature. However, the essence of the phoenix was indomitable. It required merely a handful of ashes to be reborn from the flames. At that time, the ancestor of the Shang dynasty, King Tang, discovered the near-extinct phoenix. In a bid to revive it, he allowed the soul of the phoenix to dwell within the armor he wore, sharing his vital essence. Thereafter, the ancestor and the phoenix became inseparable partners, successfully establishing the great Shang kingdom. Following the ancestor's passing, the armor was sealed away, as there were concerns that revealing the phoenix's whereabouts would invite calamity. Thus, it was decreed that only the descendants of the ancestor could approach it. The young monarch, by chance, encountered the armor and discovered that he could communicate with the soul of the phoenix within. Consequently, he became the second individual after the ancestor, willing to share his life force with the phoenix, destined for rebirth from the flames. Raleigh shifted the light onto the battlefield, awakening the power of the phoenix within him. Following this transformation, the once formidable King Zhou experienced an overwhelming surge in strength, rendering Tian Kuei utterly impotent against him. The mightiest god among the 6 divine clans, now faced with the terrifying aura emanating from King Zhou, trembled in disarray, losing all composure and arrogance. Observing the fear reflected in Tian Kuei's eyes, King Zhou felt a surge of exhilaration. Was not a god supposed to be omnipotent and above all? It appeared that even deities could be gripped by fear. With a firm grip on his dark red twin blades, King Zhou struck with such swiftness that Tian Kuei barely had time to react. In an instant, a flash of dark red light surged forth. A warmth flowed from his waist, prompting him to look down. Blood. His eyes widened in horror as he staggered backward. A single strike, cleaving Tian Kuei in two. In that moment, he had slain a god. Behold, the King of Kings, God of War, has made his entrance. King Zhou stood tall amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, clutching his crimson blades. His massive wings unfurled, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the arena, leaving all in awe and disbelief. From the moment King Zhou descended to confront Tian Kuei, every gaze was riveted on this perilous clash. The battle, lasting mere minutes yet feeling like an eternity, concluded, leaving them in disbelief at the fall of a deity, an entity whose power was deemed untouchable. As they beheld King Zhou alone amidst the vast battlefield, standing resolutely, he seemed to hold up the very heavens, a veritable god of war. Unbeknownst to them, their fists clenched and teeth gritted, the fear that lingered within them was reignited, awakening the forgotten courage and fighting spirit buried deep in their hearts. We have triumphed. The soldiers of Chaoga roared in jubilation. Yet, for King Wu, a cold dread gripped his heart. Had they truly lost? A god had fallen? What kind of power could render such might powerless? Just as the crowd believed the battle with the divine had reached its conclusion, ominous thunder rumbled from the heavy clouds, and a resonant roar echoed across the battlefield, engulfing it in an eerie silence. The joyous cheers were abruptly stifled, their faces frozen in disbelief. What was this? They looked up in confusion, unable to perceive the immense shadow rolling within the dense clouds. Gradually, the colossal form descended, revealing itself, its size akin to that of a dragon, its scales formidable and unmeasurable. The massive head, adorned with whiskers, emerged from the clouds, seemingly gazing down upon the world. Its formidable presence loomed over the battlefield, its luminous blue eyes fixating on King Zhou. King Zhou tightened his grip on his blades, his pupils constricting. He recognized the beast's identity. It was a dragon. Only one among the divine could command such a creature. Had the heavens finally descended? His heart raced as he braced himself, knowing the true battle was only just beginning. An oppressive silence blanketed the battlefield, so profound that one could hear the very breaths and heartbeats of those around them. Fear, unease, and shock coursed through them, leaving them bereft of words to articulate their dread. What kind of monstrosity was this? Would they withstand its impending assault? Instinctively, they searched for any remaining forces in Chaoga City. Meanwhile, the skies rumbled again as several figures emerged from the clouds, hovering above the battlefield. They were gods, and their demeanor was one of arrogance, mocking their fallen comrade without a trace of remorse. The sheer number of divine beings that had arrived was evident. Though they were late to witness the earlier confrontation, mistakenly believing Tian Kuei's demise to be a result of overconfidence against the formidable King Zhou. However, upon seeing the enormous wings behind King Zhou, a few were taken aback. Was this the guise of a mere mortal? Was Tian Kuei's death merely a fluke? Within the dragon's lair, a man clad in black with silver hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back, reflecting on the clash between King Zhou and Tian Kuei. His narrowed eyes gleamed with cold light. Is it him? Beside him stood a noble and graceful woman, who, upon hearing his inquiry, responded with reverence. Indeed, my foresight foretold that he would one day overthrow divine rule, ending your dominion and becoming an invincible god of war. The man, known as Tian, scoffed. A mere monkey? How laughable. The woman pondered briefly before replying. He has shared his life with the Phoenix, possessing the primal powers of the Phoenix realm. Tian's disdain remained unshaken. 600 years ago, I could slay him once. 600 years hence, I shall do so again. He turned to the woman beside him. Xinyu Kuei, you have always been my prideful high priestess. Your foresights have never faltered. Understanding the weight of his words, Xinyu Kuei replied respectfully, rest assured, Tian, once he is eliminated, no one shall dare challenge the gods, nor threaten your reign. With her affirmation, a satisfied smile crept across Tian's face. Though he had not anticipated a monkey would pose a threat, he would not allow such an anomaly to persist. He must eradicate this potential threat before it could fully mature. In this divine confrontation, the heavens unexpectedly descended upon the battlefield. This event drew the attention of the other deities, who recognized the significance that the heavens placed upon this conflict. However, they remained unaware of the intricate details, mistakenly believing that the heavens sought to awaken mortals to a more obedient subservience. Suddenly, a colossal dragon unleashed a roar that reverberated like an invisible strike, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. The fierce sound surged forth, overwhelming the Earth's inhabitants, who struggled with all their might to withstand its force. Yet, the sensation of being torn apart by that roar lingered, instilling a lingering fear of experiencing it again. As the roar subsided, the dragon continued to bellow, exposing its sharp fangs in a display of fury. Confusion swept through the crowd as they peered around, questioning what was unfolding. As a former deity, one among them was quite familiar with this scene. True to expectation, a tall, imposing figure emerged from the dragon's maw, gracefully landing atop its head, gazing down upon the mortals with an air of superiority. The once arrogant gods, who had been so self-assured moments before, immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost respect upon witnessing the arrival of the heavens. This spectacle was so striking that even the bewildered mortal soldiers below could discern that this was no ordinary being. Standing against the dim backdrop of the sky, the heavens presented a visage of stunning beauty, clad in dark garments with flowing silver hair. The arrival of the heavens set the group abuzz with curiosity, igniting speculation about the immense power of this celestial figure. Loki, momentarily stunned, found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the formidable Huang Ba remained speechless for some time, astonished by the emergence of this figure from the dragon's belly. Tony Stark applauded, exclaiming the audacity of this display was worthy of full marks. Ban rolled his eyes at the new king of arrogance, while Yukun playfully noted that Huang Ba had stolen his line. Tony Stark remarked that should the illustrious Lord Luo Li make his move, it would be intriguing to see how the heavens withstood the onslaught. Yukun imagined what it would be like if the one to strike were one of their own. The heavens, with an air of languid grace, cast a cursory glance at the magnificent wings of the immortal phoenix behind Shang Zhou, smirking as they recalled memories of yore. The remnants of its once mighty spirit led them to wonder if they had truly become powerful enough to challenge the divine. The disdain in the heavens toned tightened Shang Zhou grip on his dual blades, as he boldly declared, "How would we know without a trial?" The heavens smiled, suggesting that the phoenix's spirit might enhance his strength, yet defeating the divine race was a mere fantasy. As the last words left their lips, an icy glare fell upon them, revealing a chilling intent. Upon hearing this, the other deities seemed to gain affirmation, lifting their heads with renewed pride and scornfully surveying the mortals below. They echoed the heaven's sentiments, deeming them nothing more than mere monkeys, asserting that crushing them would be as effortless as squashing ants. Here, you need not intervene. We are sufficient. One god exclaimed. Indeed, if you can lift the restrictions. We shall indulge in a glorious slaughter today, ensuring that no mortal dares defy our divine commands in the future. Following this proclamation, the eyes of all deities glimmered with a fervent thirst for blood, reminiscent of the long-forgotten thrill of carnage. The heavens' gaze shifted between the Shang and Zhou dynasties, calmly advising, exercise caution, do not eliminate our future labor force. With this, the atmosphere shifted. The gods, long restrained by their own inhibitions, were now poised with an eagerness for violence. While the mortals, whether aligned with Zhou or opposing Shang, felt a chill of realization. So, we are nothing but mere laborers in the eyes of the divine, they contemplated, grasping the grim truth that their existence hinged upon serving the whims of these celestial beings. If the gods no longer required laborers, would their lives retain any worth? In this moment, the Shang soldiers comprehended their king's fervent resistance against the heavens. They stood resolute, weapons firmly in hand, no longer cowering. Luoli, having witnessed and heard the contempt directed at mortals, felt a profound sense of indignation. They were deemed so base, so insignificant that they were not even worthy of being considered playthings, for even playthings received a modicum of attention, while mortals were merely subjected to brutality. Is this the true perception of the gods who govern this world? He scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping his lips, piercing through the tension and drawing the attention of both the gods and the heavens. Who dares laugh? The gods trembled, astonished that someone could find humor in such a dire atmosphere, and more so, that such laughter was so brazenly directed at them. Raleigh stood atop the city walls alongside Thor and a few others, unhesitatingly taking a step forward. His tall and majestic figure caught the attention of the deities, who soon erupted into laughter, dismissing him as merely a fool rushing to meet his demise. They were astonished to find such extraordinary courage in a being they deemed greedy, selfish, and cowardly. Alas, he was still destined for death. Unable to perceive the true level of Raleigh's power, they regarded him as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. What truly infuriated Raleigh was not their perception of him, but their condescending attitude towards humanity. He cast a cold glare at the haughty gods hovering above and sternly rebuked them. You are unworthy of being called gods. What value does your divine power hold if you cannot grasp the essence of humanity? You are even inferior to beasts. To label you as gods is to tarnish the very concept of divinity. To call you beasts would be a grave insult to the creatures of the earth. As Raleigh's final words gradually faded into the air, everyone stood with their mouths agape and expressions of bewilderment etched upon their faces. His declaration had struck a profound chord within their hearts. Was he truly willing to risk everything? Not only did he mock the divine, but he also dared to insult it. Suddenly, a keen observer noted that the individual who uttered these audacious words displayed not an ounce of fear. Instead, his countenance was openly laced with disdain for the divine. Remarkably, even the two individuals flanking him mirrored the same expression. Who exactly were they? A vague sense of unease stirred within, suggesting that these three were far from ordinary. Perched atop the dragon's head, the heavens, rather than expressing anger, regarded Raleigh with a bemused smile. Since you dare to utter such words, be prepared to pay the price. The heavens looked upon the dragon with affectionate eyes, remarking, My dear, it seems you haven't had your fill yet today. I shall reluctantly allow you to satiate your hunger with these three. The dragon let out a thunderous roar. Comprehending the heaven's intent, Raleigh, unfazed, turned to Grey Wolf and Thor, saying, You both believe the flavor of this dragon meat should be exquisite, do you not? A fine dining knife, capable of slaying a deity, appears quite promising. Grey Wolf gazed at the colossal dragon as though it were a plump sheep grazing upon the verdant plains. If I were to slay it and bring it back for dinner, my wife would surely delight in it. Thor, fearing that Grey Wolf might indulge alone, hastily interjected. Save some for me. Only such an ancient divine beast is worthy of my esteemed identity as Thor, the god of thunder, to become my sustenance. Grey Wolf shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, You boast quite grandly, yet let us see who can be the first to fell this dragon. Very well. I fear you not, Thor proclaimed, eagerly spinning his mighty hammer in hand, brimming with anticipation to charge into battle. Raleigh observed the two with a hearty laugh, saying, When you strike, be mindful of your finesse. I wouldn't want you to ruin the texture of the meat. Rest assured, replied Chi. I guarantee you a perfect cut. Thor also thumped his chest in agreement. The two, along with the wolf, conversed animatedly about how to prepare the dragon, causing the nearby Earth soldiers to gasp in disbelief. Were they seriously contemplating dining on the mounts of the heavens? For a moment, they were left uncertain whether to deem these three as madmen or to take them at their word. Although she was unaware of Raleigh and his companion's prowess, she noticed how the king regarded them.